9 Sun God King Chapter 2963 to Chapter 3043. Qin Yun is also very surprised. The small space has a large amount of divine universe golden stones. This is indeed very rare. It must be known that it is very difficult to find a small space in the divine desolate, let alone a small space with divine universe golden stones. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is really lucky. Because therefore, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor believed Qin Yun's words because he had not revealed it to anyone after discovering the small space. The Yin Tribe Emperor did not dare to say it because he was afraid that others would take it. Especially the Great Divine Lord, he knew his master's greed. If the Great Divine Lord knew, he would definitely be robbed clean. Therefore, even if the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor encountered some difficulties and could not take out the divine universe golden stones, he would not say it to anyone unless he met someone who had the ability but was not very strong. So you can't enter the small space and can only explore the inside from the entrance? Qin Yun asked. Yes, there is a very strong barrier at the entrance. With my ability, I can't break it. Since you can see that my fortune is very good, then you must be someone who can help me obtain this fortune. After this matter is done, I will not forget your share. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. Take me to see first. If it is a strong barrier, I might not be able to open it. Qin Yun said. Don't tell Xianxia about this. That old woman is very evil. She secretly used many young and handsome men of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan to cultivate in the Divine Moon and they were all killed by her. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor sneered and said, My master has concrete evidence about this matter. Once it is announced, Xianxia will definitely be finished. Qin Yun guessed that Xianxia must have done something cruel and it is similar to what he guessed. I won't tell Great Senior too much. I will just say that I will be leaving for a period of time. Qin Yun said. The Yin Tribe Emperor's cultivation is not very high. Although he is at the 3rd level of the divine space realm, his divine space power is only around 2000. When an ordinary person's divine space power reaches 2000, they will step into the 4th level of the divine space realm. After all, the Yin Emperor has some ability, so his divine cosmos power has exceeded the limit, but not by much. Qin Yun can deal with it. Contact me after you get rid of Xianxia. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor took out his demon mirror and exchanged contact information with Qin Yun. After Yun finished talking with the Sun Moon Tribe ruler, he walked out of the secret chamber. Great Yin, can you give me those 30 billion divine universe metal stones now? If you don't, I won't allow Old Wang to help you. Xiaoyuemei said. Yin Tribe's Emperor took out a divine universe gold card and said, This is the metal stone card of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. I'll transfer 30 billion to you now. If Old Wang can't help me, then you'll have to transfer it back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for shedding all pretenses. Yun nodded at Xiaoyuemei. After Xiaoyuemei obtained the 30 billion divine universe golden stones, she left with Qin Yun. They entered the carriage, they used their mental power to communicate with each other. Yu Yan knows that this matter is not something she can handle, so she left first and returned to the city lord's mansion. I want to go with that guy. Yuemei, you two continue to dress up like this and stroll around. Let people know that Xianxia is not missing. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yun, will you be in danger? Xiao Yuelan asked worriedly. How can I be in danger? That guy is not my opponent. After you go back, go check Xianxia's residence. That old hag killed many young men of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. Qin Yun said. Is that so? I heard that a few young men have gone missing. Xiaoyuemei said in amazement. The souls of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan members are very hard to kill. Since the souls did not return, it is very likely that Xianxia sealed them. After we go back, we will check whether the souls are at her residence or not. Yu Shaoling said. The soul might not be in her house, but there should be something in her house. You can also try and enter the moon heart with this appearance and see if you can be recognized. Qin Yun said. Xiaoyuemei said with smile, Brother, you really have a way to fool that guy. Oh, that's right, can you really see other people's luck? I can't see your luck. Qin Yun shook his head and said, Alright, you guys go back first. I will go to the Emperor's side of the Sun Moon tribe. Little hubby, keep in touch and be extra careful. Xiao Yuelong warned. Qin walked out of the carriage and immediately went to the Heavenly Court Pavilion. When he arrived outside, he took out the magic mirror and contacted the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor. No matter what, he has already obtained 30 billion divine universe golden stones from the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor. The next step was to go to that small space and see how to operate it to obtain all the divine universe gold stones in that small space. As for the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor, in Qin Yan's eyes, he is a person who is about to die. Qin Yan did not let down his guard. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor was very humble before because he needed help. After helping him, Qin Yan could not guarantee what would happen. When the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor saw that Qin Yan returned so quickly, he smiled and said, "Old Wang, let's go now. There are only the two of us, you don't have to worry." In the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor's eyes, Old Wang is an inscription master and his cultivation is only at the second level of the divine space realm, so he is not afraid of him. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor brought Qin Yan out of the city and flew very fast. He said that the place is very far and that it is in a very desolate area. Because of the lack of resources, there are no treasures in the area, so there are no beasts. At most, there are many large and dense plants. Qin Yan followed beside the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor and flew in the sky. From time to time, he would pay attention to the situation around him. He is worried that the great divine king will suddenly appear. Sun Moon Tribe's emperor, why don't you tell your master about this discovery? Qin Yan asked even though he already knew the answer. I don't want to trouble him. He is the great divine king and he is in charge of the heavenly court. He is very busy. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor said with an embarrassed smile. I remember that you entered the Sun Ancient Clan's Heavenly Sun sect. There should be many powerful elders in the Heavenly Sun sect. It might be better to ask them for help. Qin Yan said, actually, I can't guarantee whether or not I can break the seal. My cultivation is limited. If the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect see that place, they might want to divide it in half or even keep it for themselves. I don't want to ask them. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor cursed. Qin Yan can see that the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor does not trust anyone and only wants to keep the small space filled with divine universe golden stones. How did you find that small space? It is in the vast no man's area. It is not easy to find a small entrance. Qin Yan deliberately exclaimed. That is my good luck. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor laughed and said. When Qin Yan saw how happy the Sun Moon Emperor was, he knew that there were many divine universe golden stones in that small space. It would take a lot of time to get to that small space. Qin Yan planned to ask about the Great Divine Lord's situation on the way. There were still 3 months before the Great Divine Lord would go find Xianxia again to collect the divine universe golden stones. Qin Yan believed that these 3 months were enough for him to grow up and kill the Great Divine Lord. The Great Divine Lord's current cultivation was not low and his strength was still very strong. If Qin Yan wanted to have the power to defeat the Great Divine Lord within 3 months, he would need more divine universe golden stones. The Great Divine Lord no longer had the Divine King Heavenly Seal, but he still had the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun Heart. Furthermore, he seemed to be able to obtain quite a few cultivation resources in the Yang Ancient Clan. Qin Yan still did not know much about the Great Divine Lord. Now that the Great Divine Lord's disciple was considered the Great Divine Lord's most trusted person, Qin Yan was right beside him, so he could ask around. Sun Moon Emperor, since you and your master have entered the Heavenly Sun sect, then you must have received very high treatment, right? Especially your master, he is the Great Divine Lord, even the elders of the Yang Ancient Clan must value him greatly. Qin Yan said. Only my master can be valued. The treatment I receive is only average. I'm not afraid to tell you that the bloodline heavenly marks in my body are not very good. I wonder how those fellows from the Yang Ancient Clan tested it. Speaking of this matter, the Sun Moon Emperor was very unhappy. If your bloodline heavenly marks were good enough, would you be able to receive the same treatment as your master? What kind of treatment would that be? Qin Yan pretended to be envious and asked. The Sun Moon Emperor said, it's just that I can obtain some cultivation pills and quite a few cultivation techniques. Of course, my master's situation is different because not only is his bloodline heavenly marks good, he also has a very strong heart. That is a very small heavenly universe divine sun. Those fellows from the Yang Ancient Clan are very interested in my master's heart. They all want to know how to place the heavenly universe divine sun into the divine universe in their bodies. Xianxia knew that the great divine lord had a heavenly universe divine sun heart, but he did not know that the young ancient clan was so interested in it. This meant that the formation of the great divine lord's heart was definitely very difficult. The great divine lord is so powerful, his heart is actually a small divine sun. Xianxia pretended to be surprised and sighed. That's right. My master's heart is still sealed. He can obtain energy from it bit by bit to cultivate. That Xianxia is no match for my master. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. Then how did your master turn little heaven universe divine sun into a heart? Xianxia asked curiously. He is the great divine king, of course this was bestowed upon him by the Nine Yang Law spirit. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said, this process is quite complicated. Therefore, the ancient Yang clan wants to understand what is going on so that they can master this skill. The elders of the ancient Yang clan had a deep understanding of divine suns, and there were many divine suns of various sizes in the universe. If one could successfully capture them and refine them into the divine universe within one's body, and use them for cultivation, it would indeed be very frightening. The divine cosmos energy body inside Xianxia's body evolved from a super-large nether sunday. It is much higher than the small heavenly cosmos divine sun, but now it has been sealed by the primordial beginning. The primordial beginning only said that it would be of great help to him in the future. In order to completely feel the benefits of the energy body, he would have to wait until he crossed the divine space realm or the realms after the divine space realm. Along the way, Xianxia found out many things about the great divine king from the Sun Moon Emperor. The great divine king was mainly in the heavenly sun sect and would occasionally enter the nine sun sacred land. He did not need to enter, but the great divine king had requested to enter. The great divine king also had his own team. The members of this team were all very strong and had a very harmonious relationship with the great divine king. This surprised Xianxia because with the great divine king's personality, it was impossible for him to get along well with others. This meant that the other members of the team were all very strong, so the great divine king could only remain humble. Furthermore, the great divine king had obtained many life-saving items from the elders of the Yang ancient clan. They were mainly some heavenly talismans or defensive divine tools. Previously, the great divine king had used a very strong spatial treasure to escape from the sixth divine Sunday. Xianxia secretly suspected that the Sun Moon Emperor beside him might have many life-saving items on him. If not for this concern, he would have long since attacked the Sun Moon Emperor and enslaved him. He did not have absolute confidence. If he failed and allowed the Sun Moon Emperor to send out a message to the outside world and contact the great divine king, many things would be exposed. Xianxia had to get rid of the Sun Moon Emperor. As long as he could go to that small space and enter it, it would be a very good opportunity. The Sun Moon Emperor chatted with Xianxia on the way, as if they were old acquaintances. However, Xianxia did not let down his guard. The Sun Moon Emperor had followed the great divine king for many years. He was a very sinister, cunning, and ruthless person. As long as there were benefits, he could sell out anyone. If he was truly loyal to the great divine king, he would definitely tell him about the small space. Old Wang, how did you and Xiaji get to know each other? To be able to make this old woman think highly of you, it can be seen that you are quite capable. The Sun Moon Emperor chuckled. He now began to ask about Xianxia. When I met her, she just happened to have bad luck. After I helped her change her luck, she saw that my inscription technique was not bad, so she cooperated with me and let me become her personal inscription master. Xianxia said with smile, she promised me that she would bring me into the moon heart to cultivate as the basis for our cooperation. The Sun Moon Emperor nodded and said, entering the moon heart to cultivate, this is indeed very good. The heaven's divine moon is not only suitable for the various moon clan, it is also suitable for our Sun Moon divine race. It's a pity that we can't enter. I heard that you can enter the sixth divine sun, this is also very good. Xianxia said. Don't mention the inside of the sixth divine Sunday. We can indeed enter, but it's only a small area. It's not even as big as a city. The other areas are all sealed. The Sun Moon Emperor said unhappily, that small and broken place, it's useless to squeeze so many people in. Xianxia did not know about this matter. He thought that the great divine king and the others had obtained a very large area within the sixth divine sun, larger than the four divine suns. He did not expect that it would only be such a small area. Xianxia and the Sun Moon Emperor chatted for a long time and discovered that the Sun Moon Emperor was very dissatisfied with the great divine king. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. If he had enough power, he would definitely kill his own great divine king master. After flying for 2 days, Xianxia roughly estimated his current location. He was in the outer region of the heavens divine desolate. This is a very desolate and uninhabited area. There are many tall mountains but there are no plants. In the heavens divine desolate, this kind of place is called a land of death. This uninhabited land of death was illuminated by strong sunlight, but it was only light. The core energy of the myriad realms divine sun would not be concentrated here. The energy of the myriad realms divine sun was mainly concentrated in the 9 sun sacred ground because the seal there required a large amount of energy. Without the seal of the 9 sun sacred ground, the energy of the myriad realms divine sun could be released and cover more areas of the heavens divine desolate. As long as there was a strong enough energy cover, all kinds of treasure lands would appear one after another. At the same time, some strong tribes would also appear. Ever since the 9 sun sacred ground came out of that passage, a large number of foreign creatures came in. The energy of the myriad realms divine sun was concentrated in that seal. So after that, the number of strong tribes that appeared became fewer and fewer. The energy of the myriad realms divine sun was mainly concentrated in the 9 sun sacred ground, so a lot of energy would descend on the surface of the 9 sun sacred ground, causing the 9 sun sacred ground to be very rich in resources. If enough energy was penetrated deep into the ground, after a period of time, the underground would gradually form a divine universe golden stone mine. Xianxia floated in the air and looked down at the land that was covered by giant mountains. If the energy of the myriad realms divine sun was slightly inclined here, the area below would definitely be lush and green, unlike now where it was completely bare and yellow. That small space is nearby. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor carefully took out a large disc. On the way, he had relied on this disc to guide him to come here. How did you find the entrance to that small space? That's really rare. Xianxia still found it hard to understand why the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would come to this place and find the entrance to that small space. I originally wanted to go to the edge of the heavens divine desolate to take a look. On the way back, I happened to pass by this place at night and saw a weak light on the ground. I went down to take a look and then found the entrance to that small space. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor smiled and said, "This is really luck, I can't stop it." Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck again. He could not help but be shocked. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was previously wrapped in golden luck but he could not absorb it. Now, within the golden luck, there was a weak black gas. This is not good, it means that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is in trouble. Xianxia was suddenly puzzled because he had planned to attack the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. He did not know if this was the reason why the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck had started to change. If it wasn't for this reason, it meant that the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor would be threatened by other forces and might even lose his life. The fact that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's disc could locate the small space meant that he had left something at the entrance of the small space and then covered it up with something else. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, did you see anything alive when you were outside the small space? Xianxia asked. No, I've looked at it for several days, and it's all golden and dazzling divine universe goldstone. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said confidently, then, I moved a few mountains over to cover the entrance. It's not good for you to move the mountain randomly. There will be obvious signs. Xianxia frowned. It was noon at the moment. The barren, gigantic stone mountains were lined up in rows on the ground, looking as if they were being roasted. Is that so? I covered it up very well. When I looked at it from the sky, I did not see any signs. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. If one is good at reading the terrain, he or she would be able to see if the mountains here have moved. Xianxia said. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor patted the disc in his hand and scolded in a low voice, there is something wrong with this stupid thing. I left a signal device behind but it cannot be sensed now. What kind of signal did you leave behind? Is it a soul power signal or a spatial wave signal? Xianxia asked. It is a soul power signal. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face turned ugly and he hurriedly said, "Old Wang, do you know how to read the terrain? Look at the mountains here and see if there are any signs of it being moved. If it is a soul power signal, this is not good. It will be easily disrupted." Xianxia said, "You should have left behind two signals, both a soul power signal and a spatial wave signal. What kind of disturbance can there be in such a desolate place?" The disk of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not respond at all. Xianxia looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck again and found that the golden luck around him had disappeared. Faint black chi appeared. Not long after, the golden mist around the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's body disappeared, which meant that his luck was gone and it had turned into bad luck. Xianxia immediately guessed that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not control his luck well and that was why he lost his luck. At the same time, he was suffering from a backlash and that was why he attracted bad luck to himself. You are wrong. Although this is a desolate place, there is a small space and there is a large number of divine universe golden stones in the small space. This means that this place is not simple. Xianxia became very vigilant at this moment and carefully looked at the ground below. What is going on? The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor became anxious and quickly took out a long sword. The small space might have been discovered. The tracking device that you left behind was suddenly destroyed. This should have happened not long ago. Xianxia said. This was his guess. If there was really something that could discover the small space or was inside the small space, it must be very dangerous. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face changed and became very fierce. He angrily said, "Old man, did you find out where the entrance of the small space is? Then you secretly messed with the signal source so that I could not sense the tracking device. That must be it." As he spoke, he placed his long sword beside Xianxia's neck and shouted, "Quickly take me to the entrance of the small space or I will kill you." Xianxia knew what kind of person the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was. Although they had been chatting on the way here, he had turned hostile at this moment. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, don't be anxious. I really did not do anything. If you kill me, you will not get anything. Xianxia said. He deliberately said this to show that he was weak so that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would look down on him. If you do not help me find the small space, I will cut off your dog head and use it as a urinal. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face was fierce and he fiercely kicked Xianxia's butt and shouted, "Quickly find it." Xianxia took a look at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck and it was completely black. What puzzled Xianxia was that he did not have the thought of killing the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. This meant that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck was very likely to be a threat from other places. This idiot, he does not even know that he is in trouble. Xianxia's heavenly eye doppelganger quickly saw that there were a few mountains that were out of place. These were the mountains that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor had moved. Seeing Xianxia hovering in the air motionlessly, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted anxiously. He grabbed Xianxia's collar and shouted, "Old fool, don't waste time and quickly find the entrance or I will castrate you first." I am almost there. Xianxia knew that there were 5 mountains that looked irregular and out of place with the terrain. Xianxia had already found out long ago and he was deliberately stalling for time to see what would happen to the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. Humph. You have indeed found out where the entrance is. You purposely did not tell me and even destroyed the signal transmission. You old bastard, you are really evil. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was sure that Xianxia was behind this. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He really did not do anything. If he was really evil, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor might have already been killed and could only escape with his soul. You say I am evil, fine, I will show you how I am going to do evil to you. Xianxia thought to himself. He was silently enduring and waiting for the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor to enter the small space. At that time, he would see if the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would be the unlucky one. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor took out a chain and tied it around Xianxia's neck as if he was a dog. He sneered, "Old bastard, don't try to struggle. My chain will tie you up tightly and you will not be able to break free." Of course, Xianxia could break free. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's chain was no different from mud in his eyes. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, I really did not do anything. Let me remind you, don't focus all your attention on me. You must be wary of the dangers that might appear in the small space. Xianxia reminded the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor sincerely. Stop talking nonsense. Are we there yet? The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted as he pulled Qin Yin forward. Qin Yin casually pointed at a few mountains and said, "Over there, let's try." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor punched the ground a few times. With his strength, even if he did not use much divine space power, he would still be able to smash the mountains into pieces. After a few loud sounds, the mountains were smashed into pieces and a large number of stones were swept away by a violent air wave. There is nothing. The entrance to the small space is a vertical golden spatial crack. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor pulled Qin Yin over and scolded, "You old bastard, are you messing with me? You didn't give me enough time to look." Qin Yin said, "That's why my judgment was affected." He had indeed pointed at the wrong location on purpose in order to stall for time and see if the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's calamity had arrived. That way, he would be able to get rid of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor without having to do anything. "If you don't point correctly, I will cut off your head." Sun Moon Emperor is very angry because he is sure that Qin Yin is behind this. Qin Yin did not want to clash with the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor, so he pointed out the correct mountains. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor glared at Qin Yin and said coldly, "If you are wrong again, you are finished." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sent out several powerful punches towards the mountains that Qin Yin pointed out. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of loud explosions rang out. The earth shook violently and sand and dust flew up. The aftermath of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's punches swept out majestically in all directions. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is an impatient person and he threw out a few more talismans. These are talismans that can burst out strong gales and blow the dust away. Originally, there was a large mountain below, but now it had been blasted away. Moreover, there was also a huge sunken pit. After the dust was blown away, under the intense sunlight, a few meters tall golden bar was suspended above the pit. This golden bar is like a golden crack that appeared out of nowhere and it leads to the small space. What Qin Yin found strange is that there are no other dangerous things nearby, so why did the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor lose his signal? The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was able to come here because of the signal. Now that the signal has been lost, if it is not destroyed by something, then there must be something wrong with the tool. Old bastard, it is really you who is behind this. You want to keep all the Divine Universe golden stones in the small space for yourself, right? No wonder you can be together with Xianxia, you two are birds of a feather. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor sneered, "I knew it, those who are together with Xianxia are all the same." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor pulled the chain and laughed loudly as he rushed towards the spatial crack. Qin Yin looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's luck again and it is still the same as before. Is this guy going to be killed by me? Qin Yin is not too sure because he only planned to control the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor after entering the small space. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is very rich and he is in charge of the entire heavenly court. Qin Yin does not plan to kill him immediately but he wants to squeeze out some Divine Universe golden stones first. Quickly go and see if you can open the seal at the entrance. If you can't, I will kill you immediately. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted. He is now using the chain to lock Qin Yin's neck as if he is walking a dog and this made him very proud. Qin Yin flew towards the spatial rift. It was only half a meter wide but he could see its interior. The tiny space was the size of a small mountain villa. It was golden and there were many divine metallic rocks of various sizes piled up inside. It was unknown how they were formed. He stretched out his hand to touch the entrance and found that there is indeed a very strong barrier blocking it, making it impossible for him to put his hand in. Qin Yin is not in a hurry to see how to break the barrier. Instead, he carefully observed the situation inside to see if there is any danger. However, the barrier is very strong and it can isolate everything inside the small space, making it impossible for him to sense the situation inside. Can you open the barrier? If you can't, tell me immediately so that I can cut off your head. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted angrily. This will take time. You should know better than me how strong this barrier is. If I really opened it in an instant, then it would be impossible for me to be caught by you. Qin Yin snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Seeing that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is about to speak, Qin Yin said again, "If you don't be quiet, it will take a long time. I hope you don't disturb me when I break the barrier." He took out the primal beginning divine mirror and then hid the divine king heavenly seal under the wide sleeve of his robe. With his back facing the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, he pressed the Divine King Heavenly Seal behind the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror and made the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror shoot out strong light. On the way, Xianxia also talked with Taisher, so Taisher knew what Xianxia wanted to do. "Brother Taisher, can you see through the barrier? I feel that there is something in the small space," Xianxia said. "I can't see through it. Let's go in first. If there is really something strong, it won't be too late for you to run out. With me here, I can guarantee that you can run out quickly," Taisher said. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not rush Xianxia because the barrier was indeed very strong and it was unrealistic for him to break it in a short period of time. Xianxia could actually break it very quickly, but he was not sure of the situation inside. If there was something inside that he could not deal with, it would be very dangerous after he entered. Although Taisher could escape in a short period of time, what if he encountered something very strong? It was not that Xianxia did not trust Taisher, but he had to be more cautious. He could open an entrance through the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning, but he could not completely break the barrier. Opening the entrance was only temporary. After entering, it would close up very quickly. He now quietly opened a small entrance and placed a probing bead inside. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor used a chain to wrap around Xianxia's neck. The chain was very long and he was more than 10 meters away from Xianxia. He could not see the situation inside the small space and did not notice Xianxia's small action. The bead that Xianxia placed in was like an eyeball, floating in the small space and allowing him to see the situation inside more clearly. After a very careful investigation, Xianxia did not find anything like a monster, which made him even more puzzled. Because this small space could not have appeared out of nowhere and there were so many Divine Universe Golden Stones inside. There were many Divine Universe Golden Stones inside the small space, big and small. The biggest was the size of a small hill and the smallest was the size of a rice grain. On the ground, there were many fist-sized Divine Universe Golden Stones piled up in a thick layer. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like it was formed naturally. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor had told Xianxia that the Divine Universe Golden Stones inside the small space were formed naturally. Now that Xianxia looked more carefully, he was sure that someone had moved the Divine Universe Golden Stones into the small space and those Divine Universe Golden Stones were dug out. There must be something collecting the Divine Universe Golden Stones in this area and then putting them into the small space. Xianxia did not expect that there would be so many Divine Universe Golden Stones in this dead land. In the Divine Desolate, not including the 9 Sun Holy Ground, the dead land was the largest and it could be said to occupy 70 to 80% of the Divine Desolate. If there were Divine Universe Golden Stones hidden in these dead lands, it would definitely be a very large number if they could be collected. Xianxia began to feel curious. Just what kind of powerful fellow could collect the Divine Universe Golden Stones and store them in this small space? This small space has an owner. Xianxia is very certain and his strength is definitely not weak. To be able to collect so many Divine Universe Golden Stones, he would definitely be able to use them to cultivate and become stronger. He didn't find any living beings in the small space, so it was very likely that they had gone out. Just now, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe had viciously attacked the mountain and created such a huge commotion. If there were any living beings in the small space, they would have come out long ago. "Let's go in first, I just need to protect myself," Xianxia said. Protecting himself is not a problem. As for the life and death of the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor, it had nothing to do with him. Xianxia was also afraid that if the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor was suddenly killed, he would not be able to obtain anything. "Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, do you have the Divine Universe Golden Rock?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "I need a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Rocks to be able to release even stronger power." "Old man, don't try to fool me," the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted. "You want to swindle my Divine Universe Golden Rocks, right?" Xianxia sighed. "If you want to be faster, you will need a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Rocks. If you don't want to, you can only let my tool absorb enough energy by itself. This might take a few months." "Can your broken tool really break the barrier?" the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said in disbelief and flew over. "It can't break the barrier, but it can temporarily make a crack appear on the barrier. After a period of time, the crack will close again." Xianxia said. "If you don't believe me, I will make a very small hole for you to see." Xianxia activated the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror and made a hole the size of a finger. Then, a small stone can be stuffed in. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor used his finger to poke the hole and found that it could indeed go through the barrier. This made him very excited. But after a while, the hole closed again. There is not enough energy to make a bigger hole, so I need a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Rocks. Xianxia said. How much? The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor asked coldly. I need 10 billion. Xianxia wanted to say a bigger number, but he was afraid that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not have enough. After all, not everyone had a spatial storage divine tool that could store 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks. He was also worried that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor did not have enough Divine Universe Golden Rocks. Seeing the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's face gradually turn gloomy, Xianxia said again, if we can go in, we will get more than 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks. The small space was not big, but there was a lot of Divine Universe Golden Rocks in it. It was impossible to estimate how many there were, but it must be more than 200 billion. If you don't have enough, go back and get more. It will be faster. Xianxia said. In his opinion, after entering the small space, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would be finished. Once the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was finished, Xianxia would not get anything. He had planned to control the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and exploit him. Now that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor wanted to die, Xianxia would not stop him. Do you look down on me that much? Of course I have 10 billion. I carry it with me. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor snorted, I am the supervisor of the Heavenly Court. How can I not have 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks? Generally speaking, being able to carry 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks with him was a sign of strength and status. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was very unhappy with Xianxia's disdainful look and Xianxia telling him to go back and get more. Is that so? That's great. Xianxia laughed, let's start now. Take out the Divine Universe Golden Rocks and let me put them into my equipment. Actually, to pass through that enchantment, one did not need to expend many Divine Universe Golden Stones. Just 1 or 200 million was enough. If you are trying to trick me and cheat me of my Divine Universe Golden Rocks, I will make you regret coming to this world. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Xianxia smiled faintly. In his opinion, after entering the small space, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was no different from a dead man. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor used a box to store 10 million at a time. He had to do this many times before he could store 10 billion. Xianxia did not say a word because it was for the best. If large numbers of Divine Universe Goldstones were exposed, it might even lure out the pocket space's lord. When the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor took out the Divine Universe Golden Rock, he wore a smug look and sneered, Old man, did you look down on me previously? Do you think I don't have such a big storage artifact? Xianxia really looked down on the Sun Moon Emperor, otherwise he would not have asked him for 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia was indeed surprised that the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor had such a large storage divine item that contained 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. No, I am just worried that you will not believe me and will not give me the Divine Universe Golden Stones. If that happens, we will need a long time to enter the small space. Xianxia said. How many Divine Universe Golden Stones are in the small space? The Sun Moon Emperor said. About 500 billion. Xianxia also estimated in a big way. Ha ha ha, very good, the Sun Moon Emperor laughed loudly. To him, this is a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Although he has some Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands, Great Divine Lord has a tight control over them. The amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone he transferred to Xiao Yuemei is precisely the amount he dug out with great difficulty and secretly saved up. If not for Great Divine Lord's strict control, he would have been able to get a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones with his power in the Heavenly Court. Sun Moon Emperor, after entering the small space, you won't kill me, right? Xianxia suddenly asked. You are a useful guy, I won't kill you, but if you want to live, you will have to sign a soul contract with me. Become my dog and I will let you live and I will not mistreat you in the future, the Sun Moon Emperor said. But what about you, Shiji? If she knows about this, she will definitely not let you off. Xianxia said. If he said that he would let others be his dog, they would definitely be abused in the future. Even a fool would not believe that he would not mistreat her. What are you afraid of? If you don't say it, I don't say it, how will she know? I also want you to hide beside her and help me collect information. The Sun Moon Emperor said with a sinister smile. Honestly, since you agreed to come with me, I have decided to take you as my dog. Xianxia pretended to be very serious about collecting the Divine Universe Golden Stones. What made him feel funny was that he also wanted to enslave the Sun Moon Emperor. You old bastard, don't you come out often? Don't you know how sinister people are? Therefore, you can't blame me for being defeated by me. You can only blame yourself for being too naive and being defenseless against me. You came to me on your own accord. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor laughed. Xianxia was speechless. The Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor was truly a shameless person. To think that he could say such words with such confidence. Xianxia only smiled and thought to himself, wait and see how you die. Xianxia, who has seen many strange things, is not surprised by this. He is now paying attention to the movements in his surroundings. He is worried that something will suddenly jump out. After working for half a day, Xianxia finally finished collecting the Divine Universe Golden Stones that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor had given him. To test the waters, he even asked the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor to give him 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. This caused the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor to curse, but he still took out 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones and gave it to Xianxia. When Xianxia saw that it was about time, he had the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning release an even stronger power and attack the entrance of the small space. Not long after, a crack slowly appeared on the spirit formation at the entrance. What made Xianxia feel strange was that the owner of the small space did not appear during this period of time. He had thought that it would appear because when the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor gave him the Divine Universe Golden Stones, he had exposed many energy waves of the Divine Universe Golden Stones. It's finally open. Xianxia wiped the sweat off his face and said, Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, do you want to go in first or should I go in first? After the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shortened the chain, he said, I will go in first and then I will pull you in. Up to you. Xianxia nodded. He was surprised. He thought that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would let him in first. After all, it was hard to know if there was any danger inside. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor immediately dashed out and entered through the crack in the spirit formation. Xianxia purposely made the crack small so that only one person could go out. The moment the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor dashed out, Xianxia immediately took out the Heaven's Divine Saber and cut the chain. The chain was quite strong. If Xianxia did not have the Heaven's Divine Saber, it would not have been so easy to cut. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor wanted to pull Xianxia in, but after using a lot of strength, he pulled in a broken chain. At the same time, Xianxia activated the Divine Mirror of Taisher to close the crack in the spirit formation. Old bastard, you motherfucker cur. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor scolded angrily. He rushed towards the spirit formation and attacked it crazily. Xianxia stood outside the spirit formation and was very close to the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. However, there was a transparent spirit formation between them. Io, there is a problem. Why did the crack in the spirit formation close so quickly? Xianxia pretended to be very anxious and said, Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, don't worry. I will start now and I will definitely open it. Just wait patiently. You old man, you must be doing this on purpose. F*CKU, let me out. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor scolded angrily. Xianxia continued to use the Divine Mirror of Taisher to illuminate the crack in the spirit formation. He had originally planned to go in with the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. However, since the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor had gone in first, he immediately changed his plan. Xianxia had tried to enter the spirit formation before and the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was restricted. Now that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was trapped inside, Xianxia was very happy. He stood outside the spirit formation and looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor jumping up and down as if he was looking at a crazy monkey. Old bastard, stop pretending. When I get out, I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor scolded angrily. Xianxia smiled and slowly loosened the chain around his neck. He said with a smile, Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, didn't you say that you want to enslave me like a dog? Now that you are trapped inside, how are you going to enslave me in the future? You dog slave, hurry up and let your master out. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted until his throat was hoarse. He finally knew how long he had been fooled. Because Xianxia could easily cut the chain, it meant that he could have escaped. However, Qin Yan had pretended to beg for mercy and even asked for 11 billion divine universe golden stones. You interfered with my signal device from the beginning and you still dare to deny it. You old bastard, when I get out, I will kill you. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor became angrier the more he thought about it. I really did not interfere with your signal device. To tell you the truth, the divine universe golden stones in this small space have an owner and the person who collected them is very strong. I am not sure if he is a human or a beast. Qin Yan said with a smile, the only thing I am sure of is that your signal device was destroyed by that guy. If you don't believe me, take out the detector and see. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shivered and quickly took out a disc. Sure enough, the detector had a reaction. The signal device was inside the small space and it must have been picked up by someone. Seeing the reaction from the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's detector, Qin Yan was not surprised at all. He said with a smile, I should be able to see who it is very soon. Qin Yan did not dare to go in and take away the divine universe golden stones. He was worried that the owner of the small space had a special ability that could track the divine universe golden stones. Race. In the small space, the Sun Moon Emperor cursed Qin Yan crazily. After all, he was a third-level divine space realm cultivator, no matter how much he scolded, he would not be tired. And Qin Yan did not care because he already had a great advantage. The more he did not care and the more he smiled, the angrier the Sun Moon Emperor became. Qin Yan did not do anything. Just standing there and smiling at the Sun Moon Emperor was enough to make the Sun Moon Emperor explode. My master is the great divine king. On the way, you should have understood how terrifying my master is, right? He will be the ruler of the divine desolate. If I am being schemed against here, he will definitely know. The Sun Moon Emperor knew that scolding Qin Yan was useless and suddenly thought of his master. Qin Yan smiled and said, you finally thought of your master now? After you discovered this small space, why didn't you think of bringing your master here? I think you are afraid that the divine universe golden stones in this small space will be taken by the great divine king. Bastard, I am not you. Don't think of me as that kind of person. Only despicable fellows like you always think of others badly. Even now, the Sun Moon Emperor did not dare to admit why he did not tell this matter to the great divine king. But seeing that the Sun Moon Emperor was truly afraid of the great divine king in his heart, he did not dare to offend him on the surface. Qin Yan smiled and said, in that case, your Sun Moon Emperor is a person who is inexperienced. It seems that you rarely come out, so you do not know how sinister people are. That is why you fell into my hands. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being on guard against me. When the Sun Emperor heard this, he immediately flew into a rage because he was the one who had said the same thing to Qin Yan. Qin Wenyan saw the Sun Moon Emperor's angry expression, she could not help but laugh out loud. Too, the Sun Emperor was so angry that his face almost deformed. He could only curse Qin Yan. Other than cursing Qin Yan, there was nothing else he could do. Do you want me to tell the great divine king now and let him come here to save you? I can think of a way to contact him. Qin Yan smiled and said, I really want to know how the great divine king will react when he finds out that his disciple has made a fortune behind his back. Shut up. You, what benefits do you want for you to let me go? The Sun Moon Emperor suddenly panicked and shouted, there are so many divine universe golden stones in the small space, I can't take that much by myself, let's split it 30, 70. 370? Who is third and who is seventh? Asked Qin Yan. I will take 7 and you take 3. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said, what do you think? I didn't intend to give it to you, and you should know that you were going to be my lackey. I'm pardoning you now. Yun found it funny. The Sun Moon Tribe was already in the capital city and yet they were still saying such brainless words. It seems like you are not afraid of the consequences. Qin Yan said with smile. If you tell my master, what do you think you'll get once he comes here, didn't you say so? This small space had an owner, and that owner was very strong. Before the master of the pocket space returns, you and I will join hands and take away all the divine universe gold stones. This is what we should do. Moreover, it is also very beneficial to us. The Sun Moon Tribe's emperor was now a little weak, otherwise, he would not have said such words. Qin Yan said, I don't trust you. Therefore, I will not cooperate with you. Moreover, it is not like I did not get anything. I got 11 billion divine universe goldstones from you and 30 billion that you gave to Xianxia. I actually made a profit. Speaking of these two matters, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's anger suddenly flared up and he wished he could tear Qin to pieces. There are hundreds of billions of divine universe goldstones in the small space. We will split them 50-50. That way, you will get at least 200 billion. As long as you let me out, everything is negotiable. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. He was also afraid that the master of the small space would come back. Qin shook her head and said, "Look at these divine universe goldstones, they were collected from different places. I think he must have found them in the depths of the land of death. Do you think you can steal the divine universe metal stones from the vast land of death?" The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor thought carefully and realized that the master of the small space must have a way to track down the divine universe goldstones. If so many divine universe goldstones were stolen, the master of the small space would definitely find the thief at all costs. It is also possible that a large group of living beings came from the Deathland to search for the divine universe goldstones. To be able to obtain so many divine universe goldstones so easily, their strength is definitely not weak. Qin said, "That is why I hope that the great divine lord can come here so that I can watch him die together with you." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was startled and said angrily, "My master has no enmity with you, why do you want to harm him?" Qin said with a sneer, "You will soon know why I want him dead." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said with a sneer, "It seems that you and Xianxia are a pair of dogs. Xianxia must have instilled a lot of hatred towards my master in you. I can understand this. After all, my master is very powerful and she is terrified." Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, after you entered the small space, you did not touch the divine universe goldstones. Quickly go and touch them. Qin suddenly laughed, "Maybe there will be a surprise? You sinister old man, don't try to harm me." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor really did not dare to touch the divine universe goldstones. He was afraid that something would suddenly appear and he would die here. Qin did not say anything more. He floated at the entrance of the small space and quietly looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor can only continuously scold Qin and occasionally propose to cooperate with Qin. In Qin's eyes, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is a dead person, a trash with no value. Originally, he wanted to control the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and help him take care of the heavenly court. But now it seems that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor does not have that kind of ability. For example, the Law Enforcement Realm King and Xianxia have a certain level of ability. After being controlled by him, they have great value. And the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor does not have any shining point. Let Qin is at a loss. If he secretly killed the great divine lord, then the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor would be a very good puppet. He immediately thought that he could find someone to pretend to be the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. Previously, he made Xiao Yuemei pretend to be Xianxia and it was very successful. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. The small space is still releasing intense golden light. The golden light emitted by the divine universe goldstones is very strong, but it made the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor even more afraid. When night comes, people will always think of something terrible. Night fell and the sky became completely dark. The sky above the dead land is very clear and bright. Bright stars can be seen in the night sky. When Qin was admiring the stars in the night sky, he suddenly felt some movement. A burst of cold wind suddenly attacked him and he immediately became alert. "Something is coming," Qin said and immediately disappeared. After Cloud finished speaking, she immediately disappeared. Old Wang, don't go, you damned old bastard, I will kill you." Tai Tribe Emperor did not finish cursing. Suddenly, his body shivered as he felt a burst of cold wind blowing on his back. That a burst of coldness instantly penetrated his body and penetrated his bones. After Qin turned invisible, a white figure suddenly appeared behind the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor. It was a humanoid being in white clothes. Her feet were off the ground and her eyes were big and round. From judging from her appearance, she was a beautiful woman with a head of long blue hair and two ears like a white cat. The cat-eared lady's skin was very white and she did not look scary on the whole. Instead, she looked very pretty. She looked like a cute little cat demon. Qin could not be sure if she was a cat demon or not because she only looked like one. Following only after that did Qin notice a white tail swaying nimbly behind her. Qin could not sense the aura of the small space and he did not know the strength of the cat-eared lady. After the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor turned around, his body was still trembling. However, after he circulated his divine universe power to offset the coldness, he gradually calmed down. So it is a little girl. You are the owner of the small space? You don't look very strong. Ha ha ha, just in time for me to enjoy. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor laughed sinisterly. Little girl, come and serve me. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor was sure that the cat-eared lady's divine universe power was very weak before he dared to say such words. Although he was curious about why the cat-eared lady suddenly appeared in the small space, he did not care about it. He only knew that the cat-eared lady was not strong. What are you? The cat-eared lady opened her mouth and her eyes were filled with curiosity and vigilance. There was also a tinge of innocence. When the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor heard the cat-eared lady asking him what am I, he was instantly enraged. His body exploded with anger and his clothes were torn apart. He is very dangerous and he wants to kill you. Qin suddenly appeared and shouted. Kill me? What is killing? What is danger? Why are you leaving so quickly? The cat-eared lady asked again like a curious baby and asked a series of questions. Not only do I want to kill you, I also want to *ck you. I want to torture you, little cat demon. Ha ha ha. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor's face was twisted as he laughed maniacally. Qin immediately took out the divine mirror of Taisher and shone it at the entrance of the small space. He wanted to go in. However, at this moment, the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor had already pounced on the cat-eared lady. When the cat-eared lady saw the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor pouncing towards her, she moved her body nimbly and evaded his attack. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor had thought that he would be able to get the cat-eared lady under him. However, he did not expect to get anything. Furious, he turned around and threw a punch at the cat-eared lady. The divine cosmos force that was filled with ruthlessness let out a beast-like roar. It was bright red, bewitching, and evil as it charged at the cat-eared woman. The eared lady frowned slightly. Her pair of white, jade-like kittens moved a little. Then, she raised her jade-like hand and shot out a ray of white light. Whoosh! With a loud roar, the violent divine universe power of the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Qin was shocked and the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor let out a strange scream. Qin immediately stopped and did not continue opening the barrier crack. The cat-eared woman's strength was simply terrifying. She could easily block at least 2,000 divine cosmic force. Were you trying to destroy me just now? The cat-eared woman asked with a frown. That's right, he wants to destroy you, make you disappear forever, and then seize the divine universe goldstones inside. Qin said. Divine universe goldstones? What is it? The cat-eared woman looked at Qin and smiled. Why do you want to change your appearance? Your original appearance is very good. Why do you want to change your appearance? Qin was even more shocked that the cat-eared woman could see through his true appearance. Careful! Qin suddenly shouted. The cat-eared woman's back was facing the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor as she spoke to Qin. At that moment, the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor attacked. He once again punched out a strong fist force. At the same time, he gripped a long sword tightly and rushed at the cat-eared woman. The cat-eared woman floated lightly and suddenly appeared behind the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor. She frowned and said, Why do you want to destroy me? As the cat-eared woman spoke, her large, watery eyes suddenly flashed and two strange ripples could be seen in the space, rushing towards the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor. Ah! The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor immediately hugged his head and screamed. Suddenly, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and he rolled on the ground. Qin, who was outside the small space, suddenly felt a splitting headache. This was a very terrifying soul attack. It is mental universe power, very strong, at least 200. Taisher immediately said. Fortunately, it was released. Through the barrier, otherwise your soul divine universe would have been injured. Qin quickly counteracted the sharp pain from the soul divine universe. The cat-eared woman did not attack Qin on purpose, she just did not notice it. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor lay on the ground and twitched, unable to fight anymore. Xianxia did not expect that the seemingly harmless cat-eared woman would be so terrifying. Are you okay? I just accidentally affected you, the cat-eared woman said in a self-blaming manner. As she spoke, she suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. This shocked Xianxia. He did not expect that the cat-eared woman could casually pass through such a powerful space wall. I am fine. Xianxia is somewhat frightened and secretly on guard. Heat this moment, he sized up the cat-eared woman from such a close distance. She looks like she is floating, her feet are off the ground and she is wearing a very simple white animal skin dress. Xianxia feels that this cat-eared woman has a very familiar feeling but he is not able to tell what it is. The cat-eared woman slightly tilted her head, her eyes are wide open as she looked at Xianxia and curiously said, "Your true appearance is very good, why did you turn into this? You don't look very good right now." "Ah. I have no choice, I have to deal with some bad guys," Xianxia said. This cat-eared woman is very innocent and he is unable to explain. Is that person inside the small space a bad guy? He wants to destroy me, people like him are all bad guys? The cat-eared woman looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor inside the small space. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor wailed in grief. In his opinion, Xianxia is the worst bad guy. This kind of guy is very bad, you must be more careful in the future. Xianxia is still somewhat dizzy. But he is not a bad guy, why is he called bad guy? The cat-eared woman slightly frowned and looked at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. Xianxia only wants to know how this cat-eared woman came here and why she does not know anything. He wants to destroy you, what do you call him? Xianxia asked. The Destroyer. The cat-eared woman said in low voice, I have always been avoiding the Destroyer. But he is clearly not, he is too weak. Who wants to destroy you? Xianxia hastily asked. The cat-eared woman is so powerful, if she has to avoid him, then she must be very strong. The cat-eared woman pointed at the starry sky and said, from that place. Xianxia finally realized that the cat-eared woman is not a living being from Divine Desolate, so she does not understand many things. Xianxia looked at the small space and asked again, are you alone? Do you have any friends or family? The cat-eared woman shook her head, they all have family and friends but I don't. Because I am a freak. I can be your friend. Xianxia said with smile. Really? Then can you use your original appearance? I want to see your original appearance with my own eyes. The cat-eared woman said with smile. I don't know how to change back, it was my little sister who turned me into this, I made her turn me into this. Xianxia said. I can help you change back. The cat-eared woman said with smile, if you agree, I can start now. Alright, quickly change me back. Xianxia said with smile. The cat-eared woman extended her hands and placed them on Xianxia's face. Suddenly, a faint white light appeared on her jade-like hands. Very soon, Xianxia felt a warm current wrapping around his body and then he returned to his original appearance. Inside the small space. In the small space, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor had regained some of his consciousness. He slowly got up and saw Xianxia standing outside the small space. He heard the cat-eared woman and Xianxia's conversation just now. Now that he has seen Xianxia's true appearance, he vomited blood in anger and lied down on the ground again. Yes, he knows Xianxia, he has seen Xianxia before, he never expected that the old Wang beside Yu Shiji would be Xianxia. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor already knew that the Law Enforcement Realm King and Xianxia have joined hands but he never expected that Yu Shiji would also join hands with Xianxia. So beautiful, the cat-eared woman looked at Xianxia and said with smile. Really? You are also very beautiful. Xianxia said with smile, can I touch your face? The cat-eared woman's hands are still on Xianxia's face, she nodded with smile and said, of course you can. Xianxia extended his hand and gently touched the cat-eared woman's face. Although the cat-eared woman is very pure, she did not feel shy when she touched Xianxia's face or Xianxia touched her face. On the contrary, she found it very interesting. You are my friend from now on, I finally have a friend, the cat-eared woman very happily said with smile. I'm Xianxia, what's your name? Qin Yan had previously imagined what the master of the small space would be. He had thought of powerful beasts, other creatures, or even humans. However, he had never thought that she would be such a peculiar woman. I am Maluru, we are friends from now on. You can't despise me for being weak. Maluru stretched out her hand to shake hands with Qin Yan. How could that be? Qin Yan smiled and shook hands with Malur. They don't want to be friends with me because I'm too weak. Miller looked depressed and sighed, even my fellow disciples, sisters, they all despise me. Qin Yan was secretly surprised. Where did Mirror come from? She was actually despised as weak. The Sun Moon Tribe Great Emperor felt a stab in his heart. He had actually been beaten half to death by a young lady. Furthermore, this young lady had been despised for being weak. Sometimes, they don't really dislike you. They might be envious of you, jealous of you, or for other reasons. Qin Yan patted Maluru's head and said with smile, I will never despise my friends. Thank you, Brother Yun. Maluru was very happy. She floated in the air and happily shouted, I have a friend. Maluru finally has a friend. Qin Yan is now sure that Maluru is a very naive girl and relaxed his vigilance. 2. The Een Tribe Great Emperor could only blame himself. If he was not too impulsive, he would have been able to swindle this little girl. Maluru, can you take me inside to deal with that guy? Qin Yan pointed at the Sun Moon Tribe Great Emperor and said, leave him to me. Maluru pulled Qin Yan's hand and in the blink of an eye, she brought Qin Yan inside. This is the feeling of traveling through space. Qin Yan is secretly surprised. However, Maluru and Little Queen Ant are different. Little Queen Ant can enter the dark space. Qin Yan smiled at the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and said, you didn't expect this, right? Qin Yan, you. Before the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor could finish his sentence, Qin Yan shone the divine mirror of Taishur on his head and imprisoned his soul. Fain after that, he took out the soul lost dew and dripped it into the soul of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor to erase his consciousness. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was not completely dead. After all, his soul was still there, so the great divine king would not know that his disciple was finished. The body and soul that Qin Yan had left in the Sun Een Tribe's great emperor were still very useful. The body and soul of the Sun Moon Tribe the Arch were kept by Qin Yan and Malur did not ask anything. To her, this seemed to be quite normal. Big Brother Yun, this is for you, eat it quickly. Miller picked up a piece of Divine Universe golden stone and handed it to Qin Yan. This, eat? Qin Yan was startled and looked at Malur. Milur smiled and nodded. This is the food we rely on for survival, golden crispy. Golden crispy? Qin Yan was alarmed. The next scene nearly caused Qin Yan's jaw to drop. Malur needed a small piece of Divine Universe golden stone in her hand until it became round. It seems that the white light released by her hands could soften the Divine Universe golden stone and then knead it into a round bead. Change after it became round, Miller put it in her mouth and began to chew. Her cheeks bulged and she looked very cute. It looked like she was eating something very crispy and fragrant. Qin Yan's eyebrows twitched. This Miller actually made such a hard Divine Universe golden stone crisp. Eat it quickly, I have searched for many years to find it and it is all here. Miller laughed. This? I don't eat this. Qin Yan returned the Divine Universe golden stone in his hand to Malur. Although there are many Divine Universe golden stones here, they all belong to Malur. She had worked very hard to collect them, so Qin Yan could not take them. Why? Eating this can make you stronger. Miller frowned in confusion. It can make me stronger but I don't need to eat it and I can't eat it. Qin Yan laughed. Big Brother Yun, then I will share some with you. You are my friend, this golden crispy should also be shared with friends. Miller very sincerely laughed. Qin Yan really needed Divine Universe golden stone now but he could not bear to take the Divine Universe golden stone that Miller had worked very hard to collect. How did you collect it? Qin Yan asked, how about this, we will work together to collect golden crispy in the future. I know there are many places but I don't know the exact location. Qin Yan is still not sure about Maluru's overall strength. He only knows that her mental power is very strong, at least 200. She seemed to have used her powerful mental power to attack the Sun Moon Emperor and was defeated in an instant. Xianxia's mental power is only a few dozen, facing Meluruer's mental attack, he cannot defend at all. Meluruer does not seem to be using divine space power because Xianxia did not sense any strong mental power from her body. Meluruer, what do you plan to do with these golden crisps? Can you take them away? Xianxia asked. Of course, this is the small bag I used to store the golden crisps. Meluruer said. As long as I am outside, keep this small bag. Xianxia was currently in the tiny space but he did not sense that it was a storage divine artifact. This was because it looked too naturally formed. Where did this small bag come from? Xianxia looked at it and found that this storage divine tool is different from the ones he is familiar with. I found it here. I saw that no one is here, so I used it to store the golden crisps. I can turn this small space into a small bag. Meluruer said with a smile. Xianxia is surprised again. This is really a naturally formed space but Meluruer can turn it into a bag. Meluruer's ability is really too terrifying. She can directly chew divine universe golden stones and also has strong mental power. This is really a very strange life form. Xianxia can now carefully estimate how many divine universe golden stones there are inside the small space. What he saw outside is not very accurate. He found that some divine universe golden stones are not pure divine universe golden stones. Divine universe golden stones are a special kind of stone that gradually forms after absorbing enough energy. Impure divine universe golden stones have not absorbed enough energy and have not evolved. If they are dug out, they are impure. In the small space, there are many impure divine universe golden stones, especially those big ones. Only the surface layer has turned into divine universe golden stones and the inside has not evolved. Therefore, Xianxia carefully looked at the divine universe golden stones here and finally estimated that there are only 150 billion, mainly those big divine universe golden stones. When seen from the outside, they thought that they have completely evolved. But after carefully looking inside, they found that those big divine universe golden stones only have the surface layer turned into gold. Therefore, the amount that Xianxia estimated now was very different from the previous estimate outside. Miller pulled Xianxia out and waved her hand gently. The entrance of the small space suddenly closed, and then there was a spatial fluctuation. At first, the fluctuations were very intense. As they gradually weakened, a golden ball of light appeared in the center of the fluctuations. This is my little bag. Miller stretched out her hand, and the little bag flew over and fell into her palm. Just now, Xianxia could sense that Miller was using a very strong mental power. Did you use mental power just now? Xianxia asked. Miller sighed softly and said, I don't know how much I'm going to eat. Brother Yun, why don't you eat golden crispy? It's too hard, I can't bite through it. Xianxia stroked Miller's blue hair with a smile and said, but I have other ways to cultivate mental power. Miller looked around and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, I can't come out during the day. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Xianxia pulled Miller's hand and said with a smile, don't be afraid, I will protect you. In fact, he felt that Miller was much stronger than him, mainly because her mental power was very high, and she also mastered a very strange ability. During the day, there are 6 big divine suns in the sky. I am afraid of the light of those divine suns. I am still too weak to resist the light of those divine suns. Miller said with some sadness, Brother Yun, it seems that I can't be with you, I will be a burden to you. Xianxia was shocked. When he saw Miller before, he felt that she had a very familiar feeling. At that time, he couldn't tell why. Now that he knew that Miller was afraid of the day, he immediately thought of the group of human ghosts he encountered in the 9 Suns Holy Land. Human ghosts are very special. They are afraid of the sun during the day, but they are very strong at night. They can easily kill and devour foreign beasts. Miller said that she is afraid of the sun, so it is very likely that she is similar to the group of human ghosts. Maybe it is the appearance of human ghosts after they cultivate a body. What made Xianxia puzzled is that Miller must be able to sense the divine universe golden stone, otherwise she would not have collected so many. When Xianxia was in the 9 Suns Holy Land, he once asked the group of human ghosts to help him find the divine universe golden stone. However, the group of human ghosts could not sense the divine universe golden stone. Miller, in your hometown, can everyone sense the golden stone? Xianxia wanted to know whether Miller is the evolved version of human ghosts or not. Milur shook her head and said sadly, I'm a freak. Every once in a while, I'll enter a state that allows me to sense gold. If there's one nearby, I'll be able to find it immediately. Because I can always find the golden stone to eat, so they don't like me very much. They say that I always snatch it from them. Later, I don't eat it myself and specially help them find it. After many years, the golden stone became less and less. I can't find it, so they ignore me and I also become weaker and weaker. What a pitiful child, good intentions are not repaid. Xianxia roughly understood the situation of Miller being rejected. She is very simple, she can find the divine universe golden stone by herself, but because she eats it alone, others dislike her. Later on, she had kindly given the divine universe golden stones that she had found to others, but she hadn't really eaten them. And when she couldn't find any more divine universe golden stones, her cultivation didn't keep up, so she was naturally despised by others. Xianxia is very angry in his heart. There is actually such a group of people who take advantage of Miller's kindness. He suddenly understood why Miller was so generous to share the divine universe golden stone with him. It turns out that this is her habit. Brother Yun, you won't despise me, right? I will help you find the golden stone, I can help you find a lot, I don't want any. Miller looked worried and pulled Xianxia's hand. Miller, leave the golden stone in the small bag for yourself. Brother Yun will not want you. You have to eat more and become stronger. You are weak because you gave the golden stone to others and did not keep it for yourself. Xianxia patted her head and said with a smile, Brother, I will look for the golden stone with you. After we find it, we will divide it equally. I don't want the golden stone, I will give it all to Brother Yun. Miller also felt that Xianxia is very good to her because no one has ever been so good to her and even said that they will protect her. Xianxia did not know what Miller had experienced. He only knew that she must have been deceived by a group of evil people. What was rare was that she had always been so naive and kind, never questioning others. You found so many golden crisps, why don't you eat more? Xianxia held her hand and handed her a fruit. He didn't know if she liked it or not. Because my senior brothers and sisters said that if I find the golden crispy crunch, I must give it to them. If I eat too much, I'll be annoying. Sect Master also said that I'm a disciple of the Golden Universe sect. All the golden crisps that I find belong to the Golden Universe sect. Miller took the red fruit handed over by Xianxia, then sniffed it and exclaimed, It smells so good, what is this? Xianxia was secretly infuriated. The Golden Universe sect had actually colluded to deceive this innocent girl. You said you were hiding from that destroyer. What's going on? Xianxia took out another fruit and took a bite. He motioned Miller to imitate him and take a bite of the fruit in her hand. After Luer saw this, she also copied Xianxia and bit the fruit. After taking a bite, her face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, she has never eaten such a delicious thing before. Then, she didn't say anything and ate the fruit very seriously and happily. So sweet, so fragrant, so delicious. What exactly was that? Although it can't provide energy like Golden Crispy, it's very delicious. Miller looked at Xianxia with eager eyes, seemingly wanting to eat more. Xianxia took out a few more and gave them to her. He said with a smile, Eat more. You can mix it with Golden Crispy. That will be even better. Miller quickly took out several small pieces of Divine Universe Golden Stone, put one in her mouth, and then took a bite of the fruit. After she happily finished eating one, she said, The destroyer wants to destroy me, saying that my existence has brought about a great imbalance. They surrounded the Golden Universe sect. Later, the sect leader and the others told me to go out and accept their punishment. I was terrified, so I started to run. After many years, I ended up here. In the future, there will be no Golden Universe sect, this is God desolate, there will be no destroyer here. Even if they come, Big Brother will protect you. Xianxia's face was filled with love as he gently touched Miller's face. Big Brother Yun, the Divine Sun here is too powerful. I still can't get used to it now. What about during the day? Can you Can you accompany me to hide underground? Miller was very reluctant to part with Qin Yun. No need to hide underground, I will let you go to a place, that is my small space. Qin Yun planned to let Miller enter the Nine Sun Divine Soul. 9. Although there was a Xingyu Zi Yang in the first pearl of the Sun God Soul, that Xingyu Zi Yang was still very weak. With Miller's current strength, she would definitely be able to resist that Xingyu Zi Yang. Really? Why didn't I feel anything? Where is it? Miller asked curiously. Qin Yun told Miller not to resist and then sent her into the first pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul. He also told Ling Yuner to take good care of this new little sister. Momo, Yang Yang, Little Queen Ant and Little Jade Rabbit in the Nine Sun Divine Soul were very happy to see new friends. They surrounded Miller and chattered nonstop. Just like this, Miller suddenly gained a few more friends and she can also eat a lot of delicious food. This made her very happy. Qin Yun took out the Taisher Divine Mirror and asked, Big brother, where do you think Miller came from? She seems to be different from us. It should be a different life form from you. The universe is very big, it is normal to have all kinds of strange life forms. Of course, the life forms in her hometown should be higher level than you. Taisher said. Higher level? Is it more powerful? Qin Yun asked. The life forms of Divine Desolate should be middle and lower level. Above you, there are still several levels. Taisher said, if you want to break through, the Divine Son of Divine Desolate must be strong enough, otherwise it will limit your growth. The existence of the heavenly ancient race is to limit the growth of the Divine Sun. However, this also caused the heaven-opening ancient race to be restricted. Yu Yuan told Qin Yun before that their heaven-opening ancient race is restricted by some kind of power, causing their bloodline heavenly rune to be difficult to awaken. If Qin Yun helped them awaken too much, then if they were discovered, their heaven-opening ancient race would suffer a calamity. Qin on the way back, Yun opened the group created by Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Yuelan, and Yu Xiaoling. They posted many pictures of Xiao Yuemei dressed up as Yu Xieji in Heaven's Divine Moon. They very smoothly deceived many people. I have killed the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor and let the ancient Heavenly Moon clan know that Yu Xieji is still alive. You don't have to pretend anymore, go and do your own things. Qin Yun said with smile, in the future, if there is something like this, I will call you. Knowing that the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor has been killed, Xiao Yuelan and the others felt relieved. Although they knew that Qin Yun would be able to defeat the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor, they still felt worried. During this time, Yu Lifan contacted Qin Yun and asked why Qin Yun hasn't gone to find him. Previously, Qin Yun said that he wanted to find Yu Lifan. However, because the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor went to Moon Season City, he was delayed for some time. He went to find Yu Lifan because he wanted to ask about the exploration of the Divine Universe Goldstone Mine. He also wanted to ask about the taboo of the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan, which was what Yu Yuan had said about their Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan being restricted. Qin Yun told Yu Lifan that he will leave for the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan after he is done with some matters. Qin Yun immediately returned to Moon Season City. On his way back, he contacted Xianxia and Chu Wuxing to wait for him at the Moon Season City Master's Mansion. 2 days later, Qin Yun returned to the Moon Season City Master's Mansion. Xianxia and Chu Wuxing have already arrived. They are waiting for Qin Yun in a spacious secret room under the City Master's Mansion. Tian Yu and Tian Rui are also here. They are hidden assassins of heavenly secrets and their abilities are outstanding. Moreover, they have been subdued by Qin Yun, so they are valued by Xianxia and Chu Wuxing. After Yu Yan brought Qin Yun to the secret room, Qin Yun immediately took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. The Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor is imprisoned in the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. After being thrown out by Qin Yun, he foolishly stood there motionlessly. His eyes are lifeless, as if he has lost his soul. This, boss, what happened to this guy? Although Yu Yan guessed it, she is not sure. I used Soul Lost Dew on him. Qin Yun said with smile, this guy is not dead, he can no longer threaten us. Xianxia, Chu Wuxing and Yu Yan were all threatened by Qin Yun with the Soul Lost Dew. If they did not cooperate with Qin Yun, they would have the same fate as the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor. Xianxia said with a smile, boss, I know what you want to do. Are you going to pretend to be the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor? Tianrui, Tianyu, I need one of you to enter the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor's body and control it. You will act as the Sun Moon Tribe's Emperor. Who is willing? Qin asked. Tianyu and Tianru were people Qin could trust, and they were experienced assassins of the heavenly secret. They had the ability to impersonate the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. I will transfer your soul to the body of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and help you devour his original soul so that you can use his demon mirror, his storage magic treasure, divine universe gold card, etc. Qin said. Qin still did not possess the strength to defeat the great divine lord. Before that, he could not let the great divine lord know about his subordinates. As such, Tianrui's mental strength was the same as the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor's. Tianrui was originally a descendant of the divine sun. His previous body could be considered a puppet body, so even if he changed his body now, it would not affect him much. Tianrui's original body wasn't as strong as the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's. Now that he had obtained the body of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, his strength had increased significantly. Tianrui took out the storage device of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and said, I can use it. I am now the real Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. After all, my body and soul are still here and it will be difficult to see through my disguise. After Yu Yan saw Tianrui, she smiled tenderly and said, Tianrui, you have to manage the arrogant heavenly court pavilion in the future so that I can take care of the city better. That should be the treasury of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor. The income of the heavenly court pavilions and the heavenly court is mainly transferred to the great godly lord's gold card. Qin waved his hand and said, I don't need it now, you keep it. You need to have some divine universe golden stones with you to disguise as the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor. Tianrui was now the Sunin Tribe Emperor and could sneak into the heavenly court. As long as Qin killed the great divine king in the future, Tianrui would be able to completely control the entire heavenly court. At that time, there would be even more divine universe golden stones. Xianxia and Chu Wuxing were in charge of the Heaven's Secrets Gate, the Enforcer Realm King was in charge of the Enforcer World, and Sky Rake was in charge of the Heavenly Court. If they could successfully take down the great God King in the future, all these forces could be united. The outside world didn't know about this at all. Like the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, he was tightly controlled by the great God Lord. From time to time, he would be squeezed by the great God Lord. Over time, he would accumulate resentment in his heart. Although the Law Enforcement World King and Xianxia signed a master-servant contract with Qin, they no longer hated Qin. The main reason was that they obtained the benefits they deserved, and it was much better than before. Qin looked inside the Nine-Sun Divine Soul and asked Ling Yuner about Miller's situation. Seeing that Miller did not reject the Nine-Sun Divine Soul, Qin felt relieved. Then, from Moon Season City, he teleported to Divine Moon of Heavens. Qin knew nothing about the destroyer. He believed that Miller's original location was very far away from the Divine Wilderness and that the destroyer would not come over. In a mountain range of Celestial Moon, Yuli Fan's formation was in operation at all times. At this moment, the castle at the top of the mountain was enveloped by a faint white glow. The Grand Array was being activated. Last time, Yusong had brought him here. At that time, this kind of barrier hadn't been activated yet. Little Qin, it's best if you don't help the Heaven-Splitting clan disciples awaken their bloodline heavenly patterns. Yulifan lowered his voice and said, even I don't dare to tell others that I have a group of people with heavenly runes under me. Moreover, their heavenly runes are very powerful. Of course. What Yu Yuan doesn't know is that, there are people hidden in the Heaven-Splitting ancient clan who are watching us. Yulifan shook his head and said, I thought that Yu Yuan knew about it, that's why he kept a low profile after accepting those disciples. Yulifan smiled and said, so you saw through me. To be honest, I wasn't sure if the heaven-opening ancient clans were restricted, so I wanted to test it out. I never thought it would cause such a huge commotion. It was really dangerous. They can't be considered spies, they are only monitoring us to prevent us from breaking through the restriction. Yuli Fan said. Raisam Qinyan suddenly felt that he is in danger. Unknowingly, he has been secretly used. Then can you find the Watchers? Qinyan asked. Qinyan said, I keep feeling like I've been used, so you're saying that all the heaven-opening ancient clans sent people to the Imperial Heaven sect and made such a huge commotion. Did you, the upper echelons, deliberately send people there? Xianxia said, the other upper echelons don't know that I helped them awaken? Alright, now that you want to find those watchers, are you planning to fight against them? Xianxia said, your heaven-opening ancient clan originally wanted to restrict the growth of Divine Sunday. If you don't want to do these things and want to become stronger, your clan will be exterminated. Weaker and weaker? Xianxia is somewhat shocked and asked, were you originally very strong? Xianxia is silent, as if he is thinking about something. The outsiders entered the resource-rich Nine Suns sacred land and occupied a large amount of resources. The heaven-opening ancient clan couldn't obtain any resources and would only fall behind more and more, unless they had a large number of bloodline heavenly rune disciples. The heaven-opening ancient clan is now one. We will join hands and break through the restrictions no matter what. Yu Lifan has already made up his mind. He is considered one of the upper echelons of the heaven-opening ancient clan. He will definitely participate in those secret meetings. They have great divine abilities and used some technique that we don't know about. In short, they are hiding very well, we still can't discover them. Yu Lifan shook his head. The upper echelons have a very strange way of thinking. They believe that if they are not born to be upper echelons, they cannot become upper echelons and are destined to be middle or lower echelons. They will also arrange some things for the middle and lower echelons, but they will not come into contact with them. Yu Lifan said. XDW8 Yu Lifan laughed at himself, in their eyes, we are nothing. This is also a helpless action. If we don't restrict the divine sun, the endless growth of so many divine suns will definitely lead to the collapse of this universe. Moreover, if we don't do it, someone else will definitely do it. Yu Lifan said, maybe the upper echelons are also worried that the endless growth of the middle and lower echelons will threaten their environment in the future. The Nine Sun Sacred Lands barrier can block for a period of time, so we must use this time to grow. That way, even if the barrier collapses, we will have the power to protect ourselves. I'm the God King of the Deity Desolate. I will never leave the Deity Desolate. Xianxia very resolutely said, even if I die, I will die in Divine Desolate. This is my route, this is my life. Xianxia took out the Divine Universe heavenly bone he had obtained. It weighed over 60 genes in total. Yu Lifan took out a book and said with smile, here, take a look yourself. You will definitely be able to understand and master it. Yu Lifan shook his head and smiled, brat, are you trying to bring me to explore the mines? I want to learn. Xianxia chuckled and said, teach me. Give me a book, I will study by myself. Xianxia continued to ask, unwilling to give up. If Yu Lifan still refused to teach him, then he could only reveal the fact that he cultivated the Soul God universe. Previously, in the small city where that piece of Divine Universe black gold was located, there were many seniors in the 8th or 9th tier of the Divine Universe realm. They should have worked together to find it. If Xianxia were to cultivate the Divine Cosmos power, he would need 1 billion Divine Cosmos goldstones to raise it slightly. As for whether there would be a bottleneck in the later stages or if he would need to increase the number of Divine Cosmos goldstones, he was still unsure. Raisam, speaking of cultivating mental power, Yu Lifan's face is filled with worry. He shook his head and said, it's very very difficult. Sometimes I can't increase it for several years. Sometimes I can increase it by tens or hundreds of points in a year. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I can be considered pretty good. Yu Lifan said, of course, Xiao Qihong is higher than me. A long time ago he had 800, now he should be close to 1000. Xiao Qihong has close to 1000 points of mental power, this is indeed very powerful. Of course, according to Xianxia's understanding of the Divine King Heavenly Seal, it is impossible to always need 1 billion Divine Universe golden stones to increase mental power. Maybe after a certain value, it will increase. Now he first has to study the new ability of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It took him 100 billion to evolve it. Old brother Taisher, what is the new ability of the Divine King Heavenly Seal? It hasn't appeared yet? Xianxia asked anxiously. Xianxia is very puzzled. He once again suspects that the new ability of the Divine King Heavenly Seal is controlled by Taisher. He only has this suspicion but did not ask. Xianxia waited in the basement for 2 days and the new ability of the Divine King Heavenly Seal finally appeared. Xianxia doesn't know if he is happy or sad because he definitely needs Divine Universe Golden Stones. Although his palms can cultivate the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, he still needs to absorb Divine Universe Golden Stones through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Any part of the body? Xianxia said with a mischievous smile, that's great. Roughly how many Divine Universe Golden Stones is needed to activate one part? Xianxia is somewhat excited. Even though he knows that he needs a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones, he is still in high spirits. Xianxia heard Taisher's words and his heart dripped blood. It made him suspect that Taisher needs a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Palms are a small part, 50 billion for a small part. Palms are 100 billion. Taisher said, the effect of refining the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in palms is very obvious. It can make the Divine Universe power erupt even higher. Activation is more difficult, so it needs more Divine Universe Golden Stones. Taisher said, the three basic stages of forming the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone are awakening, tempering and strengthening. Each stage requires a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Then, Xianxia began to use the God King Heavenly Seal to temper his right palm's Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. This required him to temper all four of his fingers into a Heavenly Divine Universe Bone. There was still the palm bone that he hadn't completed, as well as the palm bone and pinky bone that he hadn't completed. He still needed 30 billion Divine Universe Gold Stones to completely transform his entire palm into a Heavenly Divine Universe Bone. After Xiao Yuemei transferred it to Xianxia, he left the Imperial Heaven sect and went to a large city in Divine Moon of Heavens to collect it. He guessed that there were at least hundreds of billions of Divine Universe metal stones in this underground vault, and it was extremely likely that they had all been dug out from the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Xianxia couldn't care less. He just wanted to quickly temper his entire palm into a Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. After Xianxia returned, he used 3 days to transform his entire right palm into a Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. When Xianxia stepped into the second firmament of the Divine Space Realm, he could also cultivate the Cosmic Explosion Divine Art to the second level. Multiplied Burst was a piece of cake for him. But now, he could slow down this situation. Moreover, even if he didn't use a weapon, he could directly use his palm that had cultivated the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone to possess a similarly formidable might. Xianxia met Malheur and planned to enter the Nine Sun Holy Land with her to explore the Golden Stone mines, otherwise he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating. According to the information he obtained during this period of time, the Nine Sun Holy Land is becoming more and more dangerous. Outer universe humans are frequently moving about, even a 5th or 6th level Divine Space Realm instructor has to be very careful when entering the Nine Sun Holy Land. Clan. Xianxia made several Imperial Heavenly Talismans and told Xiao Yuelan and the others that he would be entering the Nine Sun Sacred Land for a period of time. He would return before the Great Divine King came to ask for the Divine Universe Golden Stone. The Great Godly Lord had previously sent the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor to Moon Season City to get Yu Shiji to gather 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones within 3 months. Once the time was up, the Great Godly Lord would definitely appear personally. Xianxia also instructed Xianxia and company to be careful and not expose themselves. The current Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was Tian Rui and he had already gone to the Heavenly Court. Xianxia was still worried that he would be exposed, so he reminded him to be careful and escape immediately if he was discovered. Xianxia did not tell Yu Yuan and the others that he was going to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground to prevent them from worrying. It was still quite dangerous to head to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, but Xianxia believed that he was strong enough to protect himself. As long as he did not venture too deep, he would not be in any danger. The outer region of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground was huge, and the humans and creatures from the outer universe were limited. It was impossible for them to occupy the entire outer region. He had previously learned from Yu Yuan that it would take a long time to fully develop the outer regions. Therefore, even if the Nine Sun Sacred Ground had an increasing number of extraterrestrials, the heaven-splitting ancient clan would still be able to obtain a lot of resources from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The passageways into the Nine Sun Sacred Ground were controlled by the various heaven-opening ancient clans. Anyone who wanted to enter would need their permission. Xianxia didn't want to complicate matters, so he decided to let the little ant queen bring him in through the dark space. The little queen ant's spatial power is getting stronger and stronger. Although she can't use any power in battle, the spatial power she grasped can be of great help to Qingyun. The Heaven Imperial Gate was very close to the Nine Sun Sacred Grounds barrier. Qingyun sneaked out at night and flew straight to the Nine Sun Sacred Grounds barrier. In order to strengthen this barrier, the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun had to concentrate most of its energy in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. After Qingyun approached the barrier and confirmed that there was no one nearby, he let the little ant queen come out and bring him into the dark space. After entering the dark space for a while, the little ant queen brought Qingyun out. This way, they could smoothly pass through the thick and powerful barrier. Qingyun once again entered the Nine Sun Sacred Land. He was now in the outer region, which was a relatively safe area. However, as the aliens continued to enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground through the passage, even the outer districts might encounter aliens. Beasts and beastmen were the most common species in the Outerverse, and now, batches of them were pouring into the Holy Land of Nine Suns. Their numbers were much higher than those of the Outerverse. Fortunately, they were not very powerful, and as long as they were careful, they could still deal with them. Qingyun looked at the divine moon in the night sky and could not help but recall the scene when he left the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. In order to protect everyone, those powerful elders had no choice but to make sacrifices in the end. Whether or not their souls were still there, no one could be sure. They all hoped that their souls hadn't been destroyed. After entering the Nine Sun Sacred Land, I can only rely on myself. Qingyun is currently unable to borrow the power of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunday ever since he left the Sixth Divine Sun. He had been unable to contact the Nine Suns Law Spirit. This made him very unhappy. After the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit finished using him, it didn't bother with him anymore. It was very heartless. Qingyun came here mainly to find a mine and see if he could take it away. The interior space of his Nine Yang Divine Spirit was very large. Currently, he had already opened 7 pearls. The first pearl was mainly for Momo and Yang Yang to survive. As for the other pearls, they had environments for growing medicinal herbs or large warehouses. However, there were still a few that were very empty. If he found a mine, he would cut the entire piece of land and then move it into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit to take it away. When he returned, he would refine some tools or puppets. He would dig out the Divine Universe goldstones from that piece of land. Every pearl of Qingyun's Nine Sun Divine Spirit could contain Divine Sunday. It was like a small world. Storing a large piece of land inside was not a problem at all. After passing through the Nine Sun Sacred Lands barrier, Qingyun looked ahead and immediately felt at a loss. He had no idea how to find the Divine Universe Goldstone mine. There were many Divine Universe Goldstones in the Nine Sun Sacred Land, but they were all buried very deep. Without certain methods, it was impossible to find them. Although there were many mines in the Nine Sun Sacred Land, it was not easy to find them. Many was only compared to the outside world. Moreover, in the Nine Sun Sacred Land, only the heaven-splitting ancient clan had the ability to find them. Qingyun bent down and grabbed a handful of soil. The soil here was better than outside the barrier. Inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, Miliwer is not afraid of the Divine Universe Purple Sunday. The main reason is that the Divine Universe Purple Sun is not strong. Qingyun has already obtained the Divine Sun cultivation method, but he still doesn't know how to cultivate it. He only knows that in order to make the Divine Sun stronger, he needs to obtain energy from the universe. The Nine Sun Law Spirit told Qingyun that if he simultaneously obtained energy from multiple universes, he would be able to make the Divine Sun stronger even faster. Qingyun greeted Miliwer and then let her come out. After Miliwer came out, she let out a cry of surprise. "Brother Yun, where is this place? Why do I feel that there is a relatively strong energy here? It must be during the day when the Divine Sun gathered a lot of energy and shone it here. This is the Nine Sun Sacred Land. Compared to the outside, there should be even more gold." Qingyun said with smile. "Miliwer, can you sense gold on the ground now?" After Miliwer came to the Heaven's Divine Desolate, she has never left that land of death. If she can find so many Divine Universe golden stones in that land of death, then it is possible that she can find a large mine in the Nine Sun Sacred Land. I can't sense it now. I can only sense Golden Crispy every once in a while, but I also need to be close to Golden Crispy. I can only sense it within a certain range." Miller said. "Then how did you find the gold in your small bag?" Qin asked. I have been collecting for many years. I also don't remember how many years I have been in the heavens divine desolate. I often walk underground, I can jump through space and then follow my senses to find it. Miluer looked at the heavens divine moon and said again, Brother Yun, wait for my feeling to come, I will immediately tell you. Heaven's divine desolate has been formed for a period of time. Qin also doesn't know when Miluer came to the heavens divine desolate. She also doesn't know, but it is certain that she spent a very long time alone. After Qin told Miluer to go back, he flew close to the ground and then recalled the book Yu Lifan gave him. The book has a lot of experience in exploring the Divine Universe Golden Stone Mine. Yu Lifan was once a member of the exploration team. He can be considered as a very experienced veteran, but he was still unable to explore the mine by himself. According to the book, I need to observe the sky and earth, sense the heavenly power and earthly energy to determine where the Divine Universe Golden Stone Mine might be formed. Qin took out the book, floated in the air and began seriously studying it. Race. The contents of the booklet were the summaries of the experiences of many seniors. For example, sensing the heavens' power and earthly chi required at least 60 mental units. As long as one had 60 mental units, they could sense the heavens' power described in the booklet. Qin still did not know what the heavens' power was like. He only knew that if he released 60 mental units, he would receive a feedback if he was in the region of the heavens' power. If there was no feedback, he was not in the region of the heavens' power. The heavens' power covered a large area. If one wanted to shrink the area, they needed to sense earthly chi. This also required releasing 60 mental units in one go. After sensing earthly chi, one would only shrink the area, but it would allow one to explore a large area. The formation of Divine Universe Goldstone was the result of the earth absorbing energy from the sky and then condensing it into energy crystals deep underground. That was Divine Universe Goldstone. Divine Universe metal stones couldn't be condensed in just any region's depths. Some underground areas, due to special circumstances, had natural array formations when the earth was formed, or there was a lot of energy in underground rivers. These were more suitable for condensing Divine Universe Goldstone. The heavens' power was the area in the sky where the most energy was gathered. It would cover a large area. Because of special reasons, deep underground areas could absorb energy from the sky. When absorbing, it would produce earthly chi. A vast piece of land would absorb energy from the air at the same time. The absorption process was very slow, silent, and would not cause any commotion. After a long time, the land would gather the absorbed energy in one spot and condense it into crystals, forming a Divine Universe Goldstone mine. Qin read the booklet again and knew why mining required teamwork. What's more, they had to be at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. First of all, only those at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Universe realm could pass the test of mental power. Another reason was that only experts of this level dared to move around in more dangerous areas. Generally speaking, areas with Divine Universe Goldstone were more dangerous. Most Divine Universe Goldstone mines would form a perilous zone for self-protection or because of powerful beasts. Divine Universe Goldstone mines in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground could also be discovered by extraterrestrial lifeforms. Therefore, when mining, one needed to have great strength to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be courting death. In addition, if many experts worked together, their own safety would be guaranteed after they spread out, and they would be able to expand their range of sensing the power of the heavens. When one person sensed the heavenly force, they would enter the area where the heavenly force was located. With many people working together to sense the earth and chi, they would quickly narrow down the area. Finally, they could borrow tools or spread out to search for treasure lands or dangerous areas in the earth energy region. From there, they could determine the location of the Divine Universe metal mine and find it in a short period of time. Divine Universe metal ores that were found using this method were usually large ores. In the outerverse, this method would work just as well. There was a huge piece of Divine Universe black gold in the small city near the depths. According to the description in the booklet, the earth chi that the Divine Universe black gold was in was very strong and covered a very wide area. Yu Lifan found out about it later, and added it to the booklet. He did not personally participate in the exploration. Mine exploration is truly complicated. Sure enough, it's not something a single person can do. Yan's mental power is only 50, not even 60. He believes that he is different from others and that he can explore with only 50 mental power, so he came to give it a try. Of course, he hasn't started yet because he doesn't know if he can sense the heavenly force or not. If his mental power is not enough, he won't be able to sense the heavenly force even if he runs around. Let's go to the underground city first. There is usually a small mine near the underground city. This means that I can definitely sense the heavenly force and earth and chi there. Yan remembered the location of the underground city he went to last time, so he adjusted his direction and flew over. When he flew over, he took out Xiaqiru, Yushi, and Yutian's soul-chasing talismans. Bingxing said that they have entered the Nine Sun Holy Land. It was the Nine Sun Law Spirit who let them in. However, after Yan took out the soul-chasing talismans, he did not sense them. The soul-chasing talismans did not react, meaning that they are not in the Nine Sun Holy Land, or in other words, they are in another space. Where are they? If they have entered the Nine Sun Holy Land, does that mean they found a small space in the Holy Land? Yan also came to the Nine Sun Holy Land to find them. He suddenly thought, could Xiaqiru and the other two have gone to the outerverse through the passage at the center of the Nine Sun Holy Land? However, this matter can only be confirmed by asking the Nine Sun Law Spirit. Yan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal again and frantically called out to the Nine Sun Law Spirit, but there is no response at all. Nine Sun Law Spirit, that rotten thing, the next time it comes looking for me, I will definitely scold it to death. If something happens, it comes looking for me and even uses the Nine Sun Divine Maiden to threaten me to work for it. Now it's fine, no matter how much I shout, it doesn't respond. Yan really wished that the Nine Sun Law Spirit had a body so that he could ruthlessly beat it up in the future. What made Yan the most angry is that he believes that the Nine Sun Law Spirit can definitely hear his shouts, but it deliberately did not respond. The underground city is still near the barrier. It will only take half a day to fly there. Yan is now flying alone. He has nothing to fear, so his flying speed is very fast. This will allow him to reach the underground city even faster. After half a day, Yan arrived at the location of the underground city, but he did not find it. There should have been a group of mountains here, but now it has become flat ground. Moreover, there is a huge crater at the location of the mountain where the entrance to the underground city is located. The underground city has been discovered and attacked. In the end, a great battle broke out, causing the surrounding mountains to be flattened. Where are the people of the underground city? Yan floated high in the sky and looked down at the huge crater below. His expression gradually turned grave. Before he entered the Nine Sun Sacred Land, he had gathered information about the underground city, but he never knew that the underground city had been destroyed. If the underground city was destroyed and this matter did not spread out, it was very likely that everyone in the underground city had died and the outside world did not know about it. Yan could not help but clench his fists. To him, those who died were all his compatriots. Although the heaven-opening race was the leader, they were all in the same universe as him. They all stood on the same side to resist the invasion of the outer universe creatures, but now, they were all buried here. This caused Yan to feel endless grief and indignation. It is very likely that a powerful outer universe person took action. Taisher guessed after seeing the huge crater below through the divine mirror of ancient beginning. Before Yan came in, he had gathered information about the Nine Sun Sacred Land. Indeed, he knew that the Nine Sun Sacred Land was becoming more and more dangerous. However, he did not expect that even the underground city at the edge would be destroyed. Clan. Yan is still unable to confirm whether the underground city was destroyed by the aliens or not, but from the looks of the scene, it is very likely. Because this kind of destruction does not seem to be the behavior of the beastmen and beasts from the outer universe. The edge of the Nine Sun Holy Land is no longer safe. I wonder if the heaven-opening ancient race knows about this. Yan wanted to sense the remnant aura to see if he could find the experts of the heaven-opening ancient race. However, he could not sense anything. It is as if all the aura here has been blown away after the great battle. Yan descended and arrived at the center of the huge crater. Then he released his mental power and opened his heavenly eye to sense the remnant aura in the surroundings, trying to find something. He wanted to understand the situation here. He wanted to know what exactly destroyed the underground city. But however, after a careful investigation, he did not find anything. After the great battle, this area is very clean. He did not find any fragments, not even fragments of weapons and protective equipment. The materials used to build the underground city are also gone. Earth. The underground city is an underground city, but now it has been completely destroyed. There is only this huge crater. It is very likely that the explosive power was too strong and destroyed everything. We didn't find anything, Taisher said. Xianxia used the divine mirror of primal beginning to illuminate the surroundings. Taisher also did not sense any aura. Did the heaven-opening ancient race do this? After they retreated, they destroyed this place? Xianxia suddenly thought of this possibility. There is no need to destroy it. You saw it before, the destroyed area is very large. There were originally many huge mountains nearby, but now not a single one can be seen. There was originally an underground city, but it has been destroyed like this. Taisher said, there is no need for the heaven-opening ancient race to make such a commotion. Xianxia sighed and said, it seems like this underground city has truly been attacked. I wonder if they have escaped or not. We can look around and see if there are any clues, Taisher said. There should be golden stone mines near the underground city. Now that this kind of battle has occurred, I wonder if the heavenly power and earth energy are still there. Xianxia looked at the sky, it is almost daybreak. The heavenly power should still be there, but the earth energy might be gone. This kind of destructive power is enough to cause the formation formed deep underground to lose its power, Taisher said. If the heavenly power is still there, Xianxia can still test whether he can sense the heavenly power or not. Deng, however, he is not sure whether this area is covered by the heavenly power or not. Such as if that wasn't the case, then there was no point in him taking the test. Give it a try. Although you lack 10 points of mental energy, your situation is a bit special. You have the mental nether moon and the divine moon Dao image. Taisher said, since the sky is not bright yet, the divine moon is still in the sky. This might be able to strengthen your perception of the heavens. The celestial god moon was still in the sky. Xianxia looked up at the celestial god moon and took a deep breath. He released all of his mental power. The moment he released his mental power, he immediately felt as if something was descending from the sky. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. It was a very strange feeling. Don't tell me this is heaven's power? Xianxia looked around, that feeling only lasted for an instant. He had already used up all of his mental energy, causing him to be slightly dispirited. However, this did not affect him. But he used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to replenish his mental energy, but he used up quite a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones. He needed 1 million to replenish it. Xianxia only had 50 points of mental energy, so he needed 50 million to fully replenish it. He could still afford it. Under normal circumstances, he rarely used his mental energy. Even if he used it, he would not release it all in one go. For example, when he used the heavenly eye to use the fortune viewing technique, he only condensed his mental energy in his eyes. Although he concentrated all of his mental energy in his eyes, as long as he did not leave his body, he would not lose all of it. Only along with the circulation, it would be gradually consumed. At most, it would be a few points that he could recover on his own. Just like that. Now, this is the first time Xianxia used up all of his mental energy in one go and released it all. Good. It was effective and allowed him to sense what the heaven's power was. And next is the earth energy. To sense the earth energy, I need to release my mental energy towards the earth. After Xianxia recovered all of his mental energy, he stood in the middle of the deep pit and released all of his mental energy towards the earth. Release after releasing it, he only felt that his mental energy became a bit worse, and then he didn't feel anything else. Sensing the earth energy is almost the same as sensing the heaven's power. If there is earth energy, he will receive a feedback, but the feeling of receiving the feedback is somewhat different. Xianxia doesn't feel anything now, it means that he can't sense the earth energy. Could it be that there is no earth energy here? Xianxia said with a frown, or is it that my mental energy is not enough? Taisher said, you can increase your mental energy to 60. You now have 50, 1 billion to increase the upper limit by 1 point. Increasing it by 10 points will only require 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia only has less than 5 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands. If he needs it, he can only borrow it from Malur. He previously said that he didn't want Malur's Divine Universe Golden Stones. Now that he needs it, he is somewhat embarrassed to ask. Wait until you find the ore, then return it to Malur. She is a kind and pure girl. You really shouldn't want the Divine Universe Golden Stones that she worked so hard to find. But you are only borrowing it from her, it's not like you won't return it to her. Taisher said. Xianxia is thinking about Malur. He has been alone for many years, enduring loneliness, wholeheartedly searching for Divine Universe Golden Stones. Moreover, he is reluctant to eat more, so his heart aches for her. She is very happy now, it is enough for her, moreover she can't eat so many Divine Universe Golden Stones in a short time. Taisher said, after you increase your mental energy, it will allow you to sense the heaven's power and earth energy faster. When the time comes, let Malur lock onto the exact location and you will be able to find the golden stone ore. Xianxia sighed and said, alright, I will definitely return it to her. Now the sky is about to brighten. Xianxia first distanced himself from the huge pit, then found a large mountain, opened a very large cave and let Malur come out. Malur, I need some golden crisps, can you lend me some? I will return it to you later. When Xianxia let Malur come out, she is holding a dazzling golden fruit in her hand. What do you mean? Malur thought about it, she seems like she really doesn't know. That's right, first give me some golden crisps, when I find it later, I will return it to you. Xianxia said with smile, this is called returning what you borrowed. Big brother Yun, I will give it to you, you don't need to return it to me. Malur raised the fruit in her hand and said with smile, these divine fruits are much more delicious than golden crisps. Malur has been with Xianxia and others all day long, she has gradually become a foodie. Malur is very happy now because she has sincere friends and she can taste a lot of delicious food. Xianxia is also protecting her, it can be said that she is carefree. She said that she has never been so happy before. She knowing that Xianxia wants Divine Universe Golden Stones, she immediately took out the small bag. Mountain very quickly, a golden crack appeared in the cave. It is the small space that Malur took away. She brought Xianxia inside and let him take the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia took away 10 billion and let Malur bring him out. Big brother Yun, there are still a lot here. Malur saw that Xianxia did not take away many Divine Universe Golden Stones and felt that it is somewhat strange. Enough, enough. Xianxia smiled and touched Malur's face. Malur, thank you, big brother will return it to you in the future. No need, what is mine is big brother's. Malur smiled sweetly and then ate the golden fruit. Her pretty face is filled with a happy smile. Xianxia can't help but pinch her face and then let her enter the Nine Sun Divine Soul, letting her be together with Xianxia and the others. Xianxia is now in the cave. After obtaining the 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones, he immediately began to increase the upper limit of his mental power. Old brother Taisher, in the future, when my mental energy reaches a higher level, will it increase the amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones? Xianxia always felt that since mental power is so difficult to cultivate, it will not be easy to increase it. I still don't know. Taisher said. In the book that Yu Lifan gave Xianxia, it is written that if one's mental power is high, even if they are not in the area covered by the heavenly power, they can roughly sense the area covered by the heavenly power. If one's mental power is not enough, they will have to run around and try everywhere to find out whether they are in the area covered by the heavenly power or not. Therefore, if those seniors with high mental power go out, they will definitely be able to find a Divine Universe Golden Stone mine and it will be a big mine. Xianxia now knows how rich the heaven-opening ancient clan is. As long as they spend some time, they will definitely be able to find a big mine in the Nine Sun Sacred Land. Finding a mine is not difficult for them, what is difficult is guarding the mine and mining. And mining is not difficult for Xianxia. As long as he can find it, he can quickly teleport to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. The methods that Senior Li Fan gave me are all for finding large mines. What I need are small mines. Yun is just one person. If he can find a small mine, it will be easier to move to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. It was very likely that the mine had been taken over long ago. If it wasn't controlled by the heaven-splitting ancient clan, then it was controlled by the beings of the outer universe. Inside the cave, Yun pondered over how to find a big mine. Her mind kept recalling the contents of the booklet. That after all, he was looking for a big mine, but he would definitely be able to deduce a way to find a small mine. The godly monarch heavenly seal helped Xianxia raise his psyche power's upper limits, but it required a certain amount of time. Typically, it would consume 10 billion divine universe goldstones a day. This time, Yun had to consume 10 billion divine universe goldstones. He needed a day to raise his mental force to 60. During this period of time, he could think about how to find a small mine. The power of the heavens determines which area will have a metal stone mine, and the terrain is used to shrink the area that the power of the heavens covers. As long as I can determine the area where the energy of the earth is, I can use a special tool to sense it, and I'll be able to sense the divine universe goldstone. That's right. For those 8th or 9th level divine universe realm seniors, the final determinant of whether or not they could find a divine universe goldstone mine is the probing tool. The probing tool needs to be infused with mental force. According to the description in the booklet, it needs to be infused with at least 60 mental force in order to have a certain reaction. Yun currently did not have such a probing tool, and it was definitely very rare. Only the seniors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan would have one. The seniors who used the tool should have at least 1 or 200 mental force, or even higher. Furthermore, the tool is mainly used to detect large mines, to increase one's perception. It is definitely custom-made for people with extremely high mental force. Yun rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, analyzing the results of his thoughts. This kind of tool is specially used to find large mines. In other words, the area covered by the power of the heavens is very large, and there will be many types of earth energy. Large areas with earth energy can be easily sensed, and there will be large mines. When they find small areas with earth energy, they can quickly determine if there is a payment, and then give up on the small mine. No one wants to go through so much trouble, only to find a small mine in the end. When Yin thought of this, he suddenly became excited. He did not have a probing tool, but he had Maluru. Maluru could find a single piece of divine universe golden stone, let alone those small mines. From Maluru's small space bag, Yin also saw many thumb-sized divine universe golden stones, which she found in the uninhabited area. If the area covered by the power of the heavens is as big as an ocean, then the area covered by earth energy is the large and small islands on the ocean, and the large mines are the huge continents. This kind of area is generally occupied by people, or is relatively dangerous. What I'm looking for is the kind of small mines that are the size of small islands. After Qin Yun sorted out his thoughts, he was very happy. If everything went well, he could find a lot of small ores. Although it would not be comparable to those huge ores, it would be enough for him and Miller to use the divine universe golden stone. The location of the underground city has the power of the heavens, so there must be earth energy. I have to run around everywhere to sense the earth energy. As long as Qin Yun can sense the earth energy and wait for Maluru's feeling to come, he can let Maluru come out and let her lock onto the divine universe golden stone. Maluru's perception is much stronger than those tools. However, she needs to wait for the feeling to come. A day later, Qin Yun's mental power rose to 60, but he did not feel any difference. To be able to increase your mental energy by 10 points in a day is very fast. If you have enough divine universe goldstones, you will be able to quickly reach 100, or even several hundred. Many people in the 8th or 9th level of the divine universe realm might not even have such a strong mental energy. Qin Yun secretly curled his lips. Taisher said this to deliberately provoke him to earn divine universe golden stone and then put it into the divine king heavenly seal to increase his mental power or cultivate something. If he wants to become stronger, he can only pour a large amount of divine universe golden stone into the divine king heavenly seal. White sky, Qin Yun looked at the 6 myriad realms divine suns in the sky and cursed the 9 suns Dharma spirit in his heart. Then, he began to sense the power of the heavens. His current location is not far from the destroyed underground city. He released 60 points of mental power in one breath and can sense that he is still in the area covered by the power of the heavens. Very good. Next, I will start pouring my mental power into the earth to sense the earth energy. This step is rather difficult because the area covered by the power of the heavens is very large, but there is not much earth energy in this area. In order to sense the earth energy, he needs to run everywhere and pour his mental power into the ground every certain distance. At the same time, he needs to confirm whether he is still in the range of the power of the heavens. Xianxia has the Divine King Heavenly Seal, so he can quickly recover his mental power. However, it does not mean that he can continuously consume mental power. This will cause his soul and divine universe to become fatigued. Every time he arrives at a place, he would first use it to sense the heavenly power to ensure that he is within the range of the heavenly power. Then he would send his mental power deep into the ground to sense the earth energy. If he can't sense the earth energy, then he would run to another place and let his soul and divine universe rest during this time. At another place, he would repeat what he did before until he could sense the earth energy. If I had that kind of probing tool, I would be able to find golden stone mines by myself, but most of them would be big mines. Xianxia is sure that he is still in the outer region of Nine Sun Holy Land. The outer region has a region covered by the heavenly power and the range is very large. Did the booklet you Lifan gave you say how many earth energy regions there are in a region covered by the heavenly power? Taisher asked. According to their many years of experience, a large region covered by the heavenly power has at least 1 big, 3 medium, 5 small and 7 micro. There is 1 large-scale mine, 3 medium-scale mines, 5 small-scale mines, 7 micro-scale mines and many scattered divine universe golden stones. Xianxia took out the booklet and opened one of the pages for Taisher to see. After that, Yun ran around everywhere and started busying himself with his prospecting career. He discovered that at night, when the divine moon shines brightly, he only needs to use 40 mental power to sense that he is within the range of the heavenly power. This can save him a lot of divine universe golden stones. He continuously changed more than 20 points to test. After several days, he finally sensed the earth energy. Moreover, it is currently night time. Earth energy, this is earth energy, Qin said. After Yun sent 60 mental power into the ground, he felt that when his mental power attacked the ground, it was hit by a powerful air current. This is a feeling he never felt before after trying for more than 20 times. He is very excited, so he decided to try again. He tried again. This time the feeling is different from before. Previously, his mental power was hit by a backlash. But this time, his mental power flowed along with the air current. Of course, this feeling disappeared in an instant. It is more or less the same as the description in the booklet Yu Lifan gave him. There's Earth Qi nearby. I wonder how big it is. Xianxia floated high in the sky and opened his heavenly eye to look at the ground. Even though he used all his mental power, he could not see any earth and qi deep underground. He took out more than a dozen positioning signals. Some emitted soul waves and some emitted spatial waves. He placed them at several points in this area. Even if he lost a few of them, he would still be able to sense this place. Miluer's feeling hasn't come yet, so Xianxia can't let her come out to sense the divine universe goldstone. Miller told Xianxia that she would have this strange feeling for a few days every month. When this ability appeared, Miller's original blue hair would turn red. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to find a few more areas with earth qi before Miller sensed it. This way, when she sensed it, he could immediately take her to look for ores in several areas with earth qi. After running for a few more days, Xianxia left the earth qi region and found another earth qi region. Now he had already found 2 areas with earth qi. Xianxia, when those heaven-opening ancient clan elders sensed the earth qi region, did they discover that it was a small mine? If they discovered it, did they want it or not? Taisher is very curious. They will divide the work and determine the earth qi region. If the earth qi region is small, they won't go any further and will continue to look for large and medium mines. They will determine the size of the mine according to the size of the earth qi region. Xianxia said. Then what level of mine are the 2 earth qi regions you found? Taisher said, if it's a large mine and it hasn't been discovered, then it's a big profit. Xianxia shook his head and said, if it's a large mine, I should be able to see someone mining it, or there might be a dangerous area nearby. What I found might be a small earth qi region. This kind of mine is generally very safe and very difficult to discover. After more than 10 days of prospecting, Xianxia discovered that his soul divine universe has withered a lot. He can feel that his spirit is very poor and he always feels like sleeping. After finding 2 earth qi regions, he is now a lot more at ease. He can rest in peace for a few days and wait for Miller's feeling to appear. Xianxia rested well for 2 days. Miller suddenly ran out of the 9-Sun Divine Soul. She can now freely enter and exit the 9-Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia is hiding in a stone room deep underground. His 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda has already been damaged and cannot be repaired in a short period of time. He plans to collect enough Divine Universe heavenly bones to strengthen the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda. Big brother, look at me, my hair is red, Miller's hair is red, my feeling is coming. Not only Miller's hair turned red, her beautiful eyes also turned red. Spirit Yuner helped her tie up a pair of long ponytails. At this moment, she grabbed her ponytails with both hands and happily danced in front of Xianxia. I have red hair, I can help Big Brother find golden crisps. Because Miller can help Xianxia, she is so happy that she is dancing with joy. Seeing Miller's innocent and lively appearance, Xianxia was also infected. He cannot help but laugh and asked, Miller, can you feel any golden crisps nearby now? The place he is at is the second Earth Chi region he found. If Miller can't sense the Divine Universe Golden Stone, then he can only run around with Miller at night. Big brother, I will start looking for golden crisps now. Miller's big red eyes suddenly flashed with red light. Qin the divine mirror of great beginning in Yun's hand suddenly trembled. Just now, when Taisher sensed Miller's mental power, he said in surprise, this little girl's mental power actually reached more than 3,000. What? 3,000? Xianxia was shocked and quickly asked Taisher. Big brother, did you see wrong? No, I am absolutely not mistaken. Moreover, her mental power is very special. It can turn into a gust of wind, travel through the earth, sweep the ground and quickly scan whether or not there is a Divine Universe Golden Stone. Taisher said in surprise, the universe is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. After Miller released a powerful mental power just now, her red hair suddenly became a lot lighter and her red eyes also gradually became lighter. Miller, are you tired? Xianxia is worried that she will be very tired and hurriedly asked. I'm not tired, I just want to eat some golden crisps. Miller took out the Divine Universe Golden Stone, stuffed it into a fruit and mixed it up. After eating more than 10 fruits with Divine Universe Golden Stone, the red color of her hair gradually deepened and returned to its original color. Taisher said to Xianxia, the mental power wind she released just now should be able to search underground. This is really a magical ability. Miller's search for the Divine Universe Golden Stone is not something that can be found immediately. She now needs to concentrate and control the mental space wind that she released to search underground. Miller, do you think there are Divine Universe Golden Stones in this area? Xianxia saw Miller's ability and it reminded him of the group of human ghosts. When those human ghosts traveled deep underground, they also looked like mental energy wind. Strangely, only Xianxia could see those human ghosts. Yes, I can feel it, I need to look carefully. Miller also gradually became serious. When she was about to sit down, Xianxia quickly took out a chair for her to sit down. She sat down, although her eyes are looking forward, it is as if she is controlling the mental space wind. Miller's red hair state only exists for a few days every month. Xianxia found a few Earth Chi areas in advance, so that Miller can use her red hair state to quickly find Divine Universe Golden Stone from the Earth Chi area. Otherwise, Xianxia would need more time to run around Heaven Power area with her and they would have to face a certain amount of danger. At first, Miller opened her beautiful red eyes wide, then gradually closed them. Her long red hair gently fluttered, releasing a faint red glow. Taisher transmitted his voice to Xianxia, she is currently strengthening the mental space power wind. She can cross space and send her mental space power out to strengthen the wind. This will allow her to expand the range of her search. Xianxia is secretly amazed by Miller's ability. Old brother Taisher, didn't you say that after cultivating mental space wind, you can use your consciousness to fly in the sky? Then can I be like Miller? Xianxia's heart is moved. If he could also master this method, it would be even better. You can't. At most, you can only separate a small group of souls to swim under the ground, and the range of your perception is limited. Unless you have thousands or even tens of thousands of spiritual energy, you can only do what Miller did. Taisher said, Miller can burst out her mental power to 200, then through her innate ability, she can turn her mental power into a gust of wind and blow underground. Miller's mental space wind will know whether there is a Divine Universe Golden Stone or not. If there is a divine universe golden stone, then she will use her mental power to mark that location. When her mental space wind reaches the limit of its search range, she can mark many points with divine universe golden stone and then go look for them. Xianxia suddenly realized that Miller's powerful ability is indeed very heaven-defying. She was used by the Golden Universe sect in his hometown for many years. It can be said that she is very important and should be valued. But later on, the Golden Universe sect was pressured to hand Miller over to the so-called destroyers. In order to avoid the destroyers, Miller traveled through the vast universe and finally arrived at the God Desolate. If that group of destroyers could really catch up, then Xianxia would have to face a new powerful enemy. He did not know what kind of destroyers they were. He had not even fully figured out what kind of creature Maruru was. Her spirit power should be around 300, but when she explodes, it's 3,000. This is 10 times the explosive power, truly too terrifying. Taisher said. Grand Primes were Dharma spirits. Powerful Dharma spirits like them mainly cultivated mental power. Therefore, he is very clear about how terrifying it is to be able to increase one's spirit power by 10 times. If Miller's spirit power is 1,000, then 10 times is more than 10,000. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Miller's search time is very long. It took her 2 days to finish searching the limit of her search range. During this period, she ate many fruits and divine universe golden stone to recover her consumption. Xianxia discovered that if she consumed a large amount of spirit power, the color of her hair would gradually fade. As long as she ate divine universe golden stone, she would quickly recover. Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. Miller does not need too many divine universe golden stones to recover her spirit power. And he himself needs 1,000,000 divine universe golden stones to recover his spirit power through the divine king heavenly seal. He doesn't know if it is because of the divine king heavenly seal or because Miller's innate ability is too strong. He plans to ask Yu Lifan next time what kind of things an ordinary person would need to quickly recover their spirit power. Big brother, I finished searching. There are so many golden stones here. After Miller finished searching, her face is filled with a sweet smile. Did you find any place with the most? Xianxia asked. This is the first time he cooperated with Miller. They need to communicate with each other to make their cooperation better. There is a place with a lot of golden crisps and even more scattered golden crisps. I have marked more than 100 places. I will take you to find them immediately. Miller pulled Xianxia and wanted to take him to the space shuttle. Miller, take me directly to the place with the most golden stones. Xianxia said with smile, our time is limited and it is also very dangerous here. We just need to find the place with the most, don't look for the scattered ones. Ah? There are also many scattered golden stones. In my hometown, they absolutely won't let go of them. Even if it is a small one, they want me to find it. Miller whispered. Obviously, this was her habit, and she was forced to do so. Xianxia smiled and touched her face. You must be very tired to find so many scattered ones. Moreover, it will take a lot of time. Later when you find the most, you can stop. Miller nodded. Then now take me to the place with the most. It is best not to go underground. Let's go in the air, okay? Xianxia asked. If they went to the underground of the mining area and there happened to be powerful foreign creatures mining, it would be very dangerous. Yes. Miller took Xianxia's hand and then left through space. In the blink of an eye, they were in the air. It is now night and Miller can also come out. After coming to the air, she pointed to the large flat ground below and said, Brother, there are a lot of golden stones down there. How can we take all the golden stones? Only the 2 of us? Yang, Sister Yuner also come out to help? No need for them, I can take all of them. Xianxia said with smile, but I have to make sure that there are no other dangerous things down there. If there are no, then we can proceed. This mine has not been discovered, it should be a small mine, which is the most suitable for Xianxia. Next, with the help of Miller, Xianxia determined the scope of the small mine. It is 10,000 meters wide. The divine universe golden stones below are relatively fragmented, not the kind of giant divine universe golden stones that are formed in one piece. As for the total number, Xianxia and Miller could not estimate it. They can only know after digging it out. Divine universe golden stones are formed very deep underground. Qin Yan is now digging out the top layer of soil. He has to dig very deep. This reminded him of the huge deep pit in the underground city. He suspected that the reason why it was blasted to such a state was to take away the Divine Universe golden stones underground. This means that there is a huge piece of Divine Universe golden stone near the underground city. Miller saw that Qin Yan is busy digging. She plans to use this time to find the scattered Divine Universe golden stones she marked before. Qin Yan is very worried about her, so he did not let her go. While digging, he released Sky Universe Overlord. This puppet can become very big. It is also very fast when digging. It can save Qin Yan a lot of trouble. Of course, he can also use powerful Divine Universe power to bombard the ground, but this will cause a lot of movement. Now he has to do this kind of thing quietly. If it attracted powerful outer space beasts, it will be very troublesome. Now there is no group of human ghosts. If a large number of outer space beasts and beastmen suddenly come over, he can only quickly run away. Therefore, he did not allow Miller to run out by herself. This is not a death zone like the no man's area. Miller has stayed in the no man's area for too long. She has not seen anything stronger. Qin Yan knows that Miller's mental power is very strong, but it is hard to say in other aspects, especially when it comes to those outer space beasts. Miller, you go first and go with Yang and the others. Qin Yan moved away the very hard and thick layer of soil above. He is preparing to move the Divine Universe golden stones underground. I can help. Miller wants to help Qin Yan. Qin Yan asked her before whether or not she can directly make the Divine Universe golden stones float up. She can't do it, but she can cross space and go underground to take them one by one. This is too slow, so Qin Yan let her wait inside the 9-Sun Divine Soul. Because after he takes out a large number of Divine Universe golden stones, it might attract the outer space beasts. It will be very dangerous. Miller, rest well. I still have more important things for you to help me with. Qin Yan said with smile. And I will rest well. Miller is still in red hair state. She has been red hair for almost 3 days. Qin Yan estimates that she can maintain this state for about 6 or 7 days, so he has to hurry. Next, Qin Yan floated in the air and released his Divine Universe power many times, condensing it into supergravity that enveloped a large area below. By controlling supergravity, he can make heavy things lighter. Divine Universe golden stones are very heavy and soil is definitely lighter than Divine Universe golden stones. Qin Yan sent supergravity into the ground and covered all the Divine Universe goldstones. Then, by controlling gravity, he made the Divine Universe goldstones float up. He had used this move before, but he had only used it on some ordinary ores. Those ores were not heavy, so he could carry it out very smoothly. The Divine Universe goldstones were very heavy and there were many of them. This was a huge test for Qin Yan. This won't do, this area is too big, I need to do it. Qin Yan had underestimated the amount of Divine Universe goldstone below, causing him to be unable to complete it in one go. He divided the area into 10 sections, and then divided them into stages. Even if he did it 10 times, it was still very draining. Thankfully, he had the godly King Heaven Mark to help him recover quickly, so he could still bear it. Now, he is even more certain that only this kind of small mine is suitable for him. Otherwise, even if he found an uninhabited medium or large-sized ore mine, it would be very difficult for him to take it away safely. Qin Yan injected a gravitational force into the ground, making things that were heavier underground become weightless. Then he released another gravity force in the sky. This gravity force is used to draw out the light Divine Universe golden stones underground. Gradually, a large area of soil suddenly bulged up. Many large and small stones slowly drilled out of the soil and floated up. There are many stones, but they are not Divine Universe golden stones. Most of the Divine Universe metal ores were sandwiched between the rocks or mixed with the rocks. Some are not completely evolved Divine Universe golden stones, some have turned into Divine Universe golden stones. This kind of Divine Universe golden stones will need to be filtered later. It can be said that most of the stones floating up now are ores. They need to be further refined to become true Divine Universe golden stones. Qin Yan not only expends his Divine Universe power to release the supergravity force, he also has to use his mental universe power to transfer the ores into the 9-Yang Divine Soul. He saw many dazzling Divine Universe golden stones in the large area of floating soil. he felt a sense of accomplishment. His efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Xianxia did not dare to rest because when the ores were unearthed, they released many fluctuations. He used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to recover his energy before he started the next transfer. He did this 8 times and 2 days have passed. After he expended his energy, he used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to recover. After repeating this so many times, he is reaching his limit but he can still persevere. He has transferred 8 parts of this small ore. Only 2 parts are left, it is noon. Xianxia has just used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to recover his mental universe power and divine universe power when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura. The Heavenly Eye avatar released in the sky can see hundreds of outer space beasts and more than 100 outer space beastmen. They are rushing over under the scorching sun. Damn it, I have been sensed. Xianxia immediately started transferring the 9th part. After he finished, he recovered his energy and left immediately. Just as he left, the group of Outer Universe Beastmen arrived. The Outer Universe Beastmen had tamed their beasts and brought them over. Xianxia got Malheur to come out and help him see which part has the most Divine Universe Golden Stones. He is very strong, so he transferred the part with the most Divine Universe Golden Stones first. Therefore, there are very few Divine Universe Golden Stones left in the remaining part. Xianxia has not checked how many Divine Universe Golden Stones he obtained this time. He needs to refine and filter them before he can calculate them. However, during this period of time, he has been sensing the heaven and earth chi. In addition, he has transferred a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones 9 times. He has used the Divine Universe Golden Stones to replenish his energy through the Godly King Heavenly Seal. He has used up a total of 4 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Fortunately, he has a few billion on him. Now, he has earned back the Divine Universe Golden Stones he obtained from the small ore. Miller's red hair state is still there. She said she can maintain it for 2 more days. Xianxia immediately brought her to the second Earth Chi region. These 2 days are enough for Malheur to find the location of the Golden Stone mine. What makes him not know whether to laugh or cry is that Malheur is still thinking about the more than 100 scattered Divine Universe Golden Stones. She has used her mental universe power to mark them. In the next 10 days, she will be able to sense the location of those Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia promised her that he will find those scattered Divine Universe Golden Stones with her. Xianxia brought Malheur to the second Earth Chi region and then went deep underground. This will allow Malheur to release mental space wind to sweep the underground of this region. Lu'er, this time don't mark the small ones, just find the biggest ones. Xianxia said with smile, this way you can also relax a lot. Brother, what is this place? Why were there always so many golden crisps? This is very rare in my hometown. Miller said, then began to release the mental wind to search for gold and stone mines. Lu'er, how many golden crisps can you find in your hometown? Xianxia asked. It's about the size of a house, about the size of Sister Yunner's room. Miller said. Only this Divine Universe Goldstone is as big as a room. It is the biggest one that Malheur found in her hometown. Xianxia can't help but wonder if Divine Universe Goldstones are scarce in her hometown. Then, Xianxia began to learn about the situation in Malheur's hometown. He began to worry that even if Malheur was in the Divine Wilderness, she might still be found by those destroyers. Therefore, he needed to understand the situation of Malheur's hometown so that he could be prepared. Xianxia did not learn too much about her hometown from Maruru. The main thing was that she was born in Jinyu sect and had no parents. When she was a little girl, she began to be trained to look for mines. It could be said that she had always been treated as a tool to search for Divine Universe metal stones. Moreover, the Golden Universe sect did not give her many Divine Universe metal stones to eat, causing her cultivation to always be limited to a certain range. Malheur had been lonely since she was a child. She wanted to be part of a group. She wanted to have her own friends, her own companions, and play with them happily. It could be seen that she had always maintained the innocence of a child. Her thoughts had not matured, and she was still the same as when she was young. Institute because of this, she had always been used and her cultivation had always been suppressed. For the sake of the Divine Universe metal stone, others would only lie to her on the surface or threaten her. They would often threaten that they wouldn't be friends with her. Until one day, when the destroyer arrived, no one admitted that they were Miller's friends. The Golden Universe sect also decisively handed Miller over. Milur felt very sad at that moment. When she told Xianxia about it, her eyes were moist. At that time, Xianxia comforted her, saying that she should be happy to have such sincere companions like Yang and the others. Only then did she immediately smile. Milur was always looking for Divine Universe Golden Stone underground, so she didn't know much about her hometown. Therefore, she didn't know what the destroyer was. She only heard that he wanted to capture her and take her life. Xianxia analyzed according to Miller's words. After his analysis and conjecture, he felt that everyone in the Golden Universe sect knew that Miller would definitely be captured by the destroyer. Thus, from the very beginning, they had used Miller as a tool. Moreover, they would not give her too many Divine Universe Golden Stones, only enough for her to recover. In addition, Miller's hometown was very short of Divine Universe Golden Stones. It was very likely that they would not be able to condense Divine Universe Golden Stones for a long time, and over time, they would become scarce. The people of Golden Universe sect had become insane for the sake of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. They had joined forces to bully a simple little girl like Miller, and they had bullied her for so many years. Knowing what happened to Miller, Xianxia felt sympathy and anger at the same time. Lu, if you eat the golden crispy, will it make you stronger? Xianxia asked. And, after I eat it, my strength will become stronger. But I think it would be better to give it to Big Brother. Miller whispered, I can't bear to eat too much now. Silly girl, after you become stronger, Big Brother won't have to worry about you anymore. Xianxia smiled and caressed her face. Big Brother, if I become stronger, you won't have to protect me anymore, right? You don't want me anymore? Miller suddenly puffed up her cheeks and pursed her lips. She was a little sad. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, how could that be? After Miller becomes stronger, she can help Big Brother beat up the bad guys. You don't know, there are many big bad guys who want to destroy Big Brother. After you become stronger, you can protect Big Brother. What kind of big bad guys? Miller was a little sad just now, but now she became very angry and worried. There are all kinds of bad guys, so Miller has to eat more golden crispy and become stronger, so that Big Brother won't be afraid of those big bad guys. Xianxia said with a smile. Miller looked like a slim and elegant woman, but her thinking was like that of a little girl. Again, in addition, she has been bullied for many years and has no true friends. Now that she met Xianxia and Ling Yuner, she feels very warm and does not want to leave them. She is now very worried that one day she will be abandoned by Xianxia and Ling Yuner. In order to dispel this idea, Xianxia deliberately said that he needed her help, needed her to become stronger. This way, she would not think like this anymore, and she would also not be reluctant to eat those Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia said before that the Divine Universe Golden Stones he found would be equally divided with Miller. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to using Miller as a tool for prospecting, no different from those guys from Golden Universe sect. Xianxia wants to change Miller's current concept, let her know how much she has to pay, how much she will get in return, and teach her to know how to resist and fight against strong enemies. Otherwise, with Miller's ability, she would have already left. The reason why she has been kept by Golden Universe sect for so many years is because she has been instilled with all kinds of slavery ideas since childhood. This time, Miller did not need to mark those scattered Divine Universe Golden Stones, so she quickly found the area with the most Divine Universe Golden Stones. Big Brother, I found a place with a lot of golden crisps. This place is too magical, how can there be so many golden crisps? Miller suddenly shouted excitedly. This time, it only took her half a day to find the location of the Golden Stone mine. Compared to the previous place, how much? Xianxia asked. Much more than before. After Miller finished speaking, she frowned and said, but, I seem to sense something moving there are a lot of them. Compared to the previous small mine, there are a lot of them, that is a medium-sized golden stone mine. A medium-sized golden stone mine has moving things and there are a lot of them. It means that it has been discovered and occupied by someone. Xianxia still doesn't know what has occupied it, but he has already asked Miller to mark it. Let's go, and take those scattered golden crisps first. Xianxia said with a smile, if we don't take them, you will definitely think about them all day long. Miller just smiled sweetly, then pulled Xianxia and went through space to take more than 100 Divine Universe golden stones that she marked before. Because Miller can travel through space, the process is relatively fast and easy. Adding up, there are not many, there are large and small ones, there are only about 1 billion Divine Universe golden stones. Looking for Divine Universe golden stones seems to be a part of Miller's life, so after she found them, she is very happy. After finding the scattered Divine Universe goldstones, Xianxia asked Miller to take him to the vicinity of the medium-sized goldstone mine. Miller originally planned to bring Xianxia directly to the sky above the medium-sized metal stone mine, but Xianxia said that it was very dangerous there. She did not know what kind of danger there was, so Xianxia did not tell her. After arriving near the medium-sized golden stone mine, Miller entered the 9-Sun Divine Soul and went to another pearl of the 9-Sun Divine Soul with Ling Yuner. That inside this pearl, there is a large number of ores that Xianxia produced. They want to filter out these ores. Milur was very good at this. After she came here, she was sure that this was the batch of Divine Universe golden stones that she had sensed before. After knowing that Xianxia had collected so many Divine Universe golden stones in such a short period of time, she admired Xianxia even more. Xianxia was near the medium-sized goldstone mine. She could sense the aura of alien creatures. She was sure that the medium-sized goldstone mine had already been occupied by alien creatures. What a pity! Xianxia originally thought that he would be able to obtain 2 small mines. This way, his harvest this time would not be small. But now, he had sensed that there was a medium-sized goldstone mine in the Earthchi region. Xianxia, the fact that you can sense the Earth energy here means that the Earth energy has not been destroyed. Taisher said, in other words, that place hasn't been completely mined yet. At most, it has just been mined. I'll go check it out first. If they haven't gone deep underground, I can quietly dig a small part of it. There was quite a number of Divine Universe goldstones in the V-shaped goldstone mine. If Xianxia were to secretly dig it out by himself, given enough time, he would be able to dig out quite a lot. In any case, he still had a lot of time. Great Divine Lord would only go find Xianxia in 3 months. This Miller felt that last month had passed, so he still had another chance to look for the Divine Universe golden stone next month. Therefore, he had to make good use of this time and obtain as many Divine Universe golden stones as possible. In the 3rd month, he would be able to use this batch of Divine Universe golden stones to cultivate. His next cultivation plan was to increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmic Force. Goblin. Although Divine Universe Force and Divine Universe Heavenly Bone were important, they consumed a great deal of Divine Universe Goldstone. Currently, to deal with the Great Divine Lord, with Xianxia's current physical body and 60 points of mental power, it was definitely enough. Baiga Godly Monarch's body and soul were not as powerful as Xianxia's. The greatest difference between Xianxia and the Great Divine King was still the Divine Cosmos power. The Great Divine Lord could release 3,000 Divine Universe power while Xianxia could only release 1,200. In these 3 months, the Great Divine Lord might be able to raise it to 4,000 to 5,000. If Xianxia could have the upper limit of 3,000 Divine Universe powers, then defeating the Great Divine Lord would be very stable. After Cloud turned invisible, he flew in the sky. He went to investigate at night. At night, the moonlight of the heavenly god moon shone on him. Coupled with his mental energy, he could hide his aura even better and strengthen his perception. This was mainly because he had previously cultivated the mental nether moon and the divine moon Tao idol. Now, his mental energy and the divine moon of the heavens could fuse very well. Xianxia carefully flew for an hour and finally arrived at the top of the medium-sized golden stone mine. There are already 3 large and deep pits dug out here, each of them is 10,000 meters wide. It's been mined for a while, but they haven't dug to the layer with the most ores, only the surface layer. Cloud looked down and discovered that many huge outer space beasts and outer space beast men are frantically digging down. Strange, why do the outer space beasts and outer space beast men look like slaves? Xianxia carefully observed for a while and felt that it is very strange. According to his investigation, the outer space beasts and outer space beast men below are not weak. These powerful outer space creatures are actually digging with all their might. It is very likely that they are being threatened. Xianxia immediately thought of the outer space humans. Only there are outer space humans with this kind of formidable power to enslave these outer space creatures. Xianxia continued to observe the surrounding environment. He wanted to see if there are any outer space humans nearby. If it is really as he guessed, then there must be outer space humans supervising the work nearby. There shouldn't be too many outer space humans. With their strength, just a small team is enough. Xianxia said. I discovered some houses that seem to be built by the heaven-opening ancient race. Xianxia's discovery immediately made him think of many things. This mine originally belonged to the heaven-opening ancient race, but it was later robbed. With the heaven-opening ancient race's ability, they must have found those large and medium-sized golden stone mines in this heaven power region. This heaven power region is at the edge of the 9-sun holy land, so it is normal for the heaven-opening ancient race to prioritize mining. After all, transportation is more convenient, and if they encounter any danger, they can immediately ask for reinforcements. However, and this mine was still robbed. This means that the outer space people have meticulously planned this heaven power region, so much so that the heaven-opening ancient race can't quickly come to help. Outer space people are really hard to deal with. Xianxia is now very vigilant. Since it is a mine occupied by outer space people, there must be outer space people around. But Xianxia did not find any trace of outer space people. Although it is night time now, there should be outer space people supervising or patrolling. Xianxia cannot see any outer space people, but he still doesn't dare to be careless. Outer space people are quite crafty, you must be more careful. Xianxia, you should give up. Moving this mine is too risky. Xianxia said. Xianxia doesn't want to give up because the small mine from before is not enough to satisfy him. I'll go deep and give it a try. Xianxia said. They did not directly go deep to mine. They might not have found the deepest layer with the most divine universe golden stone. The U people did not sense it, which means that their mining ability is not strong, so they only dug the 3 mines left by the heaven-opening ancient race. Just as Xianxia is about to enter the depths, he suddenly sensed many powerful auras suddenly erupt. It is the aura of outer space people and the heaven-opening ancient race people. That all appeared at the same time, which means that the heaven-opening ancient race people are hiding and attacking. Outside, the U people sensed the attack of the heaven-opening ancient race people and reacted very quickly. They immediately appeared and entered battle mode. They are indeed people from the heaven-opening ancient race. They were beaten away before and now they are back to steal? Xianxia said with a frown. I wonder if they can beat them. Xianxia can't help much in this kind of battle because the people participating are all at the 4th or 5th level of the divine universe realm. They are all heaven-opening ancient race people who have returned from the outerverse. They have rich experience fighting against outer space people. Not long after the heaven ancient race people launched their attack, a large number of outer space beasts and beastmen joined the battle. Although there are more than 100 heaven ancient race people, they are still too few compared to the outer space creatures. They are immediately surrounded. Quickly retreat. The person leading the group was an old man. His cultivation was also at the 8th level of the divine universe realm. After shouting loudly, the others immediately retreated, leaving only the old man and a dozen or so middle-aged men behind to cover the retreat of the others. There were more than 100 people on the side of the heaven ancient race. Although there were only 50 or so outsiders, they had a large number of beastmen and beasts. Outside, the people of the universe didn't need to make a move. They just needed to let the group of beasts and beastmen attack the heaven ancient race crazily. Then, the outsiders would sneak attack from time to time. Could it be that they didn't expect the strength of the outsiders? Xianxia watched as the group of people retreated. In the end, the old man and the dozen or so middle-aged men also successfully retreated. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Only now did Yin realize that there was something squirming under the calm ground just now. Thinking about it carefully, he knew that there were a large number of beasts and beastmen hiding underground. This was also something that the heaven ancient race did not expect, so they had to immediately retreat as soon as they arrived. Xianxia had originally planned to go deep underground and quietly dig out a small portion of the divine universe golden stone. But now, it seemed that even if he went deep, he might be discovered. He had learned that many of the beasts and beastmen from the outer space could drill into the ground and walk very easily underground. The outsiders didn't dig deep. Could it be that they planned to dig up the surface layer and then dig deeper? Qin Yan asked. Yun also dispelled the idea of going deep underground. The medium-sized golden stone mine was too closely watched, so it was very difficult for him to have a chance to make a move. Right now, he could only follow the group of Heaven Ancient Race members and understand the situation from them. He wanted to ask about the underground city. The outsiders did not chase after them, because it was very likely that the Heaven Ancient Race members would leave the Nine Suns sacred land, so there was no point in them chasing after them. If they were ambushed on the way, they might even suffer losses. Qin Yan carefully followed them in the air. Right now, he was using his mental power to conceal himself, so the old man at the 8th level of the Divine Universe realm did not discover that he was following him. I hid well. Just as Qin Yan was feeling complacent, he suddenly felt a strong mental power sweep over, as if it was blowing past his body. Not good, I've been discovered. Qin Yan was alarmed. That's it. Right at this moment, that old man at the 8th level of the Divine Firmament realm turned his head and looked over. His eagle-like eyes seemed to shoot out 2 cold arcs of lightning. At the same time, Qin Yan felt a terrifying aura attack him. The old man arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Senior, he is one of us. Qin Yan immediately shouted and then appeared. Previously, he was invisible, but at that time, he was detected, which meant that 8th level Divine Universe realm old man's spiritual force was still very strong. Why are you here alone? Furthermore, you are following us? The elder could tell at a glance that Qin Yan was not an outsider. As long as they were not aliens, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yan hurriedly took out his identity card and said, I am a disciple of the Imperial Heaven sect. Most of the troops were still on their way and didn't stop. In the group, there were still more than a dozen 7th level Divine Universe realm elders. Those were all of the same strength as Yu Yuan, and could also be considered a guarantee of safety. You are Qin Yan? When the old man saw the identity card, he was very surprised and said, Who did you come in with? Qin Yan, the Divine King, was still quite famous in the eyes of the heaven-splitting ancient race's elders. Previously, he helped the heaven-splitting ancient race take away that huge piece of divine firmament black gold, which left a deep impression on the elders. I came in by myself. Qin Yan said. Nonsense, how could you run in by yourself? The Nine Sun Holy Land is very dangerous now, much more dangerous than the last time you came in. The old man sternly reprimanded. He was just more concerned, just like how an elder cared about a junior. Because in his eyes, no matter how strong Qin Yan was, he was still a junior. His strength was limited, so it was very dangerous for him to run around in the Nine Sun Holy Land. Senior, what happened to the underground city? When I arrived, it was already gone. Qin Yan asked. We are from that underground city. The underground city was attacked by outsiders, they stole our divine firmament golden stone. The old man cursed loudly, these bastards began to move around the edge of the barrier. Then the old man brought Qin Yan and flew towards the large group. The old man's name is Qin Liangxing, he is from the Qin clan. He is not from the Yu clan but he is in the underground city built by the Yu clan. Thus in fact, the underground city was not completely built by the Yu clan. Other heaven-splitting ancient race participated in it, it is just that the Yu clan contributed the most. Qin Liangxing is still the manager of the underground city. The underground city was suddenly sneak attacked. Fortunately, the defense was strong enough and everyone was able to smoothly withdraw. When the underground city was attacked, Qin Liangxing led the city protection squad to fight against the outsiders. Only then did the people inside the city successfully withdraw. Originally, there were 200 people defending the city, but now, there were only 150 left. All of them had died in battle with the aliens. Qin Wenyan heard this, she lightly sighed. There is a divine firmament golden stone near the underground city, moreover, it is a huge one. After it was discovered by the outsiders, they decided to launch a sneak attack on the underground city. At first, the outsiders let the huge beasts of the outer space move underground and attack the underground city. After getting the people out, the outsiders attacked. The outsiders can enslave the beasts and people of the outer space? Xianxia said, isn't that even more difficult to deal with? This is very normal. The outsiders are the strongest existences in their universe. Those beasts and beastmen are far from being a match for the outsiders. Xianxia sighed, not only did we lose the underground city, we even lost the medium-sized goldstone mine. There should be many people guarding the medium-sized goldstone mine, right? Xianxia asked. Yes, they all died in battle. The attack of the outsiders this time was very fierce. Even if we were prepared, we still couldn't stop them. Xianxia said, he is also very sad. The medium-sized goldstone mine would have at least the 8th level of the Divine Firmament Realm guarding it. Most of the seniors at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Firmament Realm know each other. Then why did you go back and launch a sneak attack? This is very risky. Xianxia found it hard to understand. There is something under the medium-sized goldstone mine. We didn't know about it before and only discovered it later. That kind of thing can't be obtained by the outsiders, so we decided to risk our lives to destroy it. But we underestimated their strength to protect the goldstone mine. Xianxia's face is filled with resentment. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Xianxia didn't notice anything before, and Miluo also didn't notice anything. What is it? I might be able to destroy it. Xianxia thought that he could give it a try. He also wanted to help. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, it's too risky. It's fine. It's more convenient for me to act alone. It's not like I'm going to assassinate powerful aliens. Xianxia said with smile, I am most proficient in this kind of solo operation. As long as I don't have to face powerful enemies, there will be no problem. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. But this is equivalent to having you face a powerful enemy. The strength of the outsiders is far above yours. Even the weakest of the aliens stationed at that medium-sized metal stone mine could easily defeat you. Xianxia said with a smile, it's not like I'm going to find them directly. I'm moving stealthily. I can dive deep underground. You said that there's something in a medium-sized metal stone mine, so it must be deep underground. Liangjing said, I sent some people to infiltrate from the depths before, but they failed in the end. They guarded that thing to the death. The person I sent was lucky enough to escape because he had a powerful innate ability. He was in the 7th tier of the Divine Space Realm, but he almost died. What is that thing? Xianxia became even more curious. There was something beneath the medium-sized goldstone mine that the heaven-opening race had only just discovered. That sort of thing usually grows in the center of a goldstone mine. It can be considered a type of plant, but at the same time, it isn't. At the moment, we can't be sure whether it's a medicinal ingredient or not. Liangjing said. It's a type of flower that we call the Divine Universe Crystal Flower. Yun's heart skipped a beat. He believed that it would definitely be very useful. He planned on asking Taisher what it was later. Can this flower be eaten? Asked Xianxia. We can't eat it. We still don't know how to use it. The ancient dragon clan obtained one before and asked the alchemists of the various clans to participate in the research. I'm not sure what the exact situation is now. Liangjing said, I only know that the people from the outer universe attach great importance to it, so it must be of great use to them. Yun said, Senior, where is that flower? I can really give it a try. If it's too dangerous, I can definitely escape. Don't even think about it, just retreat with us. Liangjing said. Senior, didn't you say that you would destroy the Divine Universe Crystal Flower at all costs? Xianxia asked again. Why are you giving up now? He believed that Liangjing was hiding something about the Divine Universe Crystal Flower. For destroying the Divine Space Crystal Flower actually required the city defense squad to sacrifice their lives. That meant that the matter of the Divine Space Crystal Flower was definitely not simple. Liangjing said, if we risk our lives and can really destroy that Divine Universe Crystal Flower, then we will definitely go. However, after our previous attack, we realized that even if we sacrificed our lives, it would be of no use, so we could only retreat. Yun had seen them attack before. However, they were surrounded at the very beginning. In the end, they would definitely be annihilated. In addition, there were definitely many aliens hiding nearby, but they had yet to come out. Qin had already decided that she would properly investigate that medium-sized metal stone mine. Even if she couldn't obtain the divine space crystal flower, she would destroy it. Station the Heaven Opening clan members guarding the medium-sized metal stone mine had all been killed by the aliens, but they hadn't paid any price. If they let them obtain the precious divine space crystal flower, wouldn't those people have died in vain? Qin had his own plan to go deeper underground more safely. He wanted to escape by himself, but Qin Liangjing was keeping a close eye on him. Qin Liangjing would never allow juniors to take risks. He could already tell that Qin wanted to take risks, so he was constantly watching Qin. With Qin's current strength, it would be very difficult to escape from Qin Liangjing's eyes. Therefore, he could only obediently follow Qin Liangjing's city defense squad and leave the Nine Sun sacred ground. Only once he got out, he would shake off Qin Liangjing and then quietly enter the Nine Sun sacred ground. With the little Queen Ant's help, entering the Nine Sun sacred ground would be a piece of cake. The little Queen Ant liked the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy very much. She had been inside for so many years, absorbing the Divine Universe Purple Sun's energy at all times to become stronger. Every time Yin asked the little Queen Ant for help, he would secretly sigh. How could this cute little fairy master such a powerful ability? After Qin Liangjing brought Qin Yin back to the team, he didn't tell the others about Qin Yin's identity. He only said that Qin Yin was a survivor of the medium-sized metal stone mine. In Qin Liangjing's eyes, Qin Yin was still relatively important. The others might not know, but he knew that Qin Yin was half a disciple of Xiao Hong. Qin Liangjing Yin must have sneaked into the Nine Sun sacred ground this time. If Xiao Hong found out, Senior Xiao Hong would definitely criticize the Imperial Sky Sect Master. Qin Liangjing and Yu Yuan had a good relationship, so he took care of Qin Yin and let Qin Yin stay by his side, not letting him leave even half a step. Qin Liangjing Yin didn't know about the relationship between Qin Liangjing and Yu Yuan. He was only thinking about how to return to the medium-sized metal stone mine. Follow with the city defense team, they arrived at the Nine Sun Sacred Grounds barrier in just half a day. Then, they found a passage to leave. After entering the passage, people came to receive them one after another. Many of them were seniors at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Universe realm. They all knew that the underground city had been attacked and were talking to Qin Liangjing with heavy hearts. Qin Liangjing Yun was handed over to an elder of the Imperial Sky Sect to bring back. The elder recognized Qin Yun, but he found it strange that Qin Yun had come to the Nine Sun sacred ground. Qin Liangjing didn't say too much to the elder. He only asked the elder to bring the Imperial Sky Sect disciple back. The elder arranged for Qin Yun to bring the disciple back to the Imperial Sky Sect. Then, Qin Liangjing informed the people guarding the passage to keep an eye on it and don't let disciples with low cultivation secretly enter the Nine Sun sacred ground. Qin Liangjing thought that Qin Yun sneaked in through the passage. He was worried that Qin Yun would go in again. Qin Yun returned to the Imperial Sky Sect and immediately sneaked out. In less than half a day, he returned to the Nine Sun sacred ground. After entering the Nine Sun sacred ground, Qin Yun waited until nightfall. Then, he asked Miller to come out and bring him to the vicinity of the medium-sized metal stone mine. Miller has already recovered her blue hair. Her red hair state will only appear again after a month. She used her mental power to mark the medium-sized metal stone mine, so she will still be able to sense it for more than 10 days. Big brother, are there many bad guys in that place? Miller brought Qin Yun back, floated in the air and looked ahead. There are many bad guys but they can't catch me. Qin Yun said with smile, Miller, you continue to deal with the golden crispy metal with big sister Yun. After Miller returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul, Qin Yun drilled into the ground and took out the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning. He told old brother Taisher about the Divine Universe Crystal Flower. As for what it is exactly, I have to see it to know. In my impression, there is indeed a possibility of something appearing in a large number of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Taisher said, I don't remember the specifics. Wait until I see it, I might be able to recall it. Qin Yun doesn't even know if he can reach that place. He just suddenly thought of a good method and felt that there is a high possibility of reaching that place. Old brother Taisher, what will happen if I pour my mental power into the Divine King Heavenly Seal? Xianxia asked. When you use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to fight, it will erupt with even stronger mental power. Taisher said, you can give it a try. Then what if I pour my mental power into the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning? Will it allow me to detect the aliens? Xianxia feels that his mental power is quite strong, but when used with the Heavenly Eye, it is still difficult to see through deep underground. Previously, he didn't know that there are a large number of beast men and beasts hiding deep underground. Now he wants to enter the core of the mine. In that place, there might even be aliens stationed there, so he needed to have a strong perception ability. The Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning can help you sense the aliens, but it will consume a lot of your mental power. Taisher said. How much will it consume? Xianxia knew that it would be like this. If he consumed his mental power, he would have to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to replenish it. You will know once you try. Taisher said. Xianxia is now deep underground. He didn't continue forward because he is worried that he will encounter aliens. Then these aliens, be it beasts or beast men, all have strong perception ability. If the distance is far, Xianxia is not afraid of being discovered. But deep underground, he is at a loss. What if he suddenly goes next to an alien beast? If that happened, he might be discovered. If he did not kill that alien beast immediately, he would definitely alarm even more alien beasts, and even the aliens would be alarmed. Xianxia tightly gripped the handle of the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning and began pouring in mental power. Just as he poured in, he felt that his mental power has been consumed a lot. Check after the test, there are only 50 left. Only in just an instant, he consumed 10 points of mental power. This consumption is too great. He looking at the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning, the surface of the mirror is pitch black and there is a golden dot. The golden dot is Xianxia's current location. And about a few hundred meters away from him, there are a few red dots. Those are the aliens. The Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning can detect a range of about a kilometer. Xianxia looked at the numbers displayed by the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. It meant that if he walked forward 800 to 900 meters, he would need to conduct another probe. Can the Divine Mirror of Grand Beginning detect the Divine Universe Goldstone? Xianxia suddenly had an idea. It would be even better if it could detect it. Impossible. Taisher's reply poured a bucket of cold water on Xianxia. Xianxia walked forward for about 800 or 900 meters, then used another 10 points of mental energy to scan the surroundings. There's an alien creature in front of us. It looks like a human. It should be an orc. It's quite big. Yun looked at the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning and was secretly delighted. A beast man of this size was exactly what he was looking for. Previously, he had thought of a way to sneak into the underground of a medium-sized goldstone mine. He would capture a larger outer universe orc and modify it into an orc puppet. Then, he would sneak in through the orc puppet. Xianxia immediately went over. He did not know how strong the beastman was. He only knew that the beastman could drill into the ground and was now patrolling back and forth underground. The aliens were afraid that the heaven-opening ancient race would sneak in through the depths, so they sent many beastmen and beasts that could drill into the ground to patrol the depths. Qin Liangjing had previously told Qin Yun that they had previously sent people to infiltrate the mine from deep underground, but they were still discovered in the end. It was clear that they were discovered by the outer universe beastmen and beasts that were patrolling the depths of the earth. Every time the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning absorbed 10 points of Qin Yun's mental energy, it would fluctuate with a strange energy. After searching for a large living creature nearby, it would mark it. After recording it, it would appear on the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. Even if those living creatures were moving, Qin Yun would be able to see them through the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. After approaching the giant beastman, he would use the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning to probe it to see if he could sense how strong it was. How strong is this guy? Can I secretly take it down? Qin Yun asked. I can be sure that these beastmen's souls are far inferior to yours. Since they haven't cultivated Soul Divine Universe, they don't have mental energy. Otherwise, they might discover that you are using the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning to probe. Taisher said. I was using the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning to probe the surroundings. I wasn't discovered because these guys don't have mental energy? Xianxia said in surprise, what if there are guys who have cultivated mental energy? Wouldn't I be discovered? No, unless their mental energy is very strong, they might be able to discover the divine mirror of primordial beginnings probe. Of course, if you directly release your mental energy, that might not necessarily be the case. Xianxia said, the divine mirror of primordial beginning release is very weak and can be hidden very well. It's very difficult to be discovered. Don't worry. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, that outer universe beast man doesn't have mental energy. In other words, I can use mental attacks on it? That's right, directly attacking the outer universe beastman's soul is the only way for you to quickly defeat it. But there's still a certain risk. It's very likely that the outer universe beastman will sense your approach. Xianxia said, that's why after you get close, you better use star-fixing divine art to lock down the outer universe beastman and then use mental energy to attack its soul. Xianxia immediately took action and quickly entered the tunnel dug out by the outer universe beastman and followed behind it. That outer universe beastman is 3 meters tall and looks like a huge chimpanzee. His entire body is bulging with muscles and he is wearing very thick armor. Xianxia is following behind the outer universe beastman. Although he is invisible, he still feels that he will be discovered at any time. Outside, the outer universe beastman is very vigilant. He suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia's location with his blue eyes. Xianxia immediately activated the divine mirror of primordial beginning to lock down the outer universe beastman. Then he took out the divine king heavenly seal and poured his mental energy into it. The surface of the divine king heavenly seal shot out a golden light towards the outer universe beastman's head. It is like a mark formed from runes and branded into the outer universe beastman's soul. Only in an instant, the outer universe beastman stood there motionlessly. Xianxia doesn't know what the outer universe beastman's soul is like. This is the first time he knows that the divine king heavenly seal has this kind of ability. He immediately took out the soul lost dew and used it on the outer universe beastman's soul to erase its consciousness. Then he used the divine king heavenly seal to recover his mental energy. Gorilla, carry me forward. Xianxia quickly took out the outer universe beastman's soul and put in another puppet soul to control the outer universe beastman. After Xianxia became invisible, he lied on the outer universe beastman's back and controlled it to move forward. Xianxia has the heavenly puppet inscription spirit, so he quickly used it to condense a set of runes and inserted them into the body of the beastman to control it. The aura of the beastman is very strong. Xianxia hid his aura and hid himself inside the beastman's body, so it is very difficult to discover him. In order to test whether or not he will be discovered, Xianxia controlled the beastman to approach a few other patrolling beasts. When they got closer, the foreign beasts all felt fear. Among the creatures of the outer universe, beasts are the lowest level. Beastmen are stronger than beasts, so when beasts see beastmen, they are very respectful, as if they are their boss. In the 9-Sun Holy Land, beasts are the most numerous, followed by beastmen. Although there are only a small number of beastmen, they are the strongest. They can easily tame beasts and beastmen. Xianxia is only testing the beastmen. Next, he wants to test whether the beastmen can discover him or not. Beastmen have a certain level of intelligence, they are not as easy to fool as beasts, so Xianxia can't guarantee that he won't be discovered. Through the divine mirror of primal beginning, he sensed that there are beastmen in the vicinity, so he controlled the gorilla beastman to walk over. This gorilla beastman's speed is rather slow, but his claws are very sharp, he can dig very quickly. Even if he dug up a very solid rock, he can quickly break it. Deep underground, there were many intricate and complicated tunnels. They were dug by beastmen and beasts. Some of the tunnels have collapsed, but the beastmen who can move deep underground are not afraid of being buried. What is the structure of the beastmen's power? They should also have many factions, right? It is impossible for them to be completely united. Xianxia secretly thought, if this is the case, then the beastmen are not that difficult to deal with. He is afraid that they are united, that is the most dreadful thing. Many powerful forces collapse, most of the time it is not because of external reasons, but because of internal strife. As long as the beastmen are not united, it is very easy to fight them. The beastmen and beastmen enslaved by the beastmen and beastmen means that they are no match for the beastmen and beastmen. You want to use beastmen and beastmen to fight against the beastmen, that won't work. Taisher said. I know, but these beasts and orcs can't always be so weak, right? Qinyan said, in our cosmos, there are many beasts who transformed into humans and became very powerful. Qinyan lay on the back of the gorilla beastman and finally arrived beside a few beastmen. These few beastmen are all tiger-headed beastmen. When they saw the gorilla beastmen, they only called out a few times. They did not notice Qinyan. Beastmen and beasts were unable to sense Qinyan's presence, but Qinyan did not let down his guard because he still had to deal with the aliens. Deep underground, there was definitely someone from the universe standing guard. It was just that he didn't know where they were. After approaching the center of the mine, try not to use the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe it, lest you get discovered. He had said before that when he used the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe, it would give off weak pulses. If an alien with strong mental energy was here, he might be able to sense it and discover him. This won't do. If I don't probe, then I won't be able to see anything deep underground. How will I be able to find the location of the Divine Universe crystal flower then? Right now, Qinyan only has a very vague direction. He only knows the location of the medium-sized golden stone mine. He is heading towards the depths of the center of the mine, where the Divine Universe crystal flower is most likely to appear. However, the range of the mine is still very large. The location of the Divine Universe crystal flower is also not big and it won't release any fluctuations, so it will be very difficult to find it. If he injected his mental energy into the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe, he would discover an area with many aliens. That would most likely be the location of the Divine Universe crystal flower. Since Taisher said that he can't probe it, then Qinyan will definitely be discovered by the aliens if he blindly searches for it. How about this, I'll make some noise to attract their attention and then probe it. They won't pay too much attention to the fluctuations emitted by the divine mirror of primordial beginning. Qinyan said with a smile. It's feasible. Taisher said, but the noise must be big enough. The moment you make a noise, probe it at the same time. This way, you can know their location. Otherwise, if you make a big noise and they immediately leave, then you won't know where they are. Where will they guard the Divine Universe crystal flower? Qinyan doesn't have enough strength right now, so he doesn't dare to directly face those powerful aliens. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to do so many things, he could just directly go over and do it. Making a big noise is not a problem for Qinyan at all. Moreover, it's something he is very good at. He let Ling Yuner use the pill transformation heavenly furnace inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. He mixed the Divine Universe Golden Stone and a large amount of Divine Sun energy together and refined it into a very large pearl. This way, he can erupt with very strong power. In order to make the power even greater, Qinyan also poured his own Divine Universe power into a power-storing pearl and placed it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace to fuse with other things. The most powerful thing about the pill transformation heavenly furnace is that it can fuse all kinds of messy things into a pill. This pill is very stable. This kind of stable pill looks very stable, but when needed, it can still let the energy inside burst out. Qinyan used the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine artillery shells before and the effect is very good. Qinyan let Ling Yan and Yang Yang join hands. Yang Yang's flame is very strong. If the flame she released was refined into a pill and detonated, the power would be very strong. There is still plenty of time, Qinyan is not in a hurry. He waited for Ling Yuner and the others to make a few more of those pills and then bury them near the three huge mines. This way, he can detonate them one after another and create a very big commotion. If that kind of big commotion burst out, it would be like a chaotic battle between many experts. The aliens deep underground might even be lured away. Of course, this is only the best result Qinyan expected. He is still not sure what will happen in the end. After waiting for 3 days, Ling Yuner and the others have made a total of more than 100 of those pills and they are not small. This consumes a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stone. If it explodes, the power will definitely not be small. Ling Yuner said with a smile. When Qinyan got it, he discovered that it can't be considered a pill because it is as big as a small apple. The thing produced by the pill transformation heavenly furnace is so big, it means that it has already reached the limit of the pressure and the power will be very strong. How powerful is this thing? Although Qingyan knows that the energy inside is very large, he is not clear about what will happen after it explodes. What he can be sure of is that it is impossible to use it to kill the alien creatures. However, it is definitely possible to use it to blow up a pit or something. Qingyan controlled the gorilla and quickly headed to the vicinity of the three mines. If it was the activity of the beast men from the outer universe, it would not attract their attention. They seemed to have some equipment that could sense the aura of humans. Qingyan and the beast men from the outer universe were together. His aura was weak and was completely covered by the aura of the gorilla. If the outsiders had any doubts, they would not have any doubts when they saw the gorilla. Along the way, Qingyan encountered several groups of beast men, but they were not discovered. This meant that his trick could deceive a large number of beast men from the outer universe. The three huge mines were only the surface of the mine. They had originally been dug by the heaven-opening race, but after the outer universe took over, they called over a group of beast men and beasts to continue digging and help them mine the divine universe goldstone. After Qingyan arrived, he suddenly thought that the divine universe goldstones dug by the beast men and beasts would definitely be stored in one place. It must be the warehouse of the divine universe goldstones. What was this warehouse like? Was it a storage space or a building hidden underground? Qingyan suddenly thought of the warehouse. This mine had been robbed for a period of time. The creatures from the outer universe must have dug out a lot. If he could sneak into that warehouse, he might be able to obtain a large number of divine universe goldstones. When Qingyan and Lingyuner were making the explosive pills, he had searched deep underground for the divine universe goldstones. He had found quite a few, but they were all relatively small. He did not go to the richer layer, nor did he dare to go, afraid that he would be discovered by the outsiders. Therefore, he could only find bits and pieces of divine universe goldstones, which added up to only a few tens of millions. The most important thing is still the divine universe crystal flower. Qingyan dispelled the idea of robbing the warehouse. He did not know where the warehouse was. Things had to be done one by one. His strength was limited, so he could not do it all at once. Qingyan began to place the explosive pills. He could be sure that there would not be any outsiders hiding underground near the three mines. There were not many outsiders. Even if they were hiding underground, they would definitely guard the divine universe crystal flower in the richer layer. They would definitely be guarding against the heaven-opening race to prevent them from destroying the divine universe crystal flower. In addition, there would be a small number of outsiders guarding the ground. They did not need to mine. They only needed to be in those houses. Once they sensed an enemy attack, they would immediately attack. Mining was the job of the beastmen and beasts from the outer universe. Qingyan did not encounter any aliens, but he knew that there were definitely aliens overseeing the work on the ground. Therefore, he was still in a relatively dangerous situation. After successfully placing 100 core explosion pills, Qingyan chose a place to drill into the ground. He wanted to ensure that the divine mirror of primordial beginnings detection range could detect those aliens. He did not use up all the explosive pills. There were still more than 10 left. This won't do. The detection range is too short. If I get close, I'll alert the aliens. Qingyan is currently above the rich mining area. He is carefully diving down. Start investigating now. If you attract the attention of the aliens, detonate those explosive pills. Taisher said. Qingyan immediately injected his mental power and used the divine mirror of primordial beginning to probe. The layer he was in was even deeper than the bottom of the three mines. After using the divine mirror of Taisher to explore, he found that there were foreign creatures only in the mines above, and there were no more than a kilometer underground. Could it be even deeper? Qingyan knew very well that the ground he was in was becoming more and more dangerous, but he had no choice but to continue taking the risk. He controlled the gorilla beastman and continued to dig. The gorilla beastman's digging speed was still very fast. Not long after, he dug 800 to 900 meters. On the way, he saw many relatively large divine universe golden stones. Qingyan stored them into the 9-yang divine spirit. Those were all pure divine universe golden stones. As long as the surface was cleaned, they would become large pieces of divine universe golden stones. It was not like the small mine from before, where many of them only had the surface of divine universe golden stones. Xianxia really wanted to dig here for a period of time, but he could not delay any longer. He had to find the location of the Divine Universe crystal flower as soon as possible and see if it was still there. Along the way, Xianxia had collected a total of 1 billion Divine Universe golden stones. Only now did he know that the rich mining area's Divine Universe golden stones were so abundant. Just by casually digging, there would be more than 1 billion Divine Universe golden stones. While digging, he also placed 2 explosive pills. If they were to explode, the commotion would be very big even if it was deep underground. Then, Xianxia continued to use the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning to probe. After probing, the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning suddenly shook and a very small human-shaped red shadow appeared on the mirror's surface. It's about the same size as a human. It should be an alien, but it hasn't moved. Xianxia said, it should not have discovered this gorilla beastman. And then continue digging. Xianxia is not sure if there is a Divine Universe crystal flower below. He only knows that he has reached the rich mining area. From the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning, he can see that there are no aliens within a kilometer. However, he still very carefully dug down. While digging, it was the gorilla beastman who dug. There was more or less some commotion, but it was not discovered. Xianxia began to suspect that those aliens were not very powerful. Otherwise, they would have definitely discovered this gorilla beastman. Could it be that the aliens think that the gorilla beastman is patrolling? Xianxia said with a frown. Maybe. But if we get too close to the core of the Divine Universe crystal flower, those aliens might be vigilant. Xianxia warned Xianxia, you have to be extra careful and maintain vigilance at all times. As the gorilla beastman dug down, Xianxia collected many Divine Universe golden stones. The largest one was several meters long and the smallest one was more than a meter long. They were all irregular, but they were all pure Divine Universe golden stones. Along the way, he collected more than 2 billion and also placed 2 explosion pills. He entered the rich mining area and placed explosion pills. If this mine was completely developed, how many Divine Universe golden stones would he obtain? Xianxia also found it hard to imagine. And this was only a medium-sized golden stone mine. What if it was a large one? He now finally understood why there were so many alien lifeforms crazily rushing in and why the 9-Sun Holy Land really had a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. Xianxia dug another kilometer and used the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning to probe again. He discovered that there were several figures gathered on the left side. This made Xianxia slightly excited because that place was most likely where the Divine Universe crystal flower was located. The aliens were surrounding that place, maybe they were studying something. However, at this moment, he noticed that the alien he had marked earlier was coming towards him, and the few aliens below seemed to have noticed him as well. Xianxia suddenly became nervous. He doesn't know how strong these aliens are, but with his current strength, he definitely can't deal with them. Are they all here? Xianxia is somewhat looking forward to it. If these aliens are coming towards him, as long as he leads them away, he can quickly rush to the place where the aliens are gathered. Below him, further to the left, there are still 2 aliens who haven't moved. Only 4 aliens are coming towards him. There are still 2 who haven't come up. Xianxia frowned and considered whether or not to detonate the explosive pills. We've been discovered, but they don't seem to be in a hurry. Xianxia didn't let the gorilla beastman stop and let him continue to dig. You can detonate them. Xianxia suddenly said. Through the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning, Xianxia can see 5 aliens approaching. Although their speed isn't fast, they are coming towards him. It is certain that they have discovered the gorilla beastman. They haven't discovered that there are humans here, otherwise they would have come at a faster speed. Xianxia said. Soon after, with a thought, he released a weak spatial fluctuation and detonated the explosive pills. The surface of the explosive pills have spatial runes. They are the spatial divine power added by the Little Ant Queen, so Xianxia can easily detonate them. After the detonation, the earth fiercely shook. Xianxia is deep underground, so he can feel the intense shaking. However, he doesn't know what is happening on the surface. In order to avoid being discovered, he didn't even release the Heavenly Eye clone. Not only did he place the explosive pills on the surface of the ground, he even placed a few along the way when he came down to increase the movement. At this moment, he was also extremely nervous because there was an alien coming over. If they were not distracted by the commotion above, then Xianxia would have failed this time. What made him pleasantly surprised was that not only did the few aliens who had approached him immediately rush towards the ground, even the 2 aliens who had been motionless below him were rushing upwards at a very fast speed. These guys shouldn't have the ability to drill into the ground, but they can still rush up so fast. Could it be that they used a very strong power to fight their way up? Xianxia looked at the divine mirror of primal beginning and suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Originally, there were many tunnels underground, but just now, there was a huge tremor, and all of them were destroyed. Xianxia stored the gorilla beastman and used the mysterious penetration divine ability to quickly rush towards the place where the group of aliens had gathered. After he went over, he found that there was actually a small space there. It was a very small space, about the size of a room. However, it was connected to the outside world, and the aliens were in this small space. The small space was like an open door, so Xianxia could use the divine mirror of primordial beginning to detect the people from the outer universe. After entering the small space, the inside was golden and dazzling. It really looked like a room inside a bead. It was a few meters wide. The walls seemed to be made of divine metal, and in the middle, there was a very small flower. The flower only had 4 petals, and it was very small. It didn't have a stem, and it looked like a flower stuck to the golden ground. Xianxia patted the ground. It was indeed formed from divine universe goldstone. Furthermore, it was of extremely high quality. This kind of divine universe metal or was like a golden crystal. Through the crystal, one could see golden liquid flowing in the ground. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the room were all made of golden crystals, and one could see energy flowing under the crystals. It is quickly absorbing the energy of the surrounding divine universe goldstone, mainly to nurture this flower. Xianxia held the divine mirror of primordial beginning and shined it on the flower. He asked, "Brother Taisher, did you see the divine universe crystal flower? Did you remember anything?" Taisher said before that he had to see it with his own eyes to remember some things. After all, he had too many memories, and sometimes he needed to recall them. "Quickly take it, this is a good thing." Taisher's voice seemed to be somewhat excited. "Take it first, I can't tell you what it is in a short time." "Can it really be taken away? Why didn't those aliens take it away?" Xianxia also didn't know how to take it, because this flower was inside the small space and it was connected to the entire small space. "Let Milu'er come out, quickly," Taisher urged. Milu'er could collect space, she called that small space a small bag before. Letting Milu'er come out in this kind of place is very dangerous. But now that there are no aliens, Xianxia let Milu'er come out is also very safe. He held the divine mirror of primordial beginning in his hand and probed the surroundings. There are no aliens approaching. "Milu'er, help me collect this small space," Xianxia said. After Milu'er came out, she saw the small golden divine universe crystal flower and exclaimed, "Brother, what is this?" Even Milu'er didn't know, but she could feel that this is a very powerful thing. "I don't know, can you take this small space?" Xianxia asked. Milu'er saw that Xianxia is very anxious, she quickly pulled his hand and came out of the small space. Then she gently waved her hand and the small space turned into a round bead. "Brother, I can feel that the little flower is about to die, the little flower needs to absorb the energy of the golden crispy stone." Milu'er held the bead in her hand and said with a frown, "You go in first, I will collect the golden crispy stone." Xianxia quickly put Milu'er into the 9-sun divine soul. Although there is a big movement from above, it won't be able to deceive the aliens for long. They will definitely find out soon. Therefore, Xianxia must take advantage of this time to collect as many divine universe golden stones as possible. He is now in the richer layer. It can be said that there are large and small divine universe golden stones all around, it is very rich. "Yuner, you and I join hands, use the power of Nether Sun and pour all of it into the 9-sun divine soul's Nether Sun pearl." Xianxia quickly contacted Ling Yuner. The Nether Sun pearl is the pearl with Nether Sunday. The small Nether Sun inside has grown a lot. If it cooperates with Xianxia and Ling Yuner's Nether Sun, it can release a very powerful devouring power. "Begin." Xianxia opened the Nether Sun pearl and released the super strong devouring power of Nether Sunday. The surrounding space began to distort and a black whirlpool gradually appeared in front of the Nether Sun pearl. The black whirlpool slowly rotated and became bigger and bigger. The surrounding soil flew over at a very fast speed. The more things that are devoured, the greater Qin Yun's consumption. It is the same for Ling Yuner. Fortunately, she can absorb the energy of other divine suns inside the 9-sun divine soul to recover. Qin Yun can recover by himself through the divine king heavenly seal. The nether sun inside the 9-sun divine soul nether sun pearl is like a Taotai giant beast, erupting with a very strong devouring power. Qin Yun doesn't know how much he has devoured. He only felt that the ground around him suddenly became empty. A large amount of stone soil and divine universe golden stones have been devoured by the nether sun pearl. The aliens are here. Taisher's voice suddenly resounded in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun also doesn't know how many divine universe golden stones the 9-sun divine spirit's nether sun pearl has devoured. In short, he has been busy for a long time this time, so he definitely did not suffer a loss. These guys are really not easy to fool, they reacted so quickly. Qin Yun immediately used the mysterious penetration divine ability and quickly traveled underground, quickly leaving the medium-sized golden stone mine. And when he left, he was still somewhat reluctant in his heart because there were many divine universe golden stones in the place just now, but he could only take a small amount. Qin Yun crazily traveled underground, not daring to stop, afraid that the outsiders would catch up to him. Then if the outsiders couldn't protect the divine universe crystal flower, they would definitely go crazy. They might even desperately search for him. After running underground for a day, Qin Yun used the primal beginning divine mirror to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there were no outsiders, he stopped. What a pity, such a good medium-sized golden stone mine was taken over by the outsiders just like that. Yun is still deep underground. He already let Ling Yuner and Malur enter the nether sun pearl to see how many divine universe golden stones there are. Taisher said, the 9-sun holy land has more divine universe golden stones than I imagined. Within a heavenly power region, there is a large mine and 3 medium mines. In other words, there is a very large mine here. I wonder if it has been found? It has definitely been found. It is very difficult to hide the large and medium mines. Moreover, the heaven creation ancient race is still active in this area. Qin Yun shook his head. The heaven creation ancient race only has this mine to defend. Moreover, all the heaven creation ancient race members guarding this mine have died. The heaven creation ancient race will definitely not let this matter rest. The reason why Liangjing rushed back earlier was to find more helpers and take back this mine. Even if it wasn't for the divine universe crystal flower, just because so many people had died, they would still fight with the outsiders. This mine was near the 9-sun holy lands barrier. The outsiders had come here and caused trouble, it was as if they were at their doorstep. If the heaven creation ancient race did not chase them away, it would be hard for them to swallow this anger. After all, this was the 9-sun holy land, the divine desolate, not the outerverse. The outsiders provoked them like this, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. They must deal a heavy blow to the outsiders. After Yun left the medium-sized golden stone mine, he began to count his gains from entering the 9-sun holy land. That what divine universe crystal flower? That was because he still didn't know what it was. Sutra after some careful calculations, they estimated that they had obtained around 100 billion divine universe gold stones. This was a rather impressive harvest. After giving Malur 50 billion and returning 10 billion to her, Qin Yun could still get 40 billion, which was not bad. After all, he had gained so much in just half a month. Qin Yun took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and asked, "Old brother primal beginning, what's going on with the divine space crystal flower?" That senior from before said that this is very important to the people of the outer universe, but I don't know what its specific use is. Is this a medicinal ingredient? That divine space crystal flower had turned into a pearl and was growing in its own small space. It needed to absorb a large amount of divine space golden stone to grow. Such as if it was useless to him, Qin Yun did not wish to continue planting it. He did not have that many divine universe gold stones to grow flowers. It can't be considered a plant, but it will grow like a plant. It's a flower now, but it will slowly grow into a sapling in the future, and finally become a tree. Taisher said, after becoming a big tree, that flower will bear fruit. This tree only has one fruit, but that fruit is very useful. What's the use? Can it be eaten? Xianxia asked. You can't eat it, but it's the essence of the divine space golden stone. It can be absorbed and used for cultivation. Taisher said, as for the effect, I can't be sure right now. I only know that this kind of thing is very rare. Even a large mine might not appear. Then do I need a lot of divine space golden stone to plant? Xianxia curled his lips and said, my divine space golden stone is limited. I have to raise myself and you, it's not enough. Of course you don't need divine space golden stone. You can just place it inside the 9 sun divine spirit and absorb the energy of the myriad realms divine sun. Taisher said, it's best to plant it on the divine yang heavenly soil. Its growth speed should be very fast. That's good. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. You should know that the formation of the divine space golden stone is caused by the energy of the powerful divine Sunday. And in the process of that flower's growth, the tree trunk, branches, leaves and so on will all become divine space golden stone. Taisher said again. Ah? That flower can absorb the energy of the myriad realms divine sun and grow by itself, turning into a lot of divine space golden stone? Xianxia said in shock, then do I have a way to plant it in large quantities? I don't want that fruit, I just want to plant a lot of these trees. I'm not too sure. If it grows into a tree, you can try plucking the leaves off the tree and see if the leaves grow back. Taisher said, your 9 sun divine spirit's white sun pearl has the divine yang heavenly soil. With the white divine sun, it might be able to help that flower grow. The dragon peach divine tree inside the white sun pearl is growing quite well. Yang and Momo are looking forward to the fruit all day long. They have been very meticulous in taking care of that tree. How much can the fruit of the divine space crystal flower help me improve? Xianxia is very curious. Outsiders value the divine space crystal flower so much, it must be very precious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to occupy that mine. Taisher said, next, the outsiders will have to face the crazy revenge of the heaven-opening ancient race. The 8 heaven-opening ancient race people are outside, they will definitely join hands and attack that medium-sized golden stone mine. Xianxia did not leave, instead, he continued to stay in the 9 sun sacred land. He is now hiding in a cave deep in the mountains. Milu received 50 billion divine universe golden stones and Xianxia also gave her 10 billion, which is 60 billion. Suddenly receiving so much shocked her. She knew that Xianxia treated her very well, so she didn't want that much. She said that she only needed 30 billion and the rest would be given to Xianxia. She refused to take that much no matter what. She even said that she wouldn't be able to eat all of the divine universe golden stones in a short time. In the end, Xianxia could only accept the 30 billion divine universe golden stones from Milu. He knew that this is a very heavy responsibility. If those destroyers came to capture Milu, he would definitely have to protect her. In this way, Xianxia now has 70 billion divine universe golden stones to use for cultivation. All of them are used to increase the upper limit of the divine universe power? If we use 20 million to increase the upper limit, then these 70 billion divine universe golden stones can increase the upper limit by 3,500. But I can't use it all at once, I have to save some to protect myself. Xianxia held the divine king heavenly seal and is planning how to cultivate. I suggest that you cultivate your mental power to 100 because you still need to find the divine universe golden stone mine. Taisher said, you should have already felt the benefits of mental power, right? Mental strength was indeed very strong, especially when the opponent had not cultivated it. Attacking the opponent's mind was very effective. Xianxia wanted to stay in the 9 sun sacred ground for a period of time, mainly to find the divine universe goldstones. Goblin his divine space force was a great help in searching for divine space ore. If he could increase it a little more, it would be of great help to him. At the very least, he wouldn't feel mentally exhausted after using his divine space force many times. Raise the upper limit of spiritual energy to 100? In that case, we still need 40 points, and we need 40 billion. Yun was very reluctant because he had used more than half of the 70 billion he had gained this time to increase his mental energy. Moreover, he believed that his mental energy was more than enough 70 billion divine universe goldstones. Keep 10 billion by your side. As for the remaining 60 billion, 30 billion will be used to increase my mental strength, and the other 30 billion will be used to increase my divine space force. Taisher said, you are now in the second tier of the divine space realm. If you want to step into the third tier of the divine space realm, you might not be able to use up 30 billion. That's right, then I'll raise my divine cosmos force first. Xianxia was currently at the second firmament of the divine space realm. His divine space power had a maximum limit of 1200. If he wanted to reach the boundary of the third firmament of the divine space realm, he would need to double his divine space power. In other words, he would need to increase his divine space power by another 1200. Once you step into the third level of the divine space realm, your divine space force might erupt out quite a bit. At that time, it won't be the upper limit of 2400 divine space force. Taisher said. I know. Xianxia smiled and said, I am really looking forward to it. From the looks of it, when I leave the Nine Sun Holy Land, my cultivation will at least be at the fourth level of the divine space realm. I wonder how strong the great divine lord will be then? After leaving through the clouds, there was still a great deal of divine universe metal that could be earned. For instance, the Black Killer Sun and the Law Enforcement World King had handed over a considerable amount of divine universe metal. Through the God Monarch Heavenly Mark, he could raise the upper limit of his divine cosmic force by 20 million points. Raising the upper limit by 1,200 points meant that it was 24 billion. Based on the rate at which he could consume 10 billion per day, he would need 2.5 days to reach the limit of the second tier of the divine space realm. This time, he could smoothly raise the upper limit of his divine cosmos force to 2,400, and he didn't need to cultivate anything else. Like previously, he had to either temper the divine universe golden tendons or strengthen the divine universe golden tendons. During this period of time, he had used up a lot of divine universe golden stones. Such as today, he felt very comfortable as he leveled up to his heart's content. I should have increased my divine cosmos power long ago. Xianxia looked at the divine king heavenly seal in his hand. He had fed many divine universe gold stones to the godly monarch heavenly seal. One reason was to allow the godly monarch heavenly seal to evolve an ability, and the other was to activate the heavenly rules orthodoxy's ability. Xianxia had asked Grand Prime before. If he wanted the godly king heavenly seal to evolve another ability, he would need more divine universe goldstones. Grand Prime did not tell him the specifics. He only told him not to ask too much lest he was in a bad mood. I'm finally going to step into the third level of the divine space realm. Xianxia is now using the divine king heavenly seal to restore his divine space power. His upper limit had gone up, but his divine cosmos force had never been replenished. Only when his divine cosmos force was fully restored could he make a breakthrough and attack the divine cosmos within his body. Only then would he be able to erupt with even greater power. At the peak of the second tier of the divine space realm, I have an upper limit of 2,400 points of divine space force, while the majority of people at the peak of the third tier of the divine space realm only have an upper limit of 2,000 divine space force. Xianxia could now sense the benefits of strengthening the divine universe golden tendons very early on. After all, he had previously invested a lot of divine universe golden rocks in exchange for this extreme divine universe power. Another great benefit was that when he broke through, the upper limit of his divine cosmos force would erupt. The higher the quality of his body, the higher the upper limit of his explosive power. This was also one of the benefits of strengthening all the divine universe golden tendons very early. It was very difficult to completely strengthen the divine universe golden tendons at the first tier of the divine universe realm, and no one had ever done it before. Even if there was, not many people would know about it. Only Xianxia could understand the great benefits of strengthening the divine universe golden tendons early. Xianxia spent a long time adjusting himself to his best state. Right now, there's an upper limit of 2,400. Let's see how much there will be after the breakthrough. Yun took a deep breath and laid on the ground. He placed the God King Heavenly Seal on his chest and used the God King Heavenly Seal's power to break through. The breaking process is very fast. Xianxia only feels that all of his divine cosmos power is suddenly sucked dry by the divine King Heavenly Seal and then blasted into the divine cosmos within his body. It could be said to be very short, but the feeling was very strong. He didn't have such a strong feeling in his previous breakthroughs, which surprised him. I broke through. What's the upper limit of my divine cosmos power now? Xianxia hurriedly picked up the divine mirror of grand beginning and checked his upper limit of divine cosmos power. 2,800. Xianxia was alarmed. He had actually increased his upper limit of divine cosmos power by 400. This was a lot for a third-tier divine cosmos realm cultivator. The average person at the third tier of the divine universe realm would have divine cosmos power between 1,000 to 2,000. When Xianxia stepped into the third tier of the divine universe realm, it directly increased by 400. Xianxia was originally very happy, but Taishi's following words made him somewhat depressed. You are now at the third tier of the divine universe realm. The divine universe goldstones required to raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power by 1 point is no longer 20 million, but 40 million. How did you know so quickly? Xianxia curled his lips. To raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power, one had to expend a certain amount of divine cosmos power to develop and strengthen the divine cosmos in one's body. After consuming it, he would use the God King Heavenly Seal to absorb the divine universe goldstones to replenish it. But now that he had just broken through, Taishi told him that he had to consume even more divine universe goldstones. This made him very puzzled. Your current divine cosmos power is 3 cores. Naturally, you need to consume a lot of divine universe goldstones to replenish it. About 200,000 divine universe goldstones to replenish 1 point of divine cosmos power and 200 points to strengthen the divine cosmos power in your body to raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power by 1 point. Taishi said. Previously, replenishing 1 point of divine cosmos power required 100,000 divine universe goldstones. Now, it has doubled. All right. Xianxia sighed and said, then I will start cultivating mental universe power. He still had 36 billion left in his budget, which could be used to raise 36 points of mental cosmos power. Xianxia cultivated for 3.5 days and finally used up the rest of his budget. His mental cosmos power was 96, almost reaching 100. Xianxia had been in the 9 Sun sacred land for a period of time. Especially during these few days of seclusion, he had completely lost contact with the outside world. He planned to go out for a while to receive news and see if there was anything important. Xianxia was not far from the barrier. When he came out from underground, it was noon. He looked at the sky and saw that there were only 6 myriad realms divine suns. However, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that the light was much stronger. He let the little queen ant come out and bring him into the dark space to the outside of the 9 Sun sacred land. Just as soon as he came out, Xianxia was shocked. After coming out, he saw the 7th myriad realm's divine sun. The 7th divine sun had appeared. Xianxia immediately took out the Taishi divine mirror and shone it at the divine sun. He said in shock, Brother Taishi, did you see that? This 7th divine sun seemed to be a little bigger than the 6th divine sun. Why can't I see the 7th divine sun in the 9 Sun sacred land? When he was in the 9 Sun sacred ground, he had just come up from deep underground and felt that the light was stronger than before. He suspected that there was an additional divine sun, so he looked at the sky but only saw 6 myriad realm divine suns. When he came out of the 9 Sun sacred ground, he could feel stronger sunlight. At that moment, he was very sure that there was an additional myriad realm divine sun in the sky. This myriad world's godly sun is stronger than the previous one. Taishi said with great certainty, looks like the 9 Yang Dharma spirit is becoming more and more proficient in the divine sun cultivation technique. Why can't I see the 7th divine sun in the 9 Sun sacred land? Xianxia was very curious about this. The 9 Sun's Dharma spirit cultivated such a powerful divine sun, so it should have mastered the power of spatial isolation. It isolated the 7th divine sun outside the 9 Sun sacred ground, preventing its energy from reaching the 9 Sun sacred ground. Taishi said, this is a good thing for the divine desolate. At least a large amount of the myriad realm's divine sun's energy won't be absorbed by the 9 Sun sacred ground. Cloud took out the magic mirror and began to receive information from all sides. Many people were looking for Xianxia, mainly asking him about the 7th divine Sunday. The 7th divine sun appeared 5 days ago. It was also during that period of time that everyone came to look for Xianxia. It seemed that every time Xianxia entered seclusion, the myriad realm's divine sun would appear. The last time the sixth divine son appeared, it was huge. At that time, many people couldn't contact Xianxia and thought that it was caused by Xianxia. This after the seventh divine son appeared, everyone had the same thought. Xianxia could only reply to them one by one, saying that it had nothing to do with him. He did not know what was going on either. Among them, Yu Yuan even contacted Xianxia anxiously because he learned from Qin Liangjing that Xianxia had secretly entered the ninth sun sacred ground. And moreover, Yu Yuan also learned from Xiao Qihong that Xianxia can already craft one-star imperial heavenly talisman. Yu Lifan went to look for Xiao Qihong and told him about this. Xiao Qihong is very amazed by this, he immediately wanted to meet Xianxia. However, Yu Lifan also could not contact Xianxia, so Xiao Qihong went to find Yu Yuan. Sect leader, I'm fine. I was in seclusion during this period of time. Xianxia said with smile, I still don't have time to meet Senior Xiao, I still have very important things to do. Yun immediately contacted Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yume. The two of them looked for Xianxia. What made Xianxia feel funny is that every few days they would pretend to be Yu Xieji and go sightseeing. They even took many pictures and videos and sent them to the group. Xianxia only received it after he came out. Yuan, Yume, can you contact Nine Yang Law Spirit? What's the situation inside the 70th Universe Divine Sun? Xianxia asked, is Sister Kiru back? Next, it should be her turn to enter the core of the myriad world's Divine Sun. Little hubby, the internal situation of the 70th Universe Deity Sun is very complicated, we still haven't figured it out. Oh that's right, Yume and I are preparing to return to the Ancestral Divine Sun and Second Divine Sun cores. Xiao Yuan immediately replied, the Nine Suns Law Spirit wants us to return. Xiao Yume wants to enter Ancestor Divine Sun and Xiao Yuan wants to enter Second Divine Sunday. Did the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit tell you why you need to return to the Divine Sun's core? Is it to cultivate? Xianxia asked. I don't know yet. In short, it gave us a time limit. Once the time is up, it will send me in. Xiao Yume said, brother, we can't pretend to be Yu Xieji anymore. It's fine, Great Divine King doesn't care about Yu Xieji anyways. He will come to collect the Divine Universe Golden Stones on time. Xianxia said, I am worried about you, afraid that the Nine Yang Law Spirit will harm you. How can that be? The Nine Yang Law Spirit wants us to return this time, it should be to gather power or something. I am not too sure about the specifics. Xiao Yuan said, don't worry, the Nine Yang Law Spirit won't harm us. Xianxia doesn't trust the Nine Yang Law Spirit. Previously, the Nine Yang Law Spirit said that Bingxing is in trouble. Even though the Nine Yang Law Spirit said that it deliberately lured Xianxia here. However, this made Xianxia vigilant. He wished he could beat up the Nine Yang Law Spirit. It actually used Sister Bingxing's safety to threaten him. This is what made him the most angry. Xianxia found out that Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yume want to return to the Divine Sun core. No, he is only worried about the two sisters. He is very worried about Nine Sun Divine Maiden who is still in the Myriad Realms Divine Sun core. Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and transmitted his strong consciousness into it. He said, Nine Yang Law Spirit, you bastard. Quickly tell me, why did you let Yuan and Yume go back? Regardless of whether you are listening or not, I want to warn you, if you dare to harm them, I, Xianxia, will not let you off. Xianxia is now very angry. Because after the Nine Yang Law Spirit finished using him, it ignored him. Now, it even called Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yume back without saying anything. Xianxia, congratulations on your cultivation increasing by a lot, the Nine Yang Law Spirit's laughter can be heard. To Xianxia, it is the laughter of a treacherous old fox. Why did you let Yuan and Yume go back? Quickly speak. Xianxia transmitted a very angry voice into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It's nothing, the 70th Divine Sun has appeared. Let her go back and feel the benefits of the 7th Divine Sunday. This can help them increase their strength, it's a good thing. Nine Yang Law Spirit said with smile, Xianxia, don't worry. I already said that I won't harm Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Then what about Sister Kiru and the others? Didn't they enter Nine Sun Holy Land? But they are not in Nine Sun Holy Land. Where did they go? Xianxia asked again. They went to the Outerverse. Don't worry, they are very safe. I asked them to go to the outerverse to help me find something. What? What kind of cultivation do they have? You want them to go to the outerverse? Xianxia immediately flew into a rage. He didn't dare to be sure before, but now that Nine Yang Law Spirit has admitted it, he is very angry. The outerverse they are going to is not very dangerous. Do you really think that there is only one outerverse? That passage can currently lead to 2 outerverses. Nine Yang Law Spirit said. 2 outerverses? Xianxia suddenly thought of Ancient Desolate. Ancient Desolate's Heaven Exterminating Heaven said that there is a passage on their side that leads to the outerverse. Not only 2, there might even be a 3rd, a 4th in the future. Otherwise, how do you think I created the 7th divine sun? Nine Yang Law Spirit very proudly laughed and said. Then why did you say that you wanted to use that box to seal the passage? Xianxia curled his lips and said, You bastard, which part of your words is the truth? Xianxia and that old brother Taisher have always been thinking about the box where primordial Taisher is. If it doesn't fall, it will be a great threat to them. It can be said to be a great hidden danger. But that box is in the hands of the Nine Yang Law Spirit, they have no chance to obtain it. Nine Yang Faling said that he wanted to use that box to seal the passage in the middle of the Nine Sun Holy Land. But now, not only that passage is not sealed, it can even lead to another universe. You don't understand, right? That passage is bifurcated, just like how your urine is bifurcated. Nine Yang Law Spirit laughed loudly and said. Bifurcated is only bifurcated, you said it can lead to even more outerverse. Xianxia said, when will Sister Kiru and the others return from that outerverse? Doesn't she need to enter the 70th universe, Divine Sun? Nine Yang Law Spirit said, not every universe has very terrifying outer universe life forms. Some universes are still in the initial stage of growth or middle stage, so there won't be any danger. I can guarantee their safety, you can rest assured. Then what do you plan to do inside the 70th universe, Divine Sun? Are there any Divine Sun descendants inside? Although Xianxia already has the space inside the 4 Divine Suns, he feels that it is not enough. If he could obtain another Divine Sun, that would be even better. The interior of the 7th Divine Sun. I plan to make it a diplomatic place. That is to let the humans of many universes send representatives to enter the 7th Divine Sun and settle the disputes between the many universes. Nine Yang Law Spirit said, of course, this might be rather difficult, but we still have to try. Xianxia looked at the 7th Divine Sun in the sky. Nine Yang Law Spirit being able to create it in such a short period of time is indeed very amazing. It belongs to the Super Divine Sun level. The reason why Nine Yang Law Spirit opened the passage to many outerverse is to obtain energy from other universes to cultivate his myriad realms Divine Sunday. This way, he won't need to use the energy of this universe. Such as if one absorbs too much energy from this universe, they will be punished. Taisher also said that under normal circumstances, as long as 3 super divine suns appear together, it would definitely attract a lot of attention from the universe and they would be finished very quickly. However, after the myriad realms divine suns above divine desolate appeared one after another, nothing happened. Clearly, Nine Yang Law Spirit protected them well. That Ancestor God Sun's divine sun descendant, how is he now? It's still the same. It's very difficult to exterminate them all, but these fellows can't do much at the moment. I believe that with the speed of your growth, it's only a matter of time before you get rid of those guys. The Nine Yang Law Spirit said with a smile, Xianxia, the descendants of the Divine Sun are my nemesis. I have high hopes for you, don't disappoint me. For Yun to be able to grow to this stage, she also had the secret support of the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit for many years. But therefore, it can be said that the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit had already started making arrangements a long time ago. After so many years, Xianxia indeed did not disappoint the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit. Although Xianxia is somewhat unhappy with the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit, in the end, the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit still helped him a lot. Furthermore, it even sent the Nine Suns Divine Maiden to his side. Was the heaven-splitting ancient clan being suppressed? I can help them awaken their bloodline heavenly runes, but they seem to be afraid of something, so they don't dare to let me continue awakening. The heaven-splitting ancient clan is also known as the Divine Sun Hunters. They were originally like tools. Only after they came into contact with the bloodline heavenly runes did they discover that they could borrow the power of the bloodline heavenly runes to break through their own limits and become stronger. What happened afterwards is more or less what you understand. They want to become stronger and no longer want to be tools. They have always been secretly seeking a breakthrough. They went to many outerverse and in the end, only a small portion of them returned here. There are also many heaven-splitting ancient clan members who wandered in other outerverse. The nine-young law spirit seems to be comparing the heaven-splitting ancient clan members. Then now they are determined to stay in the heavenly god desolate? Xianxia is somewhat worried that after the heaven-splitting ancient clan broke through some kind of restriction, they would attract a powerful faction. Yes, the heavenly god desolate has given them hope, so they will protect the Nine Sun Sacred Grounds barrier. The nine-young law spirit said with smile. Xianxia previously guessed that the heaven-splitting ancient clan and the nine-young law spirit must have secretly discussed this. Oh right, what exactly is going on with the ancient desolate? Xianxia asked again. He has always been very curious about the ancient desolate. That is a special space I created. This space is sandwiched between two universes. However, because of some problems, the passageway between the ancient desolate and this universe was closed. In addition, the ancient desolate is my experimental ground. According to my observations, when many living beings grow in this universe, after reaching a certain stage, they will be greatly restricted and in the end, they will inexplicably die. Therefore, I suspect that there is a high-level life form in this universe that I am unable to observe, specifically suppressing the growth of low-level life forms. When the nine-young law spirit said these words, its tone was rather solemn. This made Xianxia recall what Yu Lifan once said about the upper echelons. Then will the passageway to the ancient desolate be opened in the future? Xianxia asked. Even if it is possible, I will not open it for the time being to avoid causing chaos. If nothing unexpected happens, the ancient desolate's life forms will be able to grow very quickly. When their strength reaches the level of high-level life forms, if they enter the heavenly god desolate, it will cause a great commotion. The nine-young law spirit said, in short, this matter is rather complicated. If one day, a high-level life form comes and wants to destroy the heavenly god desolate, to destroy the myriad realms' divine sun, maybe the ancient desolate can save us. Xianxia is secretly alarmed. So the ancient desolate was actually such an existence. This nine-young law spirit had actually secretly made such a huge arrangement. I don't often contact you because you are rather special. If there is something that wants to stop me from growing, if I discover that you often contact me, then you will be in danger. The nine-young law spirit chuckled and said, therefore, I am doing this to protect you. Alright, let's leave it at that. We will contact each other as little as possible in the future. Wait, what danger? Is the Nine Sun Goddess in danger? Xianxia hurriedly shouted but did not receive a response. Xianxia looked around. According to what the nine-young Dharma spirits said, the divine desolate heavens were all mid to low-level life forms. If one day they reached the strength of a high-level life form, then it would attract the descent of a high-level life form and they would be exterminated. This reminded him of what Miller said about the destroyers. Senior Li Fan also said that when the middle and lower level life forms face the threat of the outer realm life forms, the upper level people will not intervene. However, the upper level people still gave some help. Why is that? Yun looked at the sky. He really wanted to know what those upper level people or higher level life forms were like. To actually be able to destroy so many divine suns, even the heaven-splitting ancient clan was the subordinate of those upper level people. Xianxia held the Divine King Heavenly Seal and continued to shout for the Nine Sun Law Spirit. After shouting for a while, the Nine Sun Law Spirit still did not respond. This guy. I still want to ask about Miller. Xianxia suspected that the destroyer who captured Miller might have been sent by the upper echelons. If they were really sent by the upper echelons, then they must be very strong. Xianxia took out the divine mirror of Grand Beginning and told Grand Beginning about his conversation with the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit. He asked him if what the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit said was possible. After Taisha heard this, he said, looks like the Nine Young Law Spirit is going to do something big. I know what he's going to do. What kind of disaster would this guy cause? Didn't the 9 Yang Dharma spirit say that it didn't care about the life and death of divine wilderness? Why are you so concerned now? Xianxia thought that the 9 Yang Law spirit really didn't care about the divine desolate. That depends on whether the god desolate is of any benefit to him. The existence of divine desolate can allow the 9 Suns Law spirit to nurture a group of powerful creatures. These creatures can protect the myriad realms' divine sun. Taisher said. What exactly does that 9 Yang Dharma spirit want to do? How many universes? Xianxia looked at the 70th universe divine Sunday. When the 6th divine sun appeared, he was already shocked. He never expected the 7th divine sun to be even bigger. The 9 Yang Law spirit wants to create a super strong divine Sunday. It needs to use these divine sun to open up multiple universes and then absorb energy from those universes. Furthermore, it won't be destroyed by those universes. Taisher said, it has to wander between multiple universes, benefiting from both sides. If it goes too far, it will definitely be very dangerous. Xianxia suddenly recalled that within the myriad world's divine sun's core, there were many layers of space. It was highly possible that the space within the core led to other universes, from which he could obtain energy. In that case, the 9 Suns Divine Maiden was even more important, because the 9 Suns Divine Maiden was needed to construct a space within the core. No matter what, the reason the 9 Suns Law Spirit made this choice should be to seek a breakthrough. Otherwise, these 9 myriad realms' divine suns would have either been destroyed or sealed. Taisher said. Xianxia had many bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, which were sealed pocket universes. He suspected that once those small universes devoured enough energy in this universe, they would become independent. As long as it was still in this universe, once it was destroyed, the energy would still remain in the universe. It is useless for Xianxia to think too much because his strength is still too weak. Let's go collect the Divine Universe Goldstones first. Xianxia contacted the Law Enforcement Realm King, Black Killer Master, and Yu Yan. They each transferred over 1 billion Divine Universe Goldstones to Xianxia's card, adding up to 4 billion. After that, Xianxia went to look for Mingyong Tian and gave him a large batch of elegant cigarettes that could be sold for 500 million. Mingyong Tian also gave Xianxia 500 million. This was the money he got from selling the batch of elegant cigarettes. Xianxia found a goldstone section and took out 4 billion Divine Universe Goldstones. Then, he used them to raise his mental force by 4 points, allowing it to reach 100. The appearance of the 70th world's divine sun brought even more vitality to the divine desolate. Xianxia saw from the magic mirror that after the 7th divine sun appeared, it shot out many beams of powerful energy. Those beams of light shot into the divine desolate. This meant that many treasure lands would appear. There would be more and more divine universe goldstone mines and more powerful races would be born. Not only did the 70th world's divine sun shoot out beams of light, the other 6 divine suns also burst out with intense light. Many things fell onto the divine desolate. There were also light rays that entered the divine moon to strengthen it. Now, the divine desolate has become very lively. Many people have set out to find treasure lands. There are many resources from the descent of the myriad world's divine suns. Whoever can find them will have a great opportunity. There are many barren dead lands in the divine desolate, but with the appearance of the 7th divine sun, those dead lands will usher in life. However, Xianxia still chose to go to the 9 Sun sacred land. From his point of view, the divine universe goldstone mine in the 9 Sun sacred land is easier to find. According to what he learned from the booklet, it is very easy to sense the heavens power region in the 9 Sun sacred land. As long as one can sense the heavens power region, it is very easy to find the earth energy region. And in the divine desolate, it is very difficult to find. Moreover, the resources from the myriad world's divine suns can't be formed so quickly. Xianxia once again entered the 9 Sun sacred land. His current strength is much stronger than before. If he meets an outsider again, as long as they are not particularly strong, he will not be as afraid as before. It is very stable for me to erupt with 4 times my strength. I currently have a force of 2,800 divine cosmos. If I use 2,000 divine cosmos to erupt with 4 times my strength, combined with my battle skills and the divine universe heavenly bone in my hands, then I should be able to erupt with 10,000 divine cosmos. Xianxia thought about it and felt that his current strength is very strong. If the divine universe power continues to increase, it will be even more terrifying. In the following time, Xianxia went alone in the Nine Suns sacred land to search for the divine universe goldstone mine. During this time, he once again returned to the medium-sized goldstone mine and found that there are many heaven-opening ancient race members stationed there. It was snatched back by the heaven-opening ancient race? Xianxia is secretly alarmed. He does not know if he should tell them about the divine universe crystal flower. Forget it, it's better to hide this matter. Anyway, that flower is nothing to them. They still don't know what use it has. Xianxia floated in the sky and looked at the medium-sized goldstone mine from afar. He is very envious. According to his estimation, there are at least 1 trillion divine universe goldstones in that medium-sized goldstone mine. The heaven-opening ancient race is really rich. This sect master Yuan is so stingy. Xianxia could also obtain divine universe goldstones through the sect's competition in the Imperial Heaven sect. However, it was still too little. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to come to the Nine Suns sacred land to search. In the end, Xianxia continued to search in this heaven power region. A heaven power region has at least 1 large mine, 3 medium-sized mines, 5 small mines and 7 miniature mines. Xianxia did not think about the large mine, and the small mine was most suitable for him. If he could find the miniature mine, he would take it. This heaven power region covers a very large area. Xianxia searched for more than 10 days and confirmed 2 earth energy regions. Because Malheur is not in her red hair state, he searched by himself and found that 2 earth energy regions have been occupied. They are all occupied by the heaven-opening ancient race. Now, he has found 3 medium-sized mines, but they are all owned by the heaven-opening ancient race. There is still 1 large mine and 4 small mines that have not appeared. I wonder if the large mine has also been occupied by the heaven-opening ancient race. Xianxia only needs to eliminate the medium-sized and large mines. Then, he can directly find the small mines. 5 days later, Xianxia found the large mine. It is in a very dangerous area. He did not enter. He only stood outside the dangerous area and could feel that it is full of danger. After Xianxia found the mine, he was rather surprised because the heaven-splitting ancient race did not occupy it. This meant that the mine was truly dangerous. Tushar also told Xianxia that the mine was very likely to give birth to extremely powerful creatures or form a very powerful barrier or all kinds of natural killing formations. Because there was an extremely sufficient amount of energy inside, the creatures inside would definitely protect it well and not let the divine universe goldstones be dug away. The alien creatures and heaven-splitting ancient race must have discovered this mine long ago. However, there was no sign of them here. This meant that they had explored it and knew of the dangers inside. In the end, they had given up. Forget it, I'll go find a small mine. Although Xianxia turned around and left, he had already marked the mine. He just did not have enough strength now. Once he had enough strength, he would come back again. Xianxia could now eliminate the large and medium mines. What he found next were all small mines. Exploring mines consumed mental energy. Replenishing mental energy consumed divine universe goldstones. He had used billions of divine universe goldstones to replenish his mental energy. Search when he arrived at a few mines, he could not dig them. I've suffered a great loss, a great loss. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. He now bypassed the large and medium mines he had marked before and went directly to other areas to find small mines. What made him depressed was that the small mines Earth Chi area was relatively wide, while the large and medium mines Earth Chi area was relatively small, so it was very easy to detect. Root according to the book, the Earth Chi that formed the large and medium mines would converge a lot in the later stages. The area covered by the Earth Chi was relatively small. First, once one sensed the Earth Chi of the large and medium mines, it would be very easy to find the mine. Small, the Earth Chi of the mine was very wide. It was mainly used to expand the range to absorb energy and accelerate the transformation into divine universe goldstones. Therefore, the Earth Chi area of the small mines was very large. If one sensed the Earth Chi at the edge of the small mine's Earth Chi area, it would take a lot of time to find the true location of the small mine. After Yun went to those few medium mines, he realized that they were all jointly mined by the various heaven-splitting ancient race. They were truly very united in the nine-sun sacred land. Also, only with their great strength could they guarantee a stable mining. Xianxia began his long journey of searching for mines. After gaining experience, he searched for mines a little faster than before. For example, this time, he found 4 areas with small earth chi. When Miller entered the red-haired state, he immediately asked Miller to take him to look for earth chi. After finding them, he did not immediately get them out. Instead, he asked Miller to find the locations of the mines in the 4 areas that he had found and mark them. Generally speaking, it would take Miller about a day to find a mine in an earth chi area. Previously, Xianxia had asked her to find one and dig one by himself. This would delay Miller's red hair state. The 4 small mines have relatively few Divine Universe goldstones. Xianxia's method of digging out the Divine Universe goldstones is simple and crude. He directly used the nether sun pearl to absorb them. This would cause a huge commotion. Xianxia had previously used this move in the medium-sized goldstone mine. The fluctuations it produced would definitely be remembered by the outerverse. If Yun were to use it now and be sensed by the aliens, he would definitely be targeted. Right now, he wasn't too worried about the arrival of outsiders, because the speed at which he collected the Divine Cosmos goldstones was very fast. After collecting them, he would change locations. After the universe power reached 2,800, the nether sun's devouring power became even stronger. It was still relatively fast to absorb the Divine Universe goldstones from the small mines into the nether sun pearl. This time, Yun has been here for almost a month. The total amount of Divine Universe goldstones he obtained from the 4 small mines was only 70 billion. This time, Miller only wanted 10 billion because she had not finished eating the ones she had obtained before, even though she had tried very hard to eat them. Yun could obtain 60 billion, but he had also used up 10 billion to explore the mines, so this time he had earned 50 billion. Adding the 10 billion he had used to defend himself, he had about 60 billion. The Divine Universe goldstones he obtained were all of different sizes. If they were broken, they would be the size of rice grains. Although he did not break them, he could roughly estimate them after covering them with his mental power. Even if he did not use his mental power, Ling Yuner could estimate them with her ordinary mental power. These tens of billions are enough for me to increase my Divine Universe power by a lot. Xianxia left the 9-sun sacred land and returned to the Imperial Heaven sect. In this month, many things happened in the Divine Desolate, all of them were caused by the 7th Divine Sunday out. Several powerful races were discovered. As soon as those races were born, they were born on top of a very large golden stone mine. No, just those races, those powerful races from before, their treasure lands had also been strengthened. Divine Universe goldstones had appeared underground. For example, under Humeir's Heavenly Fox mountain range, there was a large mine. There was also a large mine under the Fire Tribulation Mad Race. These golden stone mines were all used by these powerful races to settle down. To these powerful races, these large mines were related to their life and death. To them, if other powers wanted to snatch it, it would definitely lead to a great war. The Myriad Realms Divine Court pulled the strings and gathered the clan emperors of these powerful races together, allowing them to join forces to fight against those evil forces with evil intentions. The Ancient Heaven race also said that they would guarantee that the large mines of those powerful races would not be snatched away. Strong although the clan had a large mine, they were still lagging behind in terms of cultivation, so they would all enter the Heaven-splitting sect to cultivate. The Heaven-splitting sect naturally welcomed them because many of the dozen or so powerful races that had just appeared had bloodline heavenly rune inheritances. These bloodline heavenly runes were all 3rd-generation bloodline heavenly runes. Therefore, after Xianxia came out, Yu Yuan and Yu Lifan contacted him and asked if he had helped them awaken. Forget about Yu Lifan, he had come into contact with a few people from the new powerful races and discovered that their bloodline heavenly runes were all abnormally powerful. Of course, this was not awakened by Xianxia. He had been mining in the 9-sun sacred ground for the past month and had worked hard to obtain one. Awakening bloodline heavenly runes was an easy and safe way to earn money. Unfortunately, it was cut off. Xianxia immediately asked them how many disciples of the new powerful races the Heaven-splitting sect had accepted. The response he received shocked Xianxia. There were actually over 10,000 of them. Qin, after taking a few deep breaths, Yun immediately thought of a possibility. The birth of a new powerful race was most likely related to the primordial Grand Prime. 9. The reason why the 9-yang law spirit retrieved the primordial Grand Prime's bloodline heavenly rune box might be because the 9-yang law spirit used the bloodline heavenly rune box to create a new powerful race, resulting in the appearance of a large number of people with bloodline heavenly runes. It has only been a month, how can the 9-yang Dharma spirit create people so fast? Qin Yun is extremely shocked. More than 10,000 people with outstanding bloodline heavenly rune have been created in such a short time. No matter what, this is a good thing. At least when facing the invasion of outsiders, the pressure on you will be greatly reduced. Taisher said. No, the pressure will not be reduced. The 9 Sun Sacred Grounds passage is connected to many outerverse. If a few outerverse creatures invade, the pressure will be very great. Qin Yin shook his head. There are already many strong races in Divine Desolate. Now that they have appeared one after another, it means that there will be more and more people in Divine Desolate. After these strong races appear, their treasure lands will have a large amount of Divine Universe goldstones, enough for them to grow for a period of time. This is also a good thing for Qin Yun because the more people there are, the more his Easy Mist cigarettes will be sold. Before, Qin Yun asked Mingyong Tian to investigate the market of Easy Mist cigarettes. The price is neither high nor low, but the quality is very good and the sales volume is not that high. The ones with the most sales are the cheap and low-quality cigarettes. They are mainly controlled by the few heaven-opening ancient clan. Especially the Heavenly Moon ancient clan, they bought the Bright Moon Sex Easy Mist. This is an old brand, so the Heavenly Moon ancient clan made a lot of money. Qin Yun is not afraid of competing with the heaven-opening ancient clan because it is a fair competition. There will not be a situation where they will beat the heaven-opening ancient clan. The heaven-opening ancient clan is overflowing with wealth. They are even able to make a small fortune from selling cigarettes. This made Qin Yun secretly despise them. Qin Yun is now even more determined to lower the price of Easy Mist cigarettes. With the quality and price, he will definitely be able to occupy the market very quickly. With the help of the Divine Moon Clan and the 4 Divine Suns, he can produce a large amount of Easy Mist cigarettes. Qin Yun contacted Nangong Shuiru. She has planted a lot of tobacco on her side. Their planting techniques are getting better and better, they can make the tobacco mature very quickly. Even so, Qin Yun is still worried that there is not enough tobacco, so he contacted the Heavenly Fox Empress Humayur. Although Humayur is the Heavenly Fox Clan Empress, she also joined the Heaven Opening sect in the ancient Beast Blood Clan's Beast Blood Heavenly sect. Qin Yun's magic mirror has Humayur. Moreover, she often posts pictures on her personal page. They are always very alluring pictures and Xiao Yuan is often the first to like them. Through Humayur's personal page, Qin Yun has a better understanding of her situation. Furthermore, she has been pulled into a group, Imperial Demon Yao and Ling Daixin are also in that group. They often talk about some things. Qin Yun contacted Humayur and told her about planting tobacco. Humayur's Heavenly Fox Mountain Range is a very suitable place to plant medicinal plants. Humayur said that the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range has a lot of empty land. If Qin Yun needs tobacco, she will arrange for people to plant it. Nangong Shuiru and Humayur are acquainted, so Qin Yun asked Humayur to contact Nangong Shuiru to get the tobacco seeds. Although Qin Yun could find ores, it was only easier to find ores in the outer regions of the 9 Sun Sacred Land. If he went deeper, it would not be easy, and it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, he had to develop more ways to make money. Qin Yun took out his Divine Universe Gold card and looked at it. The Law Enforcement Realm King, Xianxia and Tian Rui, who was pretending to be the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, had all transferred Divine Universe Gold stones to him. Qin Yun immediately praised them. Go ask Xiao Yan how is her side doing. Qin Yun immediately contacted Yu Yan. Originally, Chu Wuxing was in charge of Moon Season City. However, he had other matters to attend to, so he left Moon Season City to Yu Yan and Tianyu. Yu Yan was still in charge. Little Yan, how's Moon Season City's income this month? Qin Yan asked. Boss, give me a few more days, and I'll transfer you 1.5 billion. Yu Yan hurriedly replied. What's going on? Did something happen to you? Qin Yan felt that something was amiss when he heard that. Yu Yan stammered and said that she encountered a small problem. Little Yan, if you encounter any problem, just tell me directly. Qin Yan said with smile, I will go to Moon Season City now. Boss, I messed up the matter, I'm sorry. Yu Yan can only honestly explain. Wait until I go to Moon Season City. Qin Yan laughed and said, I knew you encountered some problem. Qin Yan arrived at Moon Season City, went to the City Lord Mansion and arrived at Yu Yan's residence. Yu Yan's curved eyebrows are slightly knitted, she is pouting her rosy cherry lips, her bright and beautiful eyes are evasive, she does not dare to look at Qin Yan. Yu Yan's body was originally destroyed but later on she made a new one. However, it is incomplete and does not have any feeling. Qin Yan helped her refine her body and made it even more perfect, only then did she have the feeling of a real human. And now, she has already cultivated her body very well, her body is not weak. Qin Yan sat on a chair and drank tea, looking at the delicate and alluring Moon Season City Lord. Boss, I did not do well, I let you down. Yu Yan is also very obedient, she arrived behind Qin Yan and gently rubbed his shoulder. Little Yan, what problem did you encounter? Did you want to buy something and couldn't help but spend it? Qin Yan said with a smile, I've said it before, you will give me at least 1 billion every month. As for the rest, you can keep it for your own cultivation. If you have more, you can give it to me according to your mood. Yes. Someone came to take it away, it's the guys beside the great divine lord. They directly came to Moon Season City to collect rent and taxes and they collected it for several months. I originally collected it monthly but they took it away in advance. Yu Yan sighed. Didn't you tell Tianrui? You should have discussed this matter with Xianxia and the others. Qin Yan said with a frown, I won't blame you for such a situation. After all, it has already exceeded the scope of your ability. Yu Yan said in annoyance, but I am the city lord now. I can't let you, the boss, handle everything. I have to have the ability to solve this kind of problem myself, so I plan to think of a way to solve it. Qin Yan stood up and looked at Yu Yan behind him. He rubbed her face with both hands and said with a smile, what's there to be brave about? Forget about you, even Xianxia and the others might not be able to handle it. I have to personally take action. Boss, this matter involves the great divine lord. Yu Yan was worried that Qin Yan would not be able to defeat the great divine lord. Don't be afraid, the great divine lord might not be my match right now. Qin Yan gently patted her face and said with a smile, that's right, I'm preparing to sell a large amount of indifferent smoke and I'm selling it at a low price. We'll talk about this after we get rid of the great divine lord. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and lit it for Yu Yan. Yu Yan was not blamed by Qin Yan, so she felt much more at ease. She took a deep puff of smoke. Little Yan, you should know who collected the rent and taxes here in advance, right? Qin Yan asked. That guy is the loyal dog of the great divine lord. He is very strong and also very mysterious. Tianrui doesn't know much about him but I still have information about him. Yu Yan flicked the ash off her cigarette and said, according to the information I gathered, that guy is from the Yang Ancient clan. He was originally the clan emperor of the Yang Ancient clan. Before the return of the Outerverse Heaven-splitting Ancient clan, the clan emperor of the Yang Ancient clan had a high status but now, it was nothing. Yu Song was also the former clan emperor of the Heavenly Moon Ancient clan. If he had not met Qin Yan, Yu Song would still be in a miserable state. Let's go, bring me there now. See how I'll take care of him. Qin Yan snorted. You dare to steal from me, Qin Yan? You really don't know what's good for you. Clan M. Yu Yan called Tianyu over and asked him to look after Moon Season City for the time being. Then, she and Qin Yan headed to Moon Season City's teleportation array hall. Where is that guy? Qin Yan sat in the carriage and asked Yu Yan. Yu Yan did not say where it was. She only said that she would bring Qin Yan there to take a look. In a very special city, that place is rather special. Yu Yan said, Boss, with your current strength, can you really defeat the great divine lord? Then according to your intelligence, what is the current strength of the great divine lord? Qin Yan said with a smile, in the past 2 months, my strength has increased by quite a bit but the great divine lord must have also increased. Yu Yan thought for a while and said, "The great divine lord's current cultivation is very mysterious." Tian Rui disguised himself as the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor, and although he could deceive the great divine lord, he was unable to grasp the great divine lord's recent movements. The great divine king is mainly in the Heavenly Sun sect of the Yang ancient clan, and from time to time, he will enter the Nine Sun Holy Land. It is indeed difficult to figure out his cultivation. Qin Yan had previously asked Xianxia to pay attention. Xian the Killer was currently in charge of the Heaven's Secret sect and could mobilize a large number of Heaven's Secret's hidden assassins to investigate, but he was still unable to find out the exact situation. This meant that the great divine lord's whereabouts in the past 2 months had been rather secretive. According to the secret agents of the Heaven's Secret sect, the great divine lord had joined a large team in the Yang ancient clan and often entered the Nine Sun Holy Land to carry out secret operations. That when this battle team moved, it was very mysterious. Even the Heaven's Secret sect didn't know who the battle team leader was. Yu Yan said, "According to our investigations, it's extremely likely that the great divine lord joined the heaven-splitting ancient race's most secretive team. This kind of team mainly digs for divine universe golden stones, and the members of the team can also obtain a lot of divine universe golden stones." Is that so? For the great divine lord to be able to enter this kind of team, then his strength must have reached a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to join. Qin Liangjing's team, which Yun had encountered before, was such a team. Their overall standard was indeed very high. Great Divine Lord has been very busy recently. He should be busy obtaining Divine Universe Goldstones. Yu Yan said, and his subordinate, the previous emperor of the Yang ancient clan, Yang Dingyuan, isn't collecting the Divine Universe Goldstone for the Great Divine Lord, but for his own personal gain. Yun sneered and said, "This Yang Ding was originally raising the Great Divine Lord's great banner and collecting Divine Universe Goldstones everywhere, right? This bastard, I'll see how he dies in a moment. Just because he acted on his own, I plan to think of a way to threaten him and make him return that Divine Universe Golden Stone." Yu Yan said, "Boss, if you didn't come back, I might have succeeded." Qin Yan now understood why Yu Yan planned to settle it herself. She also didn't want Qin Yan to work hard. Someone like Yang Dingyuan, if you don't teach him a ruthless lesson, he will come to cause trouble for you again and again in the future, so it's best to get rid of him once and for all. Qin Yan said. Nodding her head, Yu Yan took a puff of her cigarette and smiled. "Where have you been these 2 months, boss? How did he suddenly become so strong?" Although she doesn't know what Qin Yan's current divine cosmos power is, she can feel that Qin Yan has become even stronger than before. "I'm in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground." Qin Yan said, "There are many divine universe goldstones in the Nine Sun Sacred Land, but it's very dangerous, especially during this period of time." Yu Yan has never entered the Nine Sun Sacred Land, but she understands the situation inside. She knows that it is filled with danger. Without sufficient strength, the heaven-opening ancient race won't let anyone enter. "Boss, did you create the 7th divine sun or not? The 6th and 7th divine sun are bigger than the other." Yu Yan is very curious. "How could it be made by me? If I had the strength to create such a powerful divine sun, I would have already crushed a disgusting fellow like the great divine lord to death." Qin Yan shook his head and said, "It was created by the Nine Sun Law Spirit. If nothing unexpected happens, the 8th and 9th divine sun will be even bigger and more terrifying. Nine Sun Law Spirit is constantly searching for more universes. It is frantically devouring the energy of other universes and gathering them together to cultivate an even more powerful divine Sunday." Yu Yan brought Qin Yan into a large house filled with teleportation formations and arrived at a very large underground secret room. "There is a teleportation formation here. Only the city lord and a few people can enter this teleportation formation." Yu Yan smiled and said, "I'm the city lord now, so I have the authority to enter." "What kind of special city is Yang Dingyuan in?" Qin Yan said with a frown, "Does it require a separate teleportation array to reach it?" Yu Yan said, "That city was built by the heaven-opening ancient clan. After many heaven-opening ancient clans jointly built it, they invited some of the wealthier big shots to go. However, they needed to buy a very expensive pass to enter the city. I'm the city lord of Moon Season City. Because I provide a special passage, I don't need a pass to enter. Does that mean that bigwigs often head to that city from here? Said Qin Yun in astonishment. Well, I was the one who introduced those big shots to them, so I can get a sum of money from them. Yu Yan said, Boss, that city is in an independent space. The supervision inside the city is very strict. If you want to make a move, you must be careful and not be discovered. Got it. Qin Yun nodded. Such as if it was a city built by the heaven-splitting ancient clan, then Qin Yun had to be careful. This was because the heaven-splitting ancient clan had people at the 8th or 9th firmament divine universe realm. Yu Yan opened the teleportation array and teleported to the city's teleportation hall with Qin Yun. Welcome to the ancient garden. After Qin Yun arrived, he could not help but be alarmed when he heard the sweet voice. Ancient garden, that is something he is very familiar with. Dang, in the past, when the 9 Desolate existed, some of the Great Desolate would have ancient gardens and they would all be located within a sun-sacred land. There are also sun souls inside the ancient gardens. Qin Yun has been to a few ancient gardens and obtained sun souls. And these ancient gardens were all built by the 9 Sun Law Spirit. With the past, they should have been built by the law enforcement realm, and now the ancient gardens here were built by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. This means that the heaven-splitting ancient clan is gradually being incorporated by the 9 Sun Law Spirit. Here. Yu Yan softly called out to Qin Yun and handed him a mask. After Yun took the mask and put it on, he followed Yu Yan out of the teleportation array. He discovered that everyone here is wearing a mask. Why are they all wearing masks? Qin Yun asked Yu Yan through voice transmission. He also discovered that it is impossible to use the magic mirror to communicate with each other here. This is the rule of the ancient garden city. I don't know why, but in short, this is the rule of the city. When walking outside, everyone must wear a mask. Yu Yan replied, if you want to enter the ancient garden city, you first have to pay 5 billion divine universe golden stones to obtain a pass. Then, you have to pay another 500 million every month to renew the pass. Qin Yun walked on the street. There are not many people. There are not many people who can afford the high cost of entering the city. After entering the city, Qin Yun has many questions. What is the purpose of this ancient garden city? Why would someone spend so many divine universe golden stones to come in? Xiao Yan, what are these people doing in the city? Is it worth it? Qin Yun asked. He does not have a pass, but Yu Yan does. She can bring people in, this is allowed. They were all invited by the heaven-opening ancient clan. As for the specifics, the heaven-opening ancient clan did not say. They only said that those who are invited into the city will obtain great benefits and will not lose out. Yu Yan said, Yang Dingyuan was invited, but he did not have enough divine universe golden stones, so he came to Moon Season City to collect 3 months' rent in advance. Although Qin Yun did not get an answer, after he leaves, he will definitely ask Yu Lifan what exactly this ancient garden city is for. How many divine universe golden stones did Yang Dingyuan collect? Qin Yun asked. About 5 billion divine universe golden stones. Because the bosses in the city all know that he is a favorite of the great divine king and he is also the former emperor of the young ancient clan. They all trust him, so they gave him the divine universe golden stones. Yu Yan sighed and said, it seems like everyone knows that Moon Season City is protected by the great divine king. Qin Yun followed Yu Yan. He discovered that there are no large carriages on the streets. Everyone is walking, they can't fly or run. Many of the shops on the streets were closed, and they were all for rent. The ones that were open were all the shops of the Heaven Opening clan, mainly selling pills, weapons, and so on. Qin Yun understood from Yu Yan that Yang Dingyuan needs a large amount of divine universe golden stones. Not only does he need to buy a pass, he also needs to buy a house here. The houses in the ancient garden city are very expensive. A small 3-story building costs more than 1 billion divine universe golden stones. Furthermore, there is a management fee of 1 to 200 million every year. Yu Yan said in a low voice, Yang Dingyuan is from the Heaven Opening ancient clan and he is also the former emperor. He must have obtained some information from the Heaven Opening ancient clan, so he moved into the ancient garden city a long time ago. Since Yang Dingyuan is from the Heaven Opening ancient clan, he also needs to buy a pass to enter the city? Qin Yun said in shock. If you want to enter the city, you need to buy it. Only a few people don't need it. The reason why I don't need it is because I'm the city lord of Moon Season City. I'm the one who provides the entrance. Yu Yan said, according to my guess, there are only about 20 city lords who don't need a pass. Qin Yan was even more curious about the ancient garden city. It was definitely not simple. Otherwise, Yang Dingyuan would not have spent billions to buy a pass. The other bosses spent billions to buy passes because they wanted to do business with the heaven-splitting ancient clan. After all, the heaven-splitting ancient clan was currently the strongest faction in the divine wilderness. Let's find Yang Dingyuan and ask him. Qin Yan rubbed his fist and said with smile, if he doesn't want to talk, we can use him to practice our skills. Yan's information on Yang Dingyuan was quite good. After all, she was prepared to deal with Yang Dingyuan herself. Xiao Yan, Yang Dingyuan spent all the divine universe golden stones he obtained, he might not be able to get them back. Qin Yan said, do you think his life is worth 10 billion divine universe golden stones? This was also a headache for Yu Yan before, because she had also investigated Yang Dingyuan's divine universe golden rock and used it to buy a pass. Yu Yan shook her head. Let's find him first. Yu Yan brought Qin Yan to a residential area. Inside a villa, the environment is very good, the scenery is beautiful, there is also a river. The main gate of the villa was guarded by powerful guards. If you wanted to enter the villa, you had to show a special card. Only those who owned a house in the villa could come and go freely. If other people wanted to enter, they would have to be brought in by someone who owned a house in the villa. Qin Yan pulled Yu Yan to the side and used the invisibility spell to conceal himself with Yu Yan. After turning invisible, they swaggered into the villa. There was no barrier around the villa, as the city was relatively safe. After all, it had been built by the heaven-splitting ancient race. There were patrols of the heaven-splitting ancient race on the streets. After Yan and Yu Yan sneaked into the villa, Yu Yan started to look at the house numbers of those small buildings. Yang Ding used to live in the 18th residence. Yu Yan sent voice transmission to Qin Yan and said, it's very easy to find him. It didn't take them long to find the 18th residence. After Qin Yan probed, there was not a single person inside. However, there was a trace of remnant aura. That guy has been gone for a while. Qin Yan brought Yu Yan through the outer wall of the residence and very easily entered. Then they arrived at the 3rd floor. Let's wait for him to come back. Qin Yan sat in an elegant small hall on the 3rd floor, crossed his legs and said. Yu Yan said, according to my information, Yang Dingyuan did not leave the ancient garden city. He is still in the city, I don't know what he is doing. No matter what he is doing, when he comes back, I'll beat him up first. Qin Yan leaned on the chair, took out a few large fruits and threw 2 to Yu Yan. Just as she finished eating a divine fruit, she heard the sound of the door opening from below. They're back and there are quite a few of them. Qin Yan said with smile, Xiao Yan, what kind of friends does Yang Dingyuan have? This? I'm not too sure. Yu Yan shook her head, everyone is wearing masks, it's not easy to investigate. Qin Yan put on his mask and said, let's go down. Boss, you must be careful, don't get caught by the heaven-opening ancient race, otherwise it will be troublesome. Yu Yan is very worried. She knows that Qin Yan's ability is very strong, but being targeted by the heaven-opening ancient race is still very troublesome. Got it. Qin Yan immediately went downstairs and arrived at the hall on the 1st floor. Moreover, he swaggered down. In the hall on the 1st floor, a few young men are drinking, laughing and talking about something. But now, Qin Yan's sudden appearance has caused them to be extremely shocked. Brother Yang, you still have friends here? A long-faced man said with a smile after a moment of surprise. Yang Dingyuan's expression is very ugly, he angrily rebuked, who are you people? Why did you trespass into my house? This is the ancient garden city, since you can come in, you should know the rules here. You are Yang Dingyuan, right? Qin Yan looked at the handsome man. He never expected that the former clan emperor of the ancient Yang clan would make himself so handsome. You know me and are even in my house. Who the hell are you? Yang Dingyuan is not afraid at this moment, he is even very angry. Yang Dingyuan's other friends also stood up one after another. They know that the person in front of them is probably here to cause trouble. I am Yu Tao, from the Heavenly Moon ancient race. The long-faced man said, "Friend, since you can enter the ancient garden city, you must know the rules here. If you violate them, you will be jointly hunted down by the heaven-opening ancient race. Yang Dingyuan owes me 10 billion divine universe golden stones. In order to enter this city, he fished out my divine universe golden stones. I came to find him to collect the debt." As Qin Yan spoke, he walked towards Yang Dingyuan, his fist is already filled with power. Yang Dingyuan looks at Qin Yan with a dumbfounded expression because he has never owed a debt of divine universe goldstones. Just like what Yang Dingyuan and the others had said before, they had to follow the rules in the ancient garden city. Otherwise, they would be punished. Therefore, even if it was Yang Dingyuan and the others, they wouldn't casually make a move before they understood the situation. If they were outside, Yang Dingyuan might have already made his move. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I owe you so many divine universe metal stones? Yang Dingyuan shouted loudly, "You broke into my house. If the guards of this villa find out, you will suffer. You used my divine universe metal stone to buy this house. So what if I come in?" Yun stood in front of Yang Dingyuan and shouted at him in a domineering manner. Because Qin Yan's aura was very strong, Yang Dingyuan was also somewhat afraid. He could see that Qin Yan was in the third tier of the divine space realm. Yang Dingyuan himself was also at the third tier of the divine space realm, and his friends were also at the same cultivation level. However, when they faced Qin Yan, they felt that they were not as strong as Qin Yan. "This friend, since Brother Yang owes you 10 billion divine universe metal stones, then you must be acquainted with Brother Yang, right? Can we take off the mask and talk further?" The man from the ancient Heavenly Moon clan, Yu Tao, spoke in a friendly tone. He was also afraid that Qin Yan would suddenly use force. Qin Yan waved at Yu Yan behind him. Yu Yan immediately took off her mask. "Yang Dingyuan, do you know me?" Yu Yan asked coldly. You are the one from Moon Season City." Yang Dingyuan immediately reacted. He knew that Yu Yan was in charge of Moon Season City, and from his point of view, Yu Yan was sent by Yu Shiji. Yu Shiji was the subordinate of the Great Divine Lord, and he, Yang Dingyuan, was also the subordinate of the Great Divine Lord, so Yu Yan was one level lower than him. "Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, little maid." Yang Dingyuan's tone suddenly rose as he sneered, "In terms of status, I'm above you." Qin Yan said to Yu Tao and others, "Everyone, this is our matter, if you don't want to participate, please leave. Everyone, go to the restaurant and wait for me. After I have settled this small matter, I will look for you to drink. At that time, it will be my treat." Yang Dingyuan laughed and said, "Then I'll take my leave first." Yu Tao hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled. The others also began to leave the mansion. Yang Ding originally wanted to deal with this matter in a low-key manner, because the Divine Universe Golden Stone he took from Moon Season City was obtained in the name of the Great Divine Lord, and Moon Season City was Yu Xiaji's territory. Moon Xiaji's status in the ancient Heavenly Moon clan was not bad, and Yu Tao was also from the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. Yang Dingyuan did not want Yu Tao to know that he was working for the Great Divine Lord. "Stupid girl, even if I say that you won't dare to tell Yu Xiaji about this, you are the one in charge of Moon Season City after all. If you tell that old hag Yu Xiaji about this, she will definitely beat you up." Yang Dingyuan laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Yan and said, "So you hired a hired thug to ask for the Divine Universe Goldstone from me? Is this thug your man?" Yan said coldly, "Yang Dingyuan, if you return that Divine Universe Goldstone, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to you. I clearly took away a few billion, but this guy said 10 billion. Is he trying to extort me? What's more, back then, the Great Divine Lord participated in the construction of Moon Season City, so what if I went to collect some Divine Universe Goldstone in his place?" Yang Dingyuan still had a very arrogant look on his face. "You wanted those Divine Universe Goldstone for yourself, right? Buying the pass to enter the city, buying the houses here. This is a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstone." Yu Yan said. "That was borrowed by me from the Great Divine Lord. I remember that I only helped you collect 5 billion in taxes and rent in advance, and this is also something that the Great Divine Lord has the right to take away. Then why does this guy want me to return 10 billion? Yang Dingyuan's face darkened. "Does he think I'm easy to bully? As Yang Dingyuan spoke, he looked at Qin Yan in front of him and even reached out to take off his mask. Before Yang Dingyuan's hand could touch Qin Yan's mask, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. When he looked at his abdomen, he discovered that a palm had penetrated his body. Qin Yan made his move. His palm closed and like a sharp awl, it instantly pierced through Yang Dingyuan's abdomen. Qin Yan slowly pulled his palm out from Yang Dingyuan's abdomen. One could see that his palm was flickering with golden light and flowing with divine universe power. He knew that Qin Yan's palm had been tempered into a divine universe heavenly bone. As long as the divine universe power flowed through his palm, it would make his palm as terrifying as a weapon. Do you have 10 billion? If not, I'll end your dog life right now. Qin Yan said coldly. This is an ancient garden city, you still dare to be so arrogant? You're finished. Yang Dingyuan's face was filled with fear. Qin Wenyan saw that Yang Dingyuan wanted to shout, he immediately punched him in the face. Boom! With a punch, Qin Yan didn't even use divine universe power. He smashed Yang Dingyuan's face bone, causing Yang Dingyuan's entire face and mouth to become crooked. Yang Dingyuan was knocked to the ground by this punch. Just as he wanted to get up, his cheek was firmly stepped on by Qin Yan. Feeling in response to Yang Dingyuan's attempt to circulate divine universe power, Qin Yan's eyes flashed. He condensed mental universe power and sent it into Yang Dingyuan's head to carry out a mental attack. Yang Dingyuan immediately let out a painful roar. His face was stepped on by Qin Yan, so he couldn't shout even if he wanted to. Yang Dingyuan came from the ancient Yang clan and was the former clan emperor. He wore extremely strong defensive divine armor, but just now his abdomen was pierced by a palm. This made Yang Dingyuan suspect that the person in front of him had an extremely high cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to beat him up like this. Tell me, do you have the ability to repay me 10 billion? If not, I'll kill you immediately. If you can repay me, then I'll spare your dog life. Of course, if you can't repay me in the future, just wait to suffer. Qin Yan grabbed Yang Dingyuan's throat and lifted him up. Yu Yan knew that Qin Yan would make a move and thought that there would be a big commotion. After all, in her opinion, Qin Yan and Yang Dingyuan were both at the third level of the divine universe realm. No matter how weak Yang Dingyuan was, he would still be able to block a few moves. But once Qin Yan made a move, Yang Dingyuan didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy, let alone fight back. Yang Dingyuan blinked with all his might, indicating that he could repay Qin Yan, otherwise he would definitely be finished. He could have escaped with his soul, but after his soul was attacked just now, he knew that it would be very difficult for his soul to escape. He would definitely be caught. Qin Yan put down Yang Dingyuan. He wasn't afraid that Yang Dingyuan would run away. Yang Dingyuan was thrown to the ground, his entire body trembling. He felt an unprecedented fear. It was said that no one would dare to make a move in the ancient garden city, but now someone had made a move and nothing had happened to him. Please tell me, when will you repay me 10 billion divine universe golden stones? Qin Yan looked coldly at Yang Dingyuan. Yang Dingyuan also wants to cry but has no tears. He doesn't have that many divine universe golden stones. He is very puzzled. Why would a man come to cause trouble for him in Moon Season City? In his opinion, it should be Yu Shiji who personally came. What do you mean return it? Quickly speak. Qin Yan shouted in a deep voice. Yang Dingyuan shivered and said in fear, I will return it as soon as possible. Why 10 billion? I only took 5 billion from Moon Season City. My lord, can you make an exception and let me return only 5 billion? 5 billion? Of course. Qin Yan did not finish speaking when Yang Dingyuan immediately thanked him with smile. Many thanks my lord, I will return you 5 billion as soon as possible. After you return me 5 billion, I will kill you. I will use your dog life to pay for that 5 billion. Qin Yan said coldly. Yang Dingyuan's smile gradually froze. He never expected that Yu Shiji's subordinates would have such a fierce person. He is not afraid of anything and directly found the ancient garden city and even made a move. Originally, Yang Dingyuan planned to fish up a fortune and then hide in the ancient garden city. With the heaven-splitting ancient race overseeing this place, no one can do anything to him. 10 billion it is. Yang Dingyuan spoke and took out a card. Qin Yun and Yu Yan are very surprised, they thought it was a Divine Universe gold card. Because in their opinion, Yang Dingyuan should not have that many Divine Universe golden stones. And, what they did not expect is that after Yang Dingyuan pinched the card, it suddenly released a weak spatial fluctuation. Qin Yun immediately sensed that the card has an SOS function, but Yu Yan did not notice. I will first see if this card has enough. If not, I will find a friend to borrow, Yang Dingyuan said. Qin Yun immediately walked over and slapped the other side of Yang Dingyuan's face. The slap is very heavy, causing Yang Dingyuan's fair and handsome face to be completely destroyed. Yang Dingyuan immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and cried, "My lord, why did you hit me? I promise to return you 10 billion Divine Universe golden stones." Yu Yan is also somewhat puzzled. Qin Yun once again stepped on Yang Dingyuan, picked up the golden card and threw it to Yu Yan. She asked, "Xiao Yan, take a look at what card this is." Just now, I sensed that this card was constantly emitting spatial waves, as if it was communicating through space. This is the ancient Garden City's Divine Universe gold card. It has the function of communicating within the city. Yu Yan's expression changed, and she said in a low voice, "He must have contacted his friend just now." Yang Dingyuan was shocked. He did not expect that someone could perceive such a weak spatial wave. "You actually dare to play this kind of petty trick with me?" Qin Yun immediately became infuriated and violently beat up Yang Dingyuan. Yanga's Dingyuan was being beaten, he screamed, "Just you wait, I've already informed my friends. They're the descendants of the heaven-splitting ancient clan's elders. You're done for. If you let me go, I'll help you put in a good word. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Yun had already sealed Yang Dingyuan's soul in his head, preventing it from escaping. Then, she continued to beat Yang Dingyuan. Qin Yun is currently very lacking in Divine Universe golden stones. If he truly killed Yang Dingyuan, he would lose several billion Divine Universe golden stones. Of course, Qin Yun is also not lenient towards this kind of shameless Yang Dingyuan. He secretly went to Moon Season City to withdraw a few months' worth of income in advance. This caused Qin Yun to become angry as soon as he thought about it. "Your friends will be here soon, if you dare to say anything after they arrive, I will immediately send you back to heaven." Qin Yun saw that it is about time, he helped Yang Dingyuan up and placed him on a chair. Yang Dingyuan was beaten until his face was beyond recognition. He was deformed to the point that he no longer looked like a human. And now, his face has been beaten back by Qin Yun. Although it looks very swollen and bruised, at least it still looks like a human. Qin Yun also took out a cigarette and lit it for Yang Dingyuan. Then she stood beside Yang Dingyuan and indifferently said, "Yang Dingyuan, you should know what to do next. I just don't want to cause too much trouble, that doesn't mean I'm afraid. If you dare to act recklessly later, just wait and see." Yu Yan immediately put on her mask. She thought that Qin Yun would take Yang Dingyuan away. Very quickly, Yu Tao and others who left earlier hastily rushed back. Moreover, they directly kicked open the door and entered. After they came in, they saw pig-head like Yang Dingyuan. His face is filled with bitterness, but he is also smiling and smoking. "You guys came, very good." Yang Dingyuan's face is filled with fake smile as he greeted his friends. Yang Dingyuan's friends are not stupid, they just received Yang Dingyuan's call for help. At that time, they were not too sure, they thought that no one would dare to act recklessly inside Ancient Era's Garden City. Therefore, they came to confirm the situation. Now that they saw Yang Dingyuan's appearance and those two masked people standing behind him, they more or less understood what is going on. "Brother Yang, what did they do?" Yu Tao hastily asked. "Nothing, just a small problem appeared just now, causing us to have a small dispute. But this is all friendly, we often encountered this kind of thing in the past," Yang Dingyuan said with smile. Yu Tao and others did not fall for this trick. They can all see that Yang Dingyuan is already being controlled. Ancient Era's Garden City was built by the Heaven-Opening Ancient Race. The Heaven-Opening Ancient Race established strict city rules. "You have violated the city rules, so we will immediately contact the city master to send people over," a tall and sturdy man said coldly. While speaking, this man took out a divine space gold card, it is used for communication. However, just as he took it out, Qin Yan extended 2 fingers and pointed. He used heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing heaven. Qin Yan's 2 fingers casually pointed and released a very strong finger power. In an instant, that man's palm was pierced through along with the divine space gold card. Qin Yan's sudden attack caused everyone present to be greatly shocked. Yu Fei, are you all right? Yu Tao hastily shouted. Yu Fei looked at his palm that has been pierced through, he is both angry and alarmed. The other 3 heaven-opening ancient race youngsters' faces are filled with fear, they don't dare to move. He really did not expect that someone would actually dare to be so brazen and impudent in ancient era's Garden City, directly attacking heaven-opening ancient race people. With at the same time, the hall's door was closed by Qin Yan's mental power. This was originally a matter between me and Yang Dingyuan. If you want to get involved, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yan said coldly. If you have any grudges, you can settle it outside ancient era's Garden City. Yu Tao did not even finish speaking when he was glared at by Qin Yan's cold gaze. Qin Yan snorted, Yang Dingyuan never planned to leave ancient era's Garden City. He owes me 10 billion divine space gold stones and is hiding here happily. Tell me, what should I do with him? Could it be that ancient era's Garden City is a refuge city that specializes in sheltering this kind of shameless person? Yu Tao and Yu Fei are all silent. Ancient era's Garden City is indeed a very good refuge. It can hide from enemies and creditors. Dang, however, if they met an iron-headed creditor, it would be quite troublesome. And right now, there is one. Yu Tao and Yu Fei both looked at Yang Dingyuan. They had known Yang Dingyuan for many days. Because he was generous and straightforward, they thought he was a good person. But now, he actually owed someone 10 billion divine universe goldstones and the creditor came looking for him. Although Yu Tao and Yu Fei were from the heaven-splitting ancient clan, they were not from the outerverse. Otherwise, they would not be so carefree here. Their cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine space realm, but compared to the youths from the outerverse, they were far inferior. Now that the 9-sun holy land was becoming more and more dangerous, weak chickens like them would be sent to their deaths if they went in, so they did not need to enter. 10 billion divine universe metal stones was a massive sum to them. The reason they were able to enter this place was mainly because their parents and elders had secretly opened a back door for them. Dong, however, Yang Dingyuan did not know about this matter. He thought that Yu Tao and the others had also bought a pass. Brother Yang, do you really owe someone 10 billion divine universe goldstones and do not plan to repay them? This is not good. Yu Tao saw that Qin Yan was not someone to be trifled with, so he did not dare to provoke him. I will definitely pay you back. Let's end this matter here. Yang Dingyuan had seen Qin Yan's methods and knew that if this continued, Yu Tao and the others might be controlled. Yu Fei's palm had been pierced with a light move. If he had the intention, he could have attacked the head or other vital parts and killed Yu Fei in one move. They did not dare to provoke someone with this kind of strength. At this moment, Yu Tao and the others did not mention the city rules of the ancient Garden City anymore. Then will you guys pass this matter to the city lord's mansion? Qin Yan looked at Yu Fei and the others and sneered. Even if you pass it, I am not afraid. No matter what, I must take Yang Dingyuan away today. This is your personal grudge, and Yang Dingyuan himself did not say anything. Yu Fei hurriedly said. When his palm was pierced, he knew how terrifying Qin Yan's divine universe power was. If Qin Yan had aimed at his head would definitely have been pierced. Qin Yan put his hand on Yang Dingyuan's shoulder and was about to take him away when he suddenly sensed that many people had arrived outside. Why are there so many people outside? Did you call them? Qin Yan said angrily. It's not me. Sensing Qin Yan's intense killing intent, Yu Fei hurriedly said before looking at Yu Tao and company. The few of them shook their heads desperately, denying that they were the ones who had called them over. Yu Yan said in a low voice, Boss, it's very likely that it's Yang Dingyuan. He probably not only informed his friends, but also the Castellan's mansion. Everyone who enters the city will obtain a Divine Universe Gold card. Through this card, you can transmit messages within the city, and you can also quickly contact the city lord manor. Yunjin grabbed Yang Dingyuan's shoulder. Hearing Yu Yan's words, he tightened his grip on Yang Dingyuan's shoulder. It's me, it's me. Boss, I was wrong, don't torture me, I will send them away later. Yang Dingyuan can feel Qin Yan's anger the most. You'd better get rid of him, or else you'll suffer. Qin Yan snorted and swept a glance at Yu Tao and company. He said, you guys have to cooperate too. Yu Tao and company hurriedly nodded in agreement. As for whether they would do as he said, Qin Yan did not know. The door of Yang Dingyuan's mansion was violently kicked open once again. The person who kicked open the door is a man wearing silver-gray armor. After he came in, he asked, Yang Dingyuan, what happened? Why are you urgently asking for help? No, it's just a small dispute, it's already been resolved. Yu Tao smiled at the man and said, I am Yu Tao, Yu Luming is my father. Yu Luming? I don't know him. The man said coldly and then looked at Yang Dingyuan whose face was bruised and swollen. Yang at this moment, Yang Yuan is being grabbed by the shoulder by Qin Yun. His body is trembling. He suddenly shouted, Big brother, save me. We are all being threatened by this person. He is very savage and wants to kill me. He was beating and torturing me here before. Yu Fei and Yu Tao's expressions changed. At this moment, they are secretly communicating with each other to see if they should participate in this matter. Qin Yun's eyes only turned cold. His emotions did not fluctuate much because he knew that Yang Dingyuan would not be so honest. Then the man said with sneer, interesting. Yang Dingyuan was captured and beaten up. There are also a few heaven-opening ancient clan disciples who were threatened in the ancient garden city. We don't know anything. Yu Fei can sense that Qin Yun can explode his head with a finger at any time, so he doesn't dare to take the risk. We also just arrived not long ago. According to what we know, Yang Dingyuan owes people 10 billion divine universe golden stones, then he hid here and didn't plan to come out. Just now Yang Dingyuan said that it was a small dispute between them. As for whether he was beaten up or not, we didn't see it with our own eyes. Yu Tao saw that Yu Fei is terrified and he also became terrified. The other heaven-opening ancient clan disciples' words are more or less the same as Yu Tao and Yu Fei. At this time, it is naturally not related to them. After all, Yang Dingyuan is just their fair-weather friend. Moreover, he is the kind of old scoundrel who doesn't plan to pay back his debts. Everyone is on guard against this kind of old scoundrel. If they did not experience today's matter, they would not have known that Yang Dingyuan is this kind of person. If Yang Dingyuan borrows a sum of divine universe golden stones in the future and doesn't return it, they can do nothing about it. Please show me your pass. The large man said to Qin Yun. He is at the 4th level of the divine space realm and his strength is limited. He knows that this matter is not something he can handle. Yu Yan took out her own pass and said, I am Moon Season City Lord, he came in with me. Moon Season City Lord. Listen, seeing these 4 words, Yu Fei and the others jumped in fright, especially Yu Tao. Moonji City belongs to Yu Xieji and Yu Xieji's position in the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan is extremely high. Then this Moon Season City Lord is definitely Yu Xieji's person. And Moon Season City Lord still calls the masked man beside him boss. Then what is the relationship between this boss and Yu Xieji? Yu Xieji's importance to the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan is something that even the Great Divine King is not very clear about, let alone Yang Dingyuan, the Great Divine King's dog. But the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan knows that Yu Xieji wants to raise the Divine Moon Little Magic Spirit, so she has a very high position. The few of you, follow me to the City Lord's mansion. I will hand this matter over to the City Lord to handle, please cooperate. The large man said. The large man is only the captain of the patrol team. When he heard Moon Season City, he knew that this matter is related to Yu Xieji. It is not something he can handle. Qin Yan nodded to Yu Yan and agreed to go to the City Lord's mansion to handle it. Yu Yan is somewhat worried because she knows very well that Yu Xieji has already been killed by Qin Yun. Right now, Yu Xieji is pretending. What if Yu Xieji has to appear when the time comes? From time to time, Xiao Yuemei will pretend to be Yu Xieji and go to Moon Season City with Xiao Yuelan to consolidate Yu Yan's position in Moon Season City and let people know that she has Yu Xieji's absolute trust. But yes, Yu Yan could not represent Yu Xieji. Qin Yun, on the other hand, was not afraid. He felt that he was in the right and would definitely be fine. Based on his interactions with the elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan, they were rather reasonable. That this patrol captain took out his Divine Universe gold card and seemed to be conversing with the city lord. It was unknown what they were talking about. After the conversation, he asked the patrol team to wait outside and took out their weapons. There were dozens of people in the patrol team. There weren't many people in the ancient garden city. The patrol team was also relatively free, so they could call over so many people. However, Qin Yun is still holding on to Yang Dingyuan's shoulder without letting go. Yang Dingyuan's swollen face was filled with pride. He believed that he would be able to escape this time. He was taking a risk just now. He was betting that Qin Yun wouldn't dare to kill him, so he boldly revealed the matter. As long as it reached the city lord, he would be considered to have passed. If he took this gamble, he would not fall into Qin Yun's hands. Otherwise, he would be forced by Qin Yun to hand over 10 billion Divine Universe gold stones. Yang Dingyuan did not have that many Divine Universe gold stones in his hands. If he was really forced into a corner by Qin Yun, he could only go to the Great Divine Lord to fish for the Divine Universe gold stones. If he was discovered by the Great Divine Lord, the outcome would be dire. Now, Yang Ding originally thought that he had made the right bet and that the city lord would definitely protect him. After all, he was related to the Great Divine Lord, and the Great Divine Lord's status in the Yang ancient clan was not low. The mansion of the city lord was at the edge of the small space of the ancient garden city. It wasn't in the center, but it was a place with an excellent environment. It occupied a large empty area, and the interior was like a large villa. Yang Dingyuan's previous residence was also in the villa, but there were many small buildings in that small villa. City other than the large city lord mansion, there were only a dozen other buildings in the manor where the master mansion was located. After entering, even Yu Tao and the others looked at the scenery inside the villa with envy. The main residence was huge, like a palace. Qin Yun and the others were brought to a large hall. The city lord was a middle-aged man in the 7th tier of the divine space realm. He wore silver-gray armor, the same as the armor worn by the patrol team. What surprised Qin Yun was that beside the middle-aged man was a tall, thin, scholarly elder in a white shirt. That this old man looks very benevolent, he has a smile on his face, he is Yu Li Fan who Qin Yun is very familiar with. The city lord was very respectful towards Yu Li Fan, evidently, he was Yu Li Fan's junior. Moon Li Fan's status in the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan was extremely high. Even in the entire heaven-splitting ancient clan, he was a highly respected elder. After all, not only was he in the 8th layer of the divine space realm, he was also an inscription master and had the ability to search for divine space ores. Big shots of this level were all high-level figures in the clan. Even though they were not in the 9th tier of the divine space realm, they were on equal footing with them. Of course, not many people here recognized Yu Li Fan. After all, Yu Li Fan was the low-profile type. Moon young people like Yu Tao and the others have never seen this senior with such a high status. They couldn't even tell how strong this old man was. Of course, they were not blind. With a glance, they could tell that this benevolent-looking old man was a big shot, even more awesome than the city lord. Yang Dingyuan felt even more at ease when he saw this kind of big shot. So as soon as he came in, he cried and shouted, "City lord, please give me justice. I, Yang Dingyuan, was the former emperor of the Yang ancient clan. I once led the Yang ancient clan for many years, but now I am being bullied and humiliated in the ancient garden city. You must give me justice." The former emperor of the Yang ancient clan, this title still has some weight. That was how Yu Tao and the others had gotten to know Yang Dingyuan. I have a basic understanding of the matter. You owe someone 10 billion and were chased here. The city lord smiled, looked at Qin Yun and said, "Fighting is not allowed in the city. Did you attack Yang Dingyuan? Not only did he hit me, but he also pierced through Yufei's palm. If you don't believe me, look at Yufei's palm. There is a hole there. They are all afraid of death and don't dare to say anything." Yang Dingyuan shouted again. Yufei and the others were cursing Yang Dingyuan. He actually wanted to drag them into the water. It's only right and proper for one to repay a debt. Qin Yun snorted and said, "Yang Dingyuan owes me 10 billion divine universe metal stones, so he plans to hide in the primordial era's garden city and not leave. Do you want to shelter such a loser?" The city lord smiled and said, "We have never said that we will protect old debtors. If you really have evidence to prove that Yang Dingyuan owes you divine universe metal stones, then we will send him out of ancient Garden City and let you deal with him outside. If you encounter such a thing, you should come to us first instead of fighting in private. Everything has to be done according to the rules. Since we have set the city rules that forbid fighting in private in the city, we will also have rules to help you solve your problems." "I don't know the rules, and you didn't tell me, did you?" "From what I know, you have never publicly announced such a rule." Qin Yan looked at Yu Yan. He indeed asked Yu Yan about it. Yu Yan had looked into it, but she couldn't find any relevant explanation that could solve this problem. Our primordial era's garden city has just been built, so there are some details that have not been perfected yet. But no matter what, you shouldn't fight in private." The city lord laughed awkwardly. "Then we've already fought." Yu Lifan laughed and said, "Aang, I think this matter is your fault. Because according to the primordial era's garden city's current rules, no matter how you look at it, it seems like you want to protect old debtors. That's why this Yang Dingyuan borrowed a large sum of money and then hid here." Qin Yan said, "That's right, if you had stated the city rules earlier and not protected this guy, then they wouldn't have done such a thing." The city lord is startled, he never expected that this senior would actually speak up for others. At first, Yu Lifan sensed a trace of familiar aura, but he wasn't sure if it was Qin Yan. Only when he heard Qin Yan's voice did he confirm it. "Senior Lifan, it's very difficult for me right now, can you give me some advice?" The city lord said to Yu Lifan with a respectful smile. "This is my friend, he has already restrained himself very much, otherwise it would be even more difficult for you." Yu Lifan said with a mischievous smile. "Yu Lifan's friend?" Moon Tao, Yu Fei, and the others are immediately dumbfounded. They have never seen Yu Lifan before, but they have heard of Senior Lifan's great name, especially Yu Tao. This Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan elder's name is like thunder piercing the ears of the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. They now somewhat understand why Yu City Lord called this mysterious person boss. Far the Ancient Garden City Lord and the patrol captain from before are also astonished. This is actually Yu Lifan's friend. Yang Dingyuan's legs went soft and he collapsed to the ground. "My friend is still very easy to talk to. How about this, let my friend take this old debtor away and then pretend that this matter never happened." Yu Lifan said with a smile, "It's just an old debtor, it won't affect the primordial era's garden city." When Yang Dingyuan heard Yu Lifan's words, his entire body turned cold. Only now did he realize how much he underestimated Yu Shiji's background. It was not like what the Great Divine Lord had said. The Great Divine Lord obviously knew that Yu Shiji was valued by the ancient Heavenly Moon clan, but he would never admit it in front of his subordinates. Instead, he constantly belittled Yu Shiji. Therefore, his subordinates also thought that Yu Shiji was nothing special. Of course, Yu Shiji is already finished, Qin Yan is only supporting her banner, nothing more. That's not too good, right? The city lord was still a little hesitant. It could be seen that he was a rather honest person. Yu Lifan waved his hand at Qin Yan with a smile, indicating that Qin Yan can start. "That 10 billion, I will return it, I will return it." Yang Dingyuan shouted in fear. He also knew that he would definitely be tortured. Qin Yan grabbed Yang Dingyuan and placed him inside a small cauldron. Just like that, he placed Yu Lifan inside. Yu Lifan looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, "Little friend, long time no see. I did not expect to meet you again, we should have a good chat. Xiao Yan, wait for me here." Qin Yan said to Yu Yan, then walked towards Yu Lifan. Yu Yan was secretly happy. Qin Yan knew a big shot of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan like Yu Lifan. Even without Yu Shiji's appearance, Moon Season City would still be very stable. The others were even more polite to Yu Yan, especially Yu Tao, Yu Fei, and the others. They even said they would treat Yu Yan to a meal. Qin Yan and Yu Lifan left the city lord mansion, passed through a garden in the villa and arrived at a quiet house. "Senior, why are you here? What is this ancient garden city doing?" Qin Yan took off his mask and sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. "Kid, where have you been all this time? Xiao Qihong has been looking for you, and I have also been waiting for your news." Yu Lifan smiled and said, "We all heard that you went to the Nine Suns sacred ground by yourself. It was too dangerous. Aren't I fine now? By the way, why is Senior Xiao looking for me? Asked Qin Yun. Of course I want to ask you about the heavenly talisman of you. I want to see how you're doing and if you've made any progress. Yu Lifan patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, Old Xiao is so attentive to you, he really values you. Are you in seclusion to study the Yu clan heavenly talisman? No, I am cultivating. Qin Yun said, if you want to master the Yu clan heavenly talisman, how can it be mastered in seclusion? This has to rely on epiphanies. Sometimes, it's just a whim and a sudden spark of inspiration or something, and then you'll be able to grasp it quickly. Yu Lifan nodded repeatedly, that's true, if we can learn it in seclusion, then we can definitely learn it. Senior, what's going on with the primordial garden city? Pressed Qin Yun. The 9-yang Dharma spirit wanted us to build it. This place was also provided by the 9-yang Dharma spirit. As for why it was built, we do not know for the time being. The 9-yang Dharma spirit instructed us to select the most capable people from the divine desolate heavens. The main purpose is to filter through the divine universe goldstones. Yu Lifan spread his hands and said, I am in charge of designing the formation, I will be here during this time. Qin Yun knew that it was related to the 9-yang Dharma spirit. However, he did not expect that even Yu Lifan did not know the use of the ancient garden city. Senior, what's the use of the divine universe crystal flower? Senior Qin Liangjing told me about the divine universe crystal flower. Qin Yun asked. He has a divine universe crystal flower, now he handed it over to Milu and others to take care of. The divine universe crystal flower can indeed grow after absorbing the divine sun's energy. However, the speed is a bit slower. The divine universe crystal flower can bear a fruit. As for what benefits eating the fruit will bring, we still don't know because we have never eaten it before. Moreover, to grow the divine universe crystal flower until it bears fruit, we need too many divine universe goldstones. Outsiders know what benefits eating the divine universe crystal flower has, so they attach great importance to it. Until now, we still haven't grown any fruit, we don't know how long it will take. Yu Lifan said. Taisher also told Qin Yun before that the divine universe crystal flower can bear fruit and there is only one. As for what benefits, Taisher also doesn't know. While Qin Yun and Yu Lifan are chatting, Yu Lifan suddenly took out a pearl. His pearl is emitting a very strong spatial fluctuation. It is a spatial communication pearl. Clearly, there is an urgent matter. After Yu Lifan received the message inside, he said in shock, There are outsiders coming. What? Where? Qin Yun said in shock. They are coming to this ancient garden city. Just now, the 9-yang law spirit contacted the various clans of the heaven-opening ancient clan and told us to prepare to welcome the outsiders. Yu Lifan's face is filled with astonishment. He doesn't dare to believe that this is true. They are actually going to welcome the outsiders. Qin Yun suddenly thought of something. The 9-yang law spirit said before that the inside of the 70th universe divine sun will be turned into a special diplomatic venue, allowing many people from the outerverse to communicate. And the eternal garden city is located in a special space. No one knows where this space is located, only a teleportation formation is connected to it. Qin Yun immediately thought that the eternal garden city is very likely to be inside the 7th divine Sunday. Yu Lifan also said that the space where the eternal garden city is located is provided by the 9-yang law spirit. Senior, don't panic. These outsiders are not those vicious outsiders from the 9 Sun Holy Land. They should be other outsiders. Qin Yun said, there are many in the outerverse and some of them might even be weaker than me. And the Eternal Garden City is a place where many peaceful universes can communicate. When Yu Lifan heard this, he frowned and said, Little demon, what you said is quite reasonable. How can you know the function of the Eternal Garden City better than me? You just asked me that. Qin Yun used his hand to brush his hair and said with a laugh, I am the Divine King, of course I know. If there are really outsiders coming, then there might be a passage to the outerverse here. He also has some doubts in his heart because the passage should be in the middle of the 9 Sun Holy Land. It is very likely that the 9-yang law spirit connected the forked passage to the 7th divine Sunday. If that's the case, then it's interesting. Could it be that the 9-yang law spirit wants to unite the other outerverse to fight against the strongest outerverse? Yuli Fan thought that the world had changed, so he was very flustered. Now he finally calmed down. No matter what, this is what the 9 Yang Law Spirit told you to do. Sooner or later, I will tell you the details. Qin Yan is very calm because he already knew. Oh right, Moon Season City belongs to Yu Shiji. As far as I know, you and Yu Shiji have a grudge, but why are you helping Moon Season City Lord now? Moon Season City Lord is Yu Shiji's subordinate, right? Yuli Fan asked. Yu Shiji and I are secretly cooperating. She handed Moon Season City over to me to manage. We are going to secretly join forces to fight against the great divine king. I hope that senior will not spread this matter. Qin Yan said with a smile. Yuli Fan just smiled and nodded. To him, this was a matter between youngsters, and it had nothing to do with him. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Qin Yan is very at ease with Yu Lifan, after all he is not a blabbermouth like Yu Yuan. Yu Lifan had to attend a meeting to discuss the matter of welcoming the outsiders, so he hurriedly left. As for Qin Yan, he went to find Yu Yan and left the ancient garden city with her to return to Moon Season City. After returning to Moon Season City, Yu Yan was finally relieved. She was worried that Qin Yan would cause trouble in the ancient garden city and cause them to be unable to return. In the dungeon of Moon Season City's City Lord Manor, Yang Dingyuan was tied to a torture device. He was tortured by Qin Yan to the point where he wished he was dead. His willpower had been completely shattered, and all he could do was cry and beg for mercy. Originally it was nothing but you just had to blabber in front of the patrol captain. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tortured you so much. Qin Yan signaled Yu Yan to come over and help him massage his shoulders. Yang Dingyuan saw Qin Yan complaining that torturing people was very tiring. Qin Yan cried but there were no tears, only blood. Qin Yan sat on a chair as the beautiful city lord massaged his shoulders. He looked like he was enjoying it very much. Former patriarch of the Yang ancient clan, you can now tell me how you will repay me 10 billion divine universe golden stones. Qin Yan looked at Yang Dingyuan with a beaming smile. Yang Dingyuan naturally recognized that the person torturing him was Qin Yan. Qin Yan was not wearing a mask. He secretly cursed Yu Shiji and Qin Yan for joining forces. He had heard that the law enforcement world king and Qin Yan had joined forces, but he never imagined that Yu Shiji would also join forces with Qin Yan. I know that Great Divine Lord has a divine universe goldstone mine. Yang Dingyuan hurriedly said. He didn't want to be tortured like this. His soul was immortal. Even if his physical body was tortured to death, his soul would continue to be tortured. How many divine universe goldstones are there in that mine? Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he asked again. Yes, there are many. Yang Dingyuan continued, but there are many powerful figures guarding there. He hired the ancient Yang clan to mine it. I heard that he and the ancient Yang clan worked together to develop it. Qin Yan's expression changed as he said coldly, then tell me, what's the use of this mine? Are you trying to instigate a conflict between me and the Yang ancient clan? I have a way to bring you to the warehouse to get the ores. The ores that have not been processed are all stored in a warehouse. Great Divine Lord will send me to count them, and once there is enough, Great Divine Lord will go collect them. Yang Dingyuan saw Qin Yan's gloomy expression and cried out, Boss Qin, if everything goes smoothly, you can earn at least tens of billions. Yu Yan asked, does the ancient Yang clan have a share of that warehouse? Yang Dingyuan hurriedly shook his head. No, the Great Divine Lord's warehouse is separate from the ancient Yang clan's warehouse. I'm in charge of the Great Divine Lord's warehouse. If the Divine Universe Golden Rock is lost in the Great Divine Lord's warehouse, it will be my responsibility. Sign a soul contract with me and take me to that warehouse. Qin Yan said. If one didn't have enough strength, it would be very difficult to defend the Divine Universe Goldstone mine that was discovered in the Divine Wilderness. It was very normal for the Great Divine Lord and the ancient Yang clan to jointly mine it. If Qin Yan were to snatch that mine, he would definitely clash with the Yang ancient clan, but stealing the Great Divine Lord's warehouse would be fine. Yang Dingyuan and Qin Yan signed a soul contract. He knew very well that he would definitely be taken care of by the Great Divine Lord. However, he could only take one step at a time. If I can really obtain tens of billions of Divine Universe Golden Rock, I'll arrange for you to stay in the ancient Garden City. The great divine lord won't be able to do anything to you. Xianxia said. Really? The ancient garden city might not be that safe. Yang Dingyuan was still somewhat worried. That tramp, the great divine lord, dared to mess around in the ancient garden city. He would definitely be beaten up. How could he be as resourceful as my boss? Yu Yan said somewhat proudly. Yang Dingyuan did not dare to speak. What he was puzzled about was that Yu Yan was clearly not one of Yu Xieji's people since she was on Xianxia's side. After you rest for a few days, we'll go to that warehouse. Xianxia also let Yang Dingyuan go. He had originally only planned to let Yang Dingyuan return 10 billion. If Yang Dingyuan could bring him to fish out the great divine lord's tens of billions, he would have made a huge profit. Yang Dingyuan would never forget today's encounter. He finally understood what it meant to live a life worse than death. The fear that Xianxia brought him was even more intense than the great divine lord's. Boss, there's no need to wait for a few days. I'll be fine after resting for a day. Yang Dingyuan quickly entered a state of mind and said to Xianxia with a smile. Little Yan, arrange a place for him to rest. Xianxia said. No need, no need. I'll just rest in this dungeon. Boss, we can set off tomorrow. Yang Dingyuan said. After Xianxia and Yu Yan left the dungeon. This guy really knows how to behave. Yu Yan said, Boss, do you think the great divine lord would dare to cause trouble in the ancient garden city? Xianxia said with a smile, of course he wouldn't dare. The great divine lord is just a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. His magic mirror suddenly vibrated. Yu Yuan had something important to contact him about. Little Qin, there's something important. The Imperial Heaven sect needs to form 3 squads. They will be called the Imperial Heaven Team 1 to 3. The 2nd, 4th and 6th level of the Divine Space Realm will each have a team. I plan to let you join a team. Yu Yuan said. Me? I'm now at the 3rd level of the Divine Space Realm. Xianxia asked, what do these teams do? Enter the 9 Sun Holy Land? No, they want to enter some ancient garden city to compete. If they win, they will get Divine Universe golden stones and pills. Yu Yuan mischievously laughed and said, how about this, I'll arrange for you to join a 4th level Divine Space Realm team. With your extreme Divine Space power, you should be able to join a 4th level Divine Space Realm team. How many Divine Universe golden stones? Xianxia is more concerned about this. After his source of wealth was cut off, he went everywhere to earn Divine Universe golden stones like crazy. I still don't know. In short, there are a lot of them. All the great heaven-opening sects will participate. Yu Yuan said, this time, the opponent is not only the heaven-opening sects but also friends from very far away. From the Outerverse, Xianxia is suddenly looking forward to exchanging pointers with other Outerverse humans. Alright, I'll join the Imperial Heaven Battle team. When will we gather? Xianxia said, I don't have much time in the next 2 days. 3 days later, is that okay? Yu Yuan asked. No problem, I will return to the Imperial Heaven sect in 3 days. Xianxia believes that there is still time. Just as Xianxia ended his call with Yu Yuan, Yu Shangyun contacted him and asked, Yun, I joined the Heavenly Moon Battle Team 1. Have you joined the Imperial Heaven Sect's battle team? I'm in the 4th level of the Divine Space Realm team, it should be the 2nd team, right? Sister Shangyun, if you join the 1st team, then you are in the 6th level of the Divine Space Realm? Xianxia is very surprised. I am in the 5th level of the Divine Space Realm, I can join the 6th team. Yu Shangyun said. Xianxia exclaimed, then you are very powerful. If Yuan and Yue come back, they should be in the 2nd team of the Heavenly Xiao battle team. I just don't know if they will make it in time. Yu Shangyun said again. The latest chapter of the 9 Sun Divine King, all the heaven-opening sects are forming teams, which means that the situation in the 9 Sun Holy Land should be relatively stable. Otherwise, the heaven-opening sects would definitely not do this kind of thing. The teams they are forming are mainly made up of outstanding disciples. There might even be many heaven-opening clan disciples who have returned from the Outerverse. Otherwise, the heaven-splitting sect would not have done such a thing for no reason. The battle teams they formed were mainly made up of outstanding disciples, and there might even be many disciples of the ancient heaven-splitting clan who had returned from the outerverse. Yu Xiangyun and Grandma Taiyue are very important. Now that she has joined the Heavenly Moon battle team, she might know something. Grandma Taiyue's position is higher than Yu Yuan's, so she must know more than him. Grandma Taiyue's position is higher than Yu Yuan's, so she must know more than him. That depends on how much the heaven-opening ancient clans will give. I only heard from Taiyue Granny that they will secretly gamble, but they won't let outsiders participate. Only the seniors of the heaven-opening ancient clans will participate. How can they secretly come? Qin Yin suddenly felt an itch in his heart. If he could join, he might be able to make a fortune. If the team performs well and wins the competition, they will definitely get a lot of rewards. Yu Xiangyun said again, Yun, are you lacking Divine Universe Golden Stones recently? I'm not lacking too much. Things like Divine Universe Golden Stones, the more the better. Qin Yin said with smile. Actually, Qin Yin is not lacking too much right now. However, if he wants to quickly increase his cultivation, he is still lacking. After all, Divine Universe Golden Stones can improve many aspects of his mental power, Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and Divine Universe Power. These can all be quickly improved with Divine Universe Golden Stones. There are still a few days before the battle starts. The competition between the geniuses of the Heaven Opening clan will definitely be very intense. It won't be easy, so you should be prepared. Yu Xiangyun warned. Got it. Qin Yin said with smile, Sister Xiangyun, you should also be prepared. Yu Xiangyun replied softly. Qin Yin put away the magic mirror and pondered over his next plan. Yu Yuan said that they would gather in 3 days and the competition would definitely take a lot of time. He planned to take advantage of this time to continue increasing his Divine Universe power and enter the 4th level of the Divine Universe realm. The 3 battle teams were at the 2nd tier of the Divine Space realm, the 4th tier of the Divine Space realm, and the 6th tier of the Divine Space realm. Qin Yin was currently only at the 3rd level of the Divine Space realm. If he were to enter a team at the 4th level of the Divine Space realm, he would be at a disadvantage. He and Yu Yan walked out of the dungeon, took out the divine mirror of Taisher, and talked to Taisher. Qin Yin, you don't need to be in a hurry to increase your divine cosmos power. Taisher suggested, your divine cosmos energy has increased, but your physical body can't keep up. It will limit your eruption. Qin Yin understood the Grand Prime's meaning. He now had 2,800 divine cosmos force, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 10,000 after multiplying it many times. With the eruption of 10,000 units of divine space force, even a 5th-tier divine space realm expert would be severely injured if they were the slightest bit careless. Although Qin Yin was at the 3rd firmament of the divine space realm, his divine space power was already comparable to the 4th firmament of the divine space realm. He used the universe explosion divine art very well, and being able to erupt with 4 times the power was even more extraordinary. However, after he erupted with 10,000 points, he would replenish his divine cosmos force and then erupt with it again. As for how many times he could continue, this was something that no one knew. Qin Yin had never tried it himself, but he knew that his body was unable to withstand too many bursts of extreme power. You can use the Godly King Heavenly Seal to quickly recover your divine cosmos power. This means that you can continuously use divine cosmos power to fight. This is your greatest advantage. Taisher said again, the strongest people you will face are only at the 4th level of the divine space realm. Your current divine cosmos power is enough to deal with them. If you increase it any more, it will overflow. Qin Yin said with a frown, but I still have to fight the great divine king in the future. Your physical body isn't strong enough. If you can't withstand multiple bursts of extreme power, then you won't be able to display your greatest advantage. Prolonged battles are your advantage. Having a strong divine cosmos power is naturally good, but from the looks of it, it is more suitable for you to allocate your resources to cultivating your physical body. Taisher said. Qin Yin thought about it carefully and it was indeed like this. He could quickly replenish his divine cosmos power and also allow it to erupt several times. This was his greatest advantage. If his physical body couldn't withstand multiple bursts of extreme power, then his advantage would be wasted. No matter how high his divine cosmos power was, his body wouldn't be able to keep up. Does that mean I should first cultivate the divine cosmos heavenly bone? Xianxia looked at his palms. That's right. I suggest that you cultivate at least one arm of the divine cosmos heavenly bone. This way, you can reduce the burden on your body to a certain extent. Then help me calculate how many divine cosmos golden stones this will require. Xianxia also wanted to try cultivating more divine cosmos heavenly bones. Shaking an arm, not including the palm, is considered a large portion. Awakening the divine cosmos heavenly bone requires 100 billion and tempering it also requires 100 billion. Taisher said. Xianxia nearly vomited blood. Even if he went to the great divine king's warehouse and obtained several tens of billions of divine cosmos golden stones, including his own, it would only be around 120 billion. With just a few moves, he would have to spend 200 billion. It could be said that Xianxia was instantly hollowed out. He didn't even dare to ask how many divine cosmos golden stones were needed to evolve the God King heavenly seal. That would definitely be a terrifying number. I calculated that if you borrow another 100 billion, it should be enough. With your connections, it won't be difficult to borrow them. Taisher said again. Wait, cultivating the God King heavenly seal consumes 10 billion divine cosmos golden stones a day. Using this 200 billion to cultivate would also take 20 days, right? It's too late. Cultivating divine cosmos power is more practical. Xianxia dispelled the idea of cultivating the divine cosmos heavenly bone. There's still time, I can help you speed up your cultivation, awakening, and tempering the divine cosmos heavenly bone. It won't take too long, you can forcefully speed it up but it will be more painful for you. Taisher said. When Xianxia used the God King heavenly seal to cultivate, it had always been relatively comfortable. He rarely encountered a situation where he was hovering between life and death. Alright, wait until I snatch the great divine king's warehouse first. Xianxia said. He knew that Taisher was hinting him to borrow Miller. Miller has more than 100 billion divine cosmos golden stones in her hands. Xianxia doesn't want to borrow it because Miller is a very strange creature. If one day she needed to be independent, she could only rely on that divine cosmos golden stone to survive. Find Yu Lifan to borrow. He is an 8th level divine cosmos realm inscription master, he can definitely take out 100 billion divine cosmos golden stones. Taisher said. I'll give it a try. Xianxia could only thicken his face and borrow it. He would owe him a favor. Borrowing divine cosmos golden stones from Yu Lifan is relatively easy for Xianxia because they are already very familiar with each other and they even cooperated before. In the future, Yu Lifan still needs Xianxia's help to awaken his bloodline heavenly rune. Both of them can be considered as very good partners. One day passed by, Yang Dingyuan indeed recovered very quickly. Now he doesn't look like he was tortured at all. His entire person is very spirited, especially after he changed into a set of golden luxurious clothes. He looks like a suave and handsome young master. Yang Dingyuan came out of the dungeon and saw Xianxia and Yu Yan waiting for him. Boss, we can set off now. Yang Dingyuan very politely cupped his hands towards Xianxia. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Xianxia nodded at Yu Yan, telling her not to worry. Then, he and Yang Dingyuan went to the teleportation hall. Xianxia changed his appearance slightly and wore ordinary clothes. He followed behind Yang Dingyuan and entered a teleportation array. After the transmission, they arrived at a relatively deserted small city. Although this small city was deserted, they could sense that the divine cosmos energy here was very rich. Yang Dingyuan took out a large carriage and entered it with Xianxia. He said, there is no teleportation formation leading to the mine. The main reason is to prevent people from breaking in. That mine is protected by a barrier? Asked Xianxia. Yes, there were some strange creatures before. The moment the teleportation formation opened the space passage, they charged into the space passage and sneaked into the mine. Yang Dingyuan said, that's why they closed the teleportation formation. Other than this mine, what other source of income does the great divine lord have? Xianxia was currently lacking in divine universe golden stones. If he could get them from the great divine lord, it would be pretty good. I'm not too sure myself. Only the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor knows more. After all, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor is the disciple of the great Holy King, Yang Dingyuan said. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's memory had already been erased by Qin Yun. Now, Tian Rui was pretending to be the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and mingling in the heavenly court. Tian Rui had indeed said that the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor was in charge of many businesses related to the great godly lord, and he was slowly figuring it out. Boss, when did you contact Yu Shiji? Yang Dingyuan asked curiously. When Great Divine King asked Yu Shiji for 100 billion Divine Universe golden stones, Yu Shiji came to find me. Qin Yun said with a smile, you should know about this, right? After Yang Dingyuan finished listening, he cursed in a low voice, this fellow, Great Divine Lord, is really so poor that he's crazy. He also asked the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor to ask for 50 billion Divine Universe golden stones from me. He gave me 3 months to gather them. Then, you will head to Moon Season City, scoop up some money, and hide in Ancient Garden City, said Qin Yun with a chuckle. Isn't there no other way? Great Divine Lord didn't give me any big benefits at all, but he suddenly asked me for tens of billions. Why? If I don't give them to them, they will torture me and kill me. Yang Dingyuan crossed his arms and said angrily. Indeed, there was practically no one around the Great Divine Lord who did not hate him. Great Divine Lord was indeed too ruthless to his subordinates, which meant that he had never valued his subordinates before, or rather, he treated them like dogs. Yang Dingyuan, after we get rid of the Great Divine Lord's warehouse, we can cooperate. Qin Yun suddenly thought of another way to make money and said with a smile. Yang Dingyuan panicked when he saw Qin Yun's smile. Boss, you want to cooperate with me? What's the point of cooperating with a small character like me? Yang Dingyuan laughed at himself. Go and help me investigate what kind of wealth the Great Divine Lord has. I want to rob him. Qin Yun said, if I get 10 billion from the Great Divine Lord, I will give you 1 billion as compensation. Well, I'll try. Yang Dingyuan's eyes lit up. He did have a way to figure out the Great Divine Lord's path to wealth. Qin Yun smiled. He took out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Dingyuan. He said, that's right. The Great Divine Lord is our enemy. Usually, he's the one who steals others. Now, it's his turn to be robbed. Yang Dingyuan was now very clear about Qin Yun's strength. If it was before, he would have thought that Qin Yun was far inferior to the Great Divine Lord. But from the looks of it, the Great Divine Lord might not be Qin Yun's match. Boss, I often hang out with the Great Divine Lord's subordinates. I heard a rumor about the Great Divine Lord, but I don't know if it's true or not. Yang Dingyuan squinted his eyes as he took a puff of his cigarette and said mysteriously. What rumor? Tell me. Qin Yun said. The Great Divine Lord has a boss. Yang Dingyuan said in a low voice, that boss is very strong. He once suddenly appeared in front of the Great Divine Lord and even scared him to the point that his entire body trembled and he almost knelt down. Qin Yun suddenly frowned. He had thought that it might be the Nine-Yang Law Spirit, but the Nine-Yang Law Spirit should not have appeared to threaten the Great Divine Lord. Could it be the creature inside the primordial box of the Great Divine Lord? Is this rumor reliable? Qin Yun asked. It was said by the group of people who followed the Great Divine Lord back then. Many of those people died and only a few are still alive. Those few who are still alive are now hiding and don't dare to come out. They are afraid that the Great Divine Lord will kill them. Yang Dingyuan said, one of them is my friend, the new Great Heaven God Race's clan emperor. After the Ling family withdrew from the Great Heaven God Race, a new clan emperor appeared. That new clan emperor was loyal to the Great Divine Lord. And now, the Great Heaven God Race has indeed declined and the Ling family is gradually rising. In the Heavens God Desolate, it can be considered a somewhat famous family. The Ling family's patriarch was once the clan emperor. Now, there is no news of him in the Imperial Heaven sect. It is said that he was fancied by a certain big shot of the ancient Yu clan and was brought to cultivate. Ling Taiyun is in the Imperial Heaven sect and he said that he has never seen his father. The people who saw the boss of the Great Divine Lord were all killed by the Great Divine Lord? Qin Yun felt that this matter was rather reliable. There are not many subordinates of the Great Divine Lord that can be trusted. Unless they sign a master-servant contract with the great divine Lord, as far as I know, no one is willing. The great divine Lord does not trust his own subordinates and was afraid that this matter would be exposed, so he wanted to kill his subordinates. However, in the end, a few of them still escaped. Yang Dingyuan spat out a mouthful of smoke and said, Qin Yan is more concerned about who the boss of the great divine Lord is. Although the great divine Lord is very arrogant, he knows his own capabilities, especially after he lost the divine king heavenly seal. Recently, the great divine Lord has been collecting money everywhere, using all kinds of methods to squeeze his subordinates. Maybe it is to help the boss gather divine universe metal stones. That boss is very strong. If not, the great divine Lord would not be so scared that he would tremble. Yang Dingyuan said again. Did your friend see what that boss looks like? Qin Yan asked. He said that the boss looks neither human nor demon. He has a tail and a pair of big black cat ears. In other aspects, he is no different from a human. Yang Dingyuan recalled. Qin Yan took a deep breath. He is extremely shocked and his heart and waves are set off. He immediately thought of Miluer. Miluer has a pair of cat ears, but they are white and she also has a tail. In other words, the boss behind the great divine Lord is not from the divine desolate land. It might be from Miluer's hometown. Miluer's hometown is extremely lacking in divine universe metal stones. The boss behind the great divine Lord might have really let the great divine Lord plunder the divine universe metal stones. What worried Qin Yan the most was whether it was the destroyer or not. Miluer said that she had been avoiding the destroyer and was worried that Qin Yan would be implicated. She was afraid that Qin Yan would not be able to defeat the destroyer and be destroyed. Qin Yan never thought that he would come into contact with the mysterious person from Miluer's hometown so soon. He did not know if it was the destroyer that Miluer feared. The mysterious boss behind the great divine Lord definitely could not be ignored. Qin Yan suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. If it was only facing the great divine Lord, he would not feel any pressure. As long as he made preparations step by step and raised his own strength, it would be fine. But now, he knew that the great divine Lord was not alone. On the surface, he was relying on the heaven-splitting ancient clan. What he did not expect was that he had also found another mysterious and powerful backer. Boss. Boss. Yang Dingyuan broke Qin Yan's train of thought. When he saw that Qin Yan attached great importance to the mysterious boss, he realized that the rumors about the mysterious boss were true. It's nothing. After we finish robbing that warehouse, you have to quickly find a way to earn divine universe golden stones. We have to cut off his source of wealth as soon as possible. Qin Yan said. I will do my best to do it. Yang Dingyuan nodded. Because Qin Yan had promised to split the profits with him, as long as there was profit, he would naturally work hard. It had to be known that when he was with the great divine Lord, the great divine Lord would give them alms from time to time like he was giving to a dog. Later on, he would even squeeze them dry. Qin Yan's sense of danger was not only because of Malheur. The main reason was that a mysterious and powerful race had arrived in the divine desolate land. The reason why Malheur's divine universe power was not strong was mainly because she had been treated badly since she was young. If she had been properly nurtured, with her talent, she would definitely have grasped a very powerful divine universe power at a young age. This meant that the living beings in Malheur's hometown might belong to the middle and high-level living beings or one of the middle and high-level living beings. In the past, Qin Yan did not understand the difference between the high and low-level living beings. When he found out that many new powerful races had appeared in the divine desolate land, he gradually understood. The babies of those powerful races that had just appeared possessed a certain amount of divine universe power. Those with good aptitude could even directly become babies of the divine universe realm. A long time ago, when humans were just born, they were pitifully weak. A single virus could kill a large number of humans. And now, as long as a human was born in the divine desolate land, even if it was just a baby, their strength would be extremely powerful. Although they could not compare to those strong races, they were still higher than the humans in the immortal desolate land. Qin Yan was born as a very weak mortal in this life. He had experienced many years in order to reach his current cultivation. The reason why babies were so strong when they were born was mainly because of their environment. The divine desolation of the heavens and the divine sun of the myriad realms could affect the strength of the bloodline in a living being's body. The factors that determined the quality of the lower life forms were also determined by the environment. The boundary that the nine-yang Dharma spirit wanted to break through was for the living beings born in its territory to be powerful from the very beginning. After entering the heaven's divine wilderness era, Xianxia had a deep understanding of it. Every time the myriad realms' divine sun appeared, the powerful races that were born would be stronger than before. And this time, the new races were especially powerful. They were born with very powerful bloodline heavenly runes. Nine-yang Dharma spirits must have found a way to imprint their bloodline heavenly runes. Whether or not the divine wilderness could become a cradle for higher life forms would depend on whether or not the nine-yang Dharma spirit could break through the boundary of imprisonment. Once it was broken, the golden age of the divine wilderness great era would arrive. The reason why Xianxia thought of this is because he believed that Malur's hometown was a world of middle and high-level life forms. However, they could not advance any further. The divine universe golden stones became rare and dried up. This should be the most obvious sign of their world's decline. But even so, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. A place that could nurture middle and high-level life forms could still be maintained for a period of time. And during this period of time, those life forms might try to find a way out. The heavens' divine wilderness might be their way out. They found this place, and with their formidable strength, once they clashed with the native powers, it would be a war. It seems like the nine-yang Dharma spirit is still very concerned about the life forms in the heavens' divine wilderness. Otherwise, it would not have taken the risk to open the outerverse passage and absorb the outerverse energy to cultivate a powerful divine Sunday. With a powerful divine sun, it can quickly nurture higher-level life forms, even faster than the great heaven-opening clan's disciples. Only like this can it resist the foreign enemies. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He gradually realized that his vision was greatly limited, causing him to be unable to see further. After all, the nine-yang Dharma spirit is the spirit of an extremely large celestial body like the myriad realms' divine Sunday. It can see very far. Even if the heavens' divine wilderness does not have powerful enemies from the outerverse, it still has enemies from this universe. The heavens' divine wilderness can be said to be this universe's unprecedented super cradle. In the future, it will give birth to 9 super powerful divine suns. Even the outerverse may not have any. Once the nine-yang Dharma spirit truly cultivates 9 super powerful divine suns, this place will become a paradise for all life forms. However, the fighting on this piece of land was bound to be extremely tragic. This God King is not easy. Xianxia sighed in his heart again. Now it seems that the nine-yang Dharma spirit opening a passage in the 9-sun holy land has more disadvantages than advantages. Although sealing the 9-sun holy land requires a large amount of resources, that passage leads to many universes. It can allow the nine-yang Dharma spirit to obtain energy from many universes and cultivate even stronger myriad realms' divine suns. This is not a loss for the nine-yang Dharma spirit. Xianxia looked at the nine-yang Dharma spirit's actions in a new light. Although it seems very dangerous, that is only for the life forms of the heavens' divine wilderness. It temporarily poses no threat to the nine-yang Dharma spirit. Furthermore, the nine-yang Dharma spirit has roped in the heaven-splitting ancient clans, divine sun hunters, allowing them to protect the heavens' divine wilderness. This is equivalent to the nine-yang Dharma spirit's protection against the enemies from the outer universe, as well as other life forms that covet the heavens' divine wilderness. The heaven-splitting ancient clan wants to break through. They need to break through that taboo and become even stronger. This also requires the nine-yang Dharma spirit's protection. The heaven-splitting ancient clan is currently in a very dangerous situation, so they have to unite. The heaven-splitting ancient clan is desperately exaggerating the strength of the outerverse in order to unite the people's hearts. It seems like they are not only targeting the outerverse. Xianxia took a deep breath. He recalled what Zhu Lifan said before. They are looking for some observers. The upper-class people have placed observers in their heaven-splitting ancient clan. It seems like the heaven-splitting ancient clan's upper echelons have always been secretly plotting. They want to break through and become even stronger, which means that they will be consigned to eternal damnation at any time. They will be suppressed by the upper-class people. Xianxia sat in the carriage, his expression is gloomy. Only now did he realize. That the entire heaven's divine wilderness, myriad realms' divine sun, heaven's divine moon and the heaven-splitting ancient clan's life and death are practically tied together. This seems to be the 9 Yang Dharma spirit's intention. It wants everyone to fall into this kind of situation together. Then, everyone will break through in this desperate situation. If they can't break through, everyone will die together. The 9 Yang Dharma spirit is crazy. Xianxia cursed in his heart. The great divine king is the person chosen by the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. Now, there are powerful races that are not from the heaven's divine wilderness that have come into contact with the great divine king. They have even taken him in. This means that the powerful life forms from the outside world have already gradually infiltrated the heaven's divine wilderness. Xianxia only needed to hear Yang Dingyuan mention the mysterious boss to know that the situation in the divine desolate is far more complicated than he imagined. After all, the divine desolate is so big. It is impossible for him to control the situation in the divine desolate at all times. Even the 9 Yang Dharma spirit cannot. However, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit can predict the general direction and carry out simple arrangements. It can make more powerful races appear in the divine desolate and make the native creatures of the divine desolate stronger so that they can protect this land. Boss, why do you think a person like the great divine lord would recognize someone else as boss? How strong is that guy? Yang Dingyuan is very curious. It means that that person is very strong. Furthermore, his conditions are enough for the great divine lord to bow his head. Of course, the most important thing is that he is too strong, so strong that the great divine lord feels despair. Xianxia said. Yang Dingyuan understood it very well. Just like when he faced Xianxia, there was only despair. He was so desperate that he did not resist and only wanted to kneel down. That was why he could sit in the carriage and chat with Xianxia calmly. After being taught by Xianxia, Yang Dingyuan has grown a lot. Furthermore, he was once the Yang ancient clan emperor. After wandering the cosmos for many years, he has thought of many things. Our heaven-splitting ancient clan's ancestors have been wandering the cosmos, spreading the descendants of divine sons mainly to destroy them. Over the years, they have successfully destroyed many divine sons. Later on, our ancestors felt that they could not increase their strength, so they split into many groups and left this cosmos. Yang Dingyuan said. Now they have returned. Because there is no cosmos, their bloodline is incomplete. Xianxia said, their bloodline is incomplete, so they are even more unable to break through that boundary. Yang Dingyuan's eyes widened, he quickly nodded and said, that's right. After returning, although their bloodline is complete, it is sealed by some kind of power. Once we break the seal, then what? Previously, Yu Yuan said that their heaven-splitting ancient clan is considered middle-class people. They are restricted to the middle class and cannot rise. However, Yuli said that their heaven-splitting ancient clan is nothing in the eyes of the upper-class people. Xianxia secretly guessed that the heaven-splitting ancient clan should still be in the lower class. Destroying divine sons everywhere is considered hard work. The people in the middle were most likely those from Miller's hometown. They could live in their homeland until the resources were exhausted and they were destroyed. For example, the heaven-splitting ancient race didn't have a home. They drifted around the universe, and even though they constantly reproduced, they couldn't break through because of the lack of resources. That was why they treated the divine wilderness as their home. How could the ancient heaven-opening clan, which had no home to return to, be part of the middle class? The ancient people who had found their homes believed that they could advance to the next level, so they wanted to break through to the middle level. This was not a problem in terms of resources. The divine wilderness could provide them with sufficient resources. However, this was a taboo. From the moment they were born, they were branded with the bloodline of the lower-level creatures. If they dared to break through, it was equivalent to breaking the taboo. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more worried he became. He was still too weak. If the heaven-splitting ancient clan was taken care of ahead of time, the divine wilderness would definitely be implicated. Boss, we are almost there. Yang Dingyuan said in low voice, breaking Xianxia's contemplation. Xianxia returned to his senses and took out the myriad heaven divine saber. He tightly held the saber and sensed the power of the bloodline heavenly rune within it. The myriad heaven divine saber fused with a bloodline heavenly rune box. That bloodline heavenly rune box has a small universe sealed inside. Although the pocket universe was sealed, the energy released by the pocket universe could affect the saber and make it even more sturdy. In battle, as long as the weapon is strong enough, it will have a great advantage. It has been a long time since Qin Yan held the saber with such a heavy heart. He gently caressed the saber's body. This saber has many stories and it has accompanied him for many years. He didn't know how long the saber would be able to fight with him and whether it would be able to retreat unscathed every time they fought. Yang Dingyuan already noticed that after Qin Yan knew that the great divine king had a mysterious boss, his entire person changed. "Boss, is something big going to happen?" The corner of Yang Dingyuan's eyes twitched as he asked in a low voice. "How long has it been since you last went to that warehouse?" Qin Yan is still looking at the saber and asked indifferently. "It's been more than a month." Yang Dingyuan said with a frown, "Boss, are you worried about the great divine king changing people to take care of the warehouse?" Qin Yan shook his head and said, "I'm worried that the owner of that mine is not the great divine king or the Yang ancient clan." If the rumor said that the mysterious boss of the great divine king was someone else, Qin Yan might not believe it. However, if it said that it was the cat-eared people, Qin Yan believed that it was true. The cat-eared people from Miller's hometown were extremely lacking in divine universe golden stone. Now that he had come to the divine desolate land and had even become the boss of the great divine king, it meant that it was extremely likely that the great divine king would tell the cat-eared people about the divine universe golden stone mine. If the location of the divine universe golden stone mine was very secretive, even if they robbed that place, it wouldn't cause any commotion. Impossible, the Yang ancient clan is not that weak. Yang Dingyuan shook his head repeatedly. The Yang ancient clan is not weak but the enemy is very strong. Furthermore, the main force of the Yang ancient clan is not in that mine and there is no teleportation formation to reach it. If it is robbed by a super strong force, do you think the Yang ancient clan people guarding that mine will be able to defend it? Qin Yan asked. Yang Dingyuan swallowed his saliva and said with a fearful expression, "Boss, are you saying that the great divine king gave away that mine? To that mysterious boss of his?" Qin Yan did not answer and only said, "That's why we have to be careful. We will get off the car now and carefully sneak over." At night, Qin Yan and Yang Dingyuan concealed themselves and carefully flew through a large mountain. Late at night, they arrived near a huge mine pit. Many of the huge mountains in the vicinity of the mine pit seemed to have been uprooted by two roots and then laid flat on the ground. Some of the huge mountains were even shaken and cracked, the earth cracked. With a glance, one could tell that a very intense battle had taken place here and it had happened not long ago. Yang Dingyuan's scalp already went numb because everything here was different from what he was familiar with. Even the mine pit was much bigger than before. Furthermore, they had encountered an invisible barrier. If they flew another 2 feet forward, they would touch the barrier and it was extremely likely that it would cause a huge commotion. "Boss, where are the Yang ancient clan people?" Yang Dingyuan's voice trembled. "They should all be dead." Qin Yan sighed. This mine was developed by the great divine king and the Yang ancient clan. The Yang ancient clan people were mainly in charge of mining and defense. And according to the news that Qin Yan had seen in the magic mirror over the past few days, there was no news of a great battle here. This meant that the Yang ancient clan people in this mine were either killed in a short period of time or were secretly isolated, unable to send out a call for help. Then, what about us? Yang Dingyuan's body was somewhat cold, he was afraid. "Wait for me outside." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and shone it on the extremely concealed barrier in front of him. Qin Yan plans to go in and explore by himself. Yang Dingyuan is too weak, bringing him along won't be of much use, so he left him outside to wait. He is still very useful to Qin Yan, so Qin Yan doesn't want him to die. Qin Yan can move a lot more easily by himself, especially when he is hiding. The divine mirror of primal beginning quickly opened an entrance on the barrier. Moreover, it hasn't moved at all. After Yang Dingyuan saw Qin Yan enter, he quietly distanced himself from the barrier and waited for Qin Yan. After Qin Yan entered the barrier, he took out the magic mirror and tried to contact the outside world. However, he discovered that it was completely isolated. Not to mention that he can't contact the outside world through the magic mirror, even if he used the soul-chasing talisman, there wouldn't be any reaction. Xianxia, this barrier is very terrifying. If it was really set up in a short period of time, I can't think of any power in the divine desolate that could set it up. Even if you and I join hands, it would take at least a few months. Taisher transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Maybe it's the formation pillars and flags that have been made long ago, or something else. Xianxia looked around and said, after they arrive, they can quickly set up the formation after placing those things down. It's not this kind of simple and fast formation. If it's really like that, the young ancient clan can break it. Taisher said, in order to make it watertight, they definitely won't use that kind of formation. Xianxia understood that the great formation that enveloped the mine was similar to a naturally formed formation. This kind of formation was set up according to the local environment. Even if they already had the materials to set up the formation, they would need time to adjust the other details if they wanted to fuse with the earth. However, according to the information provided by Yang Dingyuan, this mine should have been seized in a short period of time. It seems like those guys don't want to alarm the heaven-opening ancient race. They want to do it quietly? Why is that? They are powerful, so they shouldn't be cowering like this. They can just openly snatch it. Xianxia landed half a meter above the ground and slowly flew close to the ground. After becoming invisible, he can use the heavenly eye to not be discovered and he can see very far. This means that they don't dare to move around in the divine desolate with great fanfare. If the divine desolate is an environment for low-level life forms, then middle-level and high-level life forms can't come here. If high-level beings were to restrict low-level and mid-level beings from ascending to the next level, then they would have to ensure that the rules weren't broken. When mid-level creatures come here, they can threaten low-level creatures, just like forcing low-level creatures to break through, said Taisher. However, the resources produced in Heavenly God Desolate's environment are definitely comparable to a middle-level life form's environment. Xianxia believes that high-level life forms will not protect low-level life forms. Maybe it's the 9-yang Dharma spirit that deliberately created this resource-rich environment to attract mid-level life forms to come and snatch it. Then, it would give the low-level life forms of the divine desolate an excuse to break through. Taisher said, if the higher life forms want to maintain order, they will definitely suppress the middle life forms. Then, the aliens will also be annihilated. Xianxia scratched his head. The 9-yang Dharma spirit's scheme was too grand. It involved many aspects and even involved the mysterious upper echelons. Now go and investigate clearly whether or not the middle-level life forms are moving around. The restrictions on middle-level life forms should be caused by the exhaustion of resources in their environment. They are very lacking in divine universe golden stones. In order to survive, they will definitely rob other middle-level life forms everywhere. Taisher said. The creatures in Heavenly God Desolate are all low-level life forms. Originally, they were even lower level, they didn't even have divine universe realm cultivators. However, as the number of divine suns in the myriad realms continued to increase, the number of divine universe realm creatures also gradually increased. This is the evolution of the environment. Only those weak creatures that reach the divine universe realm can deeply understand this. At the same time, they are also very jealous of those who were born with divine universe realm cultivation. According to Yu Lifan and Yu Yuan, they are currently restricted to the divine universe realm. If they break through the divine universe realm, once they are discovered by high-level life forms, they will definitely be killed. This made Xianxia think of the destroyer that Maluru mentioned. What kind of existence is the destroyer? Why did they want to destroy Maluru? Xianxia asked Maluru. Those destroyers don't have cat ears, they are not creatures from her hometown. Could it be that the destroyer is a high-level life form? Only mid-level life forms can have more contact with them? Xianxia is suddenly somewhat worried. If this is really the case, then the destroyer will definitely be able to find Maluru. Once someone in the heaven-opening ancient clan surpasses the divine universe realm, a powerful guy will appear and kill them. Then how can they find these people who have surpassed the divine universe realm? Xianxia thought as he flew towards the mine. Before he even got close, he felt an aura rush over. He quickly hovered in the air and secretly urged the power of the nether sun. He began to restrain the aura of his body and began to devour it, allowing himself to completely merge with nature. Not long after, there are large carriages in front of him. There are dozens of large carriages, and they are all very large. They are tens of meters long and over 100 meters wide. They are all specially made. Xianxia hovered in the air. He can see that the carriages are filled with large and small Divine Universe golden stones. These are Divine Universe golden stones that have just been dug out. Moreover, they are very pure and do not need to be refined. Around the carriages, there are many black cat-eared people. Some of them are standing on the Divine Universe golden stones and some are flying beside the carriages. There are more than 50 of them. This group of cat-eared people have black hair and black tails. Even their skin is pitch black. Their faces are very wide, their foreheads are protruding and their eyes are purple. The tail end of this group of cat-eared people is not furry. Instead, it has a very sharp thing that looks like a horn. This kind of cat-eared people is completely different from Meluruer. They only have the same cat ears and tail. However, the aura on their bodies is very strong. Their Divine Universe power is very strong. They are at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Universe realm. Also, their limbs have Divine Universe heavenly bones. Taisher said. Xianxia is secretly horrified. This group of cat-eared people seems to have relatively low status, but their strength is so terrifying. They have not cultivated the soul Divine Universe. Taisher said again, you don't need to worry about being sensed. If they don't have 200 Divine Universe power, it will be very difficult for them to discover you. Xianxia immediately asked Meluruer inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul to determine whether or not these black cat-eared people are from her hometown. Meluruer learned that Xianxia has seen these black cat-eared people and said in shock, Big Brother Yun, they are from the royal family, they are the most powerful existence in my hometown. How much do you know about them? Xianxia asked again. I have very little contact with the outside world since I was a child. But I was told since childhood that if I see black cat-eared people, I must kneel down because they are from the royal family. Meluruer also doesn't know much. After all, she was tricked into looking for ores since childhood. Alright, I got it. Xianxia took a deep breath and finally confirmed that the creatures from Miluo's hometown had come to the Divine Desolate. Big Brother Yun. The destroyer might be coming soon, I'm afraid. Miluo was very worried. Don't worry, Big Brother won't hand you over to them. You've seen the little ant queen, she's very powerful. She'll definitely be able to bring us safely away. Xianxia said with a smile. The destroyer can also enter the dark space like the little ant queen. Miluo said again. This made Xianxia unable to smile. What kind of existence was entering the dark space? Was the destroyer really the killer of higher life forms? Then why did they want to kill Miluo? Was Miluo too heaven-defying? From Xianxia's point of view, Miluo's ability to find ores was nothing more than very strong. Oh, there was also Miluo's mental force, which could increase 10 times. This was indeed a bit awesome. Don't be afraid, no matter who comes, I won't let them bully Miluo. Xianxia said, comforting Miluo. Miluo was very fond of this. She believed that Xianxia was very strong and then continued to happily eat with Momo and the others. Xianxia continued to follow the dozen or so large carts below. They were transporting the Divine Universe Golden Stone, but he did not know where they were going. This damned Divine Desolate is clearly the Middle Earth, but it is occupied by a group of inferior life forms. They are not worthy of this Middle Earth. Even our homeland back then was far inferior to this Middle Earth. A cat-eared man cursed in a low voice as he conversed with the cat-eared man beside him. The cat-eared man standing on the Divine Universe Golden Stone picked up a piece of Divine Universe Golden Stone and placed it into his mouth to chew. His eyes were filled with resentment. What Middle Earth? Have you ever seen the Middle Earth with so many Divine Universe Golden Stones? This is the best in the Middle Earth and it is evolving towards the High Earth. Why can't we move openly here? This is clearly what belongs to us. Mother *Ker, I really want to kill that group of lowly goods. They are not worthy of this top-quality Middle Earth, they are not worthy. Kill them all. Kill them all. A few cat-eared people were talking angrily. At this moment, a person who looked like a leader came over and coldly snorted, kill them all? If we vent our anger on the High Earth, we will be killed. Boss, is Gao Tu still not going to make a move? The creatures of the Middle Earth will definitely be like us in the future, and will all be of the middle class. The lower class will forever be lower class. There's no way we can surpass them. A soldier was very unconvinced. Apart from us, they are all inferior goods. They had not surpassed the divine universe tier, yet they were still treated as inferior goods. Even if they have people who exceed the divine universe realm, they will also be finished off by the destroyer, that leader said indifferently. Why are we mid-tier? Because in our original homeland, when we were born, 1 in 10 would surpass the divine universe realm. Look at this land, they are at most in the first or second level of the divine universe realm when they are born. They can't even compare to the dogs that are born in our homeland. Meanwhile, when we are born, we are at least in the 6th level of the divine universe realm. When Xianxia heard the leader's words, he was extremely shocked. The moment they were born, they were at least at the 6th level of the divine universe realm. Even their dogs were born at the 1st or 2nd level of the divine universe realm. The most frightening thing was that among the babies born, 1 in 10 would surpass the divine universe realm. In the divine desolate of the heavens, those at the 9th level of the divine universe realm were all seniors who had lived for many years. However, in a mid-tier world, the babies born had a possibility of surpassing the 9th level of the divine universe realm. With such a comparison, the divine desolate of the heavens really could not be any lower. But this place is clearly the best mid-tier world. As long as those few super-large divine suns are not extinguished, the divine universe golden stone here won't dry up. Our homeland's 3 super-large divine suns were all made half-dead by those damn divine sun descendants. Who knows, they might have already self-detonated by now. A youth cursed softly. Divine sun descendants were indeed experts at destroying divine suns. Even mid-tier life forms were also helpless against those divine sun descendants. Yeah, after coming here, the space of our storage magic treasures shrunk so much. The space here is much stronger than our original homeland, compressing the space of our storage magic treasures so severely. The space of their storage magic treasures was compressed, so they could only use large carriages to transport the divine universe golden stone. Xianxia now knew that the destroyer really destroyed those life forms who crossed ranks. But he still did not understand. Milur clearly had not crossed over yet, but was targeted by the destroyer. Just as he guessed, mid-tier life forms were very familiar with the destroyer, which meant that the destroyer was watching these mid-tier life forms even more closely. We came here to obtain the divine universe golden stone, so we should keep a low profile. You even said something about killing them all. Do you really think the destroyer is dead? Boss, just let the divine kings of this world help us dig out the divine universe golden stone. Why do you want us to take action? The leader sneered and said, that's because you don't know how useless that divine king is. He couldn't even take down a mere divine sun hunter and was even scared to kneel by our king. Boss, we killed so many divine sun hunters, will there be any problems? Will the destroyer find us? The youth who asked trembled all over. It could be seen how terrified they were of the destroyer. Don't worry, nothing will happen. According to the information the king has, the destroyer's main focus is on searching for that little girl. The destroyer has confirmed that the little girl has indeed appeared in this middle-tier world. The leader said. Xianxia was extremely alarmed. He was sure that the little girl was Milur. He never thought that the destroyer had really come to the divine desolate of the heavens, and even focused on searching for Milur. The little girl really came here? Oh my god. She's going to be rich. With this little girl's ability to find ores, she will definitely be able to find a lot of divine universe golden stone. She won't die from eating. Has the destroyer found her? The leader shook his head and said, according to the king, the destroyer found some clues. The little girl appeared in the 9-sun sacred land and left behind many traces. She found quite a few divine universe golden stones and successfully moved them away. However, with that little girl's ability, it shouldn't be possible. She definitely has someone by her side. Xianxia immediately felt a chill down his spine. The destroyer had actually found the 9-sun sacred land and even found the aura left behind by Milur. He even guessed that there was someone by Milur's side. Holy sh*t, will the destroyer find this place? Xianxia began to panic. Boom, at this moment, a loud sound was heard, and the entire ground shook violently. Not good, someone is attacking the array? Could it be the Divine Sun Hunters? Someone shouted in alarm. The leader's face immediately turned ashen as he shouted, "Run, it's the destroyer." Qin Yan was completely dumbfounded. He was worried that the destroyer would not come, but he did not expect that it would come immediately. Even such a powerful spirit formation was instantly shattered by Chu Feng's attack. Outside, Yang Dingyuan was completely dumbfounded. Outside the barrier, he could clearly feel how terrifying that power was. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. That powerful barrier's defense was extremely terrifying. Even if the elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan attacked in full force, they might not be able to break through it in an instant. But there was only one destroyer that had arrived, but with his own strength, he broke through the powerful barrier in an instant. Not the moment the barrier was broken, the power that erupted was like a surging wave that surged mightily. But yes, that power was very strange. It was actually just mental energy, but the aura that erupted seemed to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. It's the destroyer. Run. Ah, we're dead. The black cat-eared man was scared out of his wits. His cries of terror seemed to come from a hell of despair. Qin Yan, who was floating in the air, was also trembling in fear. Even though he had forced himself to calm down, he still couldn't help but tremble. It had been a long time since Qin Yan had felt such fear. He wasn't frightened by the cat-eared man's cries of despair, but he was shocked by the extremely terrifying power. Although the power of a universe god's son was extremely terrifying, it was still a colossus, an energy giant in the universe. And the destroyer that had descended looked only the size of a human, but the power in its body was extremely terrifying. The myriad realm's divine sun was so huge, it was only natural for it to erupt with such powerful power. The destroyer wasn't big, but the powerful power in its body made Qin Yan feel suffocated. Qin Yan had the chance to escape from a 9th-tier divine space realm expert, but in front of the destroyer, he didn't have the slightest chance. He was very sure that he had been completely sensed by the destroyer. The destroyer's powerful mental energy had swept through his body several times. Just the destroyer's terrifying mental energy enveloping him made him feel like a divine sun was about to fall on him and destroy him. Destroy this was the most terrifying thing about the destroyer. When it killed you, it would make you deeply realize how insignificant you were, and what it meant to be a speck of dust in the universe. Why was the destroyer so powerful? Could it be that there was a super divine sun in their hearts? And that they could use the power of that super divine sun? Also, did that mean that their hearts had energy bodies? That they could fully unleash the power of energy bodies? Is your entire body made of divine universe heavenly bones? No, it absolutely wasn't the divine universe heavenly bone. It was far more formidable. Destroy the power of the destroyer was something Qin Yan could not comprehend at all. It was not the divine cosmos power at all. Of the destroyer's powers, only the psyche powers were familiar to Qin Yan. Everything else was unimaginable to Qin Yan. The destroyer had come, and he was alone. With just one move, he had broken through this powerful barrier. Qin Yan did not understand why Malheur would be targeted by the destroyer. Was it necessary for a little girl to be chased across the universe by the destroyer to the divine wilderness? Now, he finally understood why Malheur could escape from the destroyer and come all the way to the divine wilderness. This kind of destroyer was omnipotent. They could enter dark spaces and easily travel through all kinds of powerful spaces. However, they still let Malheur run away. Qin Yan remembered that Malheur said that there was more than one destroyer that came to capture Malheur. The destroyer was already very terrifying. If there were several destroyers, wouldn't they really be able to destroy the world? To be able to send several destroyers to capture Malheur, this could be said to be a very large lineup, but Malheur still managed to escape. At this moment, Qin Yan understood even more about Malheur's fear of the destroyer. He was even more afraid than Malheur. Malheur could escape from the hands of several destroyers, but he, Qin Yan, had no chance to escape at all, not even the slightest chance. As long as the destroyer was willing, a single thought could shatter Qin Yan's body and soul. Destroy the destroyer did not need to make a move at all. Even from a very far place, he could completely destroy Qin Yan with just his psyche power. Qin Yan held the divine mirror of grand beginning in his hand. He frantically shouted for Taisher in fear, but Taisher was as silent as a dead man. Even Taisher was playing dead at this moment. Calm down, I have to calm down. Xianxia took a deep breath. He began to admire the group of cat-eared people. At this moment, they could actually scream in fear and still run. Xianxia could not move at all. Every cell in his body was in fear. He was so scared that he did not have any desire to live. Night at night, the moonlight of the heaven's divine moon was very beautiful and very cold. Xianxia floated in the air, sweating profusely. The destroyer's powerful psyche power enveloped an area of 10,000 miles around the mine like the vault of heaven. The land within 10,000 miles was sinking slightly. It was all sinking after being covered by the destroyer's psyche power. This was caused by the aura produced by the destroyer's psyche power. Just this aura alone was so terrifying. Will the destroyer discover Miller? What should I do? Previously, Yun had always said that he would protect Miller. Moreover, he believed that in the God-desolate land, even if he faced a powerful enemy, he would be able to escape unscathed. That was why he boasted that he could completely protect Miller. However, at this moment, he knew how strong the destroyer was. There was always someone stronger. Great, the ground quietened down. The group of cat-eared people did not run away at this moment. Instead, they stood in place. Height was as if they were locked in place by something. They could not move at all. They shouted with all their might as the divine universe power in their bodies erupted, trying to break free from the power that bound them. Destroyer, why do you want to kill us? What did we do wrong? The leader from before mustered up his courage and shouted with a voice filled with fear. Destroy! The destroyer appeared. He looked like a humanoid creature made of mercury. He had facial features, but it was only an outline. This was the destroyer. His body was wrapped in a layer of mercury. This seemed to be his armor. The destroyer was very tall. He was more than 2 meters tall. In an instant, he arrived in front of the leader. First, this is the world of low-level living beings. You shouldn't have come. Second, it doesn't matter if you came. You killed a large number of loyal divine sun hunters. Third, you still want to steal resources that belong to low-level living beings. The destroyer spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless, but it was slightly magnetic. His voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was also very frightening. The divine sun hunters are loyal? In this central plains, they will definitely break through their restrictions. That leader shouted in fear. Currently, no one in the divine sun hunter race dares to break through. Although this world is Middle-earth, its main source of energy is the outerverse. As long as it is not Middle-earth, which has grown up by absorbing this universe, it is still considered low-earth. If there are living beings in this low-earth who cross the boundary, then we will kill them without mercy. After the destroyer finished speaking, 2 rays of light shot out from his eye sockets and entered the leader's body. Only in an instant, the leader's body turned into silver light and dissipated. This group of cat-eared people were all at the 6th or 7th tier of the divine universe realm. However, they were all destroyed by the rays of light shot out from the destroyer's eyes. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he watched from the sky. Those at the 6th or 7th level of the divine space realm had been killed with their eyes. It was as easy as blowing off dust. The destroyer could kill those at the 6th or 7th level of the divine space realm with just his eyes. Xianxia was still very afraid because the destroyer was below and Miller was in his 9-yang divine spirit. Same. At this time, he also wondered which faction these destroyers belonged to and whose orders did they listen to. What kind of existence was it to be able to command this group of destroyers? The faction behind the destroyer was really protecting the environment of the different levels of living beings, forbidding the higher levels of living beings from interfering with the lower levels of living beings. However, it was only in this way that the highest level of living beings could be maintained in a very small number. If the higher level of living beings wanted to maintain their eternal state, they would need to consume a lot of energy. The energy of the universe was limited. If there were more and more high-level living beings, it would definitely not be enough. The universe might even collapse. This was something they could not allow. Only in this way could the few high-level living beings maintain their eternal state. Therefore, they had also set up very strict rules to prohibit living beings from crossing their own level. Once they appeared, they would be killed without mercy. Very. Soon, the dozens of 6th or 7th level Divine Space Realm cat-eared people were all killed by the destroyer. After the destroyer was done, he looked up at Qin Yun in the sky. He glanced at Qin Yun and then left, disappearing on the spot. He left? Qin Yun was stunned as he looked at the dozens of huge transport vehicles below. The destroyer did not even glance at the carts of Divine Universe Goldstones. The destroyer's strength was so terrifying that these Divine Universe Goldstones might not even be enough to fill the gaps between the destroyer's teeth. There are at least hundreds of billions of them and they are all mine? Qin Yun took a deep breath. The destroyer did not discover that Malheur was in his 9-yang divine spirit and the destroyer did not attack him. I got rich lying down? Qin Yun still found it hard to believe. He floated in the air. Apart from breaking out in a cold sweat and almost peeing his pants, he had obtained this batch of Divine Universe Goldstones without any effort. Of course, he had been scared to death, so he had suffered some losses. Qin Yun was stunned for a while. After confirming that the destroyer would not return, he stored all the Divine Universe Goldstones into the 9-yang divine spirit. He did not open the Divine Universe Violet Sun Pearl where Malheur was. Instead, he placed it in another pearl to avoid being detected by the destroyer. That's too easy. Qin Yun frantically waved the divine mirror of Taisher and shouted for his brother Taisher. Thane on the other hand, old brother Taisher was like a dead dog, not reacting at all. Even brother Taisher was frightened? The destroyers are too terrifying, and there are many of them in the God-desolate heavens. We have to be careful in the future. When Yin thought of the destroyer's terrifying power, he still felt a lingering fear. At the same time, it made his heart surge. In the future, he might be able to grasp that kind of great power. He had Taisher, his heart had an energy body, and the 9-yang divine spirit had cultivated 9 super divine sons. Thane he was also extremely worried. This was because once he touched the peak of the divine space realm, there would probably be destroyers targeting him. After breaking through, he would definitely be targeted by the destroyer. Is the destroyer only in this universe? I wonder if there are any in the outerverse. Can the destroyer go to the ancient desolate? Yun's imagination ran wild. Suddenly, he thought of the ancient desolation. The 9-yang Dharma spirit had said that the ancient desolation was a testing ground. It tested whether the living beings there could surpass the level taboo, and whether or not there would be destroyers after they did so. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and shouted, 9-yang Law Spirit, 9-yang Law Spirit. Quickly respond to me, I've met the destroyer, I'm going to die, you bastard, hurry up and answer me. If I die, who will help you deal with those divine sun descendants? He shouted for a long time but the 9-yang Law Spirit did not respond to him at all. Alright, I've gained a lot from this trip. Qin Yun immediately flew towards Yang Dingyuan's side. Yang Dingyuan was just outside and he was still in a daze. Only when Qin Yun slapped the back of his head did he come back to his senses. Qin Yun frowned. He smelled the stench of urine. Yang Dingyuan was actually scared to the point of peeing. He didn't laugh at Yang Dingyuan because even he himself had almost pissed his pants just now. The destroyer was too terrifying. Boss, what just happened? Yang Dingyuan looked at Qin Yun in fear. Of course, he did not know about the destroyer, nor did he know about the cat-eared man. He only felt that it was Qin Yun's doing. If there was really a powerful enemy, how could Qin Yun come out unscathed? Nothing happened, I have obtained the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Think of a way to inform the ancient Yang family that this mine was betrayed by the great Divine Lord, and everyone in the mine was killed. They were killed by a type of cat-eared people. Qin Yun said, the group of cat-eared people are dead but the mastermind is not dead. Yun finally understood why the king of the cat-eared people hadn't come to retrieve the Divine Universe Metal Stone, but had instead sent a bunch of underlings to retrieve it. It was because he was afraid of encountering the destroyer. Namely, even if that king encountered the destroyer, he would probably die in 2 or 3 blows. That's right, this matter must be reported to the elders of the Yang ancient clan in secret. Qin Yun warned again. Yang Dingyuan frantically nodded. Whatever Qin Yun says now, he will treat it as a decree. Because in his opinion, that terrifying power just now was unleashed by Qin Yun. Just how powerful was the divine king of the divine desolate land? At this moment, Yang Dingyuan looked at Qin Yun as if he was looking at a divine king. In his eyes, a true divine king should possess that kind of terrifying power just now, not a tramp like the great divine lord. Boss is awesome. Yang Dingyuan shouted in his heart. Qin Yun hurriedly returned to the Imperial Heaven sect. He only wanted to sleep for 7 days and 7 nights and crazily entangle himself with Ling Yun'er. He wanted to completely forget the power of the destroyer. But, he couldn't do it now because he still had to join the Imperial Heaven Squad and go to the ancient Garden City to fight. At this point, he no longer dared to question the 9 Yang Law Spirit. 9 Although the Yang Law Spirit didn't care about the living beings of the Divine Desolate Land, there was definitely a way to allow the living beings of the Divine Desolate Land to surpass their level. If he wanted to become stronger and possess the power of the Destroyer, it was necessary to surpass his level. The Divine Desolate Land had a large amount of resources, so it wasn't difficult to cross levels. The difficult part was how to not be killed by the Destroyer after breaking through. Qin Yun still let Ling Yun'er come out and properly consume some energy with this charming fairy, temporarily suppressing that fear. Spirit Yun'er could feel that Qin Yun was somewhat different, but she didn't ask much. She only giggled and said some nonsense to Qin Yun. After she was done with Qin Yun, she returned to the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. At this time, Brother Taisher, who was pretending to be dead, finally came back to life. You scared me to death. After Taisher came back to life, this sentence entered Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun couldn't sense Taisher's existence earlier and thought that he was scared to death. Now that he heard Taisher's voice in his mind, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. Old brother Taisher, you scared me to death. I was really worried that you were finished. Qin Yun said with a smile, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. It was a false alarm. Taisher said, Qin Yun, the destroyer is too terrifying. I was worried that I would be sensed, so I went into seclusion. Didn't the 9 Yang Law Spirit say that there is a high chance that someone is monitoring the connection between you and him? Could it be that the destroyer is monitoring me? The 9 Yang Law Spirit doesn't want them to discover me? Qin Yun is alarmed. It should be. Maybe when you communicate with the 9 Yang Law Spirit, the destroyer will hear it. You are too important to the 9 Yang Law Spirit, really very important, so the 9 Yang Law Spirit should be protecting you. Taisher said. Old brother Taisher, you are only sure now. Why do you suddenly know that the 9 Yang Law Spirit is protecting me? Also, if you know about the destroyer, why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Yun also has many questions in his heart. Taisher seems to be very afraid of the destroyer, so the moment the destroyer appeared, he decisively went into seclusion. This is also an instinctive reaction to protect himself. It was because I met the destroyer that I understood many things. I know about the destroyer, but in my memories, that kind of existence is not called the destroyer. They have another name, slaughterer. I never expected that they would change their name to destroyer. Taisher said. Slaughterer? It sounds full of killing intent, and it is mainly targeted at living beings. And the destroyer is not only targeted at living beings, it can be said to target everything. The name destroyer is not less domineering, but it lacks that much killing intent. Qin Yun said. Yes, that's why I didn't connect the two, but I have some suspicions. Furthermore, in my impression, Slaughterer strength is not very terrifying, and the destroyer that appeared before is much stronger than Slaughterer. I can be sure that Slaughterer was the destroyer back then, and now he has become even stronger. Taisher said. Although this Taisher was created by Qin Yun, he can recover the memories of the primordial Taisher. Back then, just who had sealed the primordial Grand Prime and the miniature universe within the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box? And why was it still floating in the universe after being sealed? Qin Yun suspected that the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box was sealed by the faction behind the destroyer. The Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box could bestow powerful Bloodline Heavenly Patterns to living beings, allowing them to evolve and surpass the limits of their cultivation. It could be said that the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes had spent many years creating life forms that could transcend realms. The elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan should be able to break through to the 9th tier of the divine space realm. This was the power bestowed by the heavenly patterns of their bloodline. Now, the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit was using the primordial Grand Prime Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box to create a new group of powerful clans. If the Nine-Yang Dharma psionic energy was continuously optimized and released the bloodline power of the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box, coupled with the powerful Myriad Realms Divine Sun, the powerful clans that would be born in the Divine Wilderness in the future might even surpass the 9th level of the Divine Space Realm. Of course, the Destroyer would definitely appear then, as long as they could resist the Destroyer and buy more time for the Nine-Yang Law Spirit, then the Divine Wasteland would be able to continuously give birth to a large number of powerful races, and they would be able to fight against that group of beings of that level. That was the case in an ideal world, but it was definitely not the case in reality. The Destroyer would definitely descend upon the Divine Wilderness and start a massacre. How could they stop the Destroyer? Ancient Desolation? Xianxia suddenly took a deep breath. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit had tried it before. The Ancient Desolation was a testing ground. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit might be able to nurture powerful humans that transcend realms in the Ancient Desolation. The Ancient Desolation was very special. It was located in a spatial crack. This crack happened to be between two powerful universes, so it could not be sensed by other universes. However, the energy of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun and the Divine Moon of the Heavens could descend upon the Ancient Desolation. If a large number of powerful races that transcend realms appeared in the Ancient Desolation, and there was a passage that could descend upon the Divine Wilderness, they would be able to resist the Destroyer, giving the Divine Wilderness space and time to grow. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt shaken to his core. If the Nine-Yang Law Spirit really wanted to fight against a powerful faction, it might be the most powerful existence in the universe. Xianxia, don't forget that you are very important to the Nine-Yang Law Spirit. The descendants of the Divine Sun and the Myriad Realms Divine Sun are a great hidden danger. Other than the 4 Divine Suns, it is extremely likely that the descendants of the Divine Sun will invade the other Myriad Realms Divine Suns. Xianxia nodded and said, I understand. Only after the 9 Myriad Realms Divine Suns appear will the Nine-Yang Law Spirit make a bigger move. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the heaven-splitting ancient race will yield, or the descendants of the Divine Sun and the Divine Sun will explode. Taisher continued, there's another possibility. If it really reaches that stage, the Divine Wilderness will be able to give birth to beings that transcend realms. If they want to suppress the Divine Wilderness, they don't need too many destroyers. As long as they allow other middle-level life forms that have lost their homes to enter the Divine Wilderness, they can cause great destruction to the Divine Wilderness. Xianxia's heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that the cat-eared person's actions in the Divine Wilderness were a probe? If the Destroyer appeared and killed the middle-level life forms that were active in the Divine Wilderness, it meant that the time was not right. The Divine Wilderness was still a piece of meat that could not be eaten. The Divine Wilderness is a piece of meat. Xianxia took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. In the universe outside the Divine Wilderness, who knows how many powerful middle-level life forms are eyeing it covetously. They haven't appeared because they are afraid of the Destroyer. There might be quite a few who have come but they don't dare to be high-profile, or they were secretly eliminated by the Destroyer. Taisher said, in the eyes of middle-level life forms, the Divine Wilderness is like an ant nest filled with treasures. You, the living beings of the Divine Wilderness, are ants. The Divine Wilderness was truly filled with danger. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit must be very clear that opening up multiple outerverse was not only to obtain energy from the outerverse, but also to obtain help from other powerful outer space life forms to suppress the Destroyer and other middle-level life forms. Xianxia was in the Imperial Heaven sect, in his residence, hiding in a secret room. He was still unable to calm down and cultivate. The greatest threat to the Divine Wilderness was not only the 9-Sun Holy Land. If the Divine Wilderness did not rise up and did not break through, there would not be such a great crisis. But was this possible? There was no power that could stop the Nine-Yang Law Spirit's will. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit had long since decided to break through layer upon layer of restrictions and create an unprecedented civilization. Xianxia finally understood why the Nine-Yang Law Spirit said that he did not care much about the living beings of the Divine Wilderness. Because once that time came, the living beings of the Divine Wilderness would be like weeds and would be harvested by powerful life forms from all sides. The nine-yang law spirit would resist the suppression, and the living beings of the divine wilderness that surpassed their level would also be harvested by the destroyer. Qin Yan's mind was in a mess. If he had not encountered the destroyer, he might not have felt such fear. In a sense, the nine-yang Dharma spirit wanted to rebel. If the rebellion failed or during the rebellion process, they would have to pay a huge price. The nine-yang Dharma spirit was not afraid because it was a spirit body without flesh and blood. In the nine-yang Dharma spirit's consciousness, there was no such thing as death or fear. There were only thoughts of resistance, rebellion, becoming stronger and breaking through. The nine-yang Dharma spirit is leading us to rebel. Won't Yuan and the other nine-yang divine maidens become the destroyer's primary targets? Will the ancient desolate experiment succeed? When will the destroyer come? When will the divine desolate change? Although Qin Yan was a god king, he could not see the current situation clearly because he was in the chess game. He was only a chess piece. The reason why he could sense the entire situation was mainly because there was an outsider like Taisher who could help him analyze the situation. Become stronger. The seventh divine sun has already appeared. Now, we are only missing the 8th and 9th divine Sunday. The day of the change should be the day of the 9th divine sun's birth. We can only see the tip of the iceberg in the overall situation. There is much more that we have no way of knowing. Taisher said, before that, we should become as strong as we can. Qin Yan quickly thought and took out the magic mirror. He quickly contacted the Ling family and told them to prepare to retreat from the divine desolate. Following that, he contacted many friends. As long as their foundations were still above the divine desolate, he reminded them to escape to the divine moon and 4 divine suns. The 7th divine sun would appear soon and the 8th divine sun should not be far away. The nine-yang Dharma spirit was playing a game with the universe and might even obtain the support of the outerverse. Therefore, the formation of the myriad realms' divine suns was very likely to be very fast. Whether it was the divine moon or the myriad realms' divine sun, they were all extremely powerful celestial bodies. The power they erupted with was extremely powerful, far from what ordinary living beings could match. There was still a chance of survival if one hid in such a powerful celestial body. The nine-yang Dharma spirit constantly created strong races, but it definitely would not tell them that a crisis would befall them. When the time came, the strong races would instinctively resist. This meant that a large number of the strong races created by the nine-yang Dharma spirit would die. However, the nine-yang law spirit didn't care at all, because after a strong race perished, it could create another one. As for the heaven-splitting ancient clan, Qin Yan did not inform them because the heaven-splitting ancient clan definitely knew more. After all, the heaven-splitting ancient clan was a very important chess piece in the overall situation. The nine-yang Dharma spirit would definitely frequently communicate with the heaven-splitting ancient clan's upper echelons. Bang, 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 suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the sound was not soft. Qin Yan frowned. It was obvious that there was something urgent. In the secret chamber, Qin Yan released the heavenly eye avatar and saw Xiao Yuan enter the hall of his small building. Xiao Yuan has a high ponytail and is wearing a tight black outfit, outlining her slender and elastic legs. Her incomparably beautiful face seems to have become even more beautiful, but it is filled with seriousness and coldness. Her eyes are filled with killing intent. Qin Yan, who was in the secret chamber, saw Xiao Yuan through the heavenly eye avatar. He was completely stunned. He even suspected if this was his wife. Xiao Yuan has become even more beautiful and alluring than before. Furthermore, her body has also changed quite a bit. First of all, she is much taller, her legs have become longer and her body has become even more curvaceous. In short, her body has become extremely fiery hot. Qin Yan immediately came out of the secret chamber. Little husband. After Xiao Yuan saw Qin Yan, her incomparably beautiful ice-cold face suddenly softened. Her eyes, which were originally filled with killing intent, are now as gentle as water. She immediately threw herself into Qin Yan's embrace and kissed him. She pushed Qin Yan and kissed him for a long time. Qin Yan did not even have time to react before he was passionately kissed by his wife. His hands also felt the beautiful change in his wife's body. What's going on? After the kiss, Qin Yan impatiently asked. Because something is very wrong with Xiao Yuan. Not only has she changed so much, she didn't even need the magic mirror to contact him. She directly came here to find him. Xiao Yuelan said with a solemn expression, "The 9 Yang Law Spirit told me to tell you to prepare for the worst." What about the ancient garden city? Are we going to assemble a battle team or something? Qin Yan hurriedly asked. The battle team is very important. Don't use the magic mirror again, it's being monitored. Think of a way to secretly inform Brotherin, let him close the magic mirror's formation base and withdraw his strange space ancient city into the 4 divine suns. Xiao Yuelan said again. What? Qin Yan immediately took out the magic mirror and said. Who's monitoring? I don't know, this is what the 9 Yang Law Spirit told me to tell you. Xiao Yuelan took out the magic mirror and said again, the 9 Yang Law Spirit told me that there is a special kind of creature that can collect all the content transmitted through the magic mirror, then analyze it and filter out the content they need. Qin Yan said with a frown, don't tell me I can't even use the magic mirror one last time to inform Brotherin? You can, but once they find out, Brotherin and the others might be in trouble because their spatial origin stones have been parasitized. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is a big matter, who did it? The destroyer. It is not difficult for Qin Yan to immediately inform An Wukong. He and An Wukong have a special way of contacting each other, it is to use an encrypted method to communicate. For example, he can send a large paragraph of text to An Wukong. This paragraph of text might be a description of some story or something. After An Wukong saw the story Qin Yan sent him, he extracted the text from the story according to the password he agreed on with Qin Yan, thus forming the secret report sent by Qin Yan. If someone was monitoring, they would only get a large piece of the story, this way it would not be noticed. This kind of secret report was agreed on by Qin Yan and An Wukong. Soon after, Qin Yan urgently sent the secret report to An Wukong. Half an hour later, all the magic mirrors were cut off and all the alien race people smoothly entered the 4 divine suns. The great change of divine desolate came faster than Qin Yan expected. He originally thought that it would only come when the 9th divine sun appeared. And now, it is actually coming. Yuelan, what is your current cultivation? Qin Yan asked. 6th level divine universe realm. I refined many divine universe heavenly bones, so my body has changed a lot. The battle team is very important, wait until you go to the ancient garden, you will know. I want to return to the Shao heavenly sect now. Where is Yuemei? Qin Yan hastily asked. She is in the Shao heavenly sect, she is bitterly cultivating the battle god technique. Xiao Yuelan's clear and beautiful eyes are filled with deep worry. She said to Qin Yan, Xiao Yun, no matter what happens, I will be able to get through it. Of course, it has been like this for so many years. Qin Yan smiled and caressed Xiao Yuelan's face, you go back to the Shao heavenly sect, we will meet in the ancient garden city. Xiao Yuelan left, Qin Yan immediately entered the secret room. He wants to cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone in his arm as soon as possible. Qin Yan didn't tell Xiao Yuelan about the destroyer. Xiao Yuelan also doesn't know about Miller's matter. There are a total of 180 billion divine universe golden stones in that mine. Qin Yan let Miller and Ling Yin'er count and was pleasantly surprised. This is a lot more than his previous estimate. Previously, he estimated it to be more than 100 billion, but now it is close to 200 billion. Great, great, it's enough for me to refine my entire arm into divine universe heavenly bone. Qin Yan is very excited. Time is tight, there are only 2 days left before they have to go to the ancient garden. After the magic mirror's formation base was closed, the entire divine desolate suddenly became blocked. After all, everyone is used to using the magic mirror to communicate with each other and obtain all kinds of information from the magic mirror. Now that it is suddenly gone, the entire divine desolate can be said to be in chaos. Qin Yan released the heavenly eye avatar from inside the house and saw many people jumping onto the roof and raising the magic mirror in their hands high. What's going on? Is the signal bad? Fuck, I was chatting with Xiaomei and she was just about to take off her clothes, bastard. I was using the magic mirror to ask people to help me buy things. So sad, today there are a few big sisters who want to show off. I took off my pants, I can't see it, I can't see it. When can it be used again? I want to hear the voice of a big sister, I want to date a big sister, damn it, I almost hit on her. A large group of people are cursing, they only feel that the end of the world is coming, life has reached the darkest moment. And Wukong is very obedient to Qin Yun. Qin Yun told him to close it, he immediately closed it, and then the entire clan withdrew into the Four Divine Sunday. Xiao Yuan came to find Qin Yun this time. From her expression, it can be seen that the matter has reached a very serious stage. Although she did not say the specific situation, Qin Yun can feel it. The magic mirror is operated by An Wukong's alien void race. Now that it is being targeted by a powerful force, if they do not abandon it decisively, then the alien void race might be attacked, and in the end, they will either be exterminated or controlled. Qin Yun closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding space. He released the power of Nether Sun in an attempt to distort the space, but found that the space has become a lot stronger than before. What shocked him the most is that the divine desolate space is still constantly strengthening. This kind of strengthening speed can be clearly felt. What's going on? After the seventh divine sun came out, the space had strengthened once. Why was it still strengthening now? Could it be that the eighth divine sun is about to appear? Qin Yun was alarmed and immediately asked the Grand Prime. Taisher asked Qin Yun to take out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Godly King Heavenly Seal was Grand Prime's true body. Releasing the Godly King Heavenly Seal allowed him to sense it more clearly. The space is indeed getting stronger. It's too strange. Moreover, it's getting stronger very quickly. Clearly, a lot of energy is gathering in the divine desolate heavens to strengthen the space. Taisher didn't know what was going on. Without the magic mirror, I can't contact anyone, it's really troublesome. Qin Yun wants to contact Xianxia, Law Enforcement Realm King, and Tian Rue. Fortunately, he had informed them beforehand and told them to be prepared. Back then, Qin Yun did not say anything to them. He only told them that something major was about to happen. Qin Yun, you currently have about 250 billion Divine Universe Goldstones on hand, said Taisher. This should be enough to temper an arm into a Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, right? Qin Yun immediately began. It's enough, but I suggest you think of a way to borrow another 200 billion. Because no one knows what will happen next. You have to obtain a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstones during this period of peace and temper the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in your arms. Taisher said. Qin Yun understood what Taisher meant. During this period of time, if he borrowed it and something happened, it would take a long time for him to repay it. Qin Yun doesn't want to do this. Those who are willing to lend him so many Divine Universe Goldstones are all very good friends. Qin Yun can do anything to his enemies, but he can't do the same to his friends. Although it's only borrowing, if a great change happens, the Divine Universe Goldstones will be extremely important. I'll go to the ancient garden first. The elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan should know that something big is about to happen. If they are willing to lend it to me at that time, it means that it won't hurt them at all. Qin Yun said. Yes, then let's start refining the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone now. Taisher said. Qin Yun immediately began transferring the Divine Universe Goldstones into the Godly King Heavenly Seal. In 2 days, the Imperial Sky Battle team will gather. Qin Yun wants to use 200 billion Divine Universe Goldstones to temper the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone in his arm in 2 days. 100 billion Divine Universe Goldstones is to awaken the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, and the other 100 billion is to temper it. Qin Yun originally planned to keep the Divine Universe Goldstones to deal with the changes in the heavens because he can't let Malheur come out for a long time. There are many destroyers in the Divine Desolate. If Malheur comes out for a long time, it will be very dangerous. 2 days passed and Qin Yun's entire right arm has cultivated the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. He is very envious of Xiao Yuan and the other 9 Sun Divine Daughters. With the help of the 9 Sun Law Spirit in their cultivation, they don't need to worry at all. But Qin Yun is different. In order to quickly refine the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, he has to endure a great deal of pain. Qin Yun came out of the secret room. It is now morning. He left his residence and hurried to the Imperial Origin Sect Master's place. On the way, he saw many people holding the magic mirror with pained expressions. 2 days passed and everyone is still looking forward to using the magic mirror again. Qin Yun arrived at Imperial Origin Sect Master's residence but did not see him. However, there is an old man here, he is Imperial Origin Sect Master's old follower. He said that Imperial Origin Sect Master is in the teleportation hall. Xianxia immediately rushed to the teleportation hall. When he arrived, he saw that Imperial Origin Sect Master's expression is very grave. Sect Master, what's wrong? Xianxia hastily asked. The teleportation hall is very empty, there is no one here. The teleportation formation here can't be used. Imperial Origin Sect Master let out a long sigh and said, a great upheaval is coming. Why is this happening? 2 days ago, Xianxia discovered that the space is becoming stronger and stronger. I still don't know. If we want to go to the ancient Era's Garden City, we can only fly to the 7th Divine Sunday. The ancient Era's Garden City is inside the 7th Divine Sun. Imperial Origin Sect Master said, take our flying ship there. Imperial Origin Sect Master is waiting for Xianxia here. He saw that Xianxia's condition is very good and relaxed a lot. Xianxia followed behind Imperial Origin Sect. The two of them did not speak much along the way. A huge flying ship is floating above a large plaza of the Imperial Heaven Sect. Xiaoqin, the Battle of the Ancient Era's Garden City is very important. Imperial Origin Sect Master looked at the flying ship and patted Xianxia's shoulder. I will wait for your triumphant return. I will definitely do my best to win. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Imperial Origin Sect Master also smiled and nodded at Xianxia to show his encouragement. Complete version. Update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible. Xianxia can feel that the atmosphere is not right. After he boarded the ship, he turned around and looked at the Imperial Heaven Gate. The ship is waiting for people to board. This time, there are more than 100 people going to the ancient Garden City. They are all elders and youngsters of the Yu ancient clan and the Imperial Heaven Gate. Xianxia entered the cabin and looked out the window. This is the first time he seriously looked at the Imperial Heaven Gate. The entire Imperial Heaven Gate's architectural style is very simple. It is made of stone, but it looks very imposing. Especially after being arranged, the buildings are very neatly arranged into a very visually impactful formation. The ship slowly flew up and Yu Yuan waved goodbye to Xianxia. At this time, a fragrant wind blew over and someone patted Xianxia's shoulder. Boss Jean. Yu Yaoyao said with a light smile. This red-haired, pink-eyed seductress wore tight-fitting white clothes. Although she was dressed for battle, it made her even more alluring. It outlined the beautiful contours of her body, and it didn't diminish her charm in the slightest. Yaoyao, long time no see. You have become much more beautiful. Xianxia said with a smile. Yu Yaoyao crossed her arms in front of her chest to make herself look even more majestic and arrogant. She said with a smile, Boss Jean, long time no see. You are becoming more and more eloquent. Speaking of which, you are still very handsome. The more I look at you, the more I like you. I have always been this handsome. Xianxia said with a laugh, you were just blind before and didn't realize it. Xianxia, be serious. What do you think about this battle in the ancient Garden City? Yu Yaoyao asked with a stern expression. Clearly, Yu Yaoyao also knows that there will be a great upheaval. I don't know. The sect master told me that this battle is very important. Xianxia can guess that this is a battle with outerverse beings. It is very likely to be a gambling match. I am at the 4th level of the Divine Space Realm and I am in the 2nd team of the Imperial Heaven Battle Team. The sect master said that you are at the 3rd level of the Divine Space Realm but your Divine Space power exceeds the limit, so it is not a problem for you to join the 2nd team. Yu Yaoyao said. What about the other teammates? Xianxia looked behind him and asked, their strength should be okay. Anyone is fine. They're all warriors of the ancient Yu clan who have returned from the outerverse. It can be said that in the 2nd team, the 2 of us are probably the weakest. Yu Yaoyao combed her red hair and sighed, I should be the weakest one. This battle is very important, they shouldn't have sent us 2 weak chickens to fight. Xianxia said with a frown. To tell you the truth, the Imperial Heaven Sect can only gather the 5 of us at the 4th tier of the Divine Space Realm. There are only 3 4th-tier Divine Space Realm cultivators who have returned from the outerverse, and they are all middle-aged men. They are our teammates, Imperial Yaoyao said. What? All middle-aged men? Where are the youngsters? Qin Yun was alarmed. Getting injured or dying is still a serious injury. Yu Yaoyao lowered his voice and looked around before saying, they were not injured in the Nine Sun sacred ground, so I suspect that they fought with something somewhere else. So many of the Yu clan warriors who had returned from the Outerverse had either been heavily injured or killed. Qin Yun is somewhat worried for Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, and Yu Shangyun. They are also representing their sections. He let out a long sigh and said, seems like it will be a bitter battle. Qin Yun, you should be more well informed than me. Can you tell me what we are going to face in that ancient garden city? Yu Yaoyao said very seriously, I have to be mentally prepared, those old fellows won't say anything. People from the Outerverse, but not like the Nine Sun sacred ground, this is only my guess. Qin Yun said in low voice, Yaoyao, don't worry, in the ancient garden city, we should be a lot safer. Yu Yaoyao said, the clan sent me to fight, it should be because they recognize my strength. To be honest, I have never fought with my life on the line, it seems like this time I will have to fight with my life on the line. Qin Yun said with a smile, I have a lot of experience in fighting with my life on the line, it is a common thing for me. Yu Yaoyao only faintly smiled, her smile is somewhat forced, it is clear that she is afraid. Are you really afraid? Qin Yun said with a smile. Afraid, I am really afraid. Because I have seen several clan members who were seriously injured, they were all young people, when I saw them, their bodies were not complete and they were all in great pain. Yu Yaoyao nodded. Qin Yun stopped smiling, then took out 2 talismans and handed them to Yu Yaoyao. After Yu Yaoyao received it, she is secretly astonished. It is actually the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. This kind of Imperial Heavenly Talisman has Qin Yun's unique energy aura, it means that it was made by Qin Yun himself. Keep it to protect yourself. Qin Yun said. Many thanks. Yu Yaoyao sighed and said, you should not have fought. You are an inscription master, moreover, you have grasped the initial stage of my family's Imperial Heavenly Talisman. That means that this battle is very important, otherwise the sect master would not have let me fight. Qin Yun said with a smile, although I don't like fighting, it doesn't mean that I can't fight. Yu Yaoyao naturally knows that Qin Yun is very good at fighting and he fights without any regard for his life. The speed of the flying ship is very fast. In just a day, it entered the interior of the 7th Divine Sun and arrived at the ancient garden city inside. Qin Yun had already been here once before, it was not completely constructed back then. And now that he is here again, he is shocked. Last time, there were many empty areas in the ancient garden city, there were no buildings at all. And now, in those empty areas, there are many huge buildings rising from the ground. The style of these huge buildings are all different, it means that they were built by people from different places. There must be people from other universe living in the ancient garden city, moreover, they are people from several outerverse. Ancient Yu clan's ship landed in a very large plaza, there are more than 10 large and small ships in the vicinity. When Qin Yun got off the boat, he saw more than 10 elders of the ancient Yu clan walking over with solemn expressions. One of them was a white-haired man dressed in red. He looked very young, but his hair and eyebrows had turned white. He was the only person in the ancient Yu clan who could control all the Yu clan's heavenly talismans, Xiao Qihong. Qin Yun, follow me. After Xiao Qihong saw Qin Yun, without saying anything, he directly released a white jade-like small building. Xiao Qihong clearly has a very important matter to discuss with Qin Yun. The other elders did not say anything, instead they walked towards the other youngsters and asked about their current situation. Qin Yun followed Xiao Qihong into the white jade small building. Xiao Qihong took out several large booklets, they look like several thick and heavy jade doors, and placed them on the ground. The Imperial Heavenly Talismans are all here, take them. Xiao Qihong placed his hand on Qin Yun's shoulder and said solemnly, if I die, you will be responsible for inheriting the Imperial Heavenly Talismans. Master, what happened? Qin Yun's expression changed, he hastily asked. Even a big shot like Xiao Qihong is prepared to face death, Qin Yun began to panic. Seeing Qin Yun's reaction, Xiao Qihong promptly waved his hand and said, it's not as serious as you think, I'm just taking precautions. You can make 1-star Imperial Heavenly Talisman by yourself, that means you can learn all the Imperial Heavenly Talismans. Master, what exactly is going to happen? What are our battle squads doing? Qin Yan was very puzzled along the way. You want to fight with the aliens, Nine Young Law Spirit will help us get in contact with the other humans from the outerverse. But they are very arrogant and look down on us, unless we can defeat them. Xiao Qihong said. How strong are they? Qin Yan asked in astonishment. In their universe, they are considered as upper middle class humans. Moreover, there is no level restriction in their universe. Xiao Qihong sighed and said, it wasn't easy for them to gather 2nd, 4th and 6th level Divine Space Realm battle squads. What do you mean? It wasn't easy for them to gather? Although Qin Yan knew the reason, he still couldn't believe it. Yes, there are very few of them because after they are born, most of them are 6th or 7th level Divine Space Realm. Xiao Qihong said, only a few trash are born 1st level Divine Space Realm and it is very difficult for them to cultivate. Qin Yan is completely dumbfounded. They are born as Divine Space Realm cultivators and they are actually considered trash. Then why don't they let 7th, 8th and 9th level Divine Space Realm battle squads? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. You think they don't? There are 2 8th and 9th level battle squads but the battlefield is not in the ancient garden city. Xiao Qihong said, they have already fought and we lost miserably. What happens after we win? Qin Yan is very curious. This kind of battle is definitely very important. After all, they want to prove their potential to the outerverse. Xiao Qihong said, don't expect to win, they just want to see our potential. Even if we lose, they will give us some help and let us surpass levels. No wonder Yu Yuan said this competition is very important, so it is because of this reason. The aliens are very powerful and there is no restriction in their universe, that means their universe is very big. Why doesn't their universe restrict them from surpassing levels? Is it because their universe is bigger and has more resources? Qin Yan said with a frown, then, can't we just go to their universe? Xiao Qihong shook his head and said, no, we can only grow in this universe. There will be great restrictions if we go to other universes. Xiao Qihong had returned from the outerverse, but the universe he had gone to was filled with extremely vicious and cruel creatures. It's not that we don't have enough resources in the universe, but the humans at the top want to enjoy the largest resources in the universe and maintain their sense of superiority. Xiao Qihong said, this is greed. After all, they are the first batch to cross levels. As long as they can suppress the middle and lower levels, they will always be at the peak. Qin Yan secretly clenched his fists and cursed in a low voice, in that case, those guys are very hateful. Xiao Qihong nodded and said, our heaven-splitting ancient clan didn't know before, so we helped them do many wrong things. Now we have to correct it, and the Nine Young Law Spirit will also help us charge forward. How many outerverse paths lead to this place? How can they help us? Qin Yan asked. There are a total of 3 outerverse that are connected to this place. They can provide us with even more cultivation methods, allowing us to grow faster. The Nine Young Law Spirit also allowed them to enter the 9 Sun Holy Land and obtain Divine Universe Golden Stones. They also need Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xiao Qihong said. The Divine Universe Golden Stones in this Divine Desolate are very abundant even for other universes. Because in all the universes, there have never been multiple Super Divine Suns. As long as the Super Divine Sun can be maintained and not destroyed, the number of Divine Universe Golden Stones produced would be even more. The Outerverse also want to obtain a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones from Divine Desolate, but they are not very willing to help the humans of Divine Desolate. Can't those Outerverse just directly help us? Why do they still want to fight us? Qin Yan is very unhappy. Because they are only helping us to appease the Nine Young Law Spirit. If we want their real help, we have to show them our strength. Xiao Qihong said. The main reason why the Outerverse came is because of the Divine Universe Golden Stones. They said that they are willing to communicate with the humans of Divine Desolate, but they simply look down on the people of Divine Desolate. Master, is there going to be a huge change in Divine Desolate? Qin Yan only knows, but he doesn't know the specifics. Yes, the people at the top of this universe also want to eat the fat meat that is Divine Desolate. They want to start a blockade on Divine Desolate. In order to suppress the native life forms, they will allow other middle-level people to join in. Xiao Qihong said. What? Other middle-level people will join in? This. Why? Then how can our divine desolate's life forms defeat them? Xianxia is very angry. If they let the middle-level people join in, then they won't say anything, otherwise they will also rebel against the top. Moreover, when the middle-level people enter Divine Desolate, they will definitely become the dogs of the top and help them obtain Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xiao Qihong's expression is calm, but he is also very angry. Xianxia tightly clenched his fists. Divine Desolate belongs to them, but now it is being ravaged by many foreign robbers. The native life forms will definitely be massacred and he can't do anything about it. Could it be that the Nine-Yang Law Spirit has no way? Xianxia said while clenching his teeth. It can be said that Xianxia watched this land grow up. He has very deep feelings for this land. That's why the Nine-Yang Law Spirit brought in a few outerverse people and let them join in to balance the middle and upper level powers of this universe. Those middle and upper level bastards only know how to destroy, they don't know how to create. And the Nine-Yang Law Spirit is the creator, he created the Great Divine Desolate and they want to take it for themselves. Xiao Qihong said. They don't know how to create, they only know how to destroy. Xianxia thought of the group of destroyers, he thought of the descendants of Divine Sun. The descendants of Divine Sun destroyed the Super Divine Sunday. For countless years, it is unknown how many Divine Suns have been destroyed by them. That's why the heaven-opening ancient race has committed a great sin, they became the dogs of the middle and upper level powers. Of course, if they don't do this kind of thing, there will definitely be others to do it. Divine Desolate space suddenly strengthened. Is it affected by external forces? Xianxia asked. That's right. It's mainly because those fellows want to restrict the flow of all kinds of information and space travel. This way, they can prevent the Divine Desolate's resources from flowing quickly and make it easier for them to control it. Xiao Qihong nodded. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit definitely knew about this, so it made preparations in advance. Next, there is no longer the matter of the native life forms of Divine Desolate. It is all the middle and upper level people from the outside who will fight against the outerverse people. The Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit had created the Divine Wasteland, but now it had become a place for other experts to compete for resources. The native creatures of the Divine Wasteland would definitely be affected. If they could survive and grow up, they might be able to surpass the level limit. Xianxia thought of the destroyer he had encountered before. He did not allow the cat-eared man to snatch the Divine Universe Golden Stones, so he killed the cat-eared man but did not kill him. At that time, he had a good impression of the destroyer. But now it seemed that the destroyer did not want the middle-level people to steal the Divine Universe Golden Stones. The reason why the destroyer did not kill him or take away the Divine Universe Golden Stones was most likely due to some kind of restriction. Master, is the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit really going to let them do whatever they want in the Divine Wasteland? Xianxia was very unwilling to accept this. The Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit said that it would temporarily restrict living beings above the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm from entering the Divine Wasteland. If the higher-ups do not agree, then the Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit will perish together with them. Xiao Qihong said. This made Xianxia feel a lot more at ease. At least in this way, the gap would not be too big in a short period of time, because the heaven-splitting ancient clan also had experts at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. In other words, if one wanted to enter the Divine Wasteland, even if they came from the middle and upper levels, they could not exceed the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. Xianxia told Xiao Qihong about the destroyer, but he did not tell him about Malheur. Those destroyers must have surpassed the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. The Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit told us not to provoke those destroyers, and the destroyer cannot kill living beings in the Divine Wasteland. The destroyer has a very important mission in the Divine Wasteland. Xiao Qihong said. The destroyer's important mission in the Divine Wasteland was to find Malheur. Malheur was so important, so the reason she was targeted by the destroyer was definitely not because she could quickly find the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Then what could it be? Could Malheur increase her mental strength by 10 times? Or was there another reason? Malheur's hometown was only a world of middle-level living beings. Malheur's strength was not particularly strong, definitely not exceeding the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. How could she be targeted by the destroyer? Little Qin, I hope you don't hold back during the battle and use all your strength. According to my contact with those aliens, they worship the strong. Because I have the Yu clan's heavenly talisman, they don't dare to look down on me. As for the other 9th level divine space realm experts, they don't put them in their eyes. Xiao Qihong patted Qin Yun's shoulder. He knew that Qin Yun must be hiding a very strong strength, but because he did not want others to know, he was. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Alright, as long as a few of us can win in this competition, they will more or less change their attitude. Xiao Qihong said. Qin Yun and Xiao Qihong came out of the white jade small building. Yu Yaoyao is still outside. After she saw Xiao Qihong, she immediately saluted him. Yu clan Yang clan's clan master. Although he clan. He clan. The Yu ancient clan did not have a clan ruler now. All the leaders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan were called clan heads. They did not dare to call themselves clan masters because they knew that whether in this cosmos or the outerverse, they were the lowest level living beings. Qin Yun and Yu Yaoyao followed the elders of the Yu ancient clan and entered a very tall restaurant. They came to a hall for a meeting. Team 1 of Yu clan's members were all 6th level divine universe realm experts. They were all old and full of murderous aura. They were veterans of hundreds of battles in the outerverse. In Team 2, only Qin Yun and Emperor Yu Yao were young. The others were all middle-aged. One of them was an old man, the other 2 were middle-aged. Team 1 of Yu clan's members were all 2nd level divine universe realm experts. They were also middle-aged. Although they could not increase their strength quickly, they had rich battle experience. They all trained in the outerverse. Qin Yun finally knew why Emperor Yu Yao was under so much pressure. She was the only young girl here and her foundation was very weak. Those outsiders promised us that they won't kill us, so everyone can rest assured. They are very arrogant and think that we are not worthy of being killed. Don't be in a hurry to win. What you need to show is your potential. In short, don't let them defeat you easily, an elder in the hall said to the participating team members. Could it be that we can't win? An old man from Team 1 asked with some dissatisfaction. Our clan sent a few teams to fight, but no one could defeat them. Total defeat, total defeat. The clan elder sighed, this is the gap between us. You should know that the ones we defeated were trash that they found with great difficulty. What does that mean? Trash that they found with great difficulty? Then they definitely did not have many trash. After they were born, they would be good in all aspects and could quickly grow and surpass the divine universe realm. This was equivalent to a student at the bottom of a top student class suddenly going to a slacker class to dominate. Qin Yun was very puzzled. He believed that an environment that could nurture powerhouses must be better than the divine wilderness. But why did they need the resources of the divine wilderness? That meant that the beings of the divine wilderness had great potential, but it was suppressed. Otherwise, the beings born in the divine wilderness would not be any weaker than those of the outerverse. In what way are they strong? Is it their mortal bodies or their mental strength? Qin Yun asked. Do they have many divine universe heavenly bones? Or perhaps they have already cultivated a divine space of the soul and have a certain amount of mental strength? Several old men looked at Qin Yun and nodded. They recognized Qin Yun and knew that he was Xiao Qihong's apprentice. That's right. They have at least several large-scale divine universe heavenly bones and their mental strength is around 50. The elder said. Many people at the scene immediately let out a low cry of terror. Several large divine universe heavenly bones and mental strength of 50. How could they fight this? Divine universe heavenly bones and mental strength were at least at the 7th level of the divine universe realm. So they are very strong. And this battle will let you understand their strength ahead of time. The elder said. Qin Yun had only tempered the divine universe heavenly bone in one arm and only had one large part, but his mental strength was at 100. Luckily, he had listened to Taisher. Taisher telling him to first cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone was the right thing to do. Otherwise, if his mortal body was too weak, it would have been destroyed from the start. If, and I am saying if, you can really defeat them, then they will give you rewards and we will also reward you. The elder said. It seemed that he didn't expect anyone to win. Hearing that there is a reward, the eyes of the 3 battle teams immediately lit up. Of course, they also know that it will be very difficult to get the reward. The elders of the clan said that the strength of the outer universe people is very strong. Many parts of their body have been cultivated to the divine universe heavenly bone. In addition, they have cultivated mental power, so it is very difficult to defeat them. Xianxia has not fought with the outer universe people, nor has he seen them. Now he is not sure whether he can win or not. My divine universe heavenly bone is still too lacking. If I have enough time, I might be able to refine the divine universe heavenly bone in my other arm. Xianxia touched the divine universe heavenly bone in his arm. This is the key to defeating the outer universe people. The outer universe people from the 3 outer verse only have 3 battle teams, yet they are challenging our 8 heaven opening clans' 24 battle teams. It can be seen how much they look down on us, the clan elder said again. This caused Xianxia and the others to be very shocked. Each of the 8 heaven opening clan has 3 battle teams, one for each of the 2nd, 4th and 6th realms of the divine universe realm. The outer verse side has only sent 3 battle teams, which means that each universe has sent 1 battle team. You all came rather late, so our ancient clan is in the 7th position to fight against their 3 battle teams. You can now go to the battle arena to watch, the clan elder said. The ancient Garden City's battle arena was built by the outerverse. It is unknown how they built it, but it is inside a small space. From the outside, the battle arena is inside a large house. But after entering, there is a world inside, a space with bright and beautiful sunlight. There was sunlight in the space, but the divine sun could not be seen, nor could the energy of the divine sun be sensed. When Xianxia and the others entered the large house, they saw a very large lake and jumped in fright. In the middle of the lake is a flat circular island, that island is the battle arena. If you want to watch, you can just float on the lake outside the island. It's the 2nd team of the Dragon Ancient clan, they are fighting with the Blue Universe people, an old man said. The Blue Universe people had blue skin, but their hair and eyes were black, and their teeth were white. On that small island, there is actually 1 Blue Universe person fighting against 5 Dragon Ancient clan people. 1 against 5, and he even has the upper hand. After Xianxia came in, he saw Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, and Yu Shengyun. They were all watching the battle intently. This Lan Yu person has already won several matches in a row. A middle-aged man said with a grave expression. It will be our ancient clan's turn soon. When the time comes, our entire battle team will go up. Ancient clan's elder said. That Lan Yu person looked very young. Even though he was tall and big, his face was very tender. He was a youth. I'm a piece of trash. Only after coming to your universe did I realize what a real piece of trash is. That Lan Yu person laughed loudly. Xianxia opened his heaven eye and saw that Lan Yu's laughter contained psychic power. After that, Lan Yu didn't even need to fight. Just the combination of sound waves and mental energy was enough to make the 5 warriors of the Dragon clan cry out in pain. The warriors of the Dragon clan were all middle-aged men at the 4th level of the divine space realm. When they were fighting just now, they didn't even manage to touch the other party's clothes. The 5 of them were chased around by the Lan Yu people, but they still couldn't catch up. The 2nd team of the ancient Dragon clan was defeated. There were more than 10 Lan Yu people who were watching from the side. Seeing this result, they didn't have any expression. From their point of view, winning this kind of competition didn't give them any sense of superiority. They only sent out their universe's trash and they could easily defeat others. Next up was the 2nd team of the Qi Ancient clan. This time, the opponent was straightforward and efficient. He roared out a burst of psychic power and instantly killed the 5 people of the Qi Ancient clan. Then it was the Yang Ancient clan's battle team's turn. They were also instantly killed. The opponent roared and the Yang Ancient clan people directly fell to the ground and screamed. That guy's psychic power is at least 70. Xiao Qihong said with a frown, it's your turn next. You must guard your mind well. The people of the Lan Yu people seemed somewhat dissatisfied. A youth at the 9th level of the divine space realm said with a frown, Heaven opening ancient clan, you are too disappointing. With your level, how can you talk about surpassing realms? Among the people from the 3 outer verse, the strongest was only at the 9th level of the divine space realm. They didn't send anyone stronger. In their opinion, it wasn't worth sending someone stronger. You were born with the divine universe heavenly bone, but we only cultivate the divine universe heavenly bone in the later stages. An elder of the heaven-opening ancient clan quickly explained, "There's nothing we can do. Our clans are suppressed too much, unlike your side where there is no suppression." That Lan Yu person shook his head. "Even so, you shouldn't be so weak. You are so weak that it makes us doubt our lives. You should know that the people we sent can't even be considered warriors. They are all trash that no one wants." These words made the hearts of many of the heaven-opening ancient clan members hurt. The youth from the Lan Yu people laughed. "To tell you the truth, I was picked up from the streets by them. Looks like as long as I work hard, I will definitely be able to dominate this world in the future." Next up was the Yu ancient clan's battle team's turn. When some of the elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan saw Qin Yun, their eyes lit up. For example, Yu Lifan, Xiao Hong's grandmother, Tai Wei Granny, Qin Liangxing, and other people who were familiar with Qin Yun. When they entered the island, the Lan Yu people also came to check Qin Yun's and the others' cultivation. They just took a tool and casually shone it on them to confirm their cultivation. "What? There's someone at the third level of the divine space realm? Can't you find him?" That Lan Yu person frowned and looked at the ancient Yu clan's elders with disdain. The other heaven-splitting ancient clansmen present were in an uproar. They were not unfamiliar with Qin Yun. He was the divine king of the divine desolate. Although he was only at the third level of the divine space realm, he was very powerful. The elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan also understood Qin Yun. They all knew that they could not use cultivation to judge Qin Yun's strength. The Outerverse people from 3 different universes heard others talking about Qin Yun and were somewhat surprised. "Little hubby, you can definitely win." Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face is also filled with seriousness. She is at the 6th level of the divine space realm and has yet to fight. The 2nd level of the divine space realm has already ended. The Yu ancient clan did not make it in time, so they were considered to have forfeited. After Qin Yun landed on the island, he observed the Lan Yu person from a close distance. He discovered that the Lan Yu person's legs and arms have divine universe heavenly bones. Moreover, it seems like he was born with it. As soon as they arrived on the island, facing Lan Yu, Yu Yaoyao and the other 3 team members felt a lot of pressure. Lan Yu's divine cosmos power is very strong and he didn't hide it at all, releasing waves of aura. What surprised Qin Yun the most was that these people could quickly recover their divine cosmos power. He didn't know how they did it. Of course, the speed at which they recovered their divine cosmos power was not as fast as when he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Lan Yu person in front of him, as he breathed, recovered his previous loss bit by bit. Fortunately, their recovery speed isn't particularly fast. But how did they do it? Qin Yun is very curious. They have a way to store energy in their bones. If their bones are strong enough, they can compress the energy into their bone marrow. When they need it, they can release it and convert it into divine cosmos power. Taisher said. The other party didn't hide his divine cosmos power at all, so Qin Yun used the divine mirror primal beginning to detect it in an instant. The Lan Yu youth in front of him had a divine cosmos power of 3,800. It was unknown how many times he could erupt with it. It was normal for a 4th-level divine cosmos realm to have a divine cosmos power of 3,800. However, he was just a youth and his divine cosmos power was already so high. In Qin Yun's universe, this was extremely terrifying. The Lan Yu youth in front of him didn't consume much divine cosmos power before. Now that he had recovered, he only wanted to recover to his peak state. "Take out your weapons, I allow you to use them," the Lan Yu youth said. The other heaven-opening race teams that fought before also used weapons, but it was of no help at all. Yu Yaoyao and the others had seen it before, but they still took out their weapons. Qin Yun also took out his myriad heaven divine saber. After all, the other party was the one who had taken advantage of him. "You can use weapons. There are 5 of you, but I can still defeat you." The Lan Yu youth laughed and said, "But it's also quite rare. You actually have a young man this time. The ones who fought with me before were either old or middle-aged. Speaking of which, the young people of your universe are really ugly." Qin Yun was somewhat speechless. He was clearly very handsome and Yu Yaoyao was also very beautiful, but this youth said that they were very ugly. Just because the other party called him ugly, Qin Yun had to teach him a lesson. This battle is a battle between the 4th and 4th tier of the divine space realm. Not to mention the fourth tier of the divine space realm. Even if the fifth or sixth tier of the divine space realm were to come, I would still be able to defeat the people of your universe. But now you've sent a third tier of the divine space realm. Is there no one else? The youth looked at Xianxia and laughed. Seeing that a young man had arrived, the young man became more talkative. Brat, don't be arrogant. Wait a moment, I will let you experience Grandpa Qin's power. Xianxia said with a smile, also, I am not a young man. I just look young. Alright, you actually dare to be so arrogant. You are the most arrogant person I have ever met in this universe. Interesting. The Blue Universe youth laughed. Yu Yaoyao and the others spread out and found their positions, surrounding the Blue Universe youth in the middle. The other aliens at the side also felt that it was a little interesting, because provoking each other before the start of a battle was something they all liked to do. However, the people they met were all very calm when the battle started. They didn't say a word and didn't respond to each other's words. Xianxia is the first person who dared to speak like this. The island's barrier opened and the battle began. The Blue Universe youth is the same as before. He roared out a burst of sound wave containing mental power. The divine space power within the sound wave is also not weak. In just an instant, Yu Yaoyao and the other 3 team members directly fell to the ground. They have never received training to defend against mental power explosion, so they can't defend at all. After their mind was attacked, it gave them a splitting headache. Xianxia tightly gripped the saber hilt and steadily stood on the spot. His eyes are calm and sharp as he stared at the Blue Universe youth. Just now, he was also greatly shocked because when the youth released his mental power, it went from weak to strong. This is equivalent to releasing his mental power. Xianxia did not fall, it means that he defended against the opponent's mental power attack. This caused all the heaven-opening ancient race people present to cry out in alarm. Not bad. The Blue Universe youth's pupils shrank. He laughed and said, you really have some ability, no wonder you speak so arrogantly. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes flashed, 2 intense golden lights shot out. It is actually mental power. The mental power suddenly shot out and also concentrated together, pouring into the Blue Universe youth's head. Ah! The Blue Universe youth screamed in pain. All the seniors present were shocked. They could see that Xianxia released mental power that is not weak. Xianxia is only at the 3rd level of the divine space realm, yet he has such strong mental power. How did he cultivate it? The instant the Blue Universe youth was hit, Xianxia brandished his saber. Lin Ming had a force of 2,800 in his body. Now that he used 2,500 of it to erupt with 4 times that was a force of 10,000 divine space. In addition to the heavenly divine universe bone arm, that was an additional 1,000. This was a force of 111,000 divine space. Then using the myriad heaven divine saber, the power can be imagined. The Blue Universe youth knew that he underestimated his opponent. He still has a splitting headache. Feeling a powerful force attack him, he can only use the divine space power in his body to attack his arm, using it to block Xianxia's saber. The Blue Universe youth thought that his arm is a divine universe heavenly bone, and also has a very strong divine space power, so there is no need to fear Xianxia's saber. But he is wrong. Xianxia's saber slashed down, cutting off the Blue Universe youth's hand. The large saber finally fell on the Blue Universe youth's shoulder, although it did not cut open the shoulder. But the divine space power that erupted out shook the Blue Universe youth's body to the point of splitting open. Xianxia's saber heavily injured the Blue Universe youth. After quickly replenishing his divine space power, he erupted with another 10,000 divine space power, kicking the youth's abdomen. Boom! At the same time the youth was kicked away, blue blood sprayed out of his mouth, his abdomen exploded from the impact of the super strong divine space power. The youth's body heavily hit the barrier, then fell down, unable to continue fighting. Next? Xianxia's expression is calm as he lightly said. Everyone present, including the group of outsiders, are all shocked. A 3rd-level divine space realm actually defeated a 4th-level divine space realm outsider, and in 2 moves he killed the opponent. The Divine King of the Divine Desolate is really awesome. Although his current cultivation is still very low, the potential he has displayed is so strong that it makes people despair. Yu Yaoyao and the others can no longer fight. After the barrier closed, they were all carried away. The 4th-level Divine Space Realm team of outsiders still has 4 people, Qin Yan wants to defeat them one by one. As long as he shows his formidable strength, then it will be much easier to borrow the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Very good, this person is very strong. Just now those two moves were very strong, he has some skill. The leader of the Blue Universe people is actually very happy. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. On Lan Yu's side, although their people lost, the higher-ups who were watching the battle weren't angry. After all, the young man from Lan Yu who fought on their side was a piece of trash that they had recruited from the roadside. In their opinion, it was a very normal thing for such trash to lose. However, when they saw Qin Yan win, they were rather surprised. They never thought that there would be such an outstanding person in this universe. Of course, in their eyes, Qin Yan was still quite lacking compared to those from their universe. After all, those geniuses of theirs had all surpassed the 9th tier of the divine space realm the moment they were born. There was really no way to compare them. However, they could see that Qin Yan had great potential. If he were to surpass the divine space realm in the future, his strength would definitely not be weak. As for how far Qin Yan could grow, they were still unsure. This kind of thing was hard to say. Some people indeed had great potential, but in the later stages, due to some unknown reasons, they would become stagnant. This kind of situation was quite common. Seeing that Qin Yan was still standing, the ancient Yu clan's elders were overjoyed. The other elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan looked at Qin Yan with envy. They are very clear that the reason why Qin Yan was able to win was because he cultivated mental universe power and also because he was able to erupt his divine universe power many times over. Although they hadn't examined Qin Yan, they could guess that Qin Yan had definitely tempered a divine universe heavenly bone. Previously, Qin Yan had tempered and strengthened 108 divine universe golden tendons. At that time, it was already very surprising. Therefore, even if Qin Yan cultivated the divine universe heavenly bone, they would not find it too strange. The elders of the ancient Yu clan were secretly pleased when they saw the envious gazes from the other clans, but their expressions remained calm. A few elders of the ancient Yu clan had decided to take Qin Yan in as their last disciple. Although Qin Yan was Xiao Qihong's disciple, Xiao Qihong only imparted inscriptions to Qin Yan. He was only Qin Yan's master. As for cultivating divine cosmos power and mental cosmos power, there was currently no one to guide him. The elders of the ancient Qin clan were also secretly transmitting their voices, wanting to snatch Qin Yan over. They believed that Qin Yan's surname was Qin, so they had enough excuses to pull him into the ancient Qin clan. The elders of the Xiao ancient clan are also discussing in secret, especially grandmother Xiao Hong. She knows that Qin Yan is Xiao Yuelan's husband. Since Xiao Yuelan has joined the Xiao ancient clan, Qin Yan can be considered the son-in-law of the Xiao ancient clan. They also had a sufficient excuse to rope in Qin Yan. At this time, an old man from ancient Yu clan said, "Friends from Blue Cosmos, you said before that as long as someone can defeat your warriors, they will be rewarded. This young man Qin Yan is very good in all aspects. To be honest, he is not good at fighting because he is an inscription master." On the other side of the blue universe, the young man said with a look of surprise, "Inscription master? The runes of your universe are very powerful. If you use them properly and further excavate the power of the runes, you can become even stronger." The young man glanced at Xiao Qihong as he spoke. "Qin Yan is my disciple," Xiao Qihong said in a clear voice. This is also the first time he publicly said that Qin Yan is his disciple. The elders of ancient Yu clan can also see what the Qin ancient clan and Xiao ancient clan are planning, so they hurriedly asked Xiao Qihong to speak. The young man from Blue Cosmos said with a smile, "Interesting, interesting. It is not easy for your divine desolate to give birth to such a human. He still has 4 more battles, I want to see if he can win the next one." Qin Yan recalled what Xiao Qihong said before. These people from the outer universe all respect strength. As long as you show great strength, you can gain their respect. Although Qin Yan's current strength is not as strong as those 9th-level divine space realm experts from Blue Cosmos, if he can show great strength in the same level, then he is an expert at the same level. Those big shots from Blue Cosmos will think of Qin Yan as their imaginary enemy. If they are 3rd-level divine space realm experts, can they defeat Qin Yan? After thinking about it, they think that it will be very difficult to defeat Qin Yan, so they think of Qin Yan as an expert. Next, the second fourth level Divine Space Realm warrior from Blue Cosmos came out. He is also a young man. This young man looks shorter than the previous one. He is not as strong as before, but he has a very sharp aura. He is not like the arrogant one from before. Although he looks like a young man, he has a rare calmness. The young man has blue skin, and the clothes he wears are very simple. I am Ba Hao, please advise me. The young man is very polite, cupping his fists to Qin Yun. Qin Yun. Qin Yun also has a smile on his face. This guy is stronger than the previous one. His entire shoulder and back are divine space heavenly bones, not to mention his limbs. Taisher said, also, his mental power should be around 100, you have to be careful. The 5 4th level Divine Space Realm experts selected from Blue Cosmos are all trash that are very difficult to find. Like the previous one, who was so arrogant as a trash, mainly because he came here and saw a bunch of people weaker than him, so he was full of confidence. But the Ba Hao in front of Qin Yun is very calm. He guessed that Ba Hao in Blue Cosmos should be a trash that many people spit on, but he is still strict in his cultivation. He is a very good youth. This kind of opponent is definitely very strong and also very respectable. But no matter what, Qin Yun must defeat his opponent. He must display his formidable strength so that he can borrow divine space golden stones from the heaven-opening ancient race's big shots. Divine Desolate will soon fall into turmoil. At that time, business will definitely not be good and it will be even more difficult to find. Wars to obtain divine space golden stones. Battle begins. Ba Hao directly attacked Qin Yun. He did not use any graceful movement technique. In just a blink of an eye, he directly closed in on Qin Yun. The divine space power and mental power on his body mixed together and shot out through his palm. Ba Hao's palm does not have any moves, it is just very fast and fierce. The explosive power directly attacked Qin Yun's head and his body feels like it is being burned. Although Ba Hao's palm is very fast, it still hit empty air. Qin Yun narrowly dodged. Ba Hao's palm hit the ground, causing a large earthquake, but it did not split open. This place is very sturdy. Ba Hao is somewhat stunned. Not only did his attack miss, Qin Yun also did not use his saber to counterattack. Qin Yun believed that if he did not use a weapon and smoothly defeated his opponent, he would be able to display his strength. So when he dodged Ba Hao, he put away the myriad heaven divine saber. He wants to fight with his bare hands. After Ba Hao's attack missed, he did not immediately pursue. He knows that with his speed, it is very difficult to attack Qin Yun at close range. So he can only wait for Qin Yun to attack. At that time, he can counter every move. Ba Hao has blue skin and regular facial features. His steadiness does not match his age. It is clear that he is a person who has experienced many trials and tribulations. At this moment, Ba Hao is facing Qin Yun with a serious expression. He is treating Qin Yun as a strong enemy. It can be seen that this battle is very important to him because he cannot lose. Qin Yun can see from Ba Hao's eyes that this youth from the Blue Cosmos is already prepared to fight, but he does not want to die. I cannot lose this battle. How many Divine Universe Golden Stones I can borrow will depend on my performance today. Qin Yun continued to take more Divine Universe Golden Stones to deal with the upcoming great changes. When the great changes come, it will be difficult to obtain a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. If Qin Yun can obtain some Divine Universe Golden Stones and reach a certain cultivation level, it will be even easier to obtain Divine Universe Golden Stones. In the Divine Desolate, without enough strength, even if you know where to find Divine Universe Golden Stones, you will not be able to obtain them. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun and Ba Hao have already exchanged dozens of moves. At the beginning, Ba Hao fought cautiously, but later on, he entered a crazy fighting state. Everyone present felt their scalps go numb watching this. Every time Ba Hao attacked, he did not leave a way out for himself. He wanted to perish together with Qin Yun. He did not even hesitate to use his own life in exchange for this victory. At the beginning, Qin Yun thought that Ba Hao was fighting with all his might to obtain the reward for winning. But now it seems that is not the case. Because Ba Hao is fighting with a will to die. He only wants to win, not to survive. This means that the harvest after winning is far greater than Ba Hao's life. Qin Yun fought Ba Hao with his bare fists. Although he is at the third level of the divine universe realm, he can fight equally with Ba Hao. He can fight more steadily than Ba Hao. Even when facing Ba Hao's desperate fighting, Qin Yan can still fight in an orderly manner. This victory is actually more important than his own life. Then there is only one possibility. It is to save someone more important in his heart. Is this youth sacrificing himself to save others? Qin Yan can continuously recover divine universe power. Just based on this point, he is in an invincible position. He could have defeated Ba Hao earlier, but now he has fallen into a dilemma. Qin Yan can see from Ba Hao's unswerving gaze that this youth's heart is filled with sorrow. This battle did not last long. Originally, Qin Yan could have defeated Ba Hao quickly, but he did not attack heavily. In the end, it was actually Ba Hao who exhausted all of his divine cosmos force and fell to the ground. Unable to get up, Qin Yan let out a long sigh and said, "This battle is very important to me. Thank you for letting me win." "Thank you." Ba Hao lay on the ground. His eyes were filled with despair as he said indifferently. At this moment, Lan Yu, who was floating outside the small island, shouted angrily, "Ba Hao, your opponent is at the third tier of the divine space realm, and he didn't even use a weapon. He even showed mercy to you, yet you actually lost to him. You really are trash." This Lan Yu person was a young man. He was not tall and looked very fierce. He was not the leader of this group of Lan Yu people, but he had quite a bit of status and his aura was very strong. "Big brother Wang, please be merciful and give me the antidote to save my parents. I really did my best." The exhausted Ba Hao immediately crawled up from the ground and kowtowed to the big brother Wang. Qin Yan knew that this young man wanted to save someone very important to him, that's why he was willing to give up his life. "Your parents are both trash. If my antidote was exchanged for money, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of their lives. You lost this battle and humiliated me. Don't even think about obtaining the precious antidote," that big brother Wang said coldly. "Wang Mingtai, the people you found are really disappointing. They didn't even win a single battle, ha ha ha." The young man leading the Lan Yu people laughed loudly, clearly he did it on purpose. Wang Mingtai felt humiliated and became even more furious. He angrily rebuked Ba Hao, "Dog trash, did you see that? You humiliated me, so don't even think about getting the antidote." Ba Hao knelt down in front of everyone and begged for the antidote. Now that he heard Wang Mingtai's words, he cannot help but lie down on the ground and loudly cry. This kind of cry of despair infected many of the heaven-opening ancient race people present. Most of the people who have gone to the outerverse have experienced this kind of despair. They can only watch as their friends and family are killed by the outerverse people and they can do nothing but run away with tears in their eyes. "Wang Mingtai, you can't blame Ba Hao for losing, the main responsibility lies with you," Qin Yan suddenly said. Everyone is slightly startled. Qin Yan actually wants to attack the Lan Yu people, who are 9th-level divine space realm experts. "Don't think that just because you defeated 2 of our trashes you can strut around in front of us. What right do you have to say that it is my fault? Could it be that my eyesight is too bad and I found a trash among trash?" Wang Mingtai said with sneer. "You poisoned Ba Hao's parents and used the antidote to force him to fight, causing him to not have a good mentality. How could he win?" Qin Yan said. "Little demon, don't slander me. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Wang Mingtai angrily rebuked. Ba Hao, who is lying on the ground, can't help but tightly clench his fists. He definitely knows that his parents were poisoned by Wang Mingtai. "You said that the antidote is very expensive, right? Generally speaking, the price of poison and antidote are the same. Ba Hao's parents are trash, who would use expensive poison to deal with them? And it just so happens that you have the antidote," Qin Yan indifferently said. "Humph, they provoked their own enemies, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, being poisoned is not necessarily by people, it is also possible that they were bitten by some poisonous creature." Wang Mingtai flew into a rage and shouted at Qin Yan, "If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Qin Yan faintly smiled, "Poisoned by people, bitten by poisonous creature. The control of this poison is very good, it is not enough to kill Ba Hao's parents and give Ba Hao enough time to search for the antidote. Bastard, you insist that I poisoned them?" Wang Mingtai's eyes are filled with killing intent, he shouted at Ba Hao, "Ba Hao, you damn trash, did you bring your trash parents? Take them out for everyone to see. There are many experts here, they can definitely see whether this poison is man-made or not. Ba Hao called over a youngster who was even younger than him. This youngster is Ba Hao's younger brother Ba Yu. Ba Yu took out 2 boxes from his storage divine tool. The boxes are very cold, there is ice inside, there are 2 Lan Yu people frozen inside, they are both Ba Hao's parents. What surprised Qin Yun is that Ba Hao's parents look like youths but they are at the 8th or 9th level of the divine space realm, they can't be considered trash, right? After all, Wang Mingtai is only at the 9th level of the divine space realm. Of course, many people can't see it. Qin Yun has the divine mirror of primordial beginning in his hands, so he can immediately confirm it. So strong, at least half of his bones are divine universe heavenly bone. Taisher said. Ba Hao looked at Qin Yun with a grateful gaze because Qin Yun is clearly helping him. Others may not know but Ba Hao is very clear who poisoned his parents. Soon after, Wang Mingtai invited the people of the other 2 cosmoses, as well as the 8th and 9th level divine space realm elders of the heaven-splitting ancient race to the small island. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and circulated his mental power in his eyes. He looked at Ba Hao's parents. Because Ba Hao's parents have blue skin, it is very difficult to see any signs of poison. Or perhaps, this kind of poison can't appear on the skin. His parents look like they are sleeping soundly, they are lying inside a box filled with cold air. After careful observation, Qin Yun discovered to his shock that inside the abdomen of Ba Hao's parents, there is a thumb-sized thing squirming. It is a poisonous bug. This poisonous bug is golden in Qin Yun's eyes. It is curled up on a few golden granules, those are the eggs of the poisonous bug. What kind of poisonous bug is this? It can actually kill 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts. Qin Yun is extremely apprehensive. At this time, Wang Mingtai and a large group of people landed on the small island and surrounded Ba Hao's parents. Everyone, please look at this couple's navel. Wang Mingtai took out a stick and very skillfully pulled open Ba Hao's parents' clothes, revealing their abdomen. Their navel is naturally blue, but if you look carefully, you can see that it is a bit cracked. What made Ba Hao and Ba Yu very angry is that Wang Mingtai actually used a stick to pierce through Ba Hao's father's navel. Ba Hao and his brother are very weak, they have no power and no influence, they simply don't dare to offend Wang Mingtai. Moreover, he is still waiting for Wang Mingtai's life-saving antidote, he can only endure. Did you see? I easily pierced the stick below the navel, this is because the poison drilled in through the navel. When I examined his parents before, I discovered that there is poison inside their bodies. I was afraid that they would act recklessly, so I did not tell them about this matter. And this kind of poison is something only I can detoxify. Wang Mingtai finished speaking and indicated everyone present to look inside the abdomen of Ba Hao's parents. Everyone present took out all kinds of tools to examine. They are all very careful because this kind of poison can kill 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts. All the experts present are 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts, so they are very curious about what kind of poison can kill 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts. Wang Mingtai's hands are behind his back, his face is filled with contempt, he coldly looked at Qin Yun and said, "Little demon, with your ability, you definitely can't see anything. You should ask your family's elders, they will surely be able to verify my words." "I can see, it is indeed a poison," Qin Yun said. "You slandered me before. I can't let this matter go. Just kneel down and admit your wrongs to me. I, a great man, will not stoop to petty offenses." Wang Mingtai snorted. "I can prove that it was you who put the poison into Ba Hao's body," Qin Yun said again. Wang Mingtai laughed angrily. "Ha ha ha, heaven-splitting ancient clan, look at your brat. He's still so stubborn." "Qin Yun, forget it," an elder of the heaven-splitting ancient clan said in a low voice. "Qin Yun, let's focus on studying how to cure Ba Hao's parents. Ignore everything else." "That's right. Detoxifying the poison is more important. We, the heaven-splitting ancient clan, have a deep foundation. We might be able to figure out how to cure it. Little brother Ba Hao is a good person, we are also willing to cure his parents," Granny Taiyue said. This kind of poison was obviously very difficult to cure. If it was not difficult to cure, an expert in the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm would definitely be able to directly force the poison out, and he would not be in such a half-dead state. Ba Hao is very moved. He found many people in the blue cosmos but none of them were willing to cure his parents. They even said that this kind of poison is very difficult to cure. And the heaven-splitting ancient clan didn't even need to beg, they were willing to try to cure it. Of course, the elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan are also doing this to appease Qin Yun. They don't want Qin Yun to anger Wang Mingtai. Little brother Qin Yun, I am the leader of the Blue Cosmos diplomatic mission, Gao Linqing. Using this kind of dirty method to threaten people will damage the reputation of our Blue Cosmos. If little brother can prove that it was done by Wang Mingtai, I will definitely punish him severely. Of course, if you can't prove it, you are slandering our diplomatic mission members and slandering the reputation of our Blue Cosmos, I will make you pay the price. Gao Linqing said. No one knows who Gao Linqing is siding with, but in many people's eyes, he is siding with Wang Mingtai. Originally, you could have just knelt down and admitted your wrongs, but now the leader has spoken. Qin Yun, what do you plan to do? Wang Mingtai is very proud. Ba Hao said to Qin Yun in low voice, Qin Yun, us two brothers are very grateful to you. Let's leave this matter at that. He is very clear who poisoned them, but he can't prove it. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into this kind of situation. I will prove it. Qin Yun arrived beside Ba Hao's parents, looked at the box inside and said, there is poison inside their bodies, it indeed entered through their navel. You can see fart, you are just putting on an act. I want to see what kind of trick you can play. Wang Mingtai said with sneer. The poison is a poisonous insect. This kind of insect has already laid eggs. It must have absorbed the energy inside Ba Hao's parents' body to smoothly lay eggs. Qin Yun said. Wang Mingtai's expression changed. Everyone present can only see the rough outline of the poisonous insect, but Qin Yun can see that it is a poisonous insect, moreover he can see the eggs. Even Wang Mingtai couldn't tell that there were insect eggs. Detoxification is very simple, just take out the poisonous insect. However, the poisonous insect only listens to its master. If you forcibly cut open the stomach to take out the poisonous insect will sense danger and kill the host. Qin Yun said, the poisonous insect has always been controlled by someone. It only releases an appropriate amount of poison to poison the host and then slowly absorbs the host's energy to reproduce. Wang Mingtai's face is expressionless, he only sneered a few times and said, then how can you prove that I am related to the poisonous insect? Ba Hao, do you believe me? Qin Yun asked, if you believe me, I will immediately take out the poisonous insect. I believe you. Quickly. Ba Hao is worried that Wang Mingtai will control the poisonous insect to kill his parents, so he hastily urged. Wang Mingtai indeed controlled the poisonous insect just now, but he discovered that the poisonous insect inexplicably went out of control. This caused him to be greatly shocked in his heart. Just when Wang Mingtai is about to use all his strength to control the poisonous insect, Qin Yun used mysterious penetration divine ability and placed both hands on the abdomen of Ba Hao's parents. He took out the poisonous insect and the insect eggs. Actually, they are two dazzling golden insect nests. Even Wang Mingtai is shocked by this scene. He is completely stupefied. All the seniors present immediately retreated. Only a few seniors who have good relationship with Qin Yun are at his side, ready to take action at any time. They are all worried that Qin Yun will be bitten to death by the poisonous insect. These are poisonous insects. Qin Yun looked at Wang Mingtai. So what if they are poisonous insects? But you still can't prove that I am related to the poisonous insect. Wang Mingtai said in cold voice. Uncle, aunt, you should be able to wake up now, right? Qin Yun looked at the young couple inside the box. Ba Hao's father is 9th level Divine Space Realm and mother is 8th level Divine Space Realm. If they fight, they may not be afraid of Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai saw Ba Hao's parents' body move and his expression immediately changed. Even if the poisonous insect is taken out, Ba Hao's parents still have poison in their body. It is impossible for them to wake up so quickly. It will take at least several days. Wang Mingtai is very clear about this point. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Ba Hao's parents only moved their bodies a little. They did not get up immediately, but it was enough to scare the guilty Wang Mingtai. Fortunately, Wang Mingtai was very calm. Seeing that Ba Hao's parents did not wake up immediately, he quickly calmed himself down. When Ba Hao and Ba Yu saw their parents move, they immediately ran over to check on the situation. Most of the people at the side were at the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm. Even though they had come from the 3 outerverse realms, they were still very curious as to what was going on with that golden venomous bug that could actually control someone at the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm. Now, the 2 poisonous insects are in Xianxia's hands. Everyone is still somewhat worried, afraid that the poisonous insects will suddenly attack. Even if Ba Hao's parents wake up and say that I poisoned them, there is still no evidence. In order to help their son, they will definitely slander me. They will still have no evidence. Wang Mingtai sneered. As long as there was no evidence, he would not admit it. Without any concrete evidence, Wang Mingtai could just pester endlessly to exonerate himself. Previously, everyone had not believed that Wang Mingtai would use poison, but now, they began to doubt it. This was especially true for the aliens of the Blue Universe. They had never known that Wang Mingtai knew how to use poison. Moreover, he had used it so brilliantly that he would not poison people to death, but instead, he would leave them half dead. People who used poison would be feared no matter which universe they were in. They would make people stay away from them, and it would be hard for them to gain the trust of others. In a situation where both sides had the same strength and equipment, the only way to win quickly was to use poison. As long as the poison was used well, it could even control others, torture them to the point where they wished they were dead, or force them to become slaves. Therefore, for experts in the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm, they would all keep a distance from people who used poison to avoid being secretly harmed. Especially after they saw other people in the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm being poisoned, they would be even more vigilant. Wang Mingtai was also very clear about this, so he absolutely could not admit that he had used poison, and he also had to make people believe that he did not. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined in the future, and it would be difficult for him to gain the trust of others. Brat, have you had enough? Quickly apologize to me. When Wang Mingtai saw that Ba Hao's parents had yet to wake up, he felt even more confident. Xianxia looked at Blue Cosmos diplomatic mission and said, "Your leader said that if I can't prove that Wang Mingtai poisoned me, he will make me pay the price. So I will do my best to prove that Wang Mingtai is the one who poisoned me." You're trying to slander me for poisoning, aren't you? I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Wang Mingtai looked at the head of the diplomatic mission, Gao Linqing, and said, "Brother Gao, I'm sure you won't believe this brat's nonsense. If he can't produce any evidence, please punish him severely." Gao Linqing nodded and said, "I will." Xianxia also took this opportunity to rest his divine universe heavenly bone. The battle with Ba Hao just now was a battle of attrition. Although he could use the God King Heavenly Seal to replenish his divine universe strength, the divine universe heavenly bone was still somewhat fatigued. He still had 3 more battles to fight. Taking advantage of this time to rest, he could allow his divine universe heavenly bone to be in a better state. Xianxia sealed the 2 nests of poisonous insects in 2 pearls. No one knows what he wants to do. Xianxia, you'd better hand over the poisonous insects to us. These things are very dangerous in your hands. Wang Mingtai said, "The poisonous insects should come from our blue cosmos, they can be considered as something of our blue cosmos. You can't take them away." As Xianxia expected, the 2 nests of poisonous insects are very precious, so Wang Mingtai is very anxious now. Xianxia said with sneer, "Although the poisonous insects come from the blue cosmos, they belong to Ba Hao and Ba Yu's parents. Didn't you leave them to die before? You even insulted Ba Hao and his parents, but now you have the face to ask for these 2 nests of poisonous insects?" Everyone secretly nodded. They can see that these poisonous insects are not simple. They are indeed precious. Ba Hao cried and begged Wang Mingtai to help him detoxify the poison, but Wang Mingtai remained indifferent. Why should he take their poisonous insects? "Big brother Qin, the poisonous insects are yours. Although my parents have not woken up, my brother and I have agreed to give them to you," Ba Hao said. The 2 brothers are right beside their parents. They can feel that their parents are gradually getting better and will wake up very soon. As long as their parents can wake up, they are not afraid of Wang Mingtai. They are now a lot more confident, but they still don't dare to directly criticize Wang Mingtai. Therefore, they admire Qin Yun very much. His cultivation is not high, but he dares to challenge Wang Mingtai. Brother Gao, you can also see that those two poisonous insects have many eggs. These poisonous insects can also poison 9th level divine space realm people. Even if it is us, I am afraid we can't block them, and the antidotes in my hands are limited. Most of the people in this cosmos are very weak. If they want to harm us one day, they will definitely use these poisonous insects to deal with us. Please take back the poisonous insects and let me handle them. I want to use them to research better antidotes. Wang Mingtai tightly grabbed Gao Linqing's arm, his face is filled with worry. Wait for Bahao's parents to wake up and let them decide who the poisonous insects belong to. Gao. Linqing expressionlessly said. No, it is best to force Qin Yun to hand over the poisonous insects now. We can't let them fall into anyone's hands. Wang Mingtai hastily said, let me deal with the poisonous insects in front of everyone so that people won't panic. Wang Mingtai started to instigate the other two outerverse cultivators, but the other outerverse cultivators simply watched on as the drama unfolded. Or it could be said that those two outerverse people are not afraid of poisonous insects at all. Only Wang Mingtai is afraid. The poison in Bahao's parents' bodies is indeed gone. When Qin Yun captured the poisonous bug, he injected a special devouring power into the poisonous bug's body. Through the poisonous bug, the poison released was taken back. The poison released by the poisonous insects is like silk, it spread all over people's body and formed a large net to absorb the energy. The poison silk is also a part of the poisonous insects, so Qin Yun ingeniously used the devouring power to quickly absorb the poison silk through the poisonous insects. Father, mother, you are awake. This is great. Bahao cried in excitement. These past few days, he and his little brother have been under great pressure. They were worried that their parents would suddenly die. This kind of suffering is the most torturous. Moreover, they clearly know that Wang Mingtai poisoned them, but they can't do anything about it. Instead, they are being insulted and threatened by Wang Mingtai. The Ba couple opened their eyes. After seeing Wang Mingtai, their anger soared to the sky. Although they are currently very weak, the aura of divine cosmos power on their bodies is still very strong. Bahao's father, Ba Taiyin, cursed Wang Mingtai after he woke up. Wang Mingtai, you damned bastard. You never planned to cure us of the poison. You wanted to use our bodies to breed poisonous insects, and you even wanted to use our son. A complete copy. Update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Wang Mingtai was already prepared to not admit it even if he died, so he was relatively calm at the moment. He said, it seems like you guys woke up just now and can hear the voices outside. It's true that Qin Yun is your savior, but you guys helped him harm me. This is your fault. The *TCH, you were the one who poisoned us. I remember clearly the process of you putting poisonous insects into our stomachs. Bahao's mother, Li Qianqin, had already stood up and looked like she was going to kill him. Seeing how angry the couple was, everyone was even more convinced that the poisonous insects were released by Wang Mingtai. You have no proof. What evidence do you have? Wang Mingtai said coldly, I'm a member of the diplomatic mission. If you kill us, aren't you afraid of the Great Blue Empire looking into it? Don't forget, my father is a viscount in the Great Blue Empire, and I am also one of the nobles of the Great Blue Empire. The Blue Universe actually had a Great Blue Empire? Was it the strongest force in the Blue Universe? Qin Yun never expected the Blue Universe to be composed of such factions, with the Empire being the strongest. There were quite a few of these factions in the 9 Desolate Lands, but the God Desolate Lands was dominated by the various races. It was like a plate of loose sand. If they could establish an empire, their power would be more concentrated. Of course, the composition of the Heavenly Court and the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms was led by the 9 Young Law Spirit. It wanted to develop into the strongest faction in the Divine Wilderness, but due to various reasons, it had never succeeded. Gao Linqing said, Wang Mingtai is the son of a viscount. This kind of thing can't be done so carelessly. I guarantee that when I return, I will definitely report this matter to my superiors and request for a thorough investigation. You nobles only know how to bully us commoners. Investigate? Investigate my ass. We can't punish the nobles. Even if we find out that he did it, we can't do anything to him. Ba Tian said angrily, this is not the blue universe. I'm going to kill that bastard Wang Mingtai here. I'm never going back to the blue universe. Please don't be angry. This is the ancient garden city, a special diplomatic location. You can't mess around here, or we'll take action, an elder of the heaven-splitting ancient clan tried to persuade them. Wang Mingtai pointed at Qin Yan and said angrily, damned brat, this is all because of you. You slander me first and then you have the Ba couple cooperate to harm me. Are all of your universe people so malicious? Dao Linqing said to Qin Yan, if you want to prove that Wang Mingtai poisoned you, just the Ba couple's words are not enough. How about this, each of you take a step back and apologize to each other and this matter will be settled. Dao and Heaven, Dao Linqing signaled to Heaven, ancient clan elders of the long as possible. As long as possible. The elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan also knew that if they continued to make a fuss, things would definitely become very tense, so they hurriedly walked towards Qin Yan. Sister, are we just going to let it go like this? Xiao, as he, Wang King, long as. Xiao Yuemei is watching from the distance, she is very angry. She tightly grabbed the corner of her clothes, gnashed her teeth and said, I really want to tear that bastard to shreds, he actually dared to curse my brother like this. I also want to, I wish I could go over and stab that bastard's stinky mouth. Xiao Yuelan said coldly. Seeing her husband being insulted, as a wife, she is naturally angry. Although Yu Shangyun is not saying anything, she also has the same idea. She wants to rush over and chop Wang Mingtai into pieces. Even the elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan are trying to persuade my brother. It seems like this matter will be settled like this. The bad guy has not been punished, it is truly unbearable. Xiao Yuemei very willingly sighed and said, that little demon Ba Hao cried so miserably and suffered so much humiliation but now he can only look on helplessly as the bad guy curses his enemy. He can't do anything. I believe that little husband will definitely punish that bastard. Xiao Yuelan said. There is no evidence. Even if there is evidence, it will be Blue Cosmos diplomatic mission that will take Wang Mingtai away and then go back to drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. It will not be able to punish Wang Mingtai. Xiao Yuemei shook her head and said. Almost everyone present thinks so. Even the Ba couple, after they calmed down, they realized that even if there is evidence, they will not be able to do anything to Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai is a noble and the Ba couple are lowly commoners. Moreover, they are not dead yet. Therefore, when Wang Mingtai returns, he will at most be cursed a few times and punished symbolically. Heaven-opening ancient clan's elders are trying to persuade Qin Yan to stop here. Regardless of whether or not Wang Mingtai will be punished in the end, I will prove that he is the culprit. Punishing Wang Mingtai is your Blue Cosmos matter but proving that he is the culprit is my matter. I will not back down, don't try to persuade me. Qin Yan suddenly took out a pearl, inside it is a nest of poisonous insects. Seeing the poisonous insects, everyone is alarmed. Many elders around Qin Yan promptly retreated. Only Xiao Qihong and others are still by Qin Yan's side. Qin Yan grabbed a poisonous insect from the pearl and held it in his hand. Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. This poisonous insect can poison 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts and yet Qin Yan is holding it in his hand. Even Wang Mingtai is secretly apprehensive looking at this. The Ba couple immediately cried out in alarm, telling Qin Yan to be careful of the poisonous insects. Everyone immediately recalled that Qin Yan previously very casually grabbed the poisonous insects from the Ba couple's body, he is not afraid at all. Qin Yan is only 3rd level divine space realm but he is not afraid of this kind of poisonous insect. This is also a manifestation of his strength. Moreover, he can even detoxify 8th or 9th level divine space realm experts. This made many elders have no choice but to re-evaluate Qin Yan's strength. To control poisonous insects, you must erase their consciousness and then refine one of your soul and one spirit into the poisonous insect's body. Only then can you control them. Just now, I used a special technique to seal the soul and one spirit inside the poisonous insect's body. Qin Yan grabbed the poisonous insect and stared at Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai's expression is very calm but he is panicking in his heart. Qin Yan is proficient in soul refining technique, so he just cut off Wang Mingtai's control over the poisonous insect and sealed the soul that Wang Mingtai injected into the poisonous insect. For Wang Mingtai, not only are the poisonous insects precious, the 2 souls and 2 spirits inside the poisonous insects are also very important. I only need to use a little technique to make the soul and 1 spirit inside the poisonous insect suffer unbearable pain. This means that Wang Mingtai will also feel pain. This way, it can prove that Wang Mingtai is controlling the poisonous insect and the poisonous insect is Wang Mingtai's. Qin Yan said. You. Wang Mingtai's body trembled, his body condensed a very powerful divine space power. He wants to attack Qin Yan. Qin Yan is surrounded by several elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan. Several Golden Yu clan heavenly talismans suddenly appeared around Xiao Qihong's body. He is in front of Qin Yan, he can completely protect Qin Yan from Wang Mingtai's attack. A complete copy. Update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Wang Mingtai looked at the golden bug in Qin Yan's hand and felt extreme hatred. He wished he could trample Qin Yan to death. After all, Wang Mingtai came from the number 1 power in the Blue Universe, the Great Blue Empire. Although his cultivation level wasn't high enough in the Great Blue Empire, he was still a noble. Now that Wang Mingtai had arrived in a world where low-class people like the gods desolate lived, he, Wang Mingtai, should be high and mighty. However, it was one thing for a 9th-tier divine space realm expert from the divine wilderness to not give him face, but even a 3rd-tier divine space realm brat dared to be arrogant in front of him. Wang Mingtai, don't mess around. When Gao Linqing saw Wang Mingtai's reaction, he was sure that the poisonous bug was indeed Wang Mingtai's. Brother Gao, we are both from the Great Blue Empire. You should stand on my side. Wang Mingtai said. He really hoped to get Gao Linqing's help. However, the people you've harmed are the people of the Great Blue Empire. You poisoned Bahao's parents, and I helped them detoxify the poison. Now, you want to kill me? Qin Yan pinched the golden venomous bug and said with a sneer, Wang Mingtai, are you going to admit it yourself or am I forcing you to admit it? Once I start torturing the poisonous insects, I won't stop. You should know how painful it is. Wang Mingtai glared angrily at Qin Yan, his eyes nearly spewing out angry lightning to shatter Qin Yan. When Qin Yan said that he wanted to prove that Wang Mingtai was the culprit, everyone initially thought that it was impossible. And now, not only did Qin Yan want to prove it, he wanted Wang Mingtai to admit it himself. When Xiao Yuelan and the others saw this from afar, they suddenly felt much more comfortable. Qin Yan's cultivation level was not high, but in the God's wilderness, he was a headache for the various major factions. Many hegemons and major factions that believed themselves to be invincible had suffered at Qin Yan's hands. There was no need to talk about the dead. The Great Divine King, Law Enforcement Realm King and many other big shots of the Divine Desolate Land who were still alive had suffered greatly because of Qin Yan. The seniors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan had heard of Qin Yan's means, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, they were experiencing Qin Yan's prowess up close. Qin Yan, you can't torture me at all. Your cultivation is so low, how could you have such an ability? I think you're deliberately lying to me. Wang Mingtai laughed and said, you can take out poisonous insects, you can suppress poisonous insects is indeed powerful, but if you want to use poisonous insects to make me suffer, you are gravely mistaken. What? You don't plan on admitting that the poisonous bug is yours? Asked Qin Yan. The venomous insect isn't mine. I almost fell for your trick. Wang Mingtai laughed and said, come on, you can start now. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. The venomous insect's body indeed contained a part of Wang Mingtai's soul and a part of his physical body. After cultivating the soul god space, his soul would naturally become stronger. Even if a part of his soul and a part of his physical body were separated, he could cultivate them again in the future. As long as Wang Mingtai was willing to sever the connection between the separated souls, Qin Yan would not be able to torture Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai had cut off the connection just now, and then he tried to cut off the connection between himself and the venomous worm. After confirming that it was a success, he dared to be very confident. Qin Yan pinched the poisonous bug tightly and released a special flame specially used to burn souls. This kind of flame is formed from runes passed on to him by Taisher. It has a miraculous effect on powerful souls. Wang Mingtai's expression suddenly changed because he suddenly felt very hot. At first he was sweating profusely, but then his entire face distorted. Ah, so hot. Wang Mingtai loudly roared, rolling on the ground and frantically grabbing at his clothes. And now, everyone can see that Xianxia is releasing a red flame to roast the golden poisonous bug. Seeing this scene, everyone present sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Wang Mingtai came from the blue cosmos and is a 9th-level divine space realm expert. Moreover, he has many divine universe heavenly bones. All the seniors present are very envious of this young 9th-level divine space realm expert. They are very clear that Wang Mingtai's strength is not weak. But now, he is rolling on the ground in pain because of a small poisonous bug. Commander Gao, do you think that the venomous bug is related to Wang Mingtai? Xianxia said with smile, if there is no relation, then I will continue to roast it. In any case, roasting the venomous bug is my own matter. Wang Mingtai's pain is his own matter. There is no relation between the two, right? Dao Lingqing's complexion is very unsightly. On one hand, Xianxia is not giving him any face. On the other hand, Wang Mingtai is raising such a dreadful poisonous bug. He even attacked his own people and used it to threaten Ba Hao. Ba Hao brothers and his parents saw Wang Mingtai roaring on the ground and felt very happy in their hearts. At the same time, they are also very grateful to Xianxia. Wang Mingtai, you have never suffered like this before. You should know what to do now, right? Dao Lingqing said coldly. It's mine, the venomous bug is mine. Quickly make that bastard stop. I plead guilty, I plead guilty. Wang Mingtai loudly shouted. Xianxia, Wang Mingtai plead guilty. He poisoned my Great Blue Empire's people and the place of the incident is also Great Blue Empire. Therefore, this matter must be handled by our Great Blue Empire. We are very grateful to you for exposing Wang Mingtai. Now please stop and let us take Wang Mingtai back to deal with him. Dao Lingqing said. Xianxia withdrew the flame. Wang Mingtai twitched on the ground and then stood up shakily. His entire face is distorted with hatred. His expression is incomparably fierce and furious. He stared at Xianxia like a poisonous snake. Damn brat, you have guts. Wang Mingtai took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he laughed loudly and said, the venomous bug is mine, I indeed poisoned the Ba couple. But what can you do? When I return to Great Blue Empire, at most I will be scolded, I will not suffer any serious injuries. Dao Lingqing's expression is very unsightly. He can only silently close his eyes. Wang Mingtai looked at Ba Hao and his family and said with sneer, you trash, it would be best if you never return to Great Blue Empire, never return to Blue Cosmos. Otherwise, you will suffer. Ba Hao, you little trash, stupid and trash. I never thought of detoxifying your parents because I don't have any antidote. Ha ha ha. I only wanted to use your parents' lives to raise my venomous bug. But you don't know and still want to work for me like a dog. Ba Hao's family looked at Wang Mingtai furiously. They wanted to eat Wang Mingtai alive. They couldn't do anything to Wang Mingtai right now. After all, Dao Lingqing and the others were still very strong. Furthermore, there were also the elders of the heaven-splitting ancient clan present. Commander Gao, look at Wang Mingtai, are you not going to do anything? Ba Hao very angrily asked. I already said that I will take him back. There will be specialized people to deal with this matter. He is a noble, I have no right to privately deal with noble children. Dao Lingqing said in cold voice. Little trash Ba Hao, do you think I only have one move to deal with you? I still have another move. Wang Mingtai took out a golden bracelet and then proudly laughed sinisterly and loudly. It's Xiaoxin's bracelet, it's the engagement token I gave her. Where is she? Ba Hao madly shouted and wanted to rush out but was hastily stopped by his father. A complete copy update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged in his heart. This Wang Mingtai is truly vicious. Not only did he poison Ba Hao's parents, he even captured Ba Hao's fiancée. The seniors present all knew what kind of person Wang Mingtai was. Wang Mingtai targeted Ba Hao's family not only to control Ba Hao, but also for another purpose. Little Hao, don't be impulsive. don't be fooled by that bastard. Li Qianqing grabbed her son's hand tightly. She was also very angry at the moment. Little Hao, don't worry. I'll make that bastard pay a painful price even if I have to risk my life. Ba Taiyin said in a deep voice. What about little Zhen? What about Xiaozhen? Ba Hao shouted. It was obvious that he loved his fiancée very much. Wang Mingtai said with sneer, little trash Ba Hao, if you tell that bastard Qin Yan to return my poisonous bug, I will give that little girl Xiaozhen to you. Sure enough, the poisonous insects were very precious to Wang Mingtai. Not only because his soul was inside the poisonous insects, but the 2 poisonous insects and the other eggs were also very precious. Ba Hao looked at Qin Yan, his eyes are filled with pleading. He knows that poisonous insects are very precious and Qin Yan also wants them. Therefore, he does not dare to open his mouth because Qin Yan has helped him too much. I want to confirm that Xiaozhen is fine, I want to see her. Qin Yan said. No, give me the poisonous insects first. 2 poisonous insects, 2 insect nests, you have to give them to me first. Wang Mingtai saw that he had the upper hand and shouted. Wang Mingtai, don't push your luck. Qin Yan said coldly, do you believe that I will start burning the poisonous insects right now? You dare? Wang Mingtai couldn't help but tremble and angrily shouted, if you dare to burn the poisonous insects, I will kill Xiaozhen. Go ahead and kill me. If you kill little Zhen, I guarantee that you'll wish you were dead for the rest of your life, and your soul will be tortured for tens of thousands of years. Qin Yan's voice is very calm as he said, I and Ba Hao are neither relatives nor friends. Furthermore, I saved Ba Hao's parents, I don't owe him anything. Ba Hao gritted his teeth and wiped his tears. He shouted, Brother Qin, don't worry about us. Hurry up and torture that bastard to death. If Xiaozhen dies, I'll die with her. As long as that bastard Wang Mingtai lives a life worse than death, I don't care even if I die. This scene infected the crowd. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Wang Mingtai was an unforgivable evil demon. When Wang Mingtai saw everyone's gaze, he felt a chill down his spine. Of course, he was most afraid of being tortured by Qin Yan. Having been born into a noble family, he could not endure the pain of torture, much less tens of thousands of years. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. Qin Yan had already taken out 2 poisonous bugs and was about to roast them. Wait, let's each take a step back. You give me a poisonous insect first, then I'll hand over Xiaozhen, and you give me the rest of the poisonous insects and the 2 insect nests. Let everyone here bear witness. Wang Mingtai suddenly shouted. Everyone present cursed at Wang Mingtai for dragging them into the water. All right. Qin Yan placed a poisonous insect into the bead and threw it to Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai caught the bead and then carefully injected his mental power into the bead. He established a connection with the poisonous insect and can control it again. After confirming that the poisonous insect is fine, Wang Mingtai took it out and played with it in his palm. Then he took out a big box. He controlled the box to fly over and float in front of Ba Hao and others. Ba Hao wanted to open the box but was stopped by Qin Yan. Let me do it. Ba Taiyin said. He understood Qin Yan's intention, he is afraid that there is a trap in the box. The Ba couple opened the box together and saw a blue-skinned girl lying inside. She is Ba Hao's fiancée, Xiaozhen. What surprised Qin Yan is that Ba Hao's fiancée is actually at the 7th level of Divine Space Realm, she is much stronger than Ba Hao. This blue-skinned girl is motionless but she opened her eyes. She has a talisman on her body. Xiao Qihong waved his hand a few times and removed the talisman. Xiao Hao. Xiaozhen jumped out of the box and threw herself into Ba Hao's bosom, tightly hugging him. Wang Mingtai coldly groaned and shouted at Qin Yan, you can give me the 2nd poisonous insect and the 2 poisonous nests. Wait, I want to make sure that there is no other problem on Xiaozhen's body. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and at the same time used the ancient beginning divine mirror to examine Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen naturally knows that Qin Yan is her savior. Just now, Ba Hao secretly transmitted his voice to her and told her many things. Xiaozhen is also very cooperative with Qin Yan. Qin Yan took out the 2nd bead, there is a poisonous insect inside. He threw the bead to Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai very excitedly caught it, then checked it once and established a connection with the poisonous insect. What about the two insect nests? Wang Mingtai shouted again. At this time, the two poisonous insects are crawling and playing on Wang Mingtai's palm like pets. Previously, the insect nests were also inside the two beads, but just now, they were separated by Qin Yun. Everyone is now somewhat afraid of Wang Mingtai because he can control these two dreadful poisonous insects. If he suddenly unleashes his power, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even Gao Linqing is secretly afraid of Wang Mingtai. He is worried that Wang Mingtai will control a large number of poisonous insects and target him in the future. Therefore, he could only compromise with Wang Mingtai. I will give it to you now. Just as Qin Yun was about to take out the insect nests, his mind moved. He saw Wang Mingtai's expression change and then he shouted loudly. The two poisonous insects in Wang Mingtai's palm suddenly flew up and rushed towards Wang Mingtai's face. One of them drilled into Wang Mingtai's eyes and the other drilled into his nostrils. This scene is both disgusting and terrifying, it caused everyone's hair to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous insect disappeared and entered Wang Mingtai's body. Wang Mingtai's voice trembled, he screamed in fear. Save me, I am suffering backlash, I am suffering backlash. Wang Mingtai screamed miserably. Qin Yun, you little bastard, you vicious little bastard. Wang Mingtai, it was clearly you who played with fire and burned yourself, why are you blaming me? It was you who told me to return the poisonous insect to you. You also confirmed that the poisonous insect is fine and even took it out of the pearl to play with it. You can't control the poisonous insect, it has nothing to do with me. You have no evidence yet you speak nonsense, you are slandering me. Qin Yun said. It is obvious that this was done by Qin Yun, compared to those golden poisonous insects, everyone is even more afraid of Qin Yun. Wang Mingtai is a 9th-level Divine Universe realm powerhouse with a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones, yet he was tricked into such a state by Qin Yun. It is better to die than to live. Qin Yun looked at Wang Mingtai's pitiful appearance and sneered in his heart, you call me little demon? You are a 10,000-year-old fox that was tricked to death by Grandpa Qin, yet you still dare to call me little demon? Brother Gao, quickly save me, quickly save me. I am going to die, I am going to die, if I die, how will you explain this to my father? Wang Mingtai shouted, could it be that you are just going to helplessly watch as I am killed by Qin Yun? You clearly reaped what you sowed. You don't have the strength, yet you raised such a dangerous poisonous insect. Now that you are suffering backlash from the poisonous insect, you can't blame anyone else. Gao Linqing coldly said. He wished for nothing more than for Wang Mingtai to die. The face of their great blue empire has been completely lost by Wang Mingtai. If it weren't for Wang Mingtai's father pressuring him, Gao Linqing would not have brought this kind of playboy here. Wang Mingtai is rolling on the ground in pain, but it doesn't look like he was poisoned. The Ba couple only fell into a deep sleep after entering their bodies. But now, Wang Mingtai's appearance was completely different from the Ba couple. At a glance, it was clear that Qin Yun must have added something or done something to make Wang Mingtai suffer so much. Qin Yun was only at the 3rd firmament of the divine space realm. Furthermore, he was able to easily defeat a 4th firmament divine space realm expert from the blue universe. Not only did he possess an extremely powerful detoxification technique, he even managed to torture Wang Mingtai, a 9th firmament divine space realm expert, into such a state. You save me, quickly. Wang Mingtai is in great pain. He ate a lot of pills but it was useless. He shouted at Qin Yun, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong, quickly save me, quickly save me. Wang Mingtai is not only suffering from incomparable pain, he is also about to lose his life. He is very afraid of death and even more afraid of pain. He can only admit defeat and beg like a dog. Qin Yun is indifferent, it is as if this matter has nothing to do with him. As long as he refuses to admit it, no one can do anything to him. After all, there is no evidence. Must have evidence, this is what Wang Mingtai said before. Big brother Ba Hao, Master Qin, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Wang Mingtai doesn't feel so much pain anymore, he quickly got up and crazily kowtowed to Qin Yun and Ba Hao. Respect is not important to him. He has never suffered this kind of pain before. In just a moment, all his dignity and arrogance have been shattered. King Wang Mingtai's pain has not disappeared, it is still continuing. Wang Mingtai is in pain again, he is rolling on the ground and screaming. You are wrong, I am very gratified but there is nothing I can do. Qin Yan sighed. You saved me the way you saved Bahao's parents. I will definitely thank you. Wang Mingtai endured the pain and begged. How will you thank me? Qin Yan is very short of Divine Universe Golden Stones. If he can ruthlessly extort a sum from Wang Mingtai, it will be very good. I will give you a small Divine Universe crystal fruit, it is very expensive, I am reluctant to use it. Wang Mingtai shouted, the Divine Universe crystal fruit can be sold for at least 200 billion Divine Universe gold stones in our Great Blue Empire. The Divine Space Crystal Fruit was a manifestation of the Divine Space Crystal Flower. Qin Yan had a Divine Space Crystal Flower in his possession, but it had yet to produce any fruit. What use does the Divine Universe Crystal Fruit have? Qin Yan asked anxiously. There are many benefits and it can strengthen the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. After tempering the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, it needs to be strengthened. The strengthening process is extremely difficult, but eating a Divine Universe Crystal Fruit can rapidly strengthen it. The pain in Wang Mingtai's body weakened by a great deal and his words became much smoother. Qin Yan was delighted. It turned out that the Divine Space Crystal Fruit had such benefits. No wonder the Divine Space Crystal Flower was so valued by the people from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Ba Grandine arrived beside Qin Yan and said in low voice, Little brother Qin, Divine Universe Crystal Fruit is indeed very precious. Ba Taiyin and Li Qianqin had been poisoned by Wang Mingtai before. They wanted to take revenge, but they wanted to repay his kindness even more. They were also worried that Qin Yan would kill Wang Mingtai in order to avenge them, so they reminded Qin Yan that the Divine Universe Crystal Fruit was very precious. The couple felt that Wang Mingtai's punishment was enough. Letting Qin Yan fish up some benefits now is the best. After all, it was a Divine Universe Crystal Fruit. I can try to help you take out those 2 poisonous insects but I can't guarantee success. Also, you have to give me the Divine Universe Crystal Fruit first. Qin Yan said. The seniors at the side are very envious. The heaven-opening ancient race has researched the Divine Universe Crystal Flower for many years. They didn't know its specific uses before, but now they finally know. Wang Mingtai is not in so much pain now. He can take out the Divine Universe Crystal Fruit for Qin Yan. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Qin Yan is definitely doing this to make Wang Mingtai feel less pain. Qin Yan began to help Wang Mingtai take out the poisonous insects. The Ba couple are by Qin Yan's side. Xiao Qihong and the elders of the Yu ancient clan also came over to protect Qin Yan so that he wouldn't be killed by Wang Mingtai. This little divine king is really scheming against people one after another. He is clearly scheming against Wang Mingtai and Wang Mingtai doesn't even dare to fart. He even has to kneel and beg Qin Yan to help him cure the poison, kneel and beg for forgiveness. This kind of method made the seniors dumbfounded. They know that the divine king of the divine desolate is not to be trifled with. In the future, they have to be more careful and not offend this little divine king. They suddenly felt that it is very strange. Why is the great divine king still alive? He actually hasn't been killed by Qin Yan. Only some young ancient clan people know that the great divine king colluded with the Kadir people and killed a group of young ancient clan miners. The great divine king has already escaped. It is not good for this matter to spread, so the young ancient clan did not publicize it. Regarding the Kadir people occupying the mine, it was Qin Yan who told the young ancient clan's former emperor Yang Dingyuan to inform the higher-ups of the young ancient clan. Of course, Yang Dingyuan did not mention the details of Qin Yan going to the mine. Very quickly, Yun took out 2 shriveled poisonous insects from Wang Mingtai's body. However, they are purple. It is unknown what is going on, they are not as dazzling as before. Damned poisonous bug, it was killed by the medicinal pill I just ate. King Wang Mingtai is no longer in pain. It is impossible for him not to hate Qin Yan in his heart. Indeed, after confirming that he is fine, Wang Mingtai returned to Gao Linqing and the other side. Right now, he does not seem to be grateful to Qin Yan. His eyes are filled with hatred, like a poisonous snake. He stared at Qin Yan and said word by word, Qin Yan, I will not rest until you die. He was stunned. Wang Mingtai still hadn't given up yet. You still want to find me for revenge? Qin Yan asked. Although there is no evidence to prove that you did it to me, as long as you are not an idiot, you can see that it was you who did it. Wang Mingtai said coldly, just you wait, I will definitely not let you off. I will definitely tell my father, and at that time I will find you to fight to the death. Qin Yan said with a smile, I am only in the 3rd layer of the divine space realm. You are in the 9th layer of the divine space realm, yet you want to bring your father to fight to the death with me? Are you joking? I am standing here, if you want to find me for revenge, come now. Wang Mingtai looked at the people beside Qin Yan and said coldly, you said you want to fight me one-on-one? Or do you want to bring the people around you? No matter what, Wang Mingtai is still in the 9th layer of the divine space realm. Even if he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, he is still in the 9th layer of the divine space realm. No matter how strong Qin Yan is, it is impossible for him to defeat Wang Mingtai. Little Qin, it is enough. Xiao Qihong said in a low voice, you have already gained a lot this time. There are still 3 more battles. You have rested for so long, you should be able to handle them, right? Everyone was enlightened. Qin Yan was deliberately stalling for time so that he could rest and deal with the next 3 battles. However, he didn't expect Qin Yan to do so many things just to rest. Not only did he save Ba Hao's parents, he also tortured Wang Mingtai to death and earned a very precious divine universe crystal fruit. No, Wang Mingtai came from afar, if he just goes back like this, he will definitely not be reconciled. He is a guest, we can't let our guest go back so unreconciled. Qin Yan said with smile, Master, don't you think so? Xiao Yuelan and others who are familiar with Qin Yan, seeing his smile, they knew that Wang Mingtai is going to be unlucky. Li Qianqin hastily pulled Qin Yan over. Little Qin, that turtle egg Wang Mingtai just knelt down and begged you. He's in so much pain that he's rolling around like a tortoise, but in any case, he's at the 9th level of the divine space realm. Don't fight with him. Your body is so thin, it's very easy to get hurt. Slut, what did you say? Wang Mingtai is furious. Auntie, I can save him just now, that means I can deal with him, it's fine. Qin Yan said with faint smile. Qin Yan, the poisonous insect has already been taken out by you. The poisonous insect was killed by the pill I ate. The insect egg in your hand needs a very long time to hatch. I want to see how you deal with me. Wang Mingtai believes that he will not be tricked by Qin Yan again. He does not have any flaws. Little Qin, do I look very old? Don't call me auntie, it makes me sound old. Li Qianqin said with smile. Sister Li, you just watch from the side. Qin Yan said with smile. Li Qianqin came from the blue universe, although she has blue skin, her appearance is also not bad in the blue universe. Qin Yan, a 3rd-level divine space realm cultivator, actually wants to fight with 9th-level divine space realm Wang Mingtai. Everyone present thinks that Qin Yan is crazy, even if Wang Mingtai is trash, after being ravaged by the poisonous bug just now, he is not someone a 3rd-level divine space realm cultivator can defeat. Qin Yan is very confident in defeating Wang Mingtai, it is just that the few big shots around him are very concerned about him and do not want him to take risks. Master, I have my own way. Qin Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Qihong, you help me take care of those few seniors, I must eliminate Wang Mingtai. Xiao Qihong is very surprised, Qin Yan is so confident, it means that he really has a way. Then what method do you want to use? Xiao Qihong asked. I can't explain it in a few words. You'll understand in a moment. Please believe me. Qin Yan said with voice transmission, in short, I can't defeat him with my strength. But you saw it just now. I tricked this idiot into giving me a divine universe crystal fruit. He is not my match at all. This is too risky. Xiao Qihong said, Wang Mingtai's entire body is made of divine universe heavenly bone. Although it hasn't been strengthened yet, that divine universe heavenly bone still makes me envious. Qin Yan could see that all of Wang Mingtai's divine universe heavenly bone was indeed formidable, but so what? Wasn't Wang Mingtai kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy just now? Don't be afraid, he knelt before me just now, later I won't even have the chance to make him kneel. Qin Yan said again. Alright. Xiao Qihong can only believe Qin Yan. This divine king called him his disciple. He never understood this disciple, but he knew that this disciple is very capable. Xiao Qihong secretly contacted the few seniors and told them that he had given Qin Yan a set of Yu family heavenly talismans to make them feel at ease. Only with this, the few seniors felt relieved. Otherwise, they would definitely continue to protect Qin Yan. After the heaven-splitting ancient clan seniors left, the Ba couple still refused to leave. In the end, they were persuaded by Xiao Qihong to leave. The spectators around the island were boiling with excitement. Qin Yan, a third-level Divine Universe realm, actually wanted to challenge a ninth-level Divine Universe realm expert. The seniors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan, as well as other outerverse people, all knew that Wang Mingtai's entire body was made of Divine Universe heavenly bone. This was much stronger than the ninth-level Divine Universe realm experts of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. They couldn't figure out how Qin Yan could defeat Wang Mingtai. The poisonous insect that Qin Yan controlled had already died. This was what everyone had seen with their own eyes. Even if the poisonous insect resurrected, with Wang Mingtai's strength, as long as he was a bit more cautious, it would be impossible for him to suffer a loss again. However, they also felt that Qin Yan wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Qin Yan, a third-level Divine Universe realm expert, had just tricked Wang Mingtai into kneeling and begging for mercy. He was definitely not a person who would do such a stupid thing. Dao Linqing also couldn't say anything. After all, the outcome of this battle didn't affect him at all. Wang Mingtai's death was something he brought upon himself. In the hands of a third-level Divine Universe realm expert, who could he blame? After Grandma Hong flew back, she said to Xiao Yuelan in a low voice, "Little girl, control your man, otherwise you will become a widow in the future." "Grandma, little husband will definitely win," Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. "AI, not only did you not strictly discipline him, you even indulged him. No wonder he always courted death." Grandma Xiaohong was speechless. "Grandma, brother never does anything he is not confident in, we just need to watch." "It's not that I want to say this, but even Grandma, you can't kill that turtle egg Wang Mingtai, right?" "But my brother can." Xiao Yuemei hugged Grandma Xiaohong's arm and said with a charming smile. "No wonder Qin Yan always does such crazy things. Not only do you girls not care, you even go crazy with him. No wonder." Xiaohong shook her head and sighed. The island was a battlefield. The people on it had already been evacuated. Only Qin Yan and Wang Mingtai remained. Wang Mingtai was still somewhat worried, so he used a very beautiful blue longsword. Qin Yan also took out the myriad heaven divine saber. His expression is relaxed, he is not the least bit afraid of Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai suffered humiliation before and even lost a divine space crystal fruit. Now facing Qin Yan, he wished he could eat Qin Yan alive. "You are truly an arrogant idiot. You think you can trick me a second time just because you tricked me once? Don't think that I am too stupid," Wang Mingtai said with sneer. "I never thought that you were stupid because you have always been this stupid. You don't even need to think about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have kowed out and begged Master Qin to spare your life." Qin Yan said with smile. "Little bastard, die." Mingtai roared, and the divine cosmos force on his body surged out. The entire island trembled, and the lake beside the island immediately surged with waves. This is the power of the ninth level of the divine space realm. Qin Yan felt it and secretly felt fear in his heart. However, the fear quickly disappeared and his face is still filled with a calm smile. The battle began. After Wang Mingtai displayed the power of the ninth level of the divine space realm, he held his sword and rushed toward Qin Yan. However, just after taking 2 steps, his whole body suddenly froze and a look of pain appeared on his face. At this time, Qin Yan already rushed over. He waved the myriad heaven divine space saber, leaving behind a black saber image in the air. Wang Mingtai's head was cut off. After Wang Mingtai's head fell to the ground, Qin Yan waved his saber several times, cutting Wang Mingtai's body into 8 pieces. Complete after Wang Mingtai's divine space heavenly bone was cut open, his body also shined with golden light. Qin Yan released a flame and enveloped the pieces of Wang Mingtai's body. Then, he quietly put away Wang Mingtai's body. Inside were all divine space heavenly bones. If he sold them, he would be rich. A complete copy. Update the latest chapter of the Nine Suns Divine King as soon as possible. The island in the middle of the lake used for battle was engulfed in flames. After Qin Yan cut Wang Mingtai into 8 pieces, the flames suddenly appeared, causing everyone to be unable to see what happened on the island. Qin Yan took away Wang Mingtai's corpse and did not extinguish the flames. Instead, he allowed the flames to continue burning, making people feel that the flames are very strong. "Is Wang Mingtai really dead?" a young man from the Blue Universe exclaimed. Dao Linqing shook his head and said, "His body has been split into several pieces, and now he is being burned by the flames. Even if he is not dead, it will be very difficult for him to cultivate again after losing such a powerful body. Most of their divine universe heavenly bones were innately born with them. There were few that had been cultivated afterwards. Once the fleshly body was destroyed, one would need to reconstruct it and then cultivate a divine universe heavenly bone. This was extremely difficult." What happened just now? Wang Mingtai is at the 9th level of the divine space realm. How could he be killed by someone at the 3rd level of the divine space realm? What's with Qin Yan's saber? Cutting through divine universe heaven bone is as easy as chopping vegetables. For better or worse, Wang Mingtai has a decent divine universe heavenly bone. Wanting to break his heavenly bone so easily will be difficult. The seniors outside all had many questions. The biggest question was, why did Wang Mingtai suddenly lose his combat strength? Then there was Qin Yan's saber. Only Qin Yan knew this best. Wang Mingtai's 2 spiritual and 2 physical souls were still in Qin Yan's hands. Qin Yan had used these 2 spiritual and 2 physical souls to instantly make Wang Mingtai lose his combat strength. In an instant, he crazily tortured Wang Mingtai's 2 spiritual and 2 physical souls. Wang Mingtai was unable to continue fighting. As for the Myriad Heaven's divine saber, it had the bloodline heavenly pattern box attached to it, so it wouldn't be difficult for it to break the divine universe bone. Wang Mingtai did not know that his 2 souls and 2 spirits were in Qin Yan's hands. He originally thought that after the 2 poisonous insects were poisoned to death, his 2 souls and 2 spirits would dissipate. He was also unable to sense his 2 souls and 2 spirits. Wang Mingtai had still underestimated Qin Yan's control over the soul. Qin Yan's superb soul refining technique was something that even many of the older generations in the 8th or 9th tier of the divine space realm might not be able to understand. The flames on the island gradually extinguished, and Wang Mingtai disappeared, burned to ashes? This was impossible. It was extremely difficult to burn a divine universe heavenly bone to ash, much less in such a short period of time. Wang Mingtai's corpse had disappeared. There was only one possibility: it had been taken away by Qin Yan. No matter which universe it was, a divine universe heavenly bone was extremely valuable. Even if Wang Mingtai died, his divine universe heavenly bone could still be taken out and sold for a great deal of divine universe metal. Everyone immediately understood why Qin Yan wanted to fight Wang Mingtai to the death. The main reason was because he wanted to obtain the divine universe heavenly bone in Wang Mingtai's body. So ruthless, so sinister, Qin Yan said with a sigh, "Why make me your enemy? After all, I'm the godly king of the divine wilderness. I'm protected by the divine son of the myriad realms, and I have the power of the divine son of the myriad realms." Just a moment ago, these people from the outer universe learned that Qin Yan is the divine king of divine desolate, a human raised by divine desolate's 9-yang dharma spirit. Of course, the people of the outer universe had no concept of a divine king. They only knew that this divine king would receive help from the 9-yang dharma spirit on his path of growth. Even if he had the help of the 9-yang dharma spirit, it was still impossible for a 3rd-layer divine universe realm cultivation to defeat a 9th-layer divine universe realm martial artist. This went against all common sense. "Qin Yan, where is Wang Mingtai's corpse?" a person from the blue cosmos asked. "It has been burned away." Qin Yan said, "The flame I released is very strong. It is the myriad realm's divine son's annihilation heavenly flame. It can destroy everything." "Impossible. How can a divine universe heavenly bone be burned away so easily?" The person from the blue cosmos was not willing to let Wang Mingtai's corpse be taken away. It was a great fortune. "I'm sorry, I can only use that flame once every 10 years. 10 years from now, I will use it again to prove it to you," Qin Yan very earnestly said. "How did you defeat Wang Mingtai?" Gao Linqing asked, with your cultivation, it is impossible for you to defeat him. To tell you the truth, I attacked his soul just now, causing him pain and then chopped him to death with my saber. Qin Yan said, is there any problem? Attacking Wang Mingtai's soul, everyone suddenly recalled how Qin Yan burned the golden poisonous bug and tortured Wang Mingtai to the point that he knelt down and begged for mercy. They all took a deep breath. Qin Yan really used a dirty trick to win. If this is really the case, then with a very strong saber, he can indeed defeat Wang Mingtai. Wang Mingtai's death would definitely infuriate his father, but Gao Linqing was not afraid because this had nothing to do with him. Wang Mingtai had courted death. Even if Wang Mingtai's father wanted to pursue the matter, he would find Qin Yan or the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Qin Yan defeated Wang Mingtai, who was at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. This unimaginable battle caused the scene to sink into a very strange atmosphere. Grandma, did you see that? Xiaoyan won. Xiao Yuelan is very proud, she said with a charming smile. He won, moreover it is a complete victory. Brother is really awesome, that scoundrel is finally dead. I knew that brother would not let him go back alive. Xiao Yuemei is incomparably happy in her heart. Although the Ba couple and their family are comfortable, they are still very worried about Qin Yan because he has offended a viscount of the Great Blue Empire. Wang Mingtai's father still has some ability. But they thought that if the Great Blue Empire wants to behave atrociously in this universe, it will not be easy. Because from the Outerverse to the ancient Garden City, only people at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm are allowed to enter. If they exceed this cultivation level, they will be restricted by the passage. Cough cough, I still have 3 more battles, right? Qin Yan suddenly said. After he said this, everyone remembered that Qin Yan was originally going to fight against 3 4th level Divine Universe realm experts from the Outerverse. Qin Yan previously defeated 2 4th level Divine Universe realm youths from the Blue Universe. He still has 3 more battles. Ba Hao's strength is not weak, but he still lost to Qin Yan. Even Wang Mingtai, who is at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, was killed by Qin Yan. The Outerverse people who are going to fight Qin Yan are also shivering. Even Wang Mingtai has been killed, what is there to fight? We admit defeat. Gao Linqing shouted. If they send people to fight Qin Yan, they will only be humiliating themselves. Victory! Divine Desolate won one battle and it was Qin Yan who turned the tide. Otherwise, they would have lost very unsightly. It must be known that before, it was an Outerverse person who fought against the Heaven Opening clan's 5-man team. But now, the Outerverse person did not even fight and directly admitted defeat to Qin Yan. This battle can be considered the Heaven Opening clan's victory. The previous battle between the 2nd level Divine Universe realm and the 2nd level Divine Universe realm was won by the Outerverse side. Now it is 1-1. Next is the battle between the Heaven Opening clan's 6th level Divine Universe realm and the Outerverse 6th level Divine Universe realm. As long as the Heaven Opening clan can win this battle, they will have defeated the Outerverse. If they defeat the Outerverse, they will not be looked down upon. Otherwise, they will always say that the Heaven Opening clan is very weak and use this as an excuse to not teach them cultivation methods. Complete version. The latest chapter of 9 Sun Divine King, the 6th level Divine Space Realm experts of the Heaven Opening clan are quite strong as a whole because most of them have finished refining the Divine Universe Golden Tendons but have not cultivated the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Of course, the Outerverse definitely has the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone. Moreover, they also cultivate the Soul Divine Universe and have not weak mental power. In terms of Divine Universe Heavenly Bone and mental power, the Heaven Opening clan is definitely inferior. The advantage of the Heaven Opening clan is that they have a total of 8 battle teams while the Outerverse only has 1. They can fight a war of attrition and win a chance for the other battle teams to win. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei are in the Xiao Ancient Clan battle team while Yu Shangyun is in the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan battle team. Qin Yan is also quite worried about them. He only hopes that they will not risk their lives later. Qin Yan floated beside Xiao Qihong and watched the battle. At this moment, it is the Beast Blood Ancient Clan's battle team. Master, I remember that those guys from the Blue Cosmos said that they would reward me. You also said that you would reward me. Qin Yan asked in a low voice. We won't miss out on your reward. As for the Blue Cosmos, don't even think about it. Xiao Qihong shook his head and smiled. Qin Yan earned a lot from Wang Mingtai. Not only did he receive the Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, he also obtained a Divine Universe Crystal Fruit. It is already very profitable and he still wants the Blue Cosmos reward. Master, do you think our chances of winning this round are high? Qin Yan asked. Very high. I said before that we can use weapons and defensive tools as well as heavenly talismans. This time, I spent a lot of money and gave out many heavenly talismans. Xiao Qihong said. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Master, you are so biased. Why didn't you give us this round's battle team but the 6th level Divine Space Realm battle team? Xiao Qihong said with smile, because your Divine Universe power can't unleash the power of heavenly talismans. My heavenly talismans require very high Divine Universe power to unleash. I don't believe you. Qin Yan giggled and said, give me a few to try, I guarantee that I can use them for you to see. I don't have any in my hands, I gave them all to them. Xiao Qihong said with smile. Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Xiao Yuelan and Yu Shangyun must have obtained the Yu clan heavenly talisman from Xiao Qihong. As long as they won this round, the heaven-splitting ancient clan would regain their dignity. At the very least, lowly lifeforms like them had not lost terribly against the outerverse upper-middle lifeforms. In fact, they had even won by a small margin. At first, the outerverse side had arrogantly declared that they would take on 5 people at once, while the ancient beast blood clan had only sent 1 person. This made the people from the outerverse very unhappy, as they had even said that Luin would be able to kill that ancient beast bloodline man in a single move. The people from the outside are only at the 6th level of the Divine Space Realm, but they already have Divine Space heavenly bones in their bodies, and their mental force is still over 100. The scariest thing is that it's all natural. We were born with such conditions, but even if we work ourselves to death, it would still be difficult for us to cultivate it. The disparity is too great. They were born with a Divine Universe heavenly bone, so they can save a lot of Divine Universe metals. The people of the heaven-splitting ancient clan were all envious. An older generation said, our descendants will also be able to do so in the future. That's why we have to fight now, we have to strive to break through the level limit. After hearing this, everyone looked forward to that day. Although they didn't catch up, it was enough for their descendants to catch up. The battle began. That person from the outside lazily stood there, and the ancient beast bloodline man also didn't move. I thought you would come and die. The person from the outside yawned and said, so boring, if only one of you was as powerful as Qin Yun, it would be more interesting. The person from the outside leisurely walked towards the ancient beast bloodline man and punched him in the chest. Boom, after this punch, the person from the outside's body suddenly trembled and his expression changed. The power he just punched was inexplicably transformed and landed on his body. He hit himself. Qin Yan is slightly startled and said in a low voice, is this the Imperial Heavenly Talisman? Xiao Qihong smiled but didn't say anything. The person from the outside doesn't understand what's going on. He thought that the man's body has a special barrier that can reflect power, so he condensed even more power. This time, the power of the person from the outside is even stronger. After it landed on the man's body, he was once again hit by the ferocious power and directly vomited blood. The man also thunderously counterattacked, using all the power in his body to beat the opponent until he didn't know which way was north. Victory, the people from the heaven-opening ancient clan cheered. The people from the outer universe were all frowning. They knew that he must have used talismans, but they didn't expect them to be so powerful. There were still 4 more battles, and every one of them was won by the ancient beast bloodline clan. Although the people from the outside were very strong, they still lost. They didn't lose to the warriors of the ancient beast bloodline clan, but to Xiao Qihong's imperial heavenly talismans. At this moment, the youths of the heaven-opening ancient clan understood Xiao Qihong's position even more clearly. Xiao Qihong only gave them some imperial heavenly talismans and they easily won. Qin Yan finally understood why Xiao Qihong was able to obtain the respect of the outerverse. It was because his imperial heavenly talismans were very powerful. It's no wonder that when the ancient Yu clan wandered the outerverse, the other heaven-opening ancient clans didn't dare to look down on them and even obtained the favor of the other heaven-opening ancient clans. It's all because Xiao Qihong could make powerful imperial heavenly talismans. Unfortunately, at present, only Xiaoqihong could make powerful imperial heavenly talismans. That's why the inheritor of the imperial heavenly talismans is very important to the ancient Yu clan. Even if they aren't from the Yu family, they are still willing to learn as long as they can obtain Xiaoqihong's approval. Qin Yun is the divine king of the divine desolate. Furthermore, he is very concerned about the divine desolate. Therefore, his character has already obtained Xiaoqihong's approval. This time, we won through unfair means. We used powerful heavenly talismans. An elder of the heaven-opening ancient clan said to the people from the outside, but at least this can show our strength. We are not as weak as everyone thinks. The people from the outside naturally know that these heavenly talismans are very powerful. They just don't know how many the heaven-opening ancient clan has. If they had a large number, it would indeed be very terrifying. As for the exchange of cultivation techniques, we will arrange it well. The 9-yang Dharma spirit also said that we will impart cultivation techniques to you. We will definitely fulfill our promise. There is one thing I hope you can remember. The upper echelons of your cosmos are very powerful. If they cause trouble for you, we will not help you. Even if you are destroyed, we will not help you because it will cause a conflict between the cosmos. We do not wish for such a conflict to occur. The leaders of the diplomatic missions from the outside expressed their stance one after another. The upper echelons of the divine desolate's cosmos were actually able to make these 3 people from the outerverse fear them. This made the heaven-opening ancient clan very surprised. The heaven-splitting ancient clan still had no idea about the strength of this universe's upper echelons, they only knew that they were very strong. In the eyes of the heaven-splitting ancient clan, the upper echelons of this universe should be about the same as the upper echelons of the outerverse, maybe even weaker. They never expected that the upper echelons of the outerverse would still be wary of the upper echelons of this universe. This meant that the upper echelons of each universe would not have too big of a difference in strength, or at least they would not be able to crush each other. The outerverse people in the ancient garden were all trash. As long as they did not surpass the divine space realm, they were trash. The 9-yang Dharma spirit only allowed divine space realm cultivators to enter, so Gao Linqing and the others had the chance to show off. Although the 3 outerverses had lost, the heaven-splitting ancient clan was not happy. The outerverse had lost mainly to heavenly talisman and also because they had very few battle squads. But no matter what, the heaven-splitting ancient clan's display of strength made the other 3 universes not dare to look down on them anymore. Otherwise, they would appear very half-hearted when teaching cultivation techniques. After the battle ended, everyone dispersed and left the small space created for battle. Everyone was still in the ancient garden city. Qin Yun is currently in the city lord's mansion, drinking tea in a small hall with Yu Lifan and Xiaoqihong. These 2 are big shots of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Although the heaven-splitting ancient clan won this time, they are not very happy. Instead, they have a lot on their minds. Little Qin, what reward do you want? You have done a great service this time. Xiaoqihong asked. What about Ba Hao and his family? Qin Yun did not mention the reward, he was more concerned about them. They are still in the city and are currently discussing with the city lord. It seems like they want to stay in God Desolate. Although Wang Mingtai is dead, they still offended him. If they return to the Great Blue Empire, they will definitely be retaliated. Xiaoqihong said. It's not bad for them to stay in God Desolate. Qin Yun wanted to rope in Ba Hao and his family. Although Ba Hao and his family were trash in the Great Blue Empire, they were not in God Desolate. In particular, Ba Taiyin, who had cultivated a large number of Divine Universe heavenly bones at the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm, could be considered a peak existence in the Divine Wilderness. Little Qin, what reward do you want? It wasn't given to you by the ancient Yu clan, it was given to you by our entire heaven-splitting ancient clan. Yu Lifan said with smile, just don't go too far. Qin Yun thought about it and felt a little embarrassed to speak. He asked, I need a large amount of Divine Universe goldstones. How much can you give me at most? 200 billion. Xiaoqihong said. How about 300 billion, said Qin Yun with a smile. If he could obtain this 300 billion and then sell off Wang Mingtai's Divine Universe Heavenly Bone, he would be able to gather even more Divine Universe goldstones. In addition to the tens of billions he would be able to tide through the upcoming Great Change. Xiao Qihong and Yu Lifan looked at each other and nodded. 300 billion was nothing to the heaven-splitting ancient clan. The ancient Heaven Creator clan controlled many divine universe metal mines in the divine wilderness and the 9-sun sacred ground. It's not a problem to give you 300 billion, but you have to use it well and protect yourself. Xiao Qihong exhorted. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Soon after, Xiao Qihong and Yu Lifan called over a dozen seniors and gave 300 billion divine universe goldstones to Qin Yun. Seniors, I have something to sell, I don't know if you are interested. Qin Yun suddenly called out to the group of seniors. Those seniors' eyes lit up. They all know that Qin Yun has divine universe crystal fruits, but they don't think that Qin Yun will sell them. After all, there is no market for them. Then it is very likely that Qin Yun will sell the divine universe. Heavenly bone from Wang Mingtai. Although it is a human's divine universe heavenly bone, as long as it is a divine universe heavenly bone, it is the same as a beast's. As you all know, I entered the 9-sun sacred ground some time ago and helped transport a huge piece of divine universe black gold. Before that, I was besieged by a large number of beastmen. I borrowed the power of the myriad realm's divine sun to exterminate a large number of beastmen and obtain a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. Now I want to sell them. Qin Yun said. All the seniors present had heard of this matter. Yes, Qin Yun wanted to sell the divine universe heavenly bone, but he couldn't openly say that he was selling it to Wang Mingtai. Thus, he had to find a legitimate source for the divine universe heavenly bone he wanted to sell. These seniors were all wily old foxes, so they naturally knew what Qin Yun was thinking. Little Qin, the price of the divine universe heavenly bone isn't as high as before. The Outerverse has more divine universe heavenly bones, especially now that we have 3 Outerverse entities cooperating with us. We can buy them at a relatively low price. Divine universe heavenly bone. An old man smiled. Qin Yun knew that this group of seniors would definitely lower the price, but he didn't think that the Outerverse would actually sell divine universe heavenly bones. Those 3 Outerverse entities definitely had a large number of upper-class people, so naturally, there were also higher life forms, such as beastmen and beastmen. Thus, there would naturally be many divine universe heavenly bones. What's the current price? Qin Yun didn't think that it was a problem if the price was lowered. In any case, it wouldn't take much effort to obtain Wang Mingtai's divine universe heavenly bone. 500 million per caddy. The old man said. How much do you have? Wang Mingtai's divine universe heavenly bone was relatively heavy, weighing a total of 140 caddies. When Qin Yun had entered the 9-sun holy land, the price of a divine universe heavenly bone had been 1 billion per caddy. Now, it had actually dropped by half. Qin Yun looked at Yu Lifan and Xiao Qihong, and they both nodded, indicating that this price was suitable. I have 50 caddies. Qin Yun took out 50 caddies of divine universe heavenly bone. A portion of it was Wang Mingtai's, and the rest was beastman's. When he had entered the 9-sun holy land, he had obtained over 60 caddies of divine universe heavenly bone. Adding in Wang Mingtai's, that was over 100 caddies. After selling the 50 caddies, he still had 100 caddies left, which was enough for him to use in the future. 50 caddies of divine universe heavenly bone was sold for 50 billion, but this was far from enough for Qin Yun. He had planned to thicken his skin and borrow it, but now he couldn't bring himself to do so. This was because these seniors had gathered 300 billion as a reward for him. Qin Yun had originally thought that the reward would at most be 100 billion divine universe golden stones. He didn't expect the ancient heaven-splitting clan to be so generous and be willing to give him 300 billion. In fact, this was also because the ancient heaven-splitting clan saw that he had extraordinary talent and displayed great potential, which was why they were willing to reward him so much. After the transaction, Qin Yun counted the divine universe golden stones in his hands. He had a total of 400 billion, which was still too little. For things like divine universe golden stones, the more the better. The reason why Qin Yun felt that 400 billion was too little was because he had used it too quickly. Previously, when he had cultivated the divine universe heavenly bone in his arm, he had used up 200 billion in just 2 to 3 days. I want to take back the Inyuzdu clan heavenly talisman. Xiao Qihong said to Qin Yun with smile, Xiao Qin, rest well, you are also very tired today. Other elders want to say something because they all want to rope in Qin Yun, especially Qin Ancient Clan and Shao Ancient Clan, they all want to rope in Qin Yun. But thinking that Qin Yun is now a treasure of Yu Ancient Clan, moreover he is overflowing with wealth, it is not easy to poach him away. These elders still have many things to do. They have to receive the inheritance of Outerverse, classify them, analyze them and study them. After organizing them, they will impart them to the geniuses of their clan. After Yu Lifan and Xiao Qihong left, Xiao Yuelan suddenly ran in. "Little husband, you are too awesome, you tricked that bastard Wang Mingtai to death," Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. "Of course, otherwise how could I become Yuelan's little husband?" Qin Yin giggled and caressed his beautiful wife's face. "Oh that's right, where is Yuemei? That little girl is together with Granny Taiyue and Sister Shengyun. She wants to pester Granny Taiyue for delicious food." After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, her expression gradually became solemn. "Yuelan, what's wrong?" Qin Yin asked in low voice. "The 9 Yang Dharma spirit's current state is very unstable. According to my and Yuemei's guess, the 9 Yang Dharma spirit wants to condense a true body." Xiao Yuelan said, "When the time comes, it will definitely cause a great commotion." Qin Yin said in shock, 9 Sun Law spirit wants to condense a true body? Isn't that very strong? Xiao Yuelan nodded, precisely because it is very strong, it will surely be suppressed by the strongest humans in our universe. What about you guys? Won't it be very dangerous? Qin Yin is very worried, he promptly held Xiao Yuelan's hands. We still don't know when 9 Sun Law spirit will condense a true body. It is also possible that he will control his cultivation at 9th level divine space realm. We must quickly increase our cultivation, Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yin nodded and said, the cultivation of the divine universe realm requires too many divine universe metals. Xiao Yun, let's cultivate together. Xiao Yuelan promptly pulled Qin Yin outside. Qin Yin took out the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. This pagoda was destroyed earlier, after being placed inside the divine space purple sun, it gradually recovered a lot. After entering, the two of them took a bath. After a sweet moment, the young couple began to enter a state of joint cultivation. The Divine Moon female's cultivation of the Sun Moon Heart Sutra had already entered a new chapter. At that moment, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan were cultivating the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. They felt that it was very different from before. It will only be effective if I cultivate with you every once in a while. After entering the divine space realm, only by using this method to cultivate together with you will there be an effect. Like before, when a few people held hands and cultivated together, it is no longer possible. Xiao Yuelan leaned into Qin Yan's embrace and said in a low voice. Yuelan, none of you have cultivated the soul divine universe? I've cultivated it. Tell me, if I cultivate with you, can I help you cultivate it? Asked Qin Yun curiously. It should be possible, but we have to do it many times, Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan slept for a night. When he woke up, Qin Yun discovered that his divine cosmos power has increased by 100, he originally only had 2,800, but now he had 2,900. Cultivating together can only increase divine cosmos power. Divine universe heavenly bone and mental universe power cultivation did not increase. However, Qin Yun is still very happy. This will allow him to save a lot of divine universe golden stones. My divine cosmos power has increased by 100. Qin Yun said with a smile, the effect is very good. I have to try it out more in the future. It will only be effective after a period of time. Do you think sleeping with a girl every day can increase it by 100? How can there be such a good thing? Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, if it's possible, you can sleep with the entire Divine Moon clan. Wouldn't that mean you can ascend to the heavens? Qin Yin laughed loudly and said, sleep with the entire Divine Moon clan? I don't even dare to think about it, Sister Shengyun will kill me. You and Yuner have never cultivated together before, right? This little girl only knows how to have fun, she doesn't even try it out with you. Xiao Yuelan poked Qin Yun's abdomen and said with a smile, tell her about this, it will also be helpful to her, understand? Xiao Yuelan got up, put on her clothes, tied up her hair and left in a hurry. She is the 9 Sun Divine Maiden, she definitely has a lot of things to do. She still has to enter the divine sun core to cultivate from time to time. Xianxia can only sigh with emotion. The 9-sun divine maiden is indeed good. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is located in a courtyard in the City Lord Mansion. After entering the City Lord Mansion, this pagoda is still very eye-catching. The ancient garden city is inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Now, the entire pagoda is absorbing the power of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. This can allow the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda to repair itself faster. Xianxia is pondering over how to deal with the great change. Currently, no one knows what the great change will be or how much of an impact it will have. And the current impact is that the space has been restricted, causing it to be difficult for information to flow quickly and the teleportation formation to be unable to operate. The upper echelons want to seal off the flow of information in the Divine Desolate. This can make the living beings in the Divine Desolate know less about the outside world. It can suppress the spread of all kinds of knowledge and information, helping to suppress more living beings and prevent them from growing up. Once they fall into a closed environment, they will be like a frog in a well, holed up in a small area all day, fighting to the death. If they come into contact with the outside world, know that the world is vast and join a sect or something, then the space for growth will be even greater. The upper echelons want to suppress the civilization inheritance of the Divine Desolate. Motherfucker, it's not easy to expand the sail of the light mist. Xianxia is very angry. Previously, there was a teleportation formation that could quickly transport them to various places to sell. Now, there is no teleportation formation, the transportation process is very troublesome and there is also a certain amount of risk. Damn upper echelons, messing up my plans. One day, I will definitely overturn them. Xianxia's grand plan to earn Divine Universe Golden Stones is difficult to implement because the upper echelons have interfered in the Divine Desolate. Miller helping to find Divine Universe Golden Stone mines, selling large amounts of light mist, or helping to awaken bloodline heavenly runes, these are all big business. And now, all these paths to wealth have been blocked. Inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Xianxia is thinking about how to get rich and how to deal with the great changes that are coming. Suddenly, someone outside lightly shouted, "Yun, it's me." This is Yu Xiangyun's voice. Why is she here? Is she here to sleep with me? Xianxia immediately opened the door and let Yu Xiangyun in. He and Yu Xiangyun have not been intimate for a long time. Although their relationship is not public, there are some women in the Divine Moon clan who know that they have a close relationship. As soon as Yu Xiangyun came in, she took off her helmet. The wonderful fragrance on her body is incomparably strong, it is like a lover's deep affection suddenly gushing out. Damn it! Xianxia deeply breathed in that strange fragrance, looking at the cold and tyrannical race emperor's absolutely beautiful face, he shouted in his heart. I heard that you are very short on Divine Universe Golden Stones, I helped you gather 100 billion, I borrowed it from Granny Taiyue. Yu Xiangyun said. This, how can I accept it? Xianxia indeed needs the Divine Universe Golden Stone but he never mentioned it to Yu Xiangyun. Anyway, Granny Taiyue won't chase after me. Yu Xiangyun said, you should accept it. Yun can only accept it. As far as he knows, the Divine Moon clan's Heavenly Rune clan women are of great help to Granny Taiyue, helping her evolve her bloodline. Therefore, Granny Taiyue will also greatly help the Divine Moon clan. Yu Xiangyun has been busy cultivating. It can be said that most people are busy cultivating recently, especially those who are highly valued by the major powers. Although Xiangyun did not say anything, after she entered, the fragrance on her body became thicker and thicker. She did not need to speak, the rich and wonderful fragrance on her body clearly showed her current mood. Xiangyun did not say anything else, he directly hugged the beauty and kissed her crazily. Moon because Xiangyun cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's new chapter, she needed to abstinence but now she doesn't need to. She can finally sleep with Xiangyun. Xiangyun is truly unable to resist this absolutely beautiful emperor's fiery passion but she has already given him 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Even if he can't resist it, he has to endure it. Furthermore, for the sake of a man's dignity, after an unknown period of time, Xiangyun struggled free from the fantastical dream. This kind of feeling is very wonderful but also very crazy. In the bath, Yu Xiangyun looked at Xiangyun and said, "Are you alright? I should have known that Yuelan had come before." I'm fine, Yuelan did come but she only cultivated with me. Xianxia promptly explained and said with smile, what can happen to me? I'm very good. He doesn't want to be looked down upon by Yu Shangyun. Moon Shangyun nodded and said, the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's new chapter has remarkable effect but there is a time gap. Next time, let me try it with you. Alright. Xianxia laughed and asked, Sister Shangyun, how are Fengyu and the other kings now? Can you guarantee the Divine Moon Clan's battle strength? Without the magic mirror, Xianxia could not lurk in their group, he could not see their beautiful pictures and videos. The fun suddenly decreased by a lot. Their current cultivation is not bad, they can steadily and quickly increase their cultivation. However, the clan needs more people with Heavenly Rune bloodline. I plan to ask you to help them awaken their Heavenly Rune bloodline. Yu Shangyun said. No problem. When do we start? Xianxia said, I have your Divine Moon Clan's bloodline Heavenly Pattern box in my hand. You were all born because of that bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. With this bloodline Heavenly Pattern box, maybe you can awaken even more bloodlines and become even stronger. Yun had this thought a long time ago, but he was worried that it would cause a huge commotion, so he did not take action until now. Now that Yu Shangyun had taken the initiative to request it, he would not refuse. It will be carried out within the 4 divine suns. I will arrange it. In the divine moon of the heavens, there is a teleportation channel that leads to the 4 god suns. Yu Shangyun came to Xianxia's side and gently caressed Xianxia's chest. Although she appeared ice-cold, she was very gentle at the moment. Sister Shangyun, if a great change comes, no matter what kind of danger I face, you must remain calm and protect yourselves. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. Xianxia said gently, then embraced the beautiful divine moon great empress in his arms. Although Yu Shangyun looked like a very calm empress, Xianxia understood her. Once he was in danger, she would most likely do something crazy. I know. Yu Shangyun said softly. Xianxia has a very bad premonition. He feels that when a great change comes, he will definitely be involved in it. After all, he is the divine king of Divine Desolate. And the arrival of a great change is mainly aimed at Divine Desolate and 9 Sun Law Spirit. Xianxia is the key existence, he cannot stay out of it. Yun, come with me today to the 4 divine suns. There is Divine Moon Heaven City there, inside the city is Guanghan Palace. Yu Shangyun also has a bad premonition. She believes that as long as Xianxia is inside the 4 divine suns, he will be safe. We will go now. Xianxia also wants to quickly go to Divine Moon Heaven City and help the Divine Moon Clan women awaken their bloodline Heavenly Rune. Moon Shangyun and Xianxia immediately came out of the bath, quickly put on their clothes and walked out of the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Just as he went out, Xianxia saw Ba Hao and his family. Ba Taiyin, Li Qianqin, Ba Hao and Ba Yu, the family of 4 seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. Boss Qin, our family of 4 will from now on be loyal to you to repay your great kindness. Ba Taiyin immediately said after seeing Xianxia. This is as easy as lifting a finger for me. Xianxia said with smile, if you don't despise my low cultivation, you can follow me. There is no need to swear allegiance or anything, we are equal. Ba Taiyin and Li Qianqin promptly agreed. In their opinion, although Xianxia's cultivation is low, he is very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Wang Mingtai. Xianxia found Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei. They want to go to the divine sun they belong to and enter the inner core to cultivate, so they won't go with Xianxia to the 4 divine suns. Xianxia brought the Ba family and boarded Yu Shangyun's boat and flew towards the 4th divine Sunday. With Ba Taiyin and Li Qianqin overseeing the 4th divine sun, it will be even safer there. Moon Xiangyun saw these 2 experts following Xianxia and felt a lot more at ease. Brother Ba, Divine Desolate is about to undergo a great change, do you know about it? Xianxia asked. Babe Grandine and Li Qianqin shook their heads. They had been poisoned and fainted. Ba Hao said, Big brother Qin, I do know a bit. I heard from the captain that the middle and upper echelons of your universe will send a large number of people into Divine Desolate. When the time comes, they will form all kinds of factions in Divine Desolate to suppress you and replace you to rule over Divine Desolate. According to your universe's rules, Divine Desolate is a low-level heaven and earth. The strongest people they will send will not exceed the 9th level Divine Space Realm. My parents are not weak, it should not be a problem to resist them. Yun nodded and sighed. If it is only like this, then Divine Desolate's resources will be snatched away by them. I am not willing to accept this. In order to keep them in check, the 9 Sun Law Spirit will bring in 3 Outerverse people. They will also enter Divine Desolate. When the time comes, Divine Desolate will fall into chaos. Ba Hao said. Qin Yin said with frown, then many people will definitely die. Yu Shangyun said, the 9 Sun Law Spirit bringing in 3 Outerverse people shouldn't be very reliable. They will definitely not help the local powers of Divine Desolate. Ba Taiyin nodded and said, that's for sure. If the Great Blue Empire sends people into Divine Desolate, first of all, it will be to obtain a large amount of resources. In their eyes, there is only profit, so we can't count on them to help defend against the enemy. The 9 Yang Dharma Spirit's restriction on the people from the outer universe was only that they were not allowed to come over. At most, they were not allowed to slaughter the living beings of the divine wilderness. Toes for those 3 people from the outerverse, the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit could not determine whether or not they would help the people from the divine wilderness after they entered the divine wilderness. But no matter what, when these 3 outerverse individuals entered the divine wasteland, they would more or less keep the middle and upper-class humans in check and prevent them from running rampant in the divine wasteland. Taiyin Ba and company were well aware of the Great Blue Empire. They believed that the Great Blue Empire would at most send a large number of Lan Yu people into the divine wilderness. It was impossible for the Great Blue Empire to risk their lives. The 9 Yang Dharma Spirit probably only wants us to learn the Outerverse cultivation techniques. The ancient heaven-splitting clan will learn the Outerverse cultivation techniques and then find a way to modify them into something suitable for us before passing them down, Qin Yin said. This is indeed a good direction, but it will take a long time to see the effect, Li Qianqin said. It seems that regardless of whether it's the Outerverse upper echelons or this universe's upper echelons, they all hope that the divine desolation will become a field of metal and stone for the divine universe, and they all want a piece of land in the divine desolation. Taiyin Ba said, this will be a disaster for the native lifeforms. Earth-living beings would definitely be blessed by the myriad world's divine sun, and their cultivation speed would be much faster. That these external powers will not allow the local life forms to grow, otherwise they will stop them from occupying the divine desolate's resources. Institute at that time, it was highly likely that the native creatures would be slaughtered. The aboriginals of the divine wasteland were very weak overall, yet they occupied such a fertile divine land. Furthermore, the foreign powers were so strong that they didn't even treat the lower class as humans. If they were to slaughter the aboriginals, they definitely wouldn't feel any psychological burden. The 9 Sun Dharma Spirit will definitely not care about this matter. Our myriad heaven's divine desolate's native living beings can only bear with it. Qin Yin closed his eyes. It is as if he can see a large number of races being massacred in myriad heaven's divine desolate. If such a thing really happens, I will never forgive them. No matter which universe they come from or how powerful they are, I, Qin Yin, swear that I will slaughter them all. Yun swore an oath. The divine desolate heavens could be said to be his home. Although he grew up in this land, it was truly this land that nurtured him. They could not allow outsiders to trample on this land. After a few days, Yu Shangyun's ship finally arrived at the 4 divine suns. No. With the teleportation array, they could only use the method of flying, which was much slower. After entering 4 divine suns, Qin Yin immediately went to find the divine judge, Grand Elder Ling, 9 Yang divine palaces upper echelon and a few other powerful races upper echelon who had good relations with Qin Yin. Wan the World God Court, the Ling family, the Fire Tribulation race, the 9 Suns royal family, the Skyfox race, the White Sun God race, the Purple Sun Elf race, the Raging Sun Tiger race, the Alien race, the Mystic Moon Alliance, and so on. These factions did not belong to the 9 Suns Dharma Spirit or the heaven-splitting ancient clan. They were very independent and had a very close relationship with Qin Yin. Deacon the Magic Realm and Heaven's Secrets Gate could not be exposed for the time being. They were both hidden in space. Qin Yin had informed the Law Enforcement World King and Black Killer Master to prepare for the coming great changes. Namely, even the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms did not receive the support of the 9 Suns Law Spirit. This meant that the Nine Suns Law Spirit had already given up on the divine court of the myriad realms. In other words, the gods had already been abandoned by the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit. This was because the growth of the gods was still too slow. At present, the entire divine court of the myriad worlds was nothing in the God-desolate heavens. There were a total of 20 to 30 people in this meeting. They were all high-ranking officials. Although they were not particularly strong, they were all outstanding leaders. The meeting was presided over by Qin Yun. They thought highly of Qin Yun because in their hearts, Qin Yun was the true God King. A great change is coming. At that time, the environment of the deity desolate will be the worst. If that day really comes, we shouldn't face strong enemies. Instead, we should secretly develop and strengthen ourselves. The heaven-splitting ancient clan is greatly restricted. We can't place all our hopes on them. You should know that their bloodline heavenly patterns are very powerful, especially the third and fourth generation ones. Everyone, the birth of the clans behind you is more or less related to the bloodline heavenly pattern box. As for me, I'm currently researching bloodline heavenly runes. In the future, I'll definitely be able to help you awaken more bloodline heavenly runes. When Qin Yun said this, the upper echelons became excited. They did not doubt Qin Yun's words. Previously, a group of people with heavenly runes suddenly appeared in the Yu ancient clan and caused a huge commotion. Then, the Ling family also suddenly had many people with heavenly runes join the Yu ancient clan. This matter was still fresh in the minds of the upper echelons. They are now certain that those people with heavenly runes were all caused by Qin Yun. God King, are you going to gather your strength and unite all of our factions? And then rope in more powerful races in the deity desolate, asked the divine presiding elder. Qin Yun nodded. My Raging Sun Tiger clan will listen to God King's arrangements. Raging Sun Tiger Emperor immediately expressed his stance. Purple Sun Fairy clan has no objections. Zao stood up. God King, my Heavenly Fox clan is willing to follow you, said Humayur. Follow. After that, the Ling family, Mystic Moon Alliance, White Sun God clan and other factions also expressed their willingness to join Qin Yun's new faction. Ninyang Temple originally belonged to Qin Yun and the Ninyang Royal Clan's clan emperor was Yushi. Now that Yushi is not here, the Ninyang Royal Clan will listen to Qin Yun. We want to develop, so we need a large amount of medicinal pills. Heavenly Fox Clan and Divine Moon Clan are experts in growing medicinal herbs. Ninyang Temple's Pill Hall, Myriad Realms Divine Quartz Pill God and Medicine God will cooperate to build a pill refining area and develop more outstanding alchemists. Without the teleportation formation, we will need a large number of large flying ships to transport goods or transfer the powerful races in the deity desolate to the four divine suns. Ninyang Temple's inscription gate will lead the construction of large ships with strong defense and attack power. You all will cooperate with the inscription gate. Qin Yun looked at the person in charge of the inscription gate, Xiao Hua. In addition, we need a large number of large beasts. Ninyang Temple's Dragon Hall and Beast Hall will be in charge of finding strong beast races in the deity desolate and rope them in as much as possible. Raging Sun Tiger Clan, Fire Tribulation Crazy Race, Ninyang Royal Clan, they are all strong races in the early stages. You are in charge of contacting other races and see if they are willing to join the four divine suns. Remember, don't let the ferocious evil race join. Purple Sun Fairy Clan, they are in charge of finding the deity desolate. It will be easier for you to communicate with them. Divine Moon Alliance, you should develop well in Divine Moon of the Heavens. Divine Moon of the Heavens is a very large market, especially in the future, there will definitely be more people. Divine Moon of the Heavens has a teleportation formation that leads to the four divine suns, it can be used to transmit information. Of course, if you can help, you can also help other races. Qin Yun's arrangements were all to gather the strong races to prevent a large number of strong races from being massacred and exterminated after the Great Change. Although the strong races of God Desolate were born from the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit, not all of them are good. There are also some evil and cruel evil races. Of course, the majority of them are good races, but the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit doesn't care about their life and death. Big with the arrival of the Great Change, these strong races will be the first to be exterminated. Evil, the vicious and cruel evil race, will definitely join the invaders' army at the first moment. Then, they will rush to the front and slaughter the other powerful races of the divine desolate heavens to show their loyalty. The interior of the four divine suns is very big. It can be said that it is much bigger than the interior of other divine suns. 1. There are usually 2 layers inside a divine Sunday. The outer layer is the biggest and it is mainly occupied by the descendants of divine Sunday inner layer. The inner layer is the strong races created by the 9 suns Dharma spirit. These strong races reside in the inner layer to protect the divine sun and resist the invasion of the descendants of divine Sunday, and the inner layer is also the area where the core is located. Although it is not as big as the outer layer, it can accommodate many people. 4 divine suns are different from the other divine suns. There are no descendants of divine sun, so the outer layer is very big and will not be separated. Big inside most divine suns, the outer layer is separated into many small areas, so it will appear very small. In order to make the outer layer more lively and gather more energy, Xianxia plans to move the small heavenly universe divine sun where the Imperial Heaven pawnshop is located inside. Small heavenly universe divine sun can absorb the divine power of the 4 divine suns, then transform the power of the divine sun and project it to the ground outside the 4 divine suns. Divine King, what about our foreign space race? What do we need to do? And Wukong said. Your task is very difficult. You must work hard to break through the restrictions of space. The upper echelons are suppressing God Desolate by sealing the space and restricting the flow of information. This is to prevent us from gathering together. Xianxia said very seriously. The Magic Mirror's formation foundation was invaded before and Wukong only noticed it later. They did not notice it before. The existence of the magic mirror allows the information of God Desolate to quickly spread, and the teleportation formation allows the strong races of God Desolate to quickly gather together. But the magic mirror can increase the cohesion. The upper echelons of this universe knew this very well. That was why they first restricted space and destroyed the operation of the magic mirror system. The various races of the Divine Desolate were scattered all over the Divine Desolate, and they were very far away from each other. Even if they were to fly, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. If they were to march, it would take at least a few days. As a result, the various clans of the Divine Desolate were in a state of disunity. Furthermore, they were unable to obtain any news of the Divine Desolate, so they had no idea what kind of danger the Divine Desolate was facing. By the time they realized it, the army had already killed their way to their clans. Every powerful race had a natural array formation protecting them, and in their treasure lands, there were large amounts of divine universe goldstones. Therefore, those powerful races would definitely become the primary targets of the invaders. Not to mention that the powerful clans that appeared along with the 7th divine sun were all very strong and arrogant. They would definitely not move. Xianxia had no intention of transferring them to the 4 god suns. He only intended to let the divine court of the myriad worlds inform them of the crisis that the various races of the divine wilderness would face, so that they could prepare to deal with it. Divine King, what about our Ling family? Although we are weaker, we also want to contribute. Great Elder Ling said. Your Ling family should have the ability to search for divine universe metal ores. You can try searching for a small uninhabited mine in secret and tell everyone when you find it. Then, you can use the method of drilling to secretly transfer the divine universe metal ores in the small mine. This divine universe goldstone can be used to build goldstone in the 4 god suns, or to help everyone develop. Xianxia said. He only pointed out the general direction. The specific details will be decided by the big shots after further discussion. I will not stay in the 4 god suns for long, I have more important things to do outside. But before I leave, I will help the people of the various races try to awaken their bloodline heavenly runes. Xianxia said. The big shots of the various races are now very excited. If they truly have a group of people with bloodline heavenly runes, they will be able to advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Want to help people awaken their bloodline heavenly runes, they need to use Divine King Heavenly Seal to stamp on their bodies. There are so many people from the various races, if Xianxia wants to stamp them one by one, it will take a very long time. Ben he didn't dare to think like this before, but Taisher told him that he can use Divine King Heavenly Seal to stamp talisman papers and then make awakening talismans. He doesn't need to stamp them one by one, he can make a stack of talisman papers and then place the Divine King Heavenly Seal on top of it. That way, he can pass through the stack of talisman papers and turn them into awakening talismans. Of course, this will consume a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstone. A few 10 billion is definitely not a small amount. Xianxia originally planned to use his own Divine Universe Goldstone, but the big shots of the various races are very cordial and generous, each of them gave him 20 to 30 billion. Altogether, he has 150 billion. Although he can make awakening talismans very quickly, he is not doing it casually. This time, he also cooperated with the other bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. For example, when he helped the Purple Sun Fairy race awaken, he used the bloodline heavenly pattern box given to him by the Purple Sun Fairy race. When he helped the Mystic Moon Alliance people awaken, he used the Mystic Moon bloodline heavenly pattern box. Then there is Bayan bloodline heavenly pattern box, as well as the one given to him by the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. When he helped the 9 Sun royal family awaken, he used the one Xiaoqiru left behind. It is also the first bloodline heavenly pattern box Xianxia obtained. He often fused it with the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber. After adding the power of these bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, more people can awaken and the awakened bloodline heavenly runes will be even stronger. This is all taught to him by Taisher. Xianxia is inside a spacious and quiet hall of the Guanghan Palace. He is busy stamping stacks of talisman papers. Shui Yu, Jianling Long, Yu Shadian, Lan Fengjin, Xing Shen and other women proficient in inscription are helping from the side. Actually, they don't need to help much, they are just helping to organize the awakening talismans, then categorizing them into boxes and giving them to various races to use. Open Heavenly Ancient Race is being watched very closely, so the person who helped them awaken a large number of bloodline heavenly runes will definitely be discovered by the upper echelons. Yu Lifan and Yu Yuan are already scared to death. And Xianxia is not afraid at all now. The upper echelons want to send a large army to Divine Desolate to start a massacre. What is there for him to be afraid of? Illusion after awakening bloodline heavenly runes, all aspects will improve a lot. Even if they are not stronger than the army sent by the upper echelons, they will not fall behind too much. Xianxia is still busy for a long time. Because there are many people from various races, he has to make too many awakening talismans. After finishing this matter, he will go out to find the Law Enforcement Realm King and Xianxia. The Law Enforcement Realm and Heaven Secrets sect are hiding in a hidden space, they should be very safe. He wants the Law Enforcement Realm and Heaven Secrets sect to cooperate and find the Great Divine King and kill him. The Great Divine Lord's bloodline heavenly pattern box was taken back by the 9 Yang Dharma spirit. It was like he had lost his godly monarch heavenly seal. He knew that he had been abandoned, so he hated the 9 Yang Dharma spirit and the entire deity desolate. One had to know that the Great Divine Lord's foundation was not bad. With a heavenly universe divine son's heart, if he could use it well, he would be a terrifying existence in the future. Institute therefore, in Xianxia's eyes, the Great Divine Lord was a great scourge. The 9 Yang Law spirit could not personally attack the Great Divine Lord, so the matter of exterminating the Great Divine Lord fell on Xianxia's head. The 9 Yang Law spirit also knew that Xianxia would definitely kill the Great Divine Lord. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Great Divine Lord would cause trouble in the Divine Desolate Land. Xianxia busied himself for several days and nights, producing a large number of awakening talismans. He has been very tired these past few days. After he finished busying himself, he went to a spacious room inside Guanghan Palace to rest. Yi Yaoshui and Xian Rujing ran over to accompany him to rest. Night Yaoshui and Xian Rujing's cultivation is not higher than Xianxia's. Their bodies are also not as strong as Xianxia's, so Xianxia is not afraid of them. The woman accompanied Xianxia for an entire night. From time to time, she would channel divine universe power into his body to help him recover. They were not like Yu Shengyun, so Xianxia was able to get ample rest. When he woke up, he was in high spirits and his face was glowing as he enjoyed the considerate service of the 2 beauties. Xiao Yun, Sister Shuiyu said that she wants you to personally help us awaken bloodline heavenly rune. Therefore, you will be very busy from now on. Xian Rujing said with smile. Is that so? Sister Shengyun told me before that I can just use the awakening talisman. Xianxia thought of that group of passionate and hot divine moon clan women and felt his kidneys ache. Xianxia said with smile, "Husband, divine moon clan is managed by a few dukes. They will arrange for sisters to line up for you to help them awaken. Can I use the awakening talisman?" Xianxia curled his lips and said, "I won't be too tired this way." "That won't do. Sister Shuiyu said that you must personally awaken the sisters. Only then will they acknowledge you." Xian Rujing's charming eyes are like silk, she said with charming smile. "In the eyes of these kings, you are their second clan's emperor. Our divine moon clan has two clan emperors, you and Sister Xiangyun." Xianxia said again. "What nonsense are you talking about? Second clan's emperor, that should also be Aunt Xiao." Xianxia pinched their beautiful faces and said with smile, "Don't go around talking nonsense. Regarding the matter between Yu Xiangyun and Qin Yun, the upper echelons of the Divine Moon clan could more or less see something, even though Yu Xiangyun had never expressed it. But the Divine Moon clan are all women. They are very sensitive to the changes in emotions. They can sense that Yu Xiangyun's attitude towards Qin Yun is very different. Of course, only a few women knew that Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun had developed that kind of relationship. For example, Luo Yaofeng, the female devil slayer, she was the first to know. Where was Princess Luo? I haven't seen her for a long time. Qin Yun suddenly recalled Princess Luo Yaofeng. Princess Luo gave her bloodline heavenly rune to him. Luo is in seclusion, she was cultivating the new chapter of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She missed you so much that she came to find us all day and asked all kind of questions. If she was not in seclusion, you would be very busy. Xian Rujing said with smile. Yashui giggled and said, Luo and Sister Star God are in seclusion together. They are now called Star Wind Twin Charms. Qin Yun has already experienced Star God, this kind of peerless fox, she is comparable to a genuine fox like Humei. Now Luo Yaofeng is together with her, adding on Shui Tianzi, this kind of water fox, it is truly terrible. Qin Yun immediately put on his clothes, he wants to continue crafting awakening talismans, he doesn't want to have too much contact with Divine Moon Clan's women. However, just as he left his room, he saw a pair of beauties outside, they are wearing thin clothes. They are precisely the Star Wind Twin Charms. Luo Yaofeng is wearing white skirt, she is not charming at all, on the contrary she appears gentle and quiet, her face is filled with lively smile, making her look like she is filled with youthful vigor. Although it is known that she used to be a female devil slayer, but she always gives people the impression that she is an innocent and lively mischievous young girl. The star goddess beside her was different. She wore the same white dress as Luo Yaofeng. Her snow-white jade-like long legs stretched out from the slit of her dress. She also had a smile on her face, but it was overflowing with seductiveness. Princess Luo, Sister Star God, long time no see. Qin Yun said with smile, he is appreciating the two beauties before him. Brother Yun, where are you going? Luo Yaofeng arrived beside Qin Yun with light smile, then looked inside the room and saw Yi Yaxue and Xian Rujing are already wearing clothes and walking out. I am going to start crafting awakening talismans, you should know about it. Qin Yun said with smile, this is a very important matter, these awakening talismans are used to help Divine Moon Clan's little sisters awaken their bloodline heavenly rune. We already know about this matter, didn't Sister Shuiyu say that you will personally help us awaken our bloodline heavenly rune? Star God's charming voice lightly laughed, then she arrived beside Qin Yun and her lily-white hands gently caressed Qin Yun's face. For some unknown reason, Qin Yun was pushed and pulled by Star God and Luo Yaofeng and returned to his room. At this time, Yi Yaxue and Xian Rujing have already left. Qin Yun only wants to let Ling Yuner out and let her help him suppress these two fairies. Qin Yun finally understood why a woman like Luo Yaofeng, who was not seductive at all, was called the double charm of the star wind. It was because when she and the star god worked together, they formed a contrast that gave off an even more intense impact. At noon, Qin Yun very happily came out of the bath. Luo Yaofeng and star god helped him put on clothes, he truly has the feeling of a clan emperor. As long as it is not Sister Xiangyun, there is nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yun pinched Star Wind Twin Charm's cheeks, he is very happy in his heart. Alright, you don't need to craft awakening talismans. Just directly awaken. Star God said with smile. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, why directly awaken? Sister Shuiyu's idea, the other princes, Divine Moon Heavenly Daughter and Her Highness Xianxia all agree. Luo Yaofeng said with smile. Xiao Xuanqin is Yu Shangyun's successor, so in the clan, she is called Her Highness. A small portion of Moon Clan's women joined Divine Moon Clan later, but they all obtained Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. After fusing with them, they all have Divine Moon bloodline. This, Divine Moon bloodline is also inherited from Bloodline Heavenly Rune box, so they can hide Bloodline Heavenly Rune inside their bodies. Qin Yun doesn't know why Shuiyue appointed him to personally awaken. Help the awakening of Divine Moon Clan's women will begin in the Guanghan Palace. Moreover, it will start from the Guanghan Palace. Qin Yun is very familiar with most of the women in the Guanghan Palace. For example, Nangong Shuiru, Little Phoenix, Qi Malian, Lan Fengjin, Feng Honglan, Hong Mengshu, and others. They are not originally Divine Moon Clan's people, they only fused with Divine Moon bloodline divine origin. When Qin Yun was preparing to awaken, the 5 dukes, as well as Xiao Xianqin and the Divine Moon Heavenly Maiden, were watching from the side. Anue Shangyun was the last to arrive. After she arrived, Qin Yun began to awaken. With the upper echelons of the Divine Moon Clan around, Qin Yun felt a lot more at ease. He mainly wanted to meet some hot and unrestrained Divine Moon Clan women. He had experienced it before. That kind of boldness was like a ferocious beast. Long Yuqing and Long Qiaofeng were originally at Dragon Sect. Because they knew that a great change was coming, they were summoned back to 4 Divine Sun by Yu Shangyun. Even Yu Yaoyao was in the Moon Palace. She was from the ancient Yu clan and had awakened her bloodline heavenly pattern. She also knows that Ling Daixin's bloodline heavenly rune awakened because of Qin Yun's help. In the past few days, the awakening talismans that Qin Yun made were sent to the other races for awakening. And there were many people who could awaken bloodline heavenly patterns. Out of 100 people, more than 90 would be able to do so. Namely, even those who hadn't awakened their bloodline heavenly patterns had awakened. Of course, this matter wasn't spread. Those who had awakened their bloodline heavenly patterns had to sign a soul contract to not spread the news. Qin Yun, do you know why we need you to personally help us awaken? Asked Water Moon. Why? Qin Yun has not started, but he has already taken out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Divine Moon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box. The Divine Moon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box had been with Min Yunyue for a very long time, and it was originally passed down to Yu Shangyun. Because we want you to be the ruler of our Divine Moon Clan, Shuiyu said with a smile. Qin Yun was stunned. The Tribe Emperor and the Tribe Emperor should have the same meaning. He looking at Yu Shangyun, she only nodded her head and did not say anything. It was not Yu Shangyun's intention to let Qin Yun become the clan's emperor. It was the intention of the nobles. In addition, the upper echelons of the Guanghan Palace had agreed and Yu Shangyun did not object. Or rather, Shuiyu and the others knew what Yu Shangyun was thinking, and also knew that Yu Shangyun was too embarrassed to say it, so they helped her say it. Rua, it is not difficult to make all the Divine Moon women acknowledge Qin Yun as the clan emperor. For example, Qin Yun can give them a large number of awakening talismans to awaken their bloodline heavenly runes. No, the other dukes all believed that if Qin Yun were to personally help with the awakening, the significance would be even greater. The women of the Moon Clan could be said to be born from the heavens and earth. They were all created by the mystic Moon Clan's upper echelons using a secret technique to gather the power of the heavens and earth. Institute ever since they were born, they trusted you, Shangyun, Wang Ju, and the other higher-ups. If Qin Yun personally helped them awaken their powerful bloodline heavenly runes, it would be like giving them a second chance at life. What do you mean, Emperor? I've never thought about it. Qin Yun held the God King Heavenly Seal tightly and prepared to help Little Phoenix awaken its bloodline heavenly rune. Brother Xiaoyun, the Mystic Moon Clan has some secrets that we can't tell you. What we can tell you is that if you become our clan ruler, it will be beneficial to both of us. It's just that it hasn't shown yet. Little Phoenix whispered. Alright, but let me make it clear in advance that I have a lot of things to do. I can't stay in the Divine Moon Clan all day. Qin Yun said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't want to, we will still recognize you. Feng Yu smiled and said. Qingyun placed the Divine Moon Bloodline Heavenly Rune box on Little Phoenix's back and then pressed the God King Heavenly Seal on the box. The Silver Moon-like Bloodline Heavenly Rune box seemed to have been activated. It shot out a beam of light that entered Little Phoenix's heart from her back. Little Phoenix frowned and groaned in a low voice. Then, her entire body was enveloped by the silver light. Bring her to her room and let her rest. Let her awaken in seclusion, Yu Xiangyun hastily said. All the women present are shocked because the bloodline heavenly rune that Little Phoenix awakened is not ordinary. Qingyun also finds it strange. It seems like this is the first time he is using this method to help a divine moon woman awaken a bloodline heavenly rune. Could it be that it will have a better effect on a divine moon woman when they awaken? Qingyun doesn't know if it's because of the God King Heavenly Seal or the Divine Moon Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box. Received Qingyun became very busy. All the women he helped awaken were successful. Moreover, their bloodline heavenly runes are very strong. He worked until night time and became very tired. Activating the God King Heavenly Seal consumes a lot of mental energy. When he rested at night, Bai Suxin accompanied him. On the second day, Qingyun continued to help the Divine Moon women awaken. At night, he rested and then Xiao Xianqin accompanied him. Could it be that they have discussed who will accompany me? When Qingyun woke up, he kissed the beautiful Aunt Xiao. Even after being busy for a few more days, Qingyun finally helped all the Divine Moon women awaken. Even those with bloodline heavenly runes evolved with his help. Busy after that, Qingyun could leave the 4 divine sons and go find the great divine king. Today, when he got up from the bed, the 2 beauties beside him are the 2 beautiful women who have followed him for a long time, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. Xiaoyun, are you leaving? Can you bring us along? Zi Qingqing walked down from the bath and gently stroked Qingyun's back. Little brother Yun, you have to bring us along no matter what. Shui Tianzi is very reluctant to part with Qingyun. Qingyun pinched Zi Qingqing's face and said with smile, Sister Steamed Bun, it's not like I won't come back. The 4 divine sons are very safe. I will definitely come back to hide in the future. When are you coming back? Zi Qingqing asked softly, you're not just saying that, are you? You used to be like this a lot. After I settle a few things, I'll come back immediately. I can't bear to part with my 2 beautiful women. Qingyun said with smile. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are very clear that Qingyun did not bring them along this time because it is very dangerous. This made them even more worried. If Qingyun can bring them along like before, it means that even if there is danger, he can deal with it. They only hate that their strength is not enough, otherwise they would be able to go together with Qingyun. Qingyun quietly left the Guanghan Palace and left the Divine Moon Heaven City. Most of the Divine Moon women in the city are still sleeping or familiarizing themselves with the newly awakened bloodline heavenly runes in their bodies. They don't even know that their clan emperor has already quietly slipped away. Before Qingyun left, he originally wanted to go see Yu, but he found out that she is in seclusion. Almost all the 9 Sun Divine Maiden are in seclusion inside the core. Qingyun flew out of the 4 divine sons and suddenly sensed that someone is chasing after him. Are you going to kill the great divine king? After Yu Xiangyun flew over and asked, she directly kissed Qingyun. After a moment, Qingyun nodded and said, there won't be any danger, don't worry. You are my only man, you are not allowed to die. After Yu Xiangyun finished speaking, she turned around and flew back. Qingyun watched Yu Xiangyun disappear and sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the Divine Desolate. Xianxia, Law Enforcement Realm King and Tian Rui are already waiting for him at the agreed place. Heaven Rui impersonated the Sunin race's emperor and was secretly controlling the heavenly court. However, some unforeseen events occurred and the entire heavenly court suddenly disbanded. After that, the great divine king disappeared. The great change came faster than Qingyun imagined. Ever since the magic mirror and teleportation array could not be used, people from the middle and upper echelons began to appear in the Divine Desolate. Qingyun did not stay in the 4 divine sons for too long, about half a month in total. When he arrived at Heaven surmounting Divine City, he discovered that the entire city had been reduced to ruins. This city originally belonged to the Ling family. Ever since the Ling family moved their huge Divine Universe Goldstone to the 4 divine sons, the city lost its defenses. The great array that protected the city originally relied on the huge divine universe goldstone beneath the Ling residence to provide powerful energy. Heaven-surmounting divine city was considered a medium-sized city in the divine desolate. There were also quite a number of people. Now that it had been reduced to ruins, it meant that the people who attacked did not intend to keep the city. The heaven-soaring divine city did not have any divine universe goldstones, nor was it on a treasure ground. This kind of city would not attract the attention of the middle and upper-class people, and to destroy this city, only a 9th-level divine universe stage powerhouse would be able to do it in a few moves. Although the 9-yang Dharma spirit could not prevent the middle and upper echelons from invading the divine desolate, it could restrict living beings that surpassed the 9th-level divine space realm from entering. Even the destroyers did not dare to enter the divine desolate. If the 9-yang Dharma spirit really went all out, it would be very terrifying. It also used this to intimidate the middle and upper echelons. Xianxia stood on a large white jade gourd, which was the heaven-leaping shuttle. He looked down at the huge city that had been reduced to ruins. The heaven-leaping shuttle had been damaged many times before. Later on, with the little ant queen helping to maintain it, the space inside did not shrink. The heaven-leaping shuttle's weakness was that its defense was too weak. It required a large number of divine universe heavenly bones. Xianxia stood on the heaven-leaping shuttle. Not long after, Tyene flew over. "Boss Qin, the people you wanted me to protect are not under threat," Tyene said respectfully to Xianxia. Tyene was a very strong 9th-level divine space realm expert. If a native 9th-level divine space realm expert did not know how to use the Yu clan heavenly talisman or did not gang up on him, it would be very difficult to defeat him. "Where are they?" asked Xianxia. He had previously sent Tyene to heaven-surmounting divine city and met up with Xianxia and the rest, mainly to protect them. "They are all in a very safe place." "I will take you there now," said Ba Tyene. Xianxia nodded and followed Ba Tyene to fly in the sky. An hour later, they arrived at a deep mountain and entered a cave. The law enforcement world king, Black Killer, Tian Rue, and Yu Yan were all in the cave. Li Qianqin was also here. Both Li Qianqin and Ba Tyene had blue skin. Although they looked weird, they treated people well and were easy to communicate with. When the law enforcement world king and the others learned that the couple pledged loyalty to Xianxia, they were shocked. This was because Li Qianqin and Ba Tyene were considered top-notch experts in the divine wilderness. "Sister Li, you return to 4 divine sun, brother Ba will follow me. You won't blame me for separating you husband and wife, right?" Xianxia said with smile. "Boss Qin, help me keep an eye on old Ba, don't let him steal women." Li Qianqin said with smile, then fiercely glared at Ba Tyene. Ba Tyene is a henpecked man, he immediately shrunk his neck. He doesn't look like a 9th-level divine space realm big shot at all. He muttered, "This universe's women are not good-looking, what's there to steal?" In the eyes of Lanyu people, only the same race can satisfy their aesthetic standards. "Then what you mean is that if there are blue universe's beauties, we can steal?" Li Qianqin said with sneer. "That's not what I mean. Ba Tyene is scared half to death," he promptly explained. This caused Xianxia and company to laugh involuntarily. "Protect Boss Qin properly, he is our benefactor," Li Qianqin very strictly warned. "Got it." Ba Tyene promptly nodded. Soon after, Xianxia and Ba Tyene sent Li Qianqin out of the cave. Ba Tyene and Li Qianqin both have a few Yu clan heavenly talismans, moreover they are all high-star heavenly talismans refined by Xiaoqi Hong. With these heavenly talismans, their strength will become even stronger. This is also what Xianxia got from Xiaoqi Hong. After Li Qianqin left, Xianxia and Ba Tyene entered the cave. "What's going on with heaven-piercing divine city? Who destroyed it?" Xianxia asked. "Great divine king." Law enforcement realm king said. "He personally came?" Xianxia said with frown, "Then where is he?" Law enforcement realm king and others all know that Xianxia always wanted to kill great divine king, so they have been paying close attention to his whereabouts. "Boss, great divine king is now very dangerous, this guy only sent a clone, he brought a group of very powerful Kadir people, they destroyed heaven-piercing divine city in a few moves." Xianxia finished speaking, looked at Ba Tyene and said, Brother Ba was there at that time, he should be clear about the strength of those Kadir people. Ba Tayin nodded and said, those guys are not from Divine Desolate, they should be from Middle Heaven Earth, they can be considered middle-level people. There are a total of 4 of them, their cultivation is mainly around 7th or 8th level, there are 2 9th level Divine Space Realm. Can you get rid of those 2 9th level Divine Space Realm cultivators? Xianxia knew that the Kadir people are from Malur's hometown. Great Divine King had some contact with those Kadir people before, he even kneeled down and licked them, he even sold out the Yang ancient clan people. Now, it is not only Xianxia who is looking for Great Divine King, the Yang ancient clan is also looking for him. Of course I can, I am from the Blue Universe's Great Blue Empire, the Great Blue Empire is the strongest level in the Blue Universe, I can reach the 9th level of Divine Space Realm, at least 3 9th level Divine Space Realm cultivators from Middle Heaven Earth are needed to defeat me. Ba Tayin said. Not to mention that he still has the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman in his hands. With the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman, his defense is even stronger. Even if he is besieged, he is not afraid. Xianxia and the others are secretly alarmed, they did not expect Ba Tayin to be so good at fighting. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction, looked at Xianxia and the others and asked, you should have grasped the whereabouts of Great Divine King and the others, let's go find them now. Boss, what is the background of those Kadir people? Yu Yan's face is full of anger, she said, Moon Season City was also destroyed by them. Moon Season City also suffered a calamity? Xianxia frowned and said angrily, this group of damned Kadir people, not only did they invade God Desolate to plunder Divine Universe metal and stone, they also destroyed God Desolate City, I will never let them off. Let's go, we will set off now. Xianxia needs to capture 1 or 2 Kadir people to ask about the situation. Although the Kadir people came from Malur's hometown, they have all bullied Malur before and they are also very greedy. Now that they have invaded God Desolate and destroyed 2 great cities, Xianxia will not let them off. Only Xianxia, the Law Enforcement Realm King and Ba Tayin went together, the others returned to the multi-layered space where the Heaven Mystery Sect is located. Xianxia did not know how many places in the Heavens Divine Desolate were under attack. Because the magic mirror could not be used, space was sealed for the first time in history. In the Heavens Divine Desolate, there were many powerful races that possessed treasure lands. Those treasure lands could be said to be the cradle of the powerful races. They possessed large amounts of Divine Universe metal stones. Once the middle and upper echelons invaded, these powerful races would definitely become targets. Of course, the treasure lands of powerful races were not easy to attack. After all, the cultivation level of those who entered the Heavens Divine Desolate was limited to the 9th level of the Divine Universe realm. And the barriers of the treasured lands of powerful races were very strong and they were supported by the myriad realms Divine Sunday. If one possessed a large amount of Divine Universe metal stones and did not have a strong enough defense, then they would definitely become the primary target. For example, those large cities were all targets to be destroyed. The Law Enforcement Realm King used a secret technique to secretly track the Great Divine Lord and a group of Kadir people. He would leave behind a special scent on the road that only the Law Enforcement Realm King could smell. Law Enforcement Realm King, how are you sure that it was the avatar of the Great Divine Lord? Xianxia asked. That bastard said it himself. He even flaunted to us that his avatar was gifted to him by someone else and that it was extremely powerful. He even said that his true body was hidden very well and that you would definitely not be able to find it. The Law Enforcement Realm King said. You've seen him? Xianxia said in alarm. Yes, they originally wanted to kill us but Brother Ba and his wife appeared, so they did not dare to act recklessly. The Law Enforcement Realm King said. Ba Tayin and company were all wearing masks and wrapped up tightly. The Great Divine Lord did not know that they came from the Blue Universe. Ba Tayin said, Boss, that Great Divine Lord's avatar was refined from powerful materials and used a lot of Divine Universe heavenly bones. This kind of body also exists in the Great Blue Empire and is mainly used as a tool body. This was rather common in the Blue Empire, so Ba Tayin could tell with a glance. Can you kill it? Xianxia asked. Yes. Ba Tayin smiled and said, this kind of thing, in our Blue Empire, is only a low-end good. Brother Ba, can you still return to the Blue Empire? If you want to buy a high-end body, how many divine universe metal stones would it cost? The Enforcer Realm King's body was still too weak. After all, he was also a descendant of the Divine Sun God. After leaving the Divine Sun God, he would not be able to possess a real body. High-end goods, about 100 billion divine universe metal stones. It can't be said to be expensive, but it can't be said to be cheap either. Ba Taiyin said, as for low-end goods, it can be settled with a few billion. 100 billion was a massive sum of money even to a law enforcement world king. But if he patiently saved up this sum for a long time, he would be able to do so. The problem is, Brother Ba cannot return to Great Blue Empire. Xianxia said. Of course I can't, but as long as I can enter the ancient garden, I can enter the great continent. Ba Taiyin smiled and said, Gao Linqing will be the Great Blue Empire's ambassador in the divine wilderness for a long period of time in the ancient garden city. We Blue Universe people are also people, and as long as we are people, we all love money. Empire Hua's people. Dynasty Hua Qin God Continent World. Qin Empire Great Gao Gao. The Great Blue Empire definitely had many things that the deity Desolate didn't have, or lacked, or the deity Desolate was very expensive to produce. If he sold the Great Blue Empire's goods to the God's Wilderness, or took some goods from the God's Wilderness to the Great Blue Empire, he would definitely be able to make a small profit. Let's talk about this later. Ba Taiyin smiled. Gao Linqing must like the Yu clan heavenly talisman. We can use it to settle him. How much divine universe heavenly bone in Great Blue Empire? Xianxia asked. He was lacking divine universe heavenly bone. He had many divine tools because the materials could not keep up. Their abilities were good. If he fused a large amount of divine universe heavenly bone, his divine tools would be able to adapt to this period. Other than that, the godly king heavenly seal could bestow the powers of those divine artifacts. However, the divine artifacts themselves needed to be strong enough for the powers they obtained to be strong. About 500 million divine universe metal stones per gene. If you need a large amount, it can be cheaper. Ba Taiyin said. In the Great Blue Empire, killing someone to obtain divine universe heavenly bone will have serious consequences. This is the greatest taboo in the Great Blue Empire. Of course, there are people who do it in secret. After all, they can get rich. In the world of the upper class, they were born with divine universe heavenly bone. Many people had divine universe heavenly bone. If they killed someone and took their bone, it would be very profitable, but it would also cause all kinds of chaos. Therefore, this kind of restriction was necessary. How serious are the consequences if you are caught? The Law Enforcement Realm King asked. You will suffer all kinds of torture, living a life worse than death. In short, you won't die, but your soul will be tortured for many years. This should be the most terrifying punishment. Ba Taiyin said. Brother Ba, there are many aliens in the Nine Sun Holy Land, but their language is different from ours. It seems like we can't communicate with them. Xianxia said. What's the difference between you and those aliens? Those aliens are barbarians. Of course, they are also very strong. Our universe was once invaded by barbarians and the Great Blue Empire was almost destroyed. Later on, the Great Blue Sky Emperor turned the tide and saved the Great Blue Empire. Ba Taiyin said. This was a matter from many years ago. My grandfather was not even born at that time. Ba Taiyin is very young, he is only in his 40s. If Xianxia and the Law Enforcement Realm King counted their soul age, they would be old undying. What is the internal situation of the two universes that came with your Great Blue Empire? Xianxia asked. I am not too clear about this. But as far as I know, in any universe, the highest level is ruled by an empire. I am not too clear about the situation of your universe. Ba Taiyin shook his head. We are at the lowest level and don't know the situation of the highest level. But they restrict our growth and don't allow us to surpass the 9th level of the divine space realm. Xianxia said. Therefore, your universe is very rich in resources, unlike our blue universe which has already entered its old age. With our universe's resources, it is impossible to form an environment like Myriad Heavens Divine Desolate and Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Ba Taiyin looked at the 7 huge divine suns in the sky with a face full of envy. There must be a way to find other resources, right? Xianxia did not expect that the blue universe would face this kind of situation. No wonder they wanted to enter myriad heaven's divine desolate. Plunder, plunder other universes, this is the only way. Ba Taiyin said. But this will only accelerate the extinction of our universe's races. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the front. It's the great divine king and the others, the law enforcement realm king shouted. Those guys are destroying the city again. Xianxia said angrily. We need to kill a few cat-eared people, otherwise they will think that we are easy to bully. The cat-eared people are only middle-level people. According to the information Xianxia grasped, the upper-level people will also send people to myriad heaven's divine desolate. They will send 9th-level divine space realm experts, they will definitely be stronger than the cat-eared people. With Taiyin Ba around, Xianxia and the law enforcement realm king did not need to take action. Brother Ba, can you really handle it? There are many of them. The law enforcement world king was a bit worried because he had never seen Ba Taiyin's formidable strength. Xianxia knew that Taiyin Ba was very strong. He had a powerful divine universe heavenly bone and some parts of his body had been strengthened. He could be said to be one of the top powerhouses in the 9th level of the divine universe realm. On the cat-eared people's side, there were only 2 in the 9th tier of the divine space realm. Because they came from a medium divine earth, their innate advantages were far inferior to Ba Taiyin's. When Taiyin Ba was born, he had many divine universe heavenly bones in his body. No problem, just watch and see how I take care of those guys. Ba Taiyin was extremely confident. He had seen the cat-eared people led by the great divine lord before, but his main mission at that time was to protect the law enforcement realm king and the others, so he did not make a move. Furthermore, he didn't know if he should make a move or not. If Xianxia had been present at that time and instructed him to make a move, Great Divine Lord and the others would have been stopped at that time. In the Great Divine Lord's team, there were a total of 4 cat-eared people. 2 of them were in the 9th level of the divine space realm, and the other 2 were only in the 7th or 8th level of the divine space realm. The difference between the 7th and 8th tier of the divine space realm and the 9th tier of the divine space realm was huge. Even if one was at the 9th level of the divine space realm, there was still a great difference between the 9th level of the divine space realm. The main difference was the heavenly divine universe bone within one's body as well as the cultivation of one's soul and divine universe. Ba Taiyin was certain that the cat-eared men weren't his match. Moreover, he simply looked down on those cat-eared men, because in his eyes, those cat-eared men were beast men with incomplete evolution. Other than the cat-eared man, the great divine lord also brought over a dozen other fellows, all of whom are at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine universe realm. The law enforcement world king said, although those dozen-plus people aren't cat-eared people, according to our senses, they aren't life forms from the divine wilderness. Are you sure? If they are not creatures from the divine desolate, then they must have come from other middle and upper heavenly lands. Xianxia frowned. Yes, the aura of the power of the divine universe on their bodies is very different from the aura of the myriad world's divine Sunday. Only after cultivating in the divine wilderness for a period of time will the power of the divine universe have the aura of the myriad world's divine Sunday, the law enforcement world king said. The law enforcement realm king was once one of the strongest in the divine wilderness, so his judgment in this aspect was very accurate. Ba Taiyin said with a smile, don't be afraid, I'm here. Once they get close, I can kill them immediately. Law enforcement world king, quietly release a bit of your aura to draw them over. Xianxia said with a smile, if I were to reveal my aura, it would be too obvious. Great Divine Lord would be suspicious. Great Divine Lord had been tricked by Xianxia before. Although it was a clone this time, he would still be extremely careful. After all, that clone was also very precious. The law enforcement world king immediately did as he was told and released his aura. This aura quickly spread out. There was a medium-sized city in front of them, but more than half of it had been destroyed. It was afternoon, and the 7 myriad worlds' divine suns in the sky were still very strong. The light that shone down shrouded the sky above the smoke-filled city. Not long after, a group of people rushed out of the smoke and dust. Waves of smoke and dust were stirred up as they surged and churned. The great divine king formation brought along 4 cat-eared people and more than 10 people wearing black armor as they flew over. Their speed was extremely fast and their aura was aggressive. Law Enforcement Realm King, you bastard, I will definitely kill you this time. When the great divine lord sensed the Law Enforcement Realm King's aura, he immediately rushed out. The Law Enforcement Realm King had betrayed the great divine lord. This had angered the great divine lord to death, so the great divine lord had always wanted to kill the Law Enforcement Realm King. Xianxia asked Ba Taiyin to hide his aura so that he wouldn't scare the cat-eared people away. The great divine lord had a clone, so he might not be afraid of death. However, those cat-eared people might not be. Before the great divine lord even got close, he could see from afar that there was an incomparably handsome man beside the Law Enforcement Realm King who was floating in the air. It was Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia, the great divine lord was astonished. Of course, he knew that the Law Enforcement Realm King had pledged his allegiance to Xianxia. However, he never expected that Xianxia would dare to appear here. From the great divine lord's point of view, Xianxia should be hiding well now. The great change that was about to occur in the divine desolate land was a great danger to Xianxia. Xianxia, you really have guts. The great divine lord sneered. What is it? Do you think you can kill me this time? Xianxia said with a smile, Great divine lord, you're doing pretty well. You have such a strong lackey. When the cat-eared people behind the great divine lord heard this, they immediately flew into a rage. They wanted to attack Xianxia but they were stopped by the great divine lord. Xianxia, it seems like you know nothing about the current situation in the divine desolate land. I need to tell you. After all, you are a little divine king. You must know the current situation in the divine desolate land. The great divine lord was rather pleased with himself as he mocked, You little divine king, you still don't know anything. How laughable. The Nine-Yang Law Spirit is truly blind. Then please give me some pointers, great divine lord. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, do you know what the strongest power in this universe's master is? The great divine lord asked. I don't know. Xianxia said. Listen up, the strongest is the Great Luo Empire. It is located above the only high-level heaven-earth in this universe. All the middle-level heaven-earth in this universe also belong to the Great Luo Empire. The divine desolate land is currently considered a middle-level heaven-earth and it has the possibility of becoming a high-level heaven-earth. This naturally belongs to the Great Luo Empire. The Great Divine Lord said. Oh? Have the people from the Great Luo Empire already arrived at the divine desolate land? Xianxia asked. They don't need to personally take action for such a small matter. Currently, there will be a few human kings of the middle-level heaven-earth that will arrive at the heavenly region near the divine desolate land. Then, they will send a large number of people into the divine desolate land to establish their kingdom. In the end, the few kingdoms will choose a treasure land and jointly build a Great Luo imperial palace to welcome the members of the royal family sent by the Great Luo Empire. The Great Divine Lord said. Xianxia looked at Tai Ba beside him. Tai Ba had previously said that the strongest upper echelons of the various universes were all ruled by the Empire. The universe where the divine desolate land was located was the same. The divine desolate land does not belong to anyone. What right does the Great Luo Empire have to occupy the divine desolate land? Xianxia said coldly. This is not up to you to decide. This is obtained through strength. The Great Luo Empire is strong, just this point alone is enough. If you are not convinced, then beat back the Great Luo Empire. The Great Divine Lord laughed out loud, not to mention beating back the Great Luo Empire, you can't even do anything to a few middle-level heaven-earth kingdoms. Speaking of those kingdoms, the cat-eared men beside the Great Divine Lord all had arrogant expressions on their faces. They came from one of those kingdoms. End of chapter 3043. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.